Chapter 1. Indulge in life's pleasures. Just enjoy. On Blue Star, in the grand summer of Jinjiang City, within the confines of Songhai University, a basketball court buzzed with energy. Ding, the Indulge in life system is binding. Su Cheng stood frozen, momentarily bewildered by the voice echoing in his mind, questioning his sanity. Cheng, pass the ball. What are you dawdling for? Just as the words left his lips, a figure darted from the left, snatching the basketball from Su Cheng's grasp without hesitation. Regaining his composure, Su Cheng glanced around the court, raised his hand to signal a pause, and apologized. Apologies, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Let Cheng take my place, I'll rest for a moment. With that, he ambled over to the sidelines. His concerned teammates exchanged glances, relieved to see him walking steadily, and called for Li Qingwei to take the court. Once seated, Su Cheng propped his arms on his thighs, bowing his head in pretense of resting. His wide-open eyes were fixated on the text materializing before him. Indulge in life system is binding. 87, 88. At that moment, his heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped, his entire being trembling and breathless. The Indulge in life system. A system. Since the third grade, he had immersed himself in novels, acutely aware of the implications of acquiring a system. The mere name Indulge in life hinted at an exhilarating experience beyond imagination. Without a doubt, possessing a system meant that even a pig could soar. However, the rate of ascent depended on the system's capabilities. Before long, the binding progress reached 99. 100. The text vanished, replaced by an emotionless voice in his mind. Ding, Indulge in life system, binding successful. Host, Su Cheng. Upon acquisition of this system, the host may freely utilize it to indulge in the pleasures of life ahead. Utilize the system to indulge in life? Su Cheng's eyes sparkled, his body quivering with excitement. He swallowed hard, attempting to inquire internally, system. How do I indulge in life through you? Simply put, the host needs only to spend money to engage in consumption, thereby receiving a random multiple in returns. The system's voice resonated, striking a familiar chord within him. Was this a wealthy system? So simple. Are there any restrictions? No restrictions. The funds returned by this system are absolutely secure, rest assured. Holy cow! Su Cheng's eyes widened. This feature was astonishingly delightful. Although the system's description was straightforward, the immense potential it harbored made Su Cheng's heart race. So, I just need to spend money to receive money? Correct. At this, a wave of euphoria surged through Su Cheng's mind. This system was extraordinarily powerful. He had read numerous novels featuring wealthy protagonists, yet their systems often came with myriad limitations. For instance, some systems only allowed expenditures on women, while others required a certain level of affection to yield returns. Those were the worst. There were also systems that provided returns without regard to affection, which were somewhat better, as they at least generated income directly. But the question remained, how would the system return funds to him? Ding, congratulations, host, you have triggered the beginner's guidance task. A small trial. A small trial. Engage in a random consumption event. Task reward. Insight technique. Note, system tasks are non-mandatory. Failure to complete incurs no penalties. The system's voice echoed. Su Cheng paused, surprised by the existence of task. However, the absence of compulsion was a relief. He was quickly drawn to the reward. Insight technique. A subtle insight technique. Cough, cough. The essence is right. After perusing numerous novels, he recognized this skill as a staple in wealthy narratives. Without the system's elaboration, he could surmise its purpose. Taking a deep breath, he slowly exhaled, attempting to calm his exhilarated heart. He then stood up and called out to the basketball court, "Boys, you play on. I'm not feeling quite right today, so I'll head out for now." Not feeling well? Did you overexert yourself last night and end up drained? Laughter erupted across the court. Get lost. Are you asking for a beating? With a laugh and a playful curse, Su Cheng turned his back on the basketball court. He made his way to a nearby convenience store, casually purchasing a drink for 6 yuan. Just then, the system's melodious voice resounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, consumption successful, receiving a tenfold return reward. 60 yuan. Ding, detected host has completed the beginner's guidance task. A small trial. Do you wish to claim your task reward? Ding, ding. The notification sound from Su Cheng's phone caught his attention, but he opened the message, reading, Your account ending in 7725 deposited 60 yuan on March 18th at 1917 available balance. 104,396.57. Most of this money was inherited after his parents passed away, a complete fortune. Not a penny could be squandered. Holy cow, this is real, not a dream. Su Cheng's eyes widened, and he pinched his arm hard. Feeling a sharp sting, a smile crept onto his face, one that was harder to suppress than a burst of laughter. At this moment, he comprehended that he was not dreaming, he was truly about to take flight. A tenfold return on consumption. Although it was merely 60 yuan returned, the significance of this amount was monumental. It confirmed the system's authenticity. It wasn't a scam. He could now spend without a care. Ding detected host has completed the beginner's guidance task. A small trial. Do you wish to claim your task reward? The system's reminder jolted Su Cheng back to reality. He didn't rush. Instead, he exited the convenience store and found a secluded corner before murmuring. Claim insight technique has been claimed. He then hurriedly inquired. System, how do I use the insight technique? The host need only concentrate and silently utter the word insight toward the target. Su Cheng casually scanned his surroundings, focusing his mind on a nearby wall, and whispered, Insight. A rusted wall. Interesting. Su Cheng regarded the information that appeared before him, nodding in satisfaction. Now, with newfound wealth, what should he do first? Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered a random benefit task. Clothes make the man, clothes make the man. Change your appearance with new clothes, trousers, and shoes. Task reward. A random civilian vehicle valued between 300,000 and 2 million. A wardrobe makeover, and a car as a gift. This is splendid. Standing at 1.81 meters tall with an attractive visage, he was only slightly less handsome than the readers with their strikingly good looks. Regrettably, his current attire was nothing more than cheap goods purchased from a discount site, severely undermining his appeal. Consequently, Su Cheng remained firmly in the realm of the single. In truth, his modest charm had attracted the attention of several admirers. However, he had graciously declined their advances. After all, entering a relationship inevitably led to additional expenses, but he reflected on his empty pockets, devoid of any financial cushion. His daily living expenses barely sufficed for his own sustenance, rendering him unqualified for romance. Moreover, his father had succumbed to a severe illness 5 years prior, and his mother, overwhelmed by grief, soon followed him in death. Orphaned, he fit the mold of a protagonist. The awakening of his system seemed to have been foretold. Ultimately, it was thanks to a dedicated female teacher's guidance that he managed to complete high school. Now, the fund for college came from student loans. Burdened by numerous setbacks, he merely sought to scrape by. But now that a smirk appeared at the corner of Su Cheng's mouth, it was time to embark on the exhilarating journey of his life. Before heading to the mall, he decided to take a shower, for he had worked up quite a sweat playing basketball. An hour later, after showering and placing his toiletries back in his dorm room, Su Cheng leisurely made his way to the school gate. Su Cheng, Su Cheng. A voice of surprise suddenly called out from behind him. Su Cheng paused before turning to see a petite girl waving at him, accompanied by a graceful beauty in a white dress. The petite girl was Lu Xinyan, the life committee member of their computer science class 2 and a fellow townsman from his high school, albeit not from the same class. Due to their shared roots, Lu Xinyan had maintained a friendly rapport with him. The other girl in the white dress was a stranger, but her stunning beauty caught Su Cheng's eye, making him momentarily breathless. While Lu Xinyan was quite attractive, she paled in comparison to the enchanting woman beside her. Dressed in a flowing white dress, her long legs appeared elegant, her hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and she wore a pair of charming black shoes. A slender brown belt accentuated her graceful figure, presenting a blend of height and femininity. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, carrying a faint fragrance that drew attention. Su Cheng silently activated his insight skill on Wen Yuding, and a stream of information materialized before him. Name: Wen Yuding. Age: 21. Height: 173 centimeters. Weight: 53 kilograms. Beauty score: 88. Special value: 0. Favorability: 5. Strategy reward: Type 2 Super Soldier. Enhancement liquid. Beauty score of 88. No wonder she's so stunning. Su Cheng mused, noting the strategy reward. System, what does this strategy reward entail? How can I obtain it? Strategy reward. a type of reward possessed by quality goddesses. Acquisition method. The target's favorability must reach 80 admiration. Quality goddesses must meet the following criteria. 1. Beauty score of 85 or above. 2. Special value is either 0 or increased to 1 due to the host's influence. Wait, so quality goddesses are here? Their beauty scores need to be 85 or above. And what is this special value nonsense? Su Cheng pondered, glancing at Wen Yuding's panel, which indeed indicated a special value of 0. That could it be that? Su Cheng speculated. The special value signifies. As expected, after a myriad of complex scientific explanations from the system, it confirmed his thoughts. In essence, individuals with a special value of 0 had not endured hardship. I see. Su Cheng nodded thoughtfully. It seems the system encourages me to engage with such beautiful women. His gaze shifted to the Type 2 Super Soldier Enhancement liquid information. Physical enhancement. That sounded impressive. Perhaps consuming it would elevate him to the prowess of an elite soldier. Though martial prowess held little utility in this world, a strong physique was undeniably important. Before long, Lu Xinyan approached with Wen Yuding in tow. Suppressing his excitement, Su Cheng looked at the two women with curiosity. "Where are you headed?" Lu Xinyan asked with a cheerful smile. "Just planning to browse around Taisheng and pick up a few things." Taisheng, fully known as Taisheng Tiandi, was a vast shopping complex not far from the school, encompassing department stores, shopping centers, pedestrian streets, upscale residences, and themed squares. Dado, you're going to Taisheng too? So are we. Let's go together. Lu Xinyan's eyes lit up, secretly amused. "Hey, fellow townsman, I've taken care of you often now. It's your turn to be my tool." That works. Su Cheng hesitated briefly, but ultimately agreed. After all, the strategy reward was enticing, and he couldn't miss the chance to spend time with Wen Yuding. Who knows what might happen? Wen Yuding already had a favorability score of 5 upon their first encounter, which was quite promising. That works. You sound reluctant. Having two beautiful women accompany you shopping is something others can only dream of. Lu Xinyan teased, noticing Su Cheng's hesitance. Misunderstanding. It's just that I didn't react quickly enough to Lu Main's warm invitation. Su Cheng chuckled lightly. At least you know how to talk. Allow me to introduce. This lovely lady beside me is Wen Yuding from the School of Management, and Yuding, this is Su Cheng from our class. Lu Xinyan introduced them, winking at Wen Yuding as if to say, "Our tool has been caught." "Hello," Wen Yuding greeted softly. "Hello," Su Cheng nodded in return. Let's go. Let's go." Lu Xinyan grasped Wen Yuding's hand and stepped forward. Seeing this, Su Cheng followed suit. Moments later, the trio took a taxi to Taisheng Tiandi. The mall boasted 6 floors, with clothing primarily on the 3rd and 4th floors. Lu Xinyan pressed the button for the 3rd floor as she stepped into the elevator. Upon entering, Su Cheng noticed only the 2nd and 3rd floor buttons were lit, so he reached up and pressed the 4th floor button as well. Su Cheng, you want to go to the 4th floor?" Lu Xinyan exclaimed in surprise. The 4th floor featured high-end luxury clothing, and she suspected Su Cheng had pressed the wrong button. "Yes," came his succinct reply. Although Lu Xinyan was from the same hometown, she was unaware of his family's circumstances. Her astonishment stemmed from the fact that Su Cheng's attire did not suggest he was wealthy. "What? You really want to go to the 4th floor? What's wrong?" "Oh my. Everything there is incredibly expensive. We were planning to browse the 3rd floor." "You don't seem like the extravagant type. You're not a rich 2nd generation. Are you?" Lu Xinyan's eyes brimmed with disbelief, while Wen Yuding's curiosity flickered. "Not really." Su Cheng shook his head, dismissing Lu Xinyan's assumptions. Lu Xinyan clicked her tongue, but chose not to probe further. Wen Yuding began to find Su Cheng intriguing. He spoke with poise and confidence, contrasting with his seemingly ordinary attire, which did not align with a wealthy persona. Whatever. We'll soon find out if he's putting on an act, Wen Yuding thought. Before long, the 3 arrived on the 4th floor. Although it was bustling with people, most were merely trying on clothes rather than making purchases. Su Cheng led the 2 women into a random store where 4 or 5 customers were already present. The attendant, upon seeing students entering, sighed internally but greeted them with a smile. "Welcome. Which of you is looking for clothes? Please feel free to ask for assistance." "I'm not in a rush. Just browse for now," Su Cheng replied, nodding. The attendant thought to herself. As expected, Su Cheng selected a shirt and a pair of pants, holding them up before the mirror. As expected of me. I look quite dashing. Yet someone couldn't resist interjecting. Oh my. Su Cheng, your outfit is too casual. Lu Xinyan's lips twitched as she handed Su Cheng the clothes she was holding. Here, try this set. ITLL look much better than what you've chosen. Su Cheng accepted without hesitation, noticing that it indeed surpassed his previous selection significantly. He stepped into the fitting room and promptly donned the new attire. Wow, wearing this ensemble I chose indeed makes me look significantly more dashing. As Su Cheng emerged from the fitting room, Lu Xinyan exclaimed in delight. Wen Yuding's affection level 3. Wen Yuding's eyes sparkled, and her impression of Su Cheng improved considerably. Chapter 3. What are we waiting for? Extract. At this moment, Su Cheng was adorned in a milk-white short-sleeve shirt, paired with khaki casual trousers and matching athletic shoes. Undeniably a handsome figure. He felt quite pleased with himself. Simultaneously, he noticed a shift in Wen Yuding's favorability towards him. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He hadn't anticipated the system would possess such a prompt feature. Thus, he could instantly discern whether his words and actions were appropriate while interacting with the women he was pursuing. Hello, could you please ram my clothes? Su Cheng called out to the attendant. The attire was indeed comfortable, and since he had decided to purchase it, he wore it immediately. The attendant, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at Su Cheng, secretly lamenting her misjudgment, but her professionalism prevented her from displaying any disdain. Subsequently, she headed straight to the fitting room. Su Cheng, you're buying just like that? Lu Xinyan exclaimed, astonished. The clothes here were not inexpensive. She estimated that Su Cheng's outfit would cost around 50,000. Why not buy it if it fits? Su Cheng replied nonchalantly, nodding. After all, with the system backing him, spending money felt like earning it. Sir, are these the 2 pieces? The attendant inquired, holding the clothes Su Cheng had changed out of, leaning in with eagerness. Yes. Both Lu Xinyan and Wen Yuding were left speechless by Su Cheng's carefree attitude. Soon, the attendant calculated the total. Sir, the total for the 2 garments is 93,888. After a discount, you only need to pay 93,008. Her voice was melodious. Yet the staggering price left both Lu Xinyan and Wen Yuding in shock. Lu Xinyan had estimated as high as possible, yet she was still off the mark. Wen Yuding was astounded by the figure. The outfit she wore was merely a few thousand, which she considered expensive, but compared to Su Cheng's ensemble, it paled in comparison. Su Cheng nodded, relieved that it was under 100,000. Otherwise, he would have to make multiple transactions. After presenting his payment code, the system's enchanting voice chimed in as expected. Ding, congratulations, host. Transaction successful. You've received a 10-fold cashback reward. 938,000 soft sister coins. Another 10-fold cashback. How exhilarating. After spending a little over 90,000, he effortlessly earned over 900,000. What a win. Asmargrace to Hingis leaps. Just a few more thousand, and he would be a millionaire. However, becoming a millionaire was certainly not the final destination. Lu Xinyan and Wen Yuding remained in a state of disbelief. What does 90,000 even signify? It is worth noting that a person earning 7,500 a month would need an entire year, without spending a dime, to save that amount. This was nearly equivalent to half a year's income for both Lu Xinyan and Wen Yuding. Wen Yuding felt particularly moved. Previously, she only understood the joy of having money in a vague sense, having never truly witnessed or experienced it. But now, witnessing someone spend nearly 100,000 without batting an eye stirred an indescribable envy within her. No wonder her mother advised her to find a wealthy boyfriend while in college, when everyone was still nouveau, claiming that opportunities to meet the affluent would diminish once they started working. Moreover, among students, love was purer and more sincere, with fewer extraneous factors involved. Wen Yuding's favorability 10. Su Cheng chuckled softly, indeed. Demonstrating one's capabilities yields unexpected rewards. Observing the astonished expressions of the 2 women, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Is this the sensation of wealth? Truly intoxicating. Yet while he was excited, the most exhilarating moment had been when he bound the system. Now, spending this insignificant sum hardly stirred his emotions to the surface. Hey ladies, we should be on our way. Su Cheng reminded, noticing the 2 were still lost in thought. Su Cheng, oh no, brother Su, Please accept Wen Yuting as your little woman, even if just as an accessory, Lu Xinyan exclaimed, nearly rushing to cling to Su Cheng's leg. But, Xinyan, you misnamed her. It should be me wanting to be his accessory. Wen Yuting quickly corrected Lu Xinyan's words after a moment of realization. I didn't make a mistake. I'm just too familiar with him. It's hard to make a move. Lu Xinyan chuckled awkwardly. Oh, so that's your rationale for selling me out? Wen Yuting retorted playfully. Hee, I'm doing this for both of you. After all, you're both single. It will be delightful to match you two. While Lu Xinyan claimed this, deep down, she knew her appearance was decent, but not stunning enough to attract someone like Su Cheng, who casually spent nearly 100,000. As the saying goes, why let good fortune flow to others? It was better to facilitate a romance between Su Cheng and Wen Yuting. You have a point. Wen Yuting playfully slapped Lu Xinyan on the shoulder, casting a quick glance at Su Cheng. Wow, who would have thought? Our Lu Beauty is quite the comedian. Su Cheng laughed. How infuriating. This long-standing friendship. I just realized you're so wealthy. You must treat us to milk tea. Lu Xinyan returned to her usual self, unable to suppress her chatter. 3 years of friendship. Count as many, right? All right. First, help me pick out a pair of shoes. And once we're done shopping, I'll treat both lovely ladies to milk tea. The kind where you can have anything. Su Cheng chuckled, shaking his head. After a while, Su Cheng also purchased shoes. In the midst of the two ladies' dazed expressions, he spent over 30,000 again. Looking at his refreshed self, Su Cheng felt immense satisfaction. Indeed, such matters should be entrusted to the ladies for assistance. As a man who rarely frequented malls, he was hardly adept at coordinating his own attire. Ding, task detected. Clothes make the man, horses make the saddle. Would you like to extract the task reward? Su Cheng hesitated for a moment, inquiring inwardly. Will the vehicle appear directly before me? Rest assured, the task reward will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner. What are we waiting for? Extract. In the next moment, a ceremonial wheel appeared before Su Cheng, densely populated with various civilian automobiles. The pointer began to move, ultimately stopping at. Ding, congratulations, host. You've won an Audi RS7 valued at approximately $1.5 million. Note, the vehicle has been purchased using the host's identity information. All procedures are legitimate, and various insurance policies are in place. Drive with confidence. An Audi RS7? Su Cheng wasn't particularly knowledgeable about car brands. All he recognized was the price. $1.5 million. What does that even mean? Chapter 4. Can one strategize themselves? Is that even possible? In this era dominated by the TikTok phenomenon and self-media, countless affluent netizens have been flaunting high-end luxury vehicles such as Bugattis and Pagani Huayras in the comment sections. Yet, in reality, even a modest car priced over 200,000 yuan has become the pinnacle of car ownership for the average individual. Nice. Su Cheng silently marveled. Suddenly, the roulette before him burst forth with dazzling light, and the system's notification chime resonated once more. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a reward critical hit. The Audi RS7 reward has been upgraded to a top-spec Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Wow! Su Cheng was astounded. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan, if memory serves, is valued at approximately 8 million yuan, isn't it? To have drawn it so effortlessly? Exhilarating. No one supports my lofty aspirations. I tread upon the snow. At that moment, Su Cheng's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. Could it be? Hello, I am Li Zirue, the manager of the Rolls-Royce dealership in Indulging City. May I speak with Mr. Su Cheng? That's me. The paperwork for your beloved Rolls-Royce Cullinan is complete. Would you like me to arrange for someone to deliver it to you? Beloved car? Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Su Cheng did not use the speakerphone, but when Yuting, who was close by, caught the conversation and silently noted the name. She was familiar with Rolls-Royce, yet unaware of the Cullinan model. However, she was certain that a Rolls-Royce would cost at least 7 million yuan. When Yuting planned to discreetly search for more information once the other two were distracted, Lu Xinyan, standing a bit farther away, could not discern what Su Cheng's phone was transmitting. How long will it take to deliver it to Tycoon near the university town? Su Cheng inquired. It will take less than 20 minutes. Su Cheng estimated that 20 minutes would allow enough time for the two girls to shop for clothes. Even if they didn't finish, grabbing the car keys wouldn't consume much time. then sent it to Tycoon. Call me when you arrive, Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. Understood. Sir, I will contact someone to deliver it. Okay. If there's nothing else, I won't keep you. Wishing you a pleasant day, goodbye. After a brief pause, Li Zirui ended the call. Su Cheng set down his phone and chose a few outfits with the two girls, while the system reimbursed him several $100,000. Looking at the luxurious shopping bags in his hands, he turned to the two girls and smiled. Now it's your turn to choose clothes. Where do you want to go shopping? When Yuding and Lu Xinyan exchanged glances, their enthusiasm for shopping significantly diminished. Initially, they had hoped to have Su Cheng act as a tool to carry their purchases, but their spirits had been dashed by his ostentatious display of wealth. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xinyan decided it wouldn't be appropriate to leave without browsing. Shall we check out the third floor? She quietly suggested to Wen Yuding. Wen Yuding nodded in agreement. Thus, the trio proceeded to the third floor of Tycoon, with Su Cheng trailing closely behind. He refrained from hastily purchasing clothes for Wen Yuding to boost her favorability. Each situation is distinct. The approach to winning over a goddess must adapt accordingly. In this context, directly buying gifts would feel intrusive and presumptuous. A normal person would never accept such gestures. Today's display had already sufficiently showcased his capabilities, as evidenced by the burgeoning favorability from Wen Yuding. Furthermore, high-end hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. 18 minutes later, Su Cheng's phone chimed, indicating that the car had arrived. He turned to the two girls and said, My things have been delivered. Why don't you continue shopping while I pick them up? After a brief discussion, the two girls decided against further shopping and opted to return to school. Lu Xinyan even jokingly mentioned heading downstairs to buy milk tea, playfully claiming she would drain Su Cheng's wallet. Thus, the three of them took the elevator down to the first floor. After purchasing a cup of mango sago, they arrived at the designated car delivery spot. Upon arrival, they spotted a well-dressed man standing by the vehicle, gazing in the direction of Tycoon. As soon as he noticed Su Cheng, he hurriedly approached, beaming. Hello, Mr. Su Cheng. Your beloved vehicle is just a short distance ahead. Su Cheng nodded and followed him to the car. Upon inspection, he noted that even the license plate had been arranged, saving him the hassle of dealing with it later. He possessed a Driver S license, having occasionally driven a second-hand car worth over 20,000 yuan owned by a friend, and was fairly adept at handling vehicles. Previously, cars had merely served as a means of transportation, but now they represented a tool to showcase his power. The higher the vehicle's value, the more likely it would attract the attention of potential admirers. Given enough time, he was bound to encounter a high-quality goddess that met the system's criteria. Perhaps, with a mere beckoning gesture, her favorability would soar. If all went smoothly, he could not only win the heart of a beauty, but also reap the rewards of his strategic endeavors. The delivery man, seeing Su Cheng nod, promptly presented him with an envelope, saying, Mr. Su Cheng, all the paperwork and contracts are here. If everything seems in order, I will report that you have received the vehicle. Su Cheng accepted the envelope, casually glanced through its contents, and nodded. No problem. Excellent. Wishing you a delightful day, Mr. Su Cheng. I shall take my leave now. With that, the delivery man respectfully retreated. Su Cheng, is this your new car? Lu Xinyan finally grasped the situation, realizing that Su Cheng's things were indeed a car. The imposing exterior of the vehicle left no doubt that it was quite expensive. However, she now hesitated to speculate on its exact worth, fearing embarrassment. Well, ladies, let us get in the car. I'll drive you back to school, Su Cheng declared, leading the way to the vehicle. Lu Xinyan and Wen Yuding exchanged astonished glances. Xinyan, where did you find such a wealthy friend? I've never met anyone so affluent. Wen Yuding couldn't help but whisper. Honestly, I'm perplexed too. He.S. well-liked at school, but he.S. never portrayed himself as wealthy. Perhaps he.S. just incredibly discreet. With that, Lu Xinyan and Wen Yuding took their seats in the back, allowing Su Cheng to sit alone in the front. Thus, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan set forth. En route to Shanghai University. Inside the vehicle, Lu Xinyan curiously examined the luxurious interior, while Wen Yuding discreetly opened her phone to search for information about the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Gasp, 8 million. Wen Yuding gasped in astonishment. At that moment, her perception of Su Cheng's wealth escalated to a whole new level. Should I heed my mother's advice? Wen Yuting found herself in a state of indecision. Wen Yuting favorability too. Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback, catching a glimpse of Wen Yuting's conflicted expression in the rearview mirror. Wait a moment. Has she already accumulated 20 favorability points? Am I to do nothing? And Wen Yuting will strategize her own way into my heart? Chapter 5. This world has never lacked beautiful women. The trio exchanged only a few words on their journey back to Shanghai University. Upon arrival, Su Cheng registered his information at the gate and drove into the campus. Students at Shanghai University are permitted to park their vehicles on campus, albeit for a fee. For temporary parking, a small vehicle like the Rolls-Royce Cullinan incurs a charge of 2 yuan per hour, with a maximum daily cap of 20 yuan. Lu Xinyan's dormitory is the closest to the entrance, and she exited the car first. After bidding her farewell, Su Cheng continued deeper into the university. Soon, he arrived at Wen Yuting's dormitory as well. Bang! Wen Yuting stepped out, closed the door, and approached the driver's side, biting her lips softly, her enchanting eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Su Cheng. After a fleeting silence, she felt too shy to request his contact information directly. With a soft sigh, she murmured goodbye. Su Cheng, drive safely. Goodbye. Su Cheng nodded, averting his gaze. He pressed the accelerator, and the Rolls-Royce Cullinan roared away into the distance. A passerby exclaimed, "Hey, this is a school. Are you speeding?" Wen Yuting watched the Cullinan recede, feeling vexed by Su Cheng's lack of charm. Did he really not wish to ask for her contact information? Was he not interested in her? She quickly retrieved a small mirror from her bag to check her reflection. Well, I still look stunning, she thought. So it's puzzling. I believe my appearance is quite commendable. I am even recognized as the campus beauty on the university forum. Does Su Cheng not browse the forum? Or could it be that he is simply indifferent to women? With a huff, Wen Yuting turned and ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyue, who was upstairs, looked on in astonishment as she witnessed the entire exchange between Wen Yuting and Su Cheng. As Wen Yuting's classmate, though not her roommate, she was well aware of Wen Yuting's impeccable reputation. However, today she had seen Wen Yuting step out of an extravagant car. Wen Yuting's family was not that affluent. Was it possible that she had compromised her values and descended into depravity? Zhang Tianyue thought to herself, if this is true, oh dear friend, take me along. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Cheng remained oblivious to Wen Yuting's inner musings. The reason he did not proactively seek her contact information was that he was gambling, betting that Wen Yuting would find a way to obtain his contact information herself. If he won the bet, he would be in an advantageous position as their relationship progressed. If he lost, it was no matter. He could always seek another opportunity for contact the following evening. At Shanghai University, in the boys' dormitory, room 303, Su Cheng announced, "Hey boys, Dad is back." Upon entering, he spotted Li Yunbo engrossed in a game. Out of the 6 occupants, only 3 were present. As a second-tier city, Xinjiang only offered 6-person dormitories for undergraduates, with even larger 8-person dorms available. Only graduate students could reside in 4 or 2-person rooms. Wow, where did you go to get all this? Zhang Haodong was the first to notice Su Cheng's change in attire. He was the wealthiest in the dorm, so it was only natural for him to recognize something was amiss. Being a foodie, he loved exploring the local culinary scene. "I just took a stroll around Tycoon and accidentally bought a whole new outfit," Su Cheng replied nonchalantly as he tossed his bag onto the table. "Nice. That outfit suits you well. You're not dating someone, are you? Otherwise, why splurge on yourself?" Zhang Haodong chuckled. "Dating? No way. Are you saying that old Su is betraying us single dogs?" Du Juanhao mockingly lamented. "Not yet, but soon," Su Cheng smiled. With the system backing him, a girlfriend was surely within reach. After all, this world has never lacked beautiful women. It has merely lacked affluent individuals capable of freely picking the flowers. Despite the system's high standards for quality goddesses, the sheer population of summer country ensures there are plenty to choose from. As the saying goes, no matter how niche a matter, it becomes mainstream in the vast summer country. Even if only 1 in 1,000 is a beauty scoring above 85 with a special value of 0, that still amounts to nearly 700,000 quality goddesses in summer country. Of course, this is a conservative estimate. The actual number is likely much greater. Is this for real? Are you finally going to make a move on those unsuspecting girls? Liumbo quipped, his screen turning black and white. Su Cheng rolled his eyes, exasperated. Get out of here. What do you mean make a move? Am I that kind of person? The three exchanged knowing glances, causing Su Cheng's mouth to twitch. Du Juanhao leaned closer, eager for gossip. Come on, old Su. Stop keeping us in suspense. Which lucky girl has caught your eye? How did you meet? Was there a romantic beginning? Su Cheng was taken aback by the barrage of questions, rolling his eyes as he replied, Stop guessing. We haven't even started anything yet. Du Juanhao was left speechless, patting Su Cheng's shoulder with a serious expression. Old Su, it seems you were genuinely smitten this time. But don't turn into a dog like Old Zhang. The mere mention of Old Zhang, known for his relentless pursuit of a girl from the neighboring class, elicited shared laughter among the group. During their freshman year, Zhang Yuxing had developed an infatuation with a girl, persistently showering her with attention despite knowing she had a boyfriend. As fate would have it, after a semester of devotion, she ended up breaking up with her boyfriend, leading everyone to believe Zhang Yuxing's perseverance was finally paying off. However, that hope was short-lived as she eventually found another boyfriend, and the situation turned comical when she borrowed money from Zhang Yuxing to buy basketball shoes for her new boyfriend, which he willingly lent her. As a result, Zhang Yuxing's standing in the dormitory plummeted, leaving him the subject of ridicule for a year and a half. Hey, Du Juanhao, I just arrived, and you're already scheming against me. Chapter 6. When Yuding's Determination. Capturing Su Cheng. As the saying goes, when Chow Chow arrives, Chow Chow is already here. Zhang Yuxing entered the dormitory with a cold smirk. Don't get too excited, old Zhang. Impulsiveness is the devil. Du Juanhao chuckled awkwardly as he stepped back. Zhang Yuxing drew nearer, and soon the two were entangled in a scuffle. Su Cheng shook his head with a smile and climbed the stairs to his bed. Such was the atmosphere in their dormitory. The relationships among everyone were quite amicable. After all, they were roommates who often crossed paths, unless one were truly foolish. They would not easily offend one another. Otherwise, the 4 years of university would be filled with strife. Su Cheng lay on a small bed, pondering how to leverage the Enjoy Life system to embark on his splendid journey ahead. In the girls' dormitory, Building 17, Room 503, when Yuding returned, lightly swinging her small feet as she kicked off her little leather shoes and peeled off her white socks, revealing a pair of delicate, fair feet. After admiring her own charming attributes for a moment, she smiled brightly and climbed onto her small bed. Once she drew the curtain, her brows furrowed slightly as she began to contemplate. Su Cheng. Today, upon encountering Su Cheng, she truly felt her heart flutter. At such a young age, he could afford an $8 million Rolls-Royce, and a simple shopping trip could easily rack up expenses exceeding $100,000. This spoke volumes about his affluent lifestyle and prosperous family background. Moreover, Su Cheng exuded confidence and warmth, displaying a steadiness in his demeanor that belied his status as a student. After changing into a new outfit, he appeared even more handsome, leaving even a beauty like her feeling somewhat smitten. Yin had mentioned that he had never dated anyone, despite being pursued by many whom he had turned down. At that moment, when Yuding recalled her mother's frequent admonitions, do not be like your mother, deceived by love. Romance is often fleeting, and life ultimately hinges on the mundane matters of existence. Her mother wished to spare her the toil of laboring for money in the future. You must keep your eyes wide open and seek a boyfriend in college who can protect you and is financially secure. Strive to marry right after graduation. Once you step into society, it will be too late. When Yuding understood, well, why it would be too late upon entering society. Wealthy young men might possess a sense of innocence during their student years, but once they enter the workforce, they would realize their desirability in the dating market. At that point, vying for a relationship with such a person might mean waiting in line for years. Even if she eventually got her chance, she might only become a fleeting girlfriend, soon discarded after a brief period. With these thoughts, when Yuding solidified her resolve, while Su Cheng was still naive, she must act swiftly to win him over. After all, the saying goes, a man pursuing a woman is like climbing a mountain, while a woman pursuing a man is like passing through a veil. She could not believe that with her unparalleled beauty, She could not capture the heart of this innocent young man. Juan, why are you only just back? Where did you go to have fun last night? Suddenly, a surprised voice from below interrupted her reverie. Wen Yuting perked up her ears and parted the curtain to look down. Where else could she have gone? Of course, out shopping for some delightful treats. Lin Huan approached her desk, placing her shopping bag down, and turned to wink at Zhou Yingman. You didn't go out with your top supporter from the live stream again, did you? Zhou Yingman's eyes sparkled with mischief. Lin Huan had recently been swept off her feet by a wealthy man in his 30s who had offered her 13,000 a month during her live stream. The other dorm members had been in shock for days after hearing about it. With a smile, Lin Huan nodded. Yes, he bought me a bag yesterday. It was to celebrate our 100 days together. Zhou Yingman's eyes lit up with excitement. Where is it? Show us. Right here, Lin Huan said, retrieving a crossbody bag from the shopping bag. Wow, it's beautiful. This bag must cost a fortune. Zhou Yingman gently caressed the bag's texture, her eyes filled with awe. Not too bad. It was only $3,799. Zhou Yingman gasped, her expression exaggerated. $3,799? My goodness, that's almost a month's worth of my living expenses. Wen Yuting had already lowered the curtain, no longer paying attention to the two below. Lin Huan's interruption had only strengthened her resolve. However, the pressing question remained. How to find an opportunity to strike up a conversation with Su Cheng. After pondering for a moment, Wen Yuting devised a plan. First, she would obtain Su Cheng's contact information. Thus, she opened a chat with Lu Xinyan and typed, Xinyan, it's all your fault. You've left me feeling restless. On the other end, Lu Xinyan casually scrolled through Douyin, responding with a bewildered, accompanied by a confused emoji. Oh, never mind. For the sake of our deep friendship, if you send me Su Cheng's WeChat, I'll forgive you. When Yuting typed, Lu Xinyan's eyes brightened at the message, as if she had discovered a new continent. She quickly typed back, oh, you want Su Cheng's WeChat? Could it be that our goddess Yuting has developed feelings? Seeing this, Wen Yuting felt her cheeks flush slightly, and shyly replied, it's not your fault. You played matchmaker between me and Su Cheng, and now I have these inexplicable feelings for him. But please don't tell Su Cheng. I want to observe him a bit longer. Aren't you worried about me? Lu Xinyan laughed at Wen Yuting's response. I'm just not at ease because I know you too well. After Lu Xinyan sent a playful emoji, Wen Yuting typed again, help me with one more thing. Say it. Lu Xinyan replied almost immediately. Wen Yuting took a deep breath, as if making a significant decision. I bought 2 tickets for the horror movie this Friday night. You tell Su Cheng tomorrow morning that you plan to go with me. But now you have something else to do, and ask him to go in your place. Lu Xinyan paused for a moment upon reading the message, then teased. My dear Yuting, are you really that brave? I thought you were terrified of ghosts. Just say whether you will help or not. When Yuting's cheeks flushed slightly, Lu Xinyan, envisioning her friend's expression, thought to herself, how could I not assist my dear friend in her quest for love? Leave it to me. Chapter 7, What is Insight? This is clearly a mirror of truth. Subsequently, the two engaged in a light-hearted exchange in the chat box. Ultimately, Lu Xinyan forwarded Su Cheng's WeChat contact to Wen Yuting, adding a note. All right, now you can take your time to pursue your crush. However, prepare yourself mentally. 2 girls from our class pursued him before and were rejected. Fortunately, you are far more attractive than they are. I believe you will surely win Su Cheng's heart. By the way, make sure to inform me of any developments right away. As Wen Yuting read Lu Xinyan's encouraging words, warmth spread through her heart, and she clicked on the WeChat card Lu Xinyan had sent. The boy's cartoon avatar appeared, seemingly the protagonist of some anime, and his name simply bore the character Cheng. A name like this evokes a sense of elegance, simplicity, and an air of mystery. Suddenly, Wen Yuting smiled and changed her own username to just Ting. All that remained was for her to wait for Lu Xinyan's notification. Once Su Cheng agreed to meet, she would add him on WeChat and embark on her pursuit. Meanwhile, Su Cheng was secretly astonished. The phrase indicating that Wen Yuting's favorability had increased by 1 constantly floated before his eyes, ultimately reaching an astonishing score of 40. It had doubled from 20 to 40. Such a terrifying transformation. It was worth noting that throughout their entire interaction, he had only spoken 2 sentences to Wen Yuting, a simple hello upon their first meeting and a goodbye when parting ways. Shaking his head, Cheng decided to put Wen out of his mind. Upon returning to his dormitory, a sudden realization struck him. He had forgotten to change his phone. He couldn't help but sigh at himself for never having enjoyed the good life, unable even to spend money wisely. After browsing online, he discovered that the fastest delivery would take until the day after tomorrow. It would be better to buy it offline directly. However, as night had fallen, he felt too lazy to go out and decided to wait until the next day. So, Cheng happily closed his eyes, allowing sleep to beckon him. An hour later, he found himself feeling increasingly alert. The excitement of having obtained the system on his first day left him with no inclination for sleep. Thus, he donned his headphones and began scrolling through Douyin. As the most popular short video platform, Douyin filled countless young people's fragmented time with entertainment, serving as a primary means to discover beautiful women. His Douyin feed had long been curated based on his viewing preferences, showcasing predominantly stunning young ladies. In pursuit of swiftly and conveniently enjoying delightful content, Cheng clicked on local recommendations and scrolled casually. A familiar face soon caught his attention, recognized because he often viewed her videos and had even followed her. In the video, a girl in a pink dress was chatting animatedly with the screen, her dormitory visible in the background, suggesting she was a student possibly from the same school as him. However, the angle of the shot was slightly askew, indicating that it was not filmed with a professional camera. With fair skin, an oval face, and a sweet voice, Cheng felt quite satisfied. He decided to cast an insight spell on the girl. Name, Pan Jinglange, 37 height, 156 centimeters weight, 66 kilograms, beauty score, 45 special value, 29, favorability, 0, 37 years old, a score of 45, a special value of 29? This can't be real. Is the dormitory background fake, or is it deliberately staged? This is hardly distinguishable from online scams. Stunned, Cheng marveled at the terrifying power of beauty filters, which allowed anyone to appear as a handsome or beautiful person. Oh well, it's fine. I'm merely a freebie seeker. So as long as I don't lose out, it's all right. It's just unfortunate for those deceived individuals who make it onto the list. Shaking his head, he unfollowed and blocked the account before continuing to scroll. Surely, this next one can't be a scam, can it? Looking at the alluring woman in the video, Cheng hesitantly cast his insight spell once more. Name, Wang Ruizan, age, 45, beauty score, 41 special value, 17 no way. Is it really this easy to make money as an internet celebrity? Do they truly deceive consumers' feelings without a trace of guilt? Thankfully, the information revealed by the insight spell only provided text and not photographs. Otherwise, Cheng might have needed to cleanse his eyes after just a few videos. Well, the world is vast, and all kinds of characters exist. Given enough time, he would definitely find genuine beauty. After scrolling for a good 10 minutes, he failed to find a single girl who met the system's criteria. Not to mention finding someone with a special value of 0. Even those with a score of 80 were exceedingly rare. There were a few with scores around 70, but that was hardly satisfactory. Sigh, what kind of insight is this? It's more like a demon-revealing mirror. Regardless of how heavy the makeup or how extensive the beautification, the insight spell could unveil the truth, exposing the most authentic beauty scores. This realization made Cheng appreciate just how precious someone like Wen, with her natural beauty, truly was. No way. He absolutely couldn't let Wen slip through his fingers. If he hadn't received a message from her adding his contact information by tomorrow afternoon, he would take the initiative. Cheng was right to think this way. According to the system's scoring standard out of 100, it was virtually impossible to find a woman with a beauty score of 100 in reality. Not to mention 100, even those above 95 were exceedingly rare in the world. Unfortunately, as people grow, they inevitably encounter various factors, poor diet, unfavorable environments, that negatively impact their appearance, leading to imperfections. Therefore, the most beautiful women one encounters typically fall within the range of 85 to 95. Achieving a score of 80 already qualifies one as a campus beauty. Calming his thoughts, Cheng resolved to continue searching for quality women with a score of 85 or higher and a special value of 0. He refused to believe he couldn't find a single quality goddess after an entire night of scrolling through Douyin. After another 10 minutes, he finally stumbled upon a girl he was absolutely confident about. Her username read, just on live flat, King Kingsley. The girl in the video appeared adorably naive, possessing a smooth, fair oval face. With elegantly arched eyebrows and bright almond-shaped eyes, she seemed quite gullible. Dressed in a charming princess dress, she playfully made the peace sign with her small hands. Utilizing his insight spell, the girl's information materialized before him. Name, by Cheng, age, 19, height, 161 centimeters weight, 45 kilograms, beauty score, 86 special value, 0 favorability, 0 strategy reward, talent super scholar, possesses an extraordinary talent for learning. Wow, finally, I found one. It wasn't easy. And this reward is delightful. With this, won't I excel at everything I learn? Su Cheng glanced over at the avatar on the right, noticing that Bai Qingyi was also live streaming. Without hesitation, he clicked into the live stream. Chapter 8. Is Bai Qingyi a contrast girl? Welcome to Liang Cheng Kong Xiang live stream. Huh. The streamer is actually greeting a level 0 freeloader? Upon glancing at the number of viewers, only a handful were present. No wonder she's being cordial. In a live stream, Bai Qingyi is adorned in a delicate light blue skirt, resembling an amiable neighbor girl. Su Cheng clicked on her profile and noticed she had only posted 3 videos. One featuring her own selfie, smiling innocently at the camera, another showcasing a cute, fluffy toy, and the last one displaying a photograph of the university gate, inscribed with the name Xinjiang University of Finance and Economics. Located not far from Shanghai University, this area is a university town, home to 5 or 6 institutions. Returning to the live stream, Su Cheng cast a glance at the barrage of comments. Tian Xiang Shang. Can you sing a song, streamer? Just sitting there 1T make you popular. Huiji Wei Ba. This live stream is quite dull. The streamer does nothing but welcome newcomers. It's honestly frustrating. Seconds later, the determined Cheng Gu exited the live stream. Chasing Dreams Cookie. I see the streamer's homepage only mentions adding WeChat for a carnival. She's not chatting with the top supporter, is she? The carnival is Douyin's most expensive gift, valued at 3,000 RMB. Qian Lu Feng. The brother above must be new to Douyin. Have you seen if the streamer's gift pavilion has lit up the carnival? The comments were sparse, and Bai Qingyi paid them no mind, occasionally glancing at the screen while engrossed in her phone. Su Cheng opened the gift pavilion and discovered, indeed, the carnival had not been illuminated. Only lower-priced gifts like little stars and large beers have been activated. A carnival for adding WeChat. In truth, spending on a carnival could easily connect one with a social media influencer boasting over 3 million followers. For a less popular streamer, even a small gift could suffice for a WeChat edition. Bai Qingyi's approach made it exceedingly challenging to grow her account. Yet, what if her intention was not to cultivate her account? Su Cheng pondered this briefly, considering he might utilize Douyin in the future, and casually recharged his account with 1 million diamonds, equivalent to 100,000 RMB. Although he possessed nearly 1 million, he needed funds for other matters. Moreover, while spending for rewards is reasonable, to him, money now was merely a digit. If he were to frivolously shower others with gifts in pursuit of more funds, it would lose its charm, not to mention the significant impact such expenditure could have on the world. Should others witness his extravagant spending online, they would likely deem him a wastrel or a fool. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Liang Cheng Kong Xiang sent a Carnival X1. Ding, congratulations, host. Transaction successful, earning a 3-fold reward. 9,000 RMB. As the carnival's full-screen effect illuminated, Bai Qingyi instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide in surprise. Seemingly unprepared for someone to bestow a carnival upon her during this long night. Instantly, a surge of viewers flooded the live stream. Super Tyrannosaurus God. What's happening? Despite so few viewers, someone sent a carnival? Singing for love, not a simp. Wow. This streamer is genuinely beautiful, and she hasn't even turned on beauty filters. Milk white socks, indeed. Could it be that a big shot has taken a liking to this student girl? The comments raced by rapidly, drowning out Su Cheng's previous messages. Just as he contemplated sending another comment, the live stream abruptly closed. Cheng was filled with confusion. Had he been deceived? After a brief pause, a private message popped up at the top of the screen. Upon opening it, he found it was from Bai Qingyi. Here is my WeChat ID. King Kingsley XXX curious. He wondered why the live stream had ended. Thankfully, the WeChat ID had been sent. Filled with intrigue, Cheng added Bai Qingyi on WeChat. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of Xinjiang University of Finance and Economics, wow. Qingyi, you actually received a carnival so quickly, exclaimed Chu Qiulan, her face reflecting envy. I didn't expect that. What should I do next? Bai Qingyi nervously clenched her hands, feeling overwhelmed. Coming from an ordinary family and just beginning her first year, she was acutely aware of the lavish lifestyles of her roommates through their various bags, cosmetics, and clothing, igniting her desire for wealth. Upon learning of her aspirations, Chu Qiulan encouraged her to start live streaming to attract a wealthy benefactor, even suggesting she find a suitable candidate to pursue. Unfortunately, Bai Qingyi lacked any particular talents. After a month of streaming, she had failed to create any engaging content, merely responding to comments while playing on her phone. The earlier closure of the stream was an attempt to seek advice from Chu Qiulan. Gently patting Bai Qingyi's shoulder with a teasing smile, Chu Qiulan remarked, "Don't worry. I'm right here to assist you. Once he adds you, try to get his photo. Okay, I'll leave it to you." Bai Qingyi's fingers trembled slightly as she clicked the accept button. In that moment, her heart raced. "Hello, streamer. Why did you close the live stream? You startled me. I thought I had been tricked." Seeing Su Cheng's message, Bai Qingyi quickly asked Chu Qiulan, "What should I say?" "Oh, let me handle it." Chu Qiulan snatched Bai Qingyi's phone, typing swiftly. "Isn't it natural to want to chat privately with the brother who sent you a carnival?" She concluded with a shy cat emoji. Su Cheng furrowed his brows. Although Bai Qingyi appeared pure with a special value of 0, her words seemed rather flirtatious. Had he misjudged her? Bai Qingyi was indeed a contrast girl. Nevertheless, that was inconsequential. It sufficed for him to know she was genuinely a high-quality goddess. Just as he was about to reply, another message arrived. "What should I call you? Where are you from? Could you send me a selfie?" Su Cheng responded. "I'm from Longcheng. Why do you want a selfie?" "I just want to see a handsome picture of you. If you don't want to send a selfie, we could always have a video call." She added a pleading emoji at the end. "Oh, so eager to know my appearance?" Su Cheng sensed something amiss. Sending a photo was one thing, but a video call would allow them to see each other. However, since the dormitory lights were already out, even a video call would not reveal his face clearly. Thus, he donned a jacket and stepped into the hallway. He then initiated the video call. "Here it comes. Qingyi, let us hope he is a handsome guy." Chu Qiulan handed the phone to Bai Qingyi. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qingyi connected the video call. Upon seeing Su Cheng on the screen, her face flushed and she stammered, "Why you?" "Hello." Bai Qingyi's favorability 5. Chapter 9. Bai Qingyi's decision. The future of lying flat. Su Cheng's eyes lit up. What a delightful voice. Sweet and entirely devoid of any hint of artifice. "Hello, broadcaster. How should I address you?" "My name is Bai Qingyi. I noticed the gate of Xinjiang University of Finance on your profile. Are you a student?" "Beep. What has happened? Why did the call disconnect before we even began chatting?" Su Cheng scratched his head, momentarily baffled. "I can't take it anymore. Chiu. I'm too nervous." Bai Qingyi exclaimed, patting her chest. "Don't worry. You're quite lucky. The person on the other end is a handsome guy." Chu Qiulan's eyes sparkled with envy. "What should we do next?" "Oh, he messaged again. He's asking about our situation." "Don't rush. First, determine if you're satisfied with this person." Bai Qingyi nodded thoughtfully. "Then watch me. I'll sell you off in no time." With a mischievous smile, Chu Qiulan snatched Bai Qingyi's phone and began typing. "Sorry, Chunga. I'm so nervous talking to such a handsome guy for the first time. Boohoo nervous emoji. That's no problem. Let me answer your earlier question. I'm a freshman at Xinjiang University of Finance. Strong emoji. I see I'm just next door at Songhai University. Chunga, are you also a student?" Surprised emoji, yes. "I'm currently a junior." "Does Chunga have a girlfriend?" "No." "Why? Do you want to be my girlfriend?" Chu Qiulan's eyes brightened at this message. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Bai Qingyi. "He doesn't have a girlfriend. Do you want to be his girlfriend or ask him for support?" "But I don't know how to date." Bai Qingyi was taken aback by the situation, feeling a bit lost. In a relationship, he would likely spend money on you, but typically wouldn't transfer funds directly. The upper limit is high. Who knows, you might even marry him and live a luxurious life. The lower limit, however, is quite low. He might grow tired of you in a few months and leave you with little benefit. As for support, it's like I mentioned before. With your beauty, a monthly allowance of 20,000 is completely doable, and you might even reach 30,000. Even at 20,000 per month for 10 years, you'd end up with at least 2 million. That's more than enough for a comfortable life. Chu Qiulan earnestly analyzed the pros and cons for Bai Qingyi. Bai Qingyi furrowed her brows, deep in thought. After much contemplation, she concluded that love offered no guarantees. She considered herself socially inept, desiring a life of ease, which she believed would not be enough to hold on to a man. In comparison, tangible money provided a sense of security. As for love, it was a bonus. Its absence was inconsequential. As the popular saying goes, I would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. I made my decision. Chio. I want to secure my future of lying flat. Bai Qingyi proclaimed with determination. Upon hearing this, Chu Qiulan's lips curled into a knowing smile as she gently patted Bai Qingyi's hand in comfort. That's the spirit. If it were me, I wouldn't hesitate for a second. Continuing, she typed, rather than being your girlfriend, I'd prefer to be Cheng Ji's exclusive canary. Plus, I've never had a boyfriend before. Shy emoji. Excited emoji. Su Cheng read this message and fell into silence. His lips began to curve into a smile that was hard to suppress. He understood the implication in Bai Qingyi's words. She was seeking his support. Though he had heard of many seeking such arrangements, experiencing it himself was exhilarating. Is it really this good? Broadcaster, I'm serious about this. Su Cheng typed. I'm absolutely serious. As long as Cheng Gu is capable enough. Xiao Qingqing can meet you tomorrow. Oh, how much capability do I need to demonstrate? 30,000 a month for at least 10 years. Is that acceptable? Cheng Gu expect an emoji at least 10 years? Can't we make a lifetime? Of course. A lifetime would be ideal. I'm just worried that you might find me aged and unattractive by then and wish to part ways. Pitiful emoji, how could that be? As long as you behave. I could support you for 10 lifetimes without issue. Then that means Cheng Gu agrees? Of course. Yes. Yes. Seeing Su Cheng's affirmative response, Chu Qiulan felt genuinely happy for Bai Qingyi. Why? Because she already agreed with Bai Qingyi that once it was finalized, she would receive a handsome commission. The better Bai Qingyi did, the more her reward would be. Qingyi, it seems you've succeeded. And he didn't even negotiate. Zhugulan Zhuge. Yes. Bai Qingyi sighed in relief. They didn't feel the price they offered was low. It was already the ceiling they had envisioned. Given the current economic downturn, even finding a decent beauty for 10,000 a month was feasible. If Bai Qingyi weren't exceptionally beautiful, Chu Qiulan wouldn't have set a baseline of over 20,000. Now, they just needed to finalize the details. The next morning at 8 a.m., Su Cheng drove to Zhejiang University of Finance to meet Bai Qingyi in person. After confirming their identities, Su Cheng could pay the deposit and officially embark on their sweet journey together. At this moment, Bai Qingyi suddenly looked anxious at Chu Qiulan, her delicate brows furrowing as she said, Oh no, Chio, but my way of speaking is completely different from yours. What if he feels deceived? Don't worry, men don't care about that. As long as your cute face isn't a lie, you're fine. Besides, just tell him that your online and offline personalities differ a bit. Everyone has their multifaceted nature. It's perfectly normal. Who knows, he might even appreciate that contrast in you. Chu Qiulan was unconcerned. Bai Qingyi remained apprehensive, biting her rosy lip as she continued, but I can't keep relying on you to chat with him online. Sooner or later, we won't be together. If he discovers our chatting styles are completely different, he will surely become suspicious. Hearing this, Chu Qiulan couldn't help but laugh, winking playfully as she said, Silly, why not just not type? Just video chat. This way, he can appreciate your beauty, hear your sweet voice, and feel your genuine personality. Isn't that even better? Chapter 10. Meeting Bai Qingyi in reality. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyi's eyes sparkled with realization as she tapped her forehead and exclaimed, Oh, How could I not have thought of that? Because you're a bit naive, replied Chu Chilon with a playful smirk. After a few video chats, you will likely stop dwelling on the differences between your online and offline personas. Bai Qingyi, reassured by Chu Chilon's words, felt her worries dissipate and gratefully glanced at her friend, saying, "Thank you, Chilon. You are incredibly clever. It's wonderful to have you around. When you become successful, don't forget about me. Rest assured." Meanwhile, Su Chang sighed, reflecting on how his efforts the previous night had not been in vain. Although it was already 2 a.m., he felt no hint of drowsiness. Staying up late is harmful to one's health, perhaps. I should pull an all-nighter, he mused. Yet, he dutifully lay down, attempting to cultivate some sleepiness. Before long, he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself with the most beautiful school flower from his high school days, Shun Changxi. Just as they embraced, ready to take a significant step forward, a cacophony of sounds abruptly shattered the tranquility of his dream. Shun Changxi. As his dream faded, Su Cheng felt no regret. Now, with the system by his side, perhaps winning over the most beautiful school flower was not beyond his reach. He grabbed his phone to check the time. It was 6:42 a.m. With just 18 minutes until his alarm rang, he decided to rise. Sitting up, Su Cheng mentally inquired, "System?" "Here." The system's voice, devoid of emotion, was like a melodious chime to Su Cheng. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that everything from the previous day was not merely a dream. The system was indeed real. Lifting the curtain, he noticed Zhang Yuxing already awake, preening in front of the mirror while the others remained asleep. "Yuxing, what is going on? Why are you up so early?" Su Cheng asked. Zhang Yuxing looked up, grinning. "I have a new target for my pursuits." "Oh, what is the story?" "I added a beautiful girl majoring in Chinese yesterday, and, starting today, I will be delivering her breakfast." "Wow, you're delivering breakfast again?" "Old Su, this time it's different. I can feel she has a crush on me." "Don't get carried away. You said the same about Wang Xiaoka from Class 1. That was just teasing. This time I'm serious. Just watch. I will win her over in a month." Zhang Yuxing's confidence was almost palpable. "A month? Shouldn't you give yourself a bit more time?" Su Cheng raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "No need. Lin Yiqing is not like Wang Xiaoka. This time, I have absolute confidence." "Lin Yiqing? That name sounds familiar." Su Cheng pondered, and after a moment, muttered, "Lin Yiqing? Is she a new target? Nice name, right?" "I think so too. I won't keep you any longer. I must pursue my love." Su Cheng smirked, somewhat speechless. "Sure, good luck with that." Zhang Yuxing flashed a broad smile, waved goodbye, and swaggered out of the dormitory. Su Cheng shook his head and got out of bed, dressing quickly. After washing up, he exited the dormitory. Looking up, he noticed 3 female students standing beside his Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The trio exhibited varying styles, with 2 waiting patiently while one primped in the reflection of the car's window. Su Cheng retrieved his car keys and pressed the unlock button, startling the girl at the mirror. The 3 girls glanced around and spotted Su Cheng approaching. "Handsome, is this your car?" asked the girl with light makeup, stepping forward. Su Cheng nodded. These girls were certainly attractive, but none evoked the same enchantment he felt upon encountering when Yuding or Bai Qingyi. They likely did not meet the standard of a true goddess. He directed his insight skill towards the most appealing among them. Name: Li Yueqi. Age: 20. Height: 165 centimeters. Weight: 47 kilograms. Attractiveness: 67. Special value: 5. Favorability: 5 indeed. Neither her attractiveness nor special value met the desired criteria, yet a score of 67 was commendable, classifying her as a charming girl. It was crucial to note that the insight skill revealed the most honest assessment of beauty. With modern makeup techniques, her score could likely be enhanced. Thus, the insight skills evaluation was probably much lower than what the naked eye would perceive. "Are you heading out, handsome?" Li Yueqi inquired, noticing Su Cheng's gaze. "Yes," he replied, moving toward the driver's seat. "Could you give me a ride?" "It's hard to get a taxi here," Li Yueqi asked with hopeful eyes. "Hard to get a taxi? Nonsense. Why would anyone need a taxi on campus?" Su Cheng understood that Li Yueqi aimed to get into his car, exchange WeChat information, and perhaps solicit money to expand her social circle. "Sorry, my girlfriend is quite strict. She doesn't allow me to take other girls in the car." Su Cheng diplomatically declined. The three girls' expressions shifted to disappointment upon hearing this. Recognizing they had been rejected, they refrained from pressing further, as there was no point in pursuing someone who showed no interest. Instead, they stepped back, adopting a pitiful demeanor, hoping Su Cheng might reconsider. Regrettably, Su Cheng did not glance back at them. He simply opened the car door, started the engine, and drove away. The first order of business upon exiting was to acquire a new mobile phone. Su Cheng purchased 5 iPhone 16s and 5 top-tier models, deeming 10 as sufficient backups. Not wishing to carry more than necessary, he opted for both a Huawei and an Apple device for personal use, alternating between them. Primarily, he preferred Huawei, having been accustomed to the Android system, while the iOS system felt somewhat awkward to him. Having completed his phone shopping with tens of thousands in cashback, Su Cheng had grown indifferent to such expenditures. Truth be told, before acquiring the system, Su Cheng was merely an ordinary youth aspiring for a laid-back life. He had always believed that having enough money to live comfortably was sufficient. Thus, upon gaining a fortune of millions, he felt he had achieved his life's goal. The days ahead would involve leisurely accumulating wealth while reveling in a relaxed and delightful lifestyle. After a while, Su Cheng drove to the entrance of Indulging University of Finance. The time was 7:45, leaving him 15 minutes until his appointment with Cheng at 8 o'clock. Unhurried, he opened his new Huawei phone to inform Cheng of his arrival and began scrolling through Douyin. To his surprise, just as he opened the app, Cheng sent him a message stating that she had arrived at the school gate. Looking up, he indeed spotted Cheng standing not far from the entrance, holding her phone and looking somewhat dazed. Chapter 11. Six-fold consumption rebate. 3 million soft sister coins. Today, Cheng tied her hair into a ponytail, with a few stray strands gently falling across her forehead, dressed adorably and elegantly. She wore a pink dress adorned with butterfly patterns, complemented by white stockings that reached just above her knees, adding an extra touch of sweetness. Beside her stood a girl of similar height, who also appeared to be a little beauty. It remained uncertain whether she could meet the standards of a high-quality goddess. Su Cheng, with a thought, activated his insight ability. Name, Chu Chilon. Age, 19. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Attractiveness, 69. Special value, 3. Affection level, 10. A score of 69 in attractiveness was indeed commendable. With a bit of makeup, she would likely surpass 70 and be deemed a great beauty. Oh, to have a starting affection level of 10 upon first meeting was unexpected. It was even higher than Cheng's, who only had 5 points. Shaking his head, Su Cheng exited the vehicle and waved at Cheng. Cheng, over here. Upon hearing his voice, both Cheng and Chu Qiulan turned their gazes towards him and walked over in unison. Cheng Ji. Upon reaching Su Cheng, Cheng's cheeks visibly flushed, her small hands fidgeting with her phone. Why was she so shy? Wasn't she quite bold during their conversation yesterday? Su Cheng chuckled. What s with the shyness? It's different, Cheng whispered. And who might this be? Su Cheng inquired, glancing at Chu Qiulan. She is my best friend. I was worried about coming out alone, so she accompanied me, Cheng explained. Oh, so she is joining us today? Su Cheng asked. Not really, as long as Cheng Ji pays the deposit to Cheng as we agreed. That is sufficient, Chu Qiulan rejected. Su Cheng nodded. I see. Let's get straight to the point then. Cheng, please send me your bank account number. Oh. Cheng paused for a moment before sending Su Cheng the prepared bank details. Without hesitation, Su Cheng transferred 500,000 to her. Initially, they had agreed on a yearly payment of 360,000, but Su Cheng rounded it up for simplicity's sake. Since the sponsorship contract bore no legal weight, they bypassed such formalities. By providing the funds up front, Su Cheng ensured Cheng's interests were safeguarded, preventing her from being deceived. Likewise, Su Cheng had his own assurances. If Cheng failed to fulfill her obligations, he could pursue her for fraud. Naturally, the one who stood to lose the most was Cheng. Yet, to attain a life of luxury, such risks were necessary. Ding, congratulations, host. Successful transaction. You have received a 6-fold consumption rebate reward. 3 million soft sister coins. Another 3 million in hand. Delightful. Who would have thought this could be categorized as his own expenditure by the system? In this case, by Cheng, this stunning beauty, was virtually being spoiled by him. Was it at 360,000? Why did you transfer me 500,000? Bai Cheng looked at Su Cheng in confusion. Cheng, it's clear that Cheng Ji holds you in high regard and decided to give a little extra. In the future, when Cheng Ji gives you money, just say thank you without questioning. Chu Qiulan quickly advised as she noticed Bai Cheng's bewilderment. Oh, thank you, Cheng Ji. Bai Cheng shyly stuck out her tongue. Bai Cheng's affection level 10. It's all right. Today is Wednesday, and you're both freshmen. Don't you have classes? Su Cheng casually asked. We took a leave, Bai Cheng replied obediently. I see. Then I must cherish our first meeting today. Su Cheng smiled. I won't intrude any longer, Cheng Ji. Cheng, you two had a nice chat. Chu Qiulan, recognizing that matters had been settled, realized it was time for her to leave. Okay, Bai Cheng softly responded, while Su Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. Chu Qiulan gave Bai Cheng a gesture of encouragement before departing. Shall we head out as well? Su Cheng asked. Bai Cheng followed Su Cheng into the car. Shall we grab a bite to eat first? Seeing Bai Cheng still a bit reserved, Su Cheng took the initiative to spark a conversation. Sure. What do you feel like eating? Anything is fine. I have a small appetite, so I'm good with whatever. Bai Cheng replied. All right. Su Cheng nodded, but just as he was about to drive, he noticed Bai Cheng hadn't fastened her seatbelt. Cheng, your seatbelt. Huh? All right. Bai Cheng nervously turned to pull on the seatbelt, but it didn't click into place. Observing her struggle, Su Cheng chuckled softly. Let me help you. He leaned over to assist her with the seatbelt. Bai Cheng, feeling flustered, dared not move, the scent of Su Cheng's masculine aura enveloping her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Moments later, with a click, Su Cheng secured the seatbelt for her. Noticing the unusual redness on Bai Cheng's face, Su Cheng reassured her. Don't be nervous. I'm quite easygoing. Bai Cheng nodded. Bai Cheng's affection level 5. Su Cheng chose not to say more. It was understandable that Bai Cheng felt anxious during their first encounter. Moreover, her demeanor clearly indicated that this was her first time spending time alone with a boy. As the car moved steadily forward, Bai Cheng gradually relaxed. Before long, Su Cheng arrived at a quaint breakfast shop nearby. After alighting from the car, Bai Cheng obediently walked beside him, her head lowered, unable to see her own toes. Su Cheng, unfazed, took Bai Cheng's delicate hand and led her to the breakfast shop. Perusing the menu, he casually ordered a few buns, the restaurant's signature dishes, along with 2 bowls of millet porridge. Simple yet unpretentious. In truth, Su Cheng also had a modest appetite. With such a small order, they likely wouldn't finish it. After sharing breakfast, they grew more familiar with each other. Bai Cheng's nervousness began to dissipate, and she was no longer so apprehensive that her palms were sweaty. Once back in the car, Su Cheng held Bai Cheng's hand, playfully inquiring, where would you like to go next? You can decide. Cheng Ji, Bai Cheng said shyly, avoiding his admiring gaze, her head slightly bowed. Focusing on Su Cheng's large hand. All right, then I'll take you shopping for some bags and clothes, Su Cheng suggested. Okay, Bai Cheng nodded. This time, she swiftly fastened her seatbelt, diminishing Su Cheng's chance to create a flirty atmosphere. But it didn't matter. They both understood that if everything went smoothly today, they would undoubtedly have mutual pleasures. On the road, Bai Cheng admired Su Cheng's profile, secretly reveling in her good fortune. As she settled down, she recalled Chu Qiulan's words. Meeting someone as handsome and affluent as Cheng Ji was rare. She should position herself accordingly and take the initiative to make him happy. Reflecting on her previous actions, Bai Cheng realized she might have been overly awkward. During breakfast, she should have been more proactive and fed Cheng Ji herself. He and T seemed upset, which was wonderful. With this thought, Bai Cheng smiled gently and said, Cheng Ji, thank you for trusting me. I may not be very articulate and can be a bit slow to react, but I promise I will be obedient. Chapter 12. The sweet and tender first kiss. Su Cheng gazed at Bai Cheng in surprise and smiled. I had already noticed. Did you turn off the live stream yesterday to have your friend advise you? Yes. Bai Cheng admitted readily upon being seen through. By the way, I have prepared a gift for our meeting. As Su Cheng spoke, he produced an iPhone 16. This. Thank you, Cheng-gu. Bai Qingyi accepted the gift obediently. Bai Qingyi's affection level 5. Her current phone was merely worth 3 to 4,000. Even her live streaming equipment was borrowed from Chu Qiulan. She had originally planned to upgrade her phone after getting closer to Su Cheng, but she never expected him to be so thoughtful. Gifting her an iPhone 16 at their first meeting. Was a mere thank you sufficient? Su Cheng, half joking, winked and elongated his tone, seemingly waiting for something. Bai Qingyi's heart raced. She recalled what Chu Qiulan had whispered to her yesterday. If Chenggu buys you something, not only should you express your gratitude verbally, but you must also take action, hold his hand, embrace him, or even kiss him. You must learn to respond flexibly. With that thought, a blush crept onto Bai Qingyi's cheeks. However, since Su Cheng was driving, she felt it inappropriate to act. So she whispered, "Of course not. When you park, I will." Noticing she had not finished her sentence, Su Cheng pressed for clarification. "What? Just. You'll know soon." Bai Qingyi turned her head shyly, unable to articulate her thoughts. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Su Cheng ceased to tease her. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at an underground parking lot in the city center. Just as Su Cheng was about to exit the car, Bai Qingyi tugged at his sleeve. "What is it?" Su Cheng inquired, puzzled. "You. Turn around and close your eyes." Bai Qingyi's voice was barely audible. Had it not been for Su Cheng's keen hearing, he would have struggled to catch her last words. "Oh." Su Cheng's eyes brightened as he entertained a possibility. If a girl asked you to do such a thing, it typically meant she was about to offer a sweet kiss. He nodded and turned to face Bai Qingyi, closing his eyes. "Don't peek." Bai Qingyi admonished softly, seeing Su Cheng ready. Summoning her courage, she slowly approached him, shutting her eyes as her lips gently brushed his cheek before she quickly pulled away. Su Cheng's body trembled slightly as the fragrance of a young girl enveloped him, a warm sensation fleeting across his face. So soft? Is this what a beautiful girl's kiss feels like? Sweet and soft, though he wondered how it would taste. With that thought, Su Cheng promptly opened his eyes and noticed Bai Qingyi attempting to escape. He quickly extended his right hand and placed it at the back of her head. "Qingyi Chenggu." Upon seeing the heat and intensity in Su Cheng's gaze, Bai Qingyi instantly understood his intentions and, filled with trepidation, shut her eyes tightly. Thinking she had consented, Su Cheng leaned in without hesitation, his left hand encircling her slender waist as he kissed her. In an instant, their heartbeats quickened. Bai Qingyi instinctively embraced Su Cheng, their breaths mingling passionately. This was Su Cheng's first kiss, and likewise Bai Qingyi's. Despite it being their inaugural encounter of such intimacy, Su Cheng seemed to awaken a primal instinct, pressing Bai Qingyi tightly against him, savoring the sweetness akin to honey. It appeared that the art of gathering such sweetness was an innate ability among boys, even without formal instruction. Gradually, Bai Qingyi felt herself growing breathless. Her eyes glazed over, her body weakened as if her very essence was being drawn away, and she melted into Su Cheng's embrace. Bai Qingyi's affection level 1. Bai Qingyi's affection level 1. Bai Qingyi's affection level 1. Sweet, soft, and delightful. After what felt like an eternity, Su Cheng finally released the adorable Bai Qingyi. A shimmering thread seemed to connect them in that moment. Gazing at her flushed face, her sparkling eyes, and her luscious lips, Su Cheng understood that even if he proposed to find a room for an intimate dance, Bai Qingyi would shyly agree, without any decline in her affection. However, Su Cheng was not one to act hastily, eager to indulge. Otherwise, he would have immediately squandered his newfound resources on lavish seafood after acquiring the system yesterday. In this restless society, few could remain unscathed by the allure of wealth. There was still ample time ahead. Su Cheng had all the time in the world to share moments that couples cherished. As Bai Qingyi's expression regained clarity, Su Cheng gently brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, complimenting her. "Qingyi, you are truly beautiful. Chenggu is handsome too. I really like you." Bai Qingyi replied softly, her cheeks reddening. "Ah, didn't you say you were not good with words? Your little mouth seems quite eloquent." Su Cheng's smile widened as he leaned in to gently kiss her lips once more, causing her to close her eyes nervously. Yet, he refrained from further teasing her, redirecting his attention to the system's recent notifications. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden beginner task, receiving a quality goddess's first kiss. Reward: 1 bronze level random draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden beginner task. Losing one's first kiss. Reward. 1 bronze level random draw. What? There are hidden beginner tasks and draws? What treasures await in the prize pool? The array of items in the prize pool is vast, with a high probability of winning shares in corporations, luxury cars, and opulent residences. Intriguing. Let us begin the draw. Immediately, 2 spinning wheels appeared before Su Cheng. As they whirled together, the pointers eventually landed on. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a Patek Philippe 5990 are valued at 1.8 million renminbi. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the by Gue Yuan number 001 villa. A Patek Philippe 5990 are worth 1.8 million renminbi? Not bad at all. Unfortunately, he wasn't accustomed to wearing watches, much like many who dislike various forms of adornment. Wearing such items often evoked a sense of constraint. However, indulging in something new for a few days wouldn't hurt. As for the Bai Gue Yuan number 001 villa, Bai Gue Yuan is the most prestigious community in Jinjiang City, with villas easily worth tens of millions, inhabited by the affluent and elite. Su Cheng's Bai Gue Yuan No. 001 villa is valued at half a small goal. The price is not the crux. The significance lies in how many wish to purchase a villa in Bai Gue Yuan, yet find themselves unable to do so. Why? Because one must have capability. Some things cannot be acquired solely with wealth. Nonetheless, for Su Cheng at this moment, these rewards merely spared him the trouble of purchasing a watch and a villa. Upon claiming his rewards, Su Cheng felt something new in his pocket. Upon inspection, it was indeed the Patek Philippe 5990R. With a deep blue dial, rose gold hands and markers, and a distinctive horizontal textured relief pattern. He couldn't help but think low-key luxury with depth. The Patek Philippe certificate was placed within the Bai Gue Yuan number 001 villa. As he glanced at Bai Qingyi, who was staring at him in a daze, he utilized his insight ability and discovered her affection level had risen to 45. He smiled as he playfully pinched Bai Qingyi's delicate face, gently saying, "Let us alight from the vehicle. This evening, I shall indulge in teasing you quite thoroughly." Bai Qingyi's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she responded softly, "As long as Chenggu is happy. Do not call me Chenggu anymore. From now on, address me as brother." "All right, brother." The sweetly uttered term of endearment nearly rendered Su Cheng weak at the knees. Chapter 13. The first encounter with Su Xinyan, Su Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Envisioning how Bai Qingyi would call him brother during the day, husband by night, and perhaps something more intimate in the early hours. After tenderly adjusting the collar of Bai Qingyi's attire, he led her out of the car. Hand in hand, they entered the elevator, eventually arriving at an exclusive Louis Vuitton boutique. The moment the sales associate laid eyes on Su Cheng, exuding an air of elegance and charm, and Bai Qingyi, radiating sweetness and beauty, her heart leapt with joy, recognizing the arrival of distinguished guests. She promptly approached them, her smile as warm as that of a long-lost benefactor. "Welcome to Louis Vuitton. I am the sales associate, Xiao Li, and I am delighted to assist you. How may I help?" Su Cheng smiled at Bai Qingyi, seeking her opinion. "Qingyi, what would you like to look at first?" Tilting her head playfully, Bai Qingyi replied, "I'll follow my brother's lead." With a fond caress of her head, Su Cheng said, "All right, let us start with a handbag." The sales associate, brimming with excitement, quickly guided them to the display of new handbag arrivals. "Qingyi, feel free to choose whichever you like. Today, you are the star. Don't select something you don't love just to save me money." Bai Qingyi, feeling slightly embarrassed, turned her head away. She had indeed entertained thoughts of saving Su Cheng's money, considering the generous amount he had given her. Spending more of his wealth felt excessive. "Did you hear that?" Bai Qingyi nodded in agreement. Thus, she surveyed the options and ultimately selected a delicate pink handbag, turning to Su Cheng with a smile. "Brother, what do you think? Does this match well with me?" "Absolutely. You look stunning with any handbag." Su Cheng's words rang true. As long as one possesses beauty, even the least expensive, least attractive handbag would pale in comparison to Bai Qingyi's exquisite charm, which would captivate all around her. Naturally, the perfect handbag that complements her striking visage would be ideal. Bai Qingyi blushed at his compliment, a shy smile gracing her lips. She tried on a few more bags, yet none compared to the initial pink one. Finally, she held up her original choice and looked at Su Cheng. "Brother, I'll take this one." "Very well," Su Cheng replied, leading her to the register. The handbag, not the most expensive, cost just over 30,000. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. You have received a 7-fold cashback reward. Over 240,000 RMB. Another significant sum flowed into his account. In truth, Su Cheng was not particularly interested in handbags. His enthusiasm lay in personally selecting various garments for Bai Qingyi. In his eyes, she could effortlessly embody any style, be it the adorable lowly look, the sweet girl aesthetic, or the seductive mature woman persona. While handbags were lovely, their contribution to enhancing Bai Qingyi's beauty was limited. However, the right clothing could elevate her allure to new heights. Consider how many ordinary-looking girls, and even some boys, donned beautiful outfits, obscured their faces, and recorded videos. Despite lacking any allure, their follower count surged. After purchasing the handbag, Su Cheng guided Bai Qingyi to acquire some luxurious cosmetics and jewelry. They then ventured into the clothing section, where he selected several outfits and skirts for her, racking up another expenditure of over 200,000. Yet, the system's cashback rewards were substantial. With a 5-fold rebate, he earned over 1 million. Bai Qingyi realized that with Su Cheng by her side, she felt like a pampered princess, hardly needing to spend her own money. Gazing at the generous Su Cheng, her eyes sparkled with sweetness, almost tangible. Bai Qingyi's affection level 5. Su Cheng's eyes lit up. Finally, her affection had surpassed the threshold of 50. Only 30 points remained until he could reach the coveted 80. The rewards for his strategy were within reach. Soon after, they entered a brand store specializing in skirts. The soft lighting illuminated an array of skirts adorning the walls and displays, a kaleidoscope of colors that dazzled the eye. A sales associate, upon noticing them, beamed with enthusiasm and rushed over. "Welcome. You two have come to the right place. We have just received a new batch of skirts, perfect for discerning customers like yourselves." Su Cheng instinctively glanced at her, his eyes widening with intrigue. The associate wore a fitted suit that expertly accentuated her graceful figure, paired with a knee-length A-line skirt. Her legs wrapped in sheer black stockings. The stockings, just grazing her knees, hinted at the sheen of her skin beneath, both mysterious and enticing. Her face, free of makeup, radiated natural beauty. Her high nose and slender eyebrows evoked a sense of elegance, complemented by a gentle smile that made one feel as if they were basking in a spring breeze, instantly fostering goodwill. Despite the uniform being merely work attire, it could not conceal her exceptional beauty. Surely, she must possess a score of 85 or higher. He hoped she met the criteria for a quality goddess. With anticipation, Su Cheng cast a discerning glance at her. Name, Su Xinyan. Age, 22. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 85. Special value, 0. Affection level, 0. Strategy reward. Master level combat skills. Master level combat skills. Attain a high skill level and rich practical experience in combat. Adeptly mastering various techniques, including Dragon Fist, Shiba Jiu-Jitsu, and Wing Chun. An appearance rating of 85? Remarkable. If she were to lose just 1 point, Su Xinyan would no longer meet the standard for a quality goddess. Master-level combat skills? Quite impressive, if combined with the rewards from enticing when using. Super Soldier Serum number 2. Master-level combat skills invincible? What a thrilling prospect. For Su Cheng, who had harbored dreams of martial arts since childhood, this reward was undeniably enticing. In an instant, he absorbed all the information about Su Xinyan, silently committing her name to memory. Nodding at Su Xinyan, he subtly turned to Bai Qingyi and gently inquired, "What do you think, Qingyi? Is there a style that piques your interest?" Bai Qingyi surveyed the store, her gaze ultimately falling upon a light blue Lolita dress. "Brother, how about that dress?" Su Cheng glanced at it, considering it quite suitable. "Indeed, it perfectly complements your style." Just then, a woman approached from the right, astonished. She wore the same uniform as Su Xinyan, clearly another sales associate. Chapter 14. Despite his lack of striking looks or towering height, He is merely an ordinary man of wealth. Are you, Senior Su Man? Bai Qingyi gazed at the newcomer in astonishment. What? Is it so soon that you fail to recognize me? Su Man chuckled lightly, approaching with an air of poise. However, as she drew near, she noticed that both Bai Qingyi and Su Cheng were adorned in exquisite garments, clutching items from luxurious brands. Su Man's expression shifted subtly. Realizing that Bai Qingyi was likely no longer the nouveau junior she once knew, and she promptly retracted her condescending demeanor. Man, do you know each other? Su Xinyan inquired, shifting aside to grant Su Man space. Su Man managed an awkward smile and replied, We've met a few times. Su Xinyan hesitated before saying, Then will you be attending to these two? No. Su Man shook her head. Having just seen off 2 customers, it would be inappropriate to usurp Su Xinyan's responsibilities. Senior Su Man, what brings you here? Bai Qingyi, still a step behind, had yet to realize that Su Man was an employee of the establishment. I'm currently working here part-time, getting accustomed to the demands of future life, Su Man replied, displaying a calm demeanor. As a senior in the same university as Bai Qingyi, she had come to recognize the paramount importance of financial stability in this world. Thus, she leveraged her connection with roommate Su Xinyan to secure a position at this luxury brand store, believing it to be an optimal way to engage with the affluent. Seeing Bai Qingyi nod in understanding, Su Man deftly shifted the conversation. Let us not dwell on me. ISNT today, Wednesday? Don't you have classes? Bai Qingyi glanced at Su Cheng and whispered, I took a leave of absence for personal matters. Su Cheng, noting Bai Qingyi's demeanor, realized her unfamiliarity with Su Man. He cast a sidelong glance at Su Man and noted her decent appearance. Yet, upon employing his insight ability, he discovered her beauty rating to be merely 63, with a special attribute of 9. Su Cheng sighed, marveling at the prowess of modern cosmetics, and considered Bai Qingyi's social awkwardness, interjecting, Qingyi, who is this? She is a senior from our college, Bai Qingyi explained. I see, Su Cheng nodded, turning to Su Man. Hello, I am Su Cheng, Bai Qingyi's boyfriend. How about we catch up after we finish shopping? Bai Qingyi's affection level 5. Upon hearing this, Su Man, with nearly half a year of experience under her belt, recognized Su Cheng's subtle hint to exit. She quickly replied with a forced smile, You two carry on. I just came by to greet Qingyi. Bai Qingyi felt a surge of affection. She had not anticipated Su Cheng would so openly declare her as girlfriend in front of others. Although it did not signify much, it provided her with considerable respect. Su Cheng nodded at Su Xinyan, instructing, Please fetch that light blue Lolita dress from above for my girlfriend to try on. Su Xinyan nodded eagerly, her face beaming with delight. Of course, please follow me. As Su Man watched Bai Qingyi's graceful figure fade from view, a whirlwind of emotions churned within her. Initially, upon seeing Bai Qingyi, she instinctively adopted the stance of a senior to greet her. Yet, she was taken aback that the once naive and clumsy junior had quietly secured a tall, handsome, and wealthy boyfriend. Su Man was certain of Su Cheng's affluence, for she knew Bai Qingyi was not a small-time rich girl. When will I ever find a boyfriend? Even if he isn't handsome or tall, just an ordinary man of wealth would suffice. After Su Xinyan retrieved the dress, she guided Su Cheng and Bai Qingyi to the fitting room, attentively opening the door and presenting the light blue Lolita dress. Bai Qingyi accepted the dress and entered the fitting room with Su Cheng. Su Cheng glanced around, deploying his insight ability to ensure there were no surveillance devices before giving Bai Qingyi a nod. Go ahead and try it on. Bai Qingyi then set aside her belongings and began to try on the dress. Although she did not need to undress completely, Su Cheng remained vigilant, checking the surroundings. On one hand, it was due to his newfound fascination with the insight ability. On the other, he had seen too many shocking videos online. Modern technology was so advanced that unexpected places might harbor cameras for voyeurism. He certainly did not wish to discover his beloved appearing in some dubious corner of the internet. This was not mere paranoia. A blogger he followed had ceased posting after disturbing the interests of certain individuals by exposing hidden cameras. Returning to the matter at hand, Bai Qingyi soon emerged in the dress, examining herself in the mirror. Su Cheng was captivated, marveling at her sweetness and charm. Bai Qingyi looked stunning. This dress seems tailor-made for you. Bai Qingyi blushed and smiled shyly, twirling around, clearly pleased with her appearance. Without further ado, Su Cheng selected a few more exquisite dresses before proceeding to check out. Another substantial expenditure, and Bai Qingyi had grown somewhat numb to Su Cheng's lavishness. She even suspected that by the end of the day, his spending on her would exceed the initial 500,000 yuan allocated for their outing. This realization underscored just how deeply Su Cheng cherished her. Otherwise, he would not be purchasing so many items. Watching this scene unfold, Su Man felt envy nearly spilling from her eyes. Su Xinyan's affection level 5. Su Xinyan, witnessing the couple's joyous interaction, beamed with delight. Closing this deal for Su Cheng would yield her a significant commission, a substantial sum for someone like her, who had been self-sufficient for years. She escorted Su Cheng and Bai Qingyi to the door, cheerfully saying, "We look forward to your next visit. The shopping bag contains our store's business card. Feel free to call any time for inquiries." The business card Su Xinyan referred to was not her personal contact, but rather a means to reach the store. After nodding at Su Xinyan, Su Cheng wrapped his arm around Bai Qingyi's waist as they departed. With Bai Qingyi by his side, he could not bring himself to flirt with other women in her presence. This was not only a mark of respect for Bai Qingyi, but also a consideration for other women. Moreover, should he act otherwise, it would not only diminish Bai Qingyi's affection for him, but also that of Su Xinyan, potentially plunging it into the negative. Only a socially inept sycophant would recklessly approach women in a desperate attempt to curry favor without regard for the situation. Chapter 15, Brother, why are you so good to me? After watching Su Cheng and Bai Qingyi depart, Su Man gazed at the cheerful Su Xinyan, unable to restrain herself from speaking. "Xinyan, this time you've encountered a substantial order. You must be able to earn quite a bit." Hearing this, Su Xinyan could only manage a wry smile. "You still don't understand me? All the money I earn here has to be saved to repay my student loans." "Why the rush with your student loans? Don't they accrue interest? You could wait until after graduation to repay." Su Man replied dismissively. Su Xinyan shot her a glance of exasperation. "Where did you hear that? This year, after we graduate, the interest on student loans starts accumulating from September. If I can't repay, the interest will compound, and I'll end up paying back much more." "Oh, I thought." Su Man was momentarily at a loss for words. She was aware that Su Xinyan's family favored males over females, leaving her marginalized. Currently, Su Xinyan was in a near estranged relationship with her family, relying solely on her own efforts. After contemplating, she suggested, why not consider finding a boyfriend? There are so many eager admirers out there. If you pick one with decent conditions, you could easily settle your debts. "Forget it. My debts aren't that significant. I can repay them in a few years of working." Su Xinyan shook her head, dismissing Su Man's suggestion. Seeing her friend's determination, Su Man refrained from saying more, silently wishing for her own generous admirer to appear soon. After Su Cheng and Bai Qingyi finished shopping for dresses, they ventured into the hosiery section. In a moment of embarrassment for Bai Qingyi, Su Cheng mischievously bought her several pairs of stockings, black, white, nude, gray. Unable to contain herself, Bai Qingyi leaned in and whispered, "Brother, buying so many, I'll one tea be able to wear them all." Su Cheng shook his head, leaning closer to her ear and murmuring, "No worries. The more, the better. Besides, these are consumables that will be of great use later." At his words, Bai Qingyi's face flushed deeper. Realizing she could not deter Su Cheng, she resigned herself to his whims. Fortunately, their arms were laden with bags, preventing him from buying excessively. Soon, they returned to the car. Glancing at the piled-up items in the back seat, Bai Qingyi felt a surge of gratitude and gently took Su Cheng's hand, saying softly, "Brother, why are you so good to me?" They had only met for the first time, and their acquaintance had not exceeded 12 hours. Su Cheng not only trusted her, risking the possibility of her absconding with the 500,000 yuan deposit he had given her, but he had also refrained from purchasing anything for himself, dedicating his spending to cosmetics, accessories, clothing, and stockings for her. The value of these gifts likely surpassed the initial deposit. Bai Qingyi silently resolved to obediently provide emotional support to Su Cheng. "If I don't treat you well, can I treat you poorly?" Su Cheng replied casually. Yet in the next moment, he realized that he might indeed have to play some tricks on Bai Qingyi in the future. Brother Bai Qingyi slightly closed her eyes, pouting her lips to offer him a kiss. Once something has its first occurrence, it leads to a second, and then countless more. Now, she felt far less nervous about kissing Su Cheng than she had during their first encounter. Su Cheng naturally did not hold back. He gently cupped Bai Qingyi's delicate face and leaned in, capturing her lips with his. After a while, a glimmer of silver silk glided through the air. Bai Qingyi's gaze transformed into a captivating allure, as though she could ensnare Su Cheng's very soul, though she remained oblivious to this change. Her cheeks flushed, resembling blossoming peach flowers, evoking an irresistible desire to draw closer. Su Cheng noticed this and thought to himself that he had stumbled upon a treasure. Perhaps beneath Bai Qingyi's adorably innocent exterior lay a charm unknown to all. As noon approached, Su Cheng decided to escort Bai Qingyi to a quaintly decorated Chinese restaurant, wafting enticing aromas. Upon entering, the melodious sound of a guzheng greeted them, harmonizing beautifully with the wooden decor, creating a serene and elegant atmosphere. The average person might instinctively leave upon hearing such music, recognizing the establishment's exceptional ambience and undoubtedly high prices. However, for Su Cheng, this atmosphere was precisely to his liking. Hand in hand, he and Bai Qingyi strolled into the restaurant. As they entered, a cheerful server approached them, her voice bright and pleasant. "Hello, welcome. Please come in." Nodding, Su Cheng led Bai Qingyi through the bustling hall to a quiet private room. "This will do," he stated to the server. The server nodded in affirmation and promptly presented the menu. Su Cheng handed it to Bai Qingyi. "Take a look and see what you like." Bai Qingyi perused the menu carefully, her brows slightly furrowed, seeming indecisive. Observing her hesitation, Su Cheng gently inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something that doesn't appeal to you?" Bai Qingyi shook her head. "The dishes all look excellent. It's just that there are so many options, and I'm unsure what to choose." Upon hearing this, Su Cheng smiled and took the menu back, glancing at the offerings. Since he had never been to this restaurant either, he had no idea what was good. He turned to the server and said, "Just prepare a few of your signature dishes for two." "Certainly, sir. May I ask if either of you has any dietary restrictions?" "I do not," Su Cheng replied, glancing at Bai Qingyi. "Neither do I," Bai Qingyi echoed. The server nodded and stepped away to prepare their order. Seizing the opportunity, Su Cheng began to playfully hold Bai Qingyi's delicate hand, engaging her in conversation. After a while, several servers arrived, presenting an array of steaming dishes: caviar with sea urchin on puning frozen tofu, braised Annam belly, a five-snake soup-filled yellow croaker, and rock sugar blood swallow. The fish was tender, the broth rich, and the aroma enticing. Once the servers departed, Su Cheng picked up his chopsticks and offered a piece of fish to Bai Qingyi. "Try this. It should taste delightful." Bai Qingyi accepted without hesitation, taking a bite and revealing a satisfied smile. "It's delicious." With that, she mimicked his actions, offering him a piece of fish in return. Su Cheng happily accepted. Thus, they engaged in a sweet exchange, feeding each other tenderly. As Bai Qingyi fed him a lobster, he playfully nibbled on her delicate fingers, eliciting a playful pout from her. After satisfying their appetites, they returned to the car and set off towards the neighborhood of Baigui Yuan. Initially, Su Cheng had planned to accompany Bai Qingyi to purchase a ready-to-move-in apartment in the city center for some joyful activities that night. However, with a villa already at their disposal, there was no need to expend effort searching for a new place. Chapter 16. Brother, your bed is so large. The villa, as a reward from the system, spared Su Cheng from the burdensome procedures and tedious matters. He merely needed to arrive with his luggage. Approaching the country garden villa area, the scenery along the route became increasingly delightful, with fresh air and the melodious chirping of birds. Upon confirming the information with the management staff of the villa area, they were granted easy access. The villa district also boasted a golf course and a sizable artificial lake at its center, with surrounding villas elegantly encircling it. As they entered the villa area, Bai Qingyi was instantly captivated by the picturesque landscape, immaculately clean with lush greenery. A deep breath allowed her to savor the essence of nature. In no time, they arrived at villa number 001 of Country Garden. Su Cheng took Bai Qingyi's hand, leading her on a tour of the villa. The villa comprised 5 levels, 3 above ground and 2 below. Thanks to the light wells, even the second basement received ample sunlight. The villa contained numerous rooms, including a master bedroom, a maid's room, and several guest rooms available for their children. However, for Su Cheng, who currently had only Bai Qingyi, these guest rooms would remain unoccupied for the time being. Additionally, there were a study, a gym, a table tennis room, a billiard room, and even a private cinema, not to mention a luxurious private pool in the backyard and on the rooftop. "Brother, your home is enormous," Bai Qingyi exclaimed, her face reflecting awe as she turned to Su Cheng. "What do you think? Do you like it?" Su Cheng smiled. "I love it. Shall we stay here tonight?" Su Cheng teased with a mischievous grin. I'll follow your lead, brother." Bai Qingyi blushed, aware that her identity was about to transform after 19 years, from a girl to a young woman. "Let's choose a room first," he suggested. "Okay." Su Cheng held Bai Qingyi's hand as they took the elevator, exploring the second and third floors. Eventually, Bai Qingyi found herself standing in front of a room adjacent to the master bedroom. In a hushed tone, she said, "Brother, I'll pick this one." She glanced at Su Cheng, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. In truth, the room layouts were quite similar, but selecting one next to the master bedroom meant they could be closer in the future. "All right, let us get your things settled," Su Cheng responded, understanding that Bai Qingyi's choice was merely for storage, as she would ultimately curl up beside him in the master bedroom at night. Bai Qingyi smiled faintly at his agreement, contemplating how this arrangement would facilitate her moments with Su Cheng. After bringing Bai Qingyi's belongings to her room, she refrained from unpacking hastily, knowing her primary task was to accompany Su Cheng, providing him with emotional support. In the master bedroom, a grand bed caught their attention. Su Cheng estimated it could comfortably accommodate 7 or 8 people without feeling cramped. "Brother, why is your bed so much larger than the others?" Bai Qingyi inquired, noticing the difference. Upon uttering those words, she seemed to remember something, her cheeks flushing once more. Perhaps this is one of the distinctions between the master and guest rooms," Su Cheng offered uncertainly. Turning to see Bai Qingyi's flushed face, he playfully asked, "Hey Qingyi, what are you thinking? Why is your face so red?" "Nothing. I just feel a bit warm." Bai Qingyi murmured, her gaze lowered, avoiding direct eye contact with him, her voice barely audible. She certainly wouldn't admit to her wandering thoughts. "Is that so?" Su Cheng noted her attire, bending down to scoop her up in a princess carry, eliciting a gasp from Bai Qingyi as he moved towards the bed. "If you're feeling hot, perhaps you should remove your clothes." "Remove my clothes?" Bai Qingyi felt dizzy at the suggestion. Seeing her adorably dazed expression, Su Cheng's playful spirit surged. He brought her to the bed and, with a swift motion, tossed her onto it. The mattress was soft, causing Bai Qingyi to bounce slightly. In a few swift motions, Su Cheng shed his jacket and pounced onto the bed. Bai Qingyi felt him press against her for a fleeting moment before being swept into his embrace. "Qingyi, your bashful demeanor is quite charming," Su Cheng complimented. Now, Bai Qingyi offered no resistance, tightly closing her eyes, resembling a delicate flower ready for plucking. Sensing the lack of further action, Bai Qingyi couldn't help but open her eyes to gaze at Su Cheng. Noticing the intense heat in his eyes, she softly inquired, "Brother, are we about to engage in some post-meal activities?" "Post-meal activities?" Su Cheng chuckled, amused by her choice of words. "There's no rush. After walking for so long this morning, you must be tired. Not too bad. Shall we take a shower first?" "We can. Later." "Are we showering together?" Bai Qingyi blushed intensely at the thought. Seeing her embarrassment, Su Cheng laughed lightly. "If you're too shy, we can wash separately." Thank you, brother. Let us wash apart this time. We can. Later." Bai Qingyi's voice dwindled to a whisper. "All right, you go ahead," he said, playfully patting her thigh. Bai Qingyi nodded, pushing off Su Cheng's hand as she stood, glancing back at him multiple times as she made her way to the bathroom. The sound of the bathroom door closing was soft, and Su Cheng's ears perked up, noting there was no sound of the lock engaging. This indicated Bai Qingyi's trust in him, unafraid of his sudden intrusion. Of course, Su Cheng would refrain from barging in. Once their rapport deepened, he could tease her freely. For now, having promised Bai Qingyi to wash separately this time, he intended to keep his word. Moreover, this bathing period offered her a perfect opportunity to gather her thoughts. Once prepared, she would surely present him with the best experience. Before long, the gentle sounds of Bai Qingyi's showering drifted through the villa. Although soft, the villa's soundproofing was commendable. Stretching lazily, Su Cheng pulled out his phone, intending to browse Douyin. However, upon opening the app, he noticed a flurry of messages waiting for him. The dormitory kids. Where did old Su go? If you're heading back, bring us some food. Su Cheng chose not to respond. If this group of rascals knew he was about to achieve a significant milestone in his life, they would undoubtedly be envious. Chapter 17. The matchmaking of Lu Xinyan, however, there was no need to boast about such matters. At 9:53 a.m., Lu Xinyan sent 5 identical messages. Su Cheng, are you there? Are you there? Su Cheng rolled his eyes in silence. Messages that only inquire about one's presence without any substantial content, apart from those from acquaintances, he often found unworthy of a response. Typically, such messages were a prelude to requests for loans or favors. As an acquaintance, Lu Xinyan should have been straightforward. Could it be? Su Cheng pondered a possibility and replied, "What does Lu, the committee member, want from me?" You finally replied. Lu Xinyan responded instantly. Do you remember my best friend, Wen Yuding? Su Cheng furrowed his brow and typed back, "Of course I remember. What about her?" Lu Xinyan, what do you think of her? Su Cheng. Lu Xinyan, what does the question mark mean? Su Cheng, what do you mean? Why ask this? Lu Xinyan, hey, is it wrong to ask? If you're interested in her, I might play the role of a middleman to help you two get together. Mischievous emoji. Get together? Su Cheng's eyes brightened. After a moment's reflection, he typed, Wen Yuding is quite beautiful, and her personality is nice too, but she gives off a somewhat aloof vibe at first. Truth be told, it would be impossible for me not to feel some interest in such a stunning beauty. However, I imagine she would be difficult to pursue. Lu Xinyan, reading Su Cheng's message, thought to herself as expected. Any normal man would feel an attraction upon first seeing Wen Yuding. This was not magic. It was merely the biological instinct of a man drawn to an exquisite beauty. Lu Xinyan typed, hee, don't be deceived by her appearance. She may seem aloof, but once you get to know her, she's quite warm-hearted. Besides, from my observations, she's not that hard to pursue. Su Cheng, you think she's easy to pursue? You're not her, so how can you draw conclusions? Lu Xinyan, I'm her close friend. How can I not know? With me as the intermediary, you needn't worry about winning her over. Confident emoji. Su Cheng, well, Lu Xinyan, since you're interested in her, I won't hesitate to play matchmaker. Tomorrow evening, she was originally going to movies with me to watch a horror film, so you could go my place. Make sure to seize the opportunity to be alone with her and strive for a breakthrough in your relationship. Su Cheng, a horror movie? Are you sure she'll agree to go with me? Lu Xinyan, rest assured if I say so, it means I can definitely arrange it on her end. As long as you agree, I'll have Yuding at you shortly. Su Cheng, all right then, I shall rely on you. Lu, the beautiful lady. Lu Xinyan, good. When you're happy, you call me the beautiful lady, but when you're not, you call me the committee member. I'm quite amused by your antics. Angry emoji. Su Cheng, this, awkward emoji. Lu Xinyan, all right, I won't tease you anymore. If you two get together, don't forget about me, the matchmaker. Su Cheng, of course. Proud emoji. Looking at the message Su Cheng sent, Lu Xinyan nodded in satisfaction, inwardly praising her own cleverness. In this way, she not only aided Wen Yuding, but also did Su Cheng a favor. Lu Xinyan, oh Lu Xinyan, you are indeed exceptionally astute. With a grin, she planned to inform Wen Yuding of this delightful news via WeChat in an hour. After chatting with Lu Xinyan, Su Cheng began to anticipate his encounter with Wen Yuding. He absent-mindedly picked up his phone and browsed Douyin aimlessly. The laughter and joy in the videos seemed irrelevant to him. His mind was filled solely with the enchanting smile of Bai Qingyi. At that moment, the bathroom door made a gentle sound. Following, there were faint yet distinct footsteps, akin to dewdrops gliding down the leaves in the morning light. Su Cheng's ears perked up, and he looked toward the bathroom. Bai Qingyi gracefully emerged, wrapped in a bath towel. The towel clung closely to her delicate form, accentuating her perfect curves. It was just the right size to reveal her exquisite shoulders and fair, slender legs. Her long hair cascaded loosely down her back, a few damp strands lightly brushing her cheek, adding an alluring charm. Yet, there was a hint of shyness and unease in her eyes, evoking a protective instinct. "Brother, I'm done with my shower." Bai Qingyi's voice remained as sweet and captivating as ever, soft yet imbued with a touch of tenderness. Su Chang smiled faintly, setting aside his phone as he rose to his feet. "That was quick. Let me take a look," he said, reaching for Bai Qingyi's hand, enveloping her small hand in his. Bai Qingyi trembled slightly, a blush creeping onto her face as she shyly lowered her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. "Brother, you should wash up too." Su Chang chuckled lightly, teasingly asking, "Why the rush? Is my little Qingyi feeling shy again?" He gently lifted Bai Qingyi's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Bai Qingyi bravely held his gaze for a moment, but was soon overwhelmed by the heat in his eyes, her body instinctively softening. Realizing her change, Bai Qingyi steeled herself and embraced Su Chang. Su Chang felt a wave of softness envelop him as Bai Qingyi nestled into his arms, successfully avoiding direct eye contact. As he savored the softness in his embrace, a smile threatened to break across his face. However, a shower still awaited him. Thus, Su Chang gently kissed Bai Qingyi's shoulder, murmuring, "I'll wash first. Wait for me a few minutes." Bai Qingyi responded softly with an Seeing this, Su Chang lifted her onto the big bed before heading toward the bathroom. In no time, he completed his shower, wrapping a towel around his waist as he exited the bathroom. Immediately, Su Chang's gaze honed in on Bai Qingyi. "Qingyi, is that a JK uniform?" he exclaimed in surprise. The outfit was something he had just purchased for her that day, and he anticipated it would come into play at this moment. Bai Qingyi bit her lip, a blush coloring her cheeks as she replied, "Brother, do you like it? If you don't, I can change." Saying this, she twirled around gently. The white shirt showcased her upper curves beautifully, exuding considerable allure. The black pleated skirt floated gracefully with her movements, perfectly outlining her enchanting figure. Complemented by seductive black stockings, it added an air of maturity and charm to her appearance. Chapter 18. A flicker of astonishment passed through Su Chang's eyes. He had not anticipated that the seemingly innocent and adorable Bai Qingyi would appear so alluring in that attire. This revelation rendered him momentarily rigid. How beautiful! My Qingyi is truly stunning, as if she had stepped right out of a painting. "Brother, you always know how to make me happy," she said, her eyes sparkling with joy, clearly elated by Su Chang's compliment. He stepped forward, lifting Bai Qingyi effortlessly and gently placing her on the grand bed. He tenderly caressed her cheek, the warmth of his fingertips igniting a wave of excitement within him. Su Chang silently mused that today was destined to be extraordinary, a moment etched in his memory for a lifetime. "Qingyi, you are simply adorable," he whispered sweetly, his gaze tenderly fixed on her, as if attempting to decipher her unspoken expectations. Bai Qingyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she bashfully lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "Brother." Though it was a simple two-word phrase, it sent ripples of emotion through Su Chang's heart. A smile crept onto his lips as he drew her into his embrace, their bodies fitting snugly against each other. "Qingyi, we agreed that you would be obedient and allow me to take care of you for a lifetime." Su Chang softly reassured her, his breath warm against her ear. Bai Qingyi looked up, her response resolute, "Yes." "Brother, I feel so fortunate to have met you. I want to cling to you for eternity." Their gazes intertwined, and in that moment, words seemed superfluous. They held each other tightly, savoring the rhythm of their heartbeats and breaths, determined to engrave this moment of beauty in their hearts forever. Gradually, the space between them diminished until affection for Bai Qingyi-1, 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 affection for Bai Qingyi-1. An hour later, sunlight filtered through the curtain seams, illuminating every corner of the room with a delicate sheen. Su Chang lay on the bed, cradling the lovely Bai Qingyi, his heart brimming with contentment. He turned his head gently, his gaze landing on her face. Bai Qingyi was curled up in his embrace, her charming visage faintly marked by traces of tears. A hint of fatigue lingered in her eyes, yet her beauty remained captivating. Su Cheng extended his hand, his fingertips gliding over her silky hair, reveling in a unique sensation that belonged solely to her. In truth, Su Cheng felt their relationship had progressed too rapidly, to the point of feeling surreal. Yet the warmth in his arms constantly reminded him that it was all undeniably real. Bai Qing Yi's exquisite beauty, her alluring figure, and her gentle demeanor, along with her shyness and reticence, filled him with immense satisfaction. Fortunately, he had encountered Bai Qing the previous day. After a while, the two drifted into a sweet slumber, entwined in each other's arms. As evening approached, Su Cheng awoke languidly. Observing Bai Qing, he still lost in sleep. He felt a wave of fulfillment wash over him. She seemed to tire easily, perhaps due to a fragile constitution. Shaking his head, he scolded himself for his lack of restraint and began to examine the system notifications he had previously overlooked. First, he noted the changes in Bai Qing Yi's information. Name, Bai Qing Yi, age, 19, height, 161 centimeters weight, 45 kilograms, beauty rating, 86 special value, 1 affection level, 65 strategy reward, talent, super scholar. Her affection level had remarkably surged to 65, like. It was known that a higher affection level made further increases more challenging. Indeed, the words of certain female writer named Zhang rang true. The pathway to a woman's heart is through the power of love. Ahem. There were also 2 notifications regarding system rewards. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the hidden beginner task. Raise a quality goddess's special value to 1. Reward, 1 silver level random draw. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the hidden beginner task. Raise your own special value to 1. Reward, 1 silver level random draw. I have a special value too? Su Cheng was taken aback. Unfortunately, his ability, insight, when directed at himself, yielded nothing but self-aggrandizing words. The perfect man, however. The system did provide a host panel. Host, Su Cheng, age, 21, height, 181 centimeters weight, 66 kilograms, beauty rating, elegant and refined, strikingly handsome, incredibly charming. 10,000 words omitted. Special value. 1. Closing the panel, Su Cheng turned his attention to the system rewards. Thus, 2 silver level draws. Let us commence. Ding, congratulations, host, for winning the professional driving skill reward. Professional driving skill. Proficient in operating vehicles such as cars, planes, and yachts. Ding, congratulations, host, for winning the active skill intimidating aura reward. Intimidating aura. When you display fierce, malevolent, or ruthless glances toward a target, they will instinctively feel fear. Intimidating aura? Su Cheng's eyes lit up. This reward was quite advantageous. If he encountered ill-intentioned individuals or animals, this ability would prove useful. The professional driving skill was commendable as well. How many years would it take an ordinary person to achieve such proficiency? To acquire it in an instant, and not just for cars but also for planes and yachts, was remarkable. Truly, the silver level random draw yielded rewards that money could not buy. After claiming the rewards, Su Cheng felt an innate mastery over driving various vehicles. As for the intimidating aura, with Bai Qing the only one nearby, he would be foolish to experiment on her. He would have to test the ability later. Shaking off his thoughts, Su Cheng carefully extricated his hand from Bai Qing Yi's grasp and picked up his phone. He noticed a new friend request on WeChat. Upon opening it, he saw that the requester had a username consisting solely of the character Ting, which paired well with his own username Cheng. The profile picture depicted a cute kitten wearing a blue hat. The note read, Su Cheng, I'm a Ting, may I add you as a friend? Looking forward to it. Su Cheng smiled, adding a note of a when you Ting before accepting the request. He sent a cheerful sticker, intending to switch screens. However, it seemed that when you Ting was just as engaged with her phone, promptly responding with a hello sticker featuring a yellow kitten. Chapter 19, Mandatory Classes to Evade, Electives to Abandon. Observing the situation, Su Cheng typed, Classmate 1. What time does the movie start tomorrow? When Yuting replied, it begins at 5:30 p.m. at the Ronggui Cinema in the city center. I've heard the ambience there is delightful, and they offer complimentary popcorn. We can each grab a bucket when we arrive. Su Cheng responded, all right, you should be at school tomorrow, right? When Yuding paused, pondering Su Cheng's question, where else could she be if not at school? Wait a moment. Could it be that Su Cheng is not at school? After a brief reflection, when Yuding typed back, I am. Why do you ask? Are you not at school? Su Cheng reassured her, as long as you're there, it's fine. Today I'm out with friends, but we can set a time for me to pick you up tomorrow. Playing outside with friends? When Yuding speculated that given Su Cheng's prolonged single status, he was likely not with any girls. She inquired, oh, isn't there class for your group tonight? Su Cheng chuckled. What classes do we have in our third year? It's a matter of mandatory courses we choose to skip and electives we always abandon. As long as we pass the final exams, that's all that matters. When Yuding nodded in understanding. If one merely aims to avoid failing in college, it is quite simple. One need not attend classes regularly. A week of intensive study before final suffices. Moreover, as long as one does not offend the instructors, they usually strive to grant passing marks. Only in cases of exceedingly low scores, where even perfect attendance cannot salvage the situation, would a student be failed. When Yuding remarked, then let's coordinate according to your schedule. I'm at school and can leave at any time. Su Cheng proposed, all right, let's meet at 5 p.m. I'll come to pick you up downstairs. When Yuding hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. Su Cheng's luxurious car waiting beneath her dormitory might attract unwelcome gossip, but she was unconcerned. All that mattered was winning Su Cheng's affection. Great, thank you, Su Cheng. With plans established, when Yuding sent a quick message saying you're busy, and refrained from prolonging the conversation. In romantic pursuits, revealing one's intentions too soon can place one at a disadvantage, a truth equally applicable to both men and women. When Yuding understood that tomorrow's opportunity for private interaction would be pivotal in enhancing Su Cheng's fondness for her, current online exchanges must be judiciously limited. An excess of words can lead to missteps. As Su Cheng concluded his chat with Wen Yuding, a soft hum from Bai Qingyi caught his attention. Once she opened her eyes, he set aside his phone and embraced her. Qingyi, are you tired? His voice was deep and resonant, akin to the gentlest breeze caressing the night sky, soothing Bai Qingyi's heart. Sensing the fatigue coursing through her body, she nodded slightly, leaning her head on Su Cheng's shoulder. Brother, I'm sorry. Her voice, tinged with a hint of raspiness, added to her delicate charm. What is there to apologize for? If anyone should be apologizing, it should be me, Su Cheng replied, bemused. But I didn't meet your expectations. Bai Qingyi seemed genuinely remorseful. You're overthinking it. I'm quite satisfied. Su Cheng gently reassured her, patting her fragrant shoulder. Still feeling inadequate, Bai Qingyi mustered her courage and whispered, Brother, should we take a shower first? Su Cheng's eyes brightened at her earnest expression, instantly grasping her implication. All right. Without missing a beat, he lifted Bai Qingyi in a princess carry and headed towards the bathroom. Inside, the spacious tub could comfortably accommodate 5 or 6 individuals without feeling cramped. Su Cheng decided to let them soak for a while, allowing Bai Qingyi to unwind and alleviate her fatigue. Affection for Bai Qingyi 1. Affection for Bai Qingyi 1. Affection for Bai Qingyi 1. After their bath, Su Cheng felt somewhat weary, and the night had grown late. Bai Qingyi began to carefully tidy the bed linens. Noticing her efforts, Su Cheng gently embraced her from behind. Chuckling, no need to rush. We could sleep in your room instead. Bai Qingyi shook her head, softly responding, I'm not tidying up. Not tidying up? Su Cheng was taken aback. I want to preserve this moment as a keepsake. After all, it is our first experience together. Bai Qingyi confessed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Understanding dawned on Su Cheng. Let me assist you, he offered, leaning down to plant a kiss on her fair, slender neck before helping her. Bai Qingyi instinctively recoiled slightly. Until today, she had not realized that a kiss on her neck could evoke a tingling sensation. Soon enough, they had finished tidying up the sheets. At this point, both Bai Qingyi and Su Cheng felt a pang of hunger. After a busy afternoon, their energy had been considerably depleted. They ordered takeout, returning to their room to continue their affectionate exchanges, reveling in the bliss of newlywed-like joy. Affection for Bai Qingyi 1. Affection for Bai Qingyi 1. Affection for Bai Qingyi 1. The following morning, both Bai Qingyi and Su Cheng awoke. After a tender moment, they dressed, and Bai Qingyi made her way toward the door. Suddenly, Su Cheng noticed something unusual in her gait. While it could not be described as a limp, it was evident that she was experiencing difficulty walking. After a moment of contemplation, realization struck Su Cheng. Bai Qingyi must have just undergone a significant life event, resulting in her discomfort. She was still bravely attempting to walk, albeit slowly. "Qingyi, does it still hurt?" Su Cheng quickly stepped forward, wrapping her in his arms with genuine concern. "Yes, just a little," Bai Qingyi nodded, instinctively embracing his neck. Seeing her delicate brow furrowed in discomfort, Su Cheng couldn't help but feel guilty. "It's all my fault for being too rough, causing you distress." "Brother, don't say that. It was entirely my choice." Bai Qingyi smiled, gently placing her hand over Su Cheng's mouth to silence him. Chapter 20. "Brother, be gentle." After a brief pause, Bai Qingyi whispered softly. "Moreover, this experience between us is bound to happen sooner or later. This pain, for me, brings an oddly delightful sensation." Qingyi Su Cheng's heart warmed as he held Bai Qingyi tightly in his embrace. Simultaneously, an overwhelming urge surged within him. He yearned to cradle Bai Qingyi in the palm of his hand, enveloping her with his affection. "Brother, be gentle." Bai Qingyi reached out her delicate hand to wrap around Su Cheng's back, feeling an indescribable sweetness in her heart. If it weren't for Su Cheng holding her too tightly, making her somewhat uncomfortable, she would have felt reluctant to interrupt. "Ah, look at me. I'm bullying you again." Su Cheng quickly loosened his grip, gently supporting Bai Qingyi's fragrant shoulder. "It's all right. I enjoy when you tease me," Bai Qingyi replied softly, her eyes shimmering with tender affection, uttering words that sent Su Cheng into a frenzy. However, he also recognized that Bai Qingyi was quite exhausted and could not endure much more teasing. He considered himself a person who cherished delicate beauty, and it would be unreasonable to continue to bully her. "It's getting late. What would you like to eat for lunch?" Su Cheng lifted Bai Qingyi back onto the bed. "I'm not sure. It's best if you decide," she replied. "Shall we order takeout?" "All right," Bai Qingyi agreed softly. Given her current difficulty in walking, she preferred to remain still. She even contemplated skipping her afternoon classes to spend more time with Su Cheng. Unfortunately, as a first-year student, she felt guilty about missing class. Su Cheng nodded. Although he could cook, his culinary skills were mediocre at best, producing meals that were barely edible and certainly not gourmet. He didn't want to embarrass himself by poisoning Bai Qingyi. Thus, with one arm around Bai Qingyi, he used the other to open his phone and began to order takeout. After browsing, he decided to order nourishing dishes to replenish her strength. "I'll get you some food to replenish your energy," he said. "I will listen to you, brother." Bai Qingyi smiled in agreement, her enchanting autumn-like eyes fixed on Su Cheng's face. After saying this, she wrapped her arms around his neck and gently kissed the corner of his mouth. Then, she buried her head against his chest, savoring the rhythm of his heartbeat. For reasons unknown, ever since she entrusted herself to Su Cheng, she found immense joy in being by his side. She was reluctant to part from him, wishing to be close to him at all times, feeling the warmth emanating from his body. Before long, the takeout arrived. Black rice porridge, pig liver soup with chives, honey red tea, and angelica and red date pork rib soup. They had ordered quite a lot, enough that the two of them could not finish it all. The meal was also on the pricier side. While the most expensive isn't always the best, the finest certainly isn't cheap. After their meal, they embraced each other for a while until it was just past 2 in the afternoon. "Brother, I should head back to school. It's already past 2, Bai Qingyi said, wrapping her arms around Su Cheng's neck. Although she was reluctant to leave him, she felt she had to attend class. If she didn't mention going back, she feared she wouldn't be able to return that night. "All right." Su Cheng gently set Bai Qingyi down and asked with concern, "How are you feeling now? Is there still pain?" Bai Qingyi paused to assess her condition, taking a few slow steps before softly replying. "It's much better than this morning. I should be fine walking, but I definitely can't engage in any strenuous activities." "That's good to hear." Su Cheng sighed in relief. After a moment's thought, he advised, "I'll accompany you back to school. When we get close, contact your friend to help you upstairs. If you feel awkward about it, offer her a little something in return." "Okay." Bai Qingyi's south eyes curved into crescent moons as she agreed. Su Cheng nodded and effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry, taking the elevator down. At 45 kilograms, Bai Qingyi was not heavy for him. Carrying her was no issue at all. In the car, Bai Qingyi had already prepared her belongings for school the day before, so there was no need for any last-minute packing. Su Cheng drove her back to campus. "Brother, this is good," Bai Qingyi said softly as they neared the school. "Hand me your student ID. I'll fill out the information and then take you directly to your dorm. Have your friend come downstairs to assist you," he instructed. Understanding Su Cheng's concern for her well-being, Bai Qingyi didn't protest and retrieved her student ID from her bag. Su Cheng took it and filled out the necessary information at the security office by the school gate. He then drove her straight to the entrance of her dormitory. It was the season of blooming flowers, and since it was around 3 in the afternoon, many students were coming in and out of the girls' dormitory. Some boys stood nearby, waiting for their girlfriends to come down. Upon hearing the roar of the engine, students instinctively turned their gazes towards Su Cheng's car. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a renowned luxury brand, was easily recognizable to most of the students. Even those less knowledgeable about cars were familiar with the Cullinan's emblem. While many might not know the car's price, its appearance alone suggested it was undoubtedly expensive. In an instant, numerous faces displayed envy. Chu Qiulan had been waiting downstairs for a while. As the one who encouraged Bai Qingyi to start live streaming, she felt a unique sense of accomplishment. "Brother, I'll get out now. Please drive safely." Bai Qingyi unfastened her seatbelt as they arrived at the dormitory. "My dear Qingyi, did you forget something?" Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, hinting at her. "Forget what?" Bai Qingyi momentarily failed to comprehend. Seeing this, Su Cheng raised his hand and pointed to his cheek, nearly spelling it out for her. Realizing, Bai Qingyi mentally chided herself for being slow to react, still adjusting to her new identity. "Brother, I'm getting out now," she said, leaning in to plant a kiss on Su Cheng's lips. "All right, if you need anything, just message me." Su Cheng nodded. Bai Qingyi replied and opened the car door to step out. Chu Qiulan hurriedly approached, assisting her and helping carry her belongings, resembling Bai Qingyi's little assistant. After they retrieved the items from the back seat and stood together, Bai Qingyi waved at Su Cheng. "Brother, you can go now. I want to see you leave." Chapter 21. Everyone is a stunning beauty. Why should you be the one to succeed? "All right." Su Cheng nodded, turned the car around, honked the horn, and drove towards the school gate. Bai Qingyi only turned around and walked into the dormitory building with the support of Chu Qiulan after she saw Su Cheng's car vanish from her sight. Noticing that Bai Qingyi was moving at a pace several times slower than usual, and that she would occasionally furrow her delicate brows while climbing the stairs, Chu Qiulan couldn't help but speak up. "Qingyi, is Su Cheng really that rough? Was he too harsh with you yesterday?" "No," Bai Qingyi softly replied, pursing her lips. "He was very careful. It's just that my body is too fragile." Chu Qiulan nodded in understanding. She was well aware that everyone's physical constitution varies. When she first experienced such things, she had only felt slight discomfort for a short time. After everything was settled, she could run without breaking a sweat. Thus, the two of them slowly made their way to the dormitory, leaving behind a crowd of envious glances from other girls. "Hey, Qingyi, you're back." As soon as Bai Qingyi entered the dormitory, Gu Xiaoxiao cast a curious look her way. Bai Qingyi softly acknowledged her, glancing around to find all her roommates present. Shortly thereafter, she and Chu Qiulan placed their belongings in their respective spots. "Qingyi, was that person in the car just now your boyfriend?" At that moment, Ho Peilan, who had witnessed Bai Qingyi getting out of the car from the windowsill, approached. She thought referring to him as Bai Qingyi's boyfriend sounded more appropriate than just calling him Big Brother. Although Bai Qingyi had taken a day off under the pretense of having something to attend to, her true activities could not be hidden from her close-knit roommates. Seeing her roommates staring at her, Bai Qingyi could only softly confirm. "Oh my gosh, Qingyi has really landed herself a catch. I just checked the car she got out of. It's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth a staggering 8 million. Ho Peilan exclaimed with envy. "How much? 8 million? Goodness. How many cups of taro milk tea could that buy? Forget about your milk tea. 8 million is enough for you to open several shops yourself." As Ho Peilan's words echoed, the other roommates gasped in astonishment, casting admiring glances at Bai Qingyi. How could they not be envious? Initially, everyone viewed Bai Qingyi's live-streaming endeavors as a mere amusement. After all, with the advanced beauty filters available online, even Bai Qingyi's naturally stunning looks could pale in comparison to technology's might. in a sea of beautiful women, what made her the one to succeed. However, they could never have imagined that a man like Cheng, endowed with keen insight, would unceremoniously sweep Cheng off her feet. Cheng, does your boyfriend need a sister? ID work for just 10,000 a month. Wang Luhan chimed in with sparkling eyes, leaning closer to inquire. Hey, how can you maliciously bid against your own friend? Gu Xiaoxiao laughed. Cheng shook her head, replying, I'm not sure if my brother needs a sister. Let's ask. It would be wonderful if he could take all 6 of us from the dormitory. Wang Luhan clearly had some whimsical thoughts. Seeing that Cheng was struggling to fend off Wang Luhan's enthusiasm, Chu Qilan stepped in to alleviate the situation. All right, if you want to find someone too, just try Cheng's way. What sense does it make to covet your friend's boyfriend? Fine. Wang Luhan pouted, a bit reluctantly stepping back. But as she did, she paused, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she stared intently at Cheng's pretty face. What's this? Cheng was somewhat perplexed. Wang Luhan, who was typically straightforward and candid, had never made Cheng feel annoyed, so she bore no ill toward her words. Isn't it? Cheng, don't you feel you're looking significantly more beautiful than before? Really? Cheng raised her hand to touch her face. Yes, so smooth and delicate. I noticed that too. I thought I was seeing things. Gu Xiaoxiao, unable to contain herself, scooted her chair closer to Cheng, intrigued. As both of them shared the same sentiment, the others could no longer sit still, gathering around Cheng to scrutinize her closely. Even Shi Yimeng, who had been lying on her bed, couldn't resist peeking out. After all, the desire to become more beautiful was something every girl yearned for. Shi Yimeng realized that Cheng indeed looked a bit more stunning than usual, radiating an inexplicable charm. Could this be the elusive essence of grace? Wow, is it because Cheng is wearing makeup? Chu Qilan exclaimed. But I can't really see any trace of makeup. Gu Xiaoxiao prided herself on her keen observation. Perhaps this is the feeling of wealth. Money does transform a person, after all. Wang Luhan's envy was almost palpable. Chu Qilan cast a sidelong glance at the two, already forming a plausible hypothesis in her mind. Cheng's transformation might very well be due to Cheng. The balance of yin and yang could have enhanced Cheng's allure. All right, we have class tonight, so I'm going to take a nap, Cheng said, feeling flustered under the curious gazes of her roommates. Even for an ordinary person, such attention could evoke a sense of shyness, let alone for someone as timid as Cheng, whose ears were already flushed with embarrassment. Thus, she hurriedly retreated to her bed. In her room, Cheng took out a mirror, wanting to see if she had genuinely become more beautiful. Indeed, the reflection did not disappoint. Was it due to her closeness with her brother, the affectionate moments they shared? Cheng pondered silently. Meanwhile, Cheng, having departed for Cheng's school, began to test his newly acquired professional driving skills on the road. Speeding along, he found the experience exhilarating, albeit only to an extent, as the speed limits in the university town prevented him from fully indulging in the thrill. Nonetheless, he practiced his skills and soon returned to his own school. Upon parking in front of his dormitory, a smile crept on his Cheng's face. Within just a day, he had spent a romantic evening with a beauty of Cheng's caliber, no less from a different school. It filled him with an exhilarating sense of triumph. Regrettably, Cheng's affection still fell short of the 80-point threshold needed for a system reward. Nevertheless, Cheng felt content. After all, it was only their first meeting. To expect an instantaneous surge in affection to such heights would be unrealistic. Naturally, the elevation of feelings would vary from person to person. Chapter 22. The despicable thigh enthusiast. Although Cheng is shy and socially awkward, her inner emotional world is rich and vibrant. This is precisely why she has been able to garner such high levels of affection from others. If Cheng were to encounter a more emotionally aloof yet exquisite goddess in the future, raising her fondness for him would undoubtedly prove challenging. Nevertheless, Cheng possesses both the wealth and time to pursue his romantic endeavors with these exceptional women, embarking on a journey of conquest. With this thought, Cheng let out a sigh as he suddenly came to the realization that he might be a scoundrel. Just moments after parting ways with Cheng, He found himself contemplating various future scenarios, even preparing to accompany Wen Yuting to the cinema later. Was he being coerced in any way? Su Cheng pondered deeply, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. No one was forcing him. The system merely offered him rewards for raising the affection levels of quality goddesses to 80 or above. As a modern youth who aspires to recline in ease with wealth, the allure of these rewards was not particularly compelling to him. Furthermore, the system did not impose any obligation upon him to pursue these quality goddesses for the sake of rewards. Yet, Su Cheng discovered that he felt no aversion to courting these exceptional women. Could it be that his mindset had shifted since acquiring wealth? Even someone as self-assured as he found it difficult to suppress his desire for multiple romantic entanglements. Thus, he thought to himself, let it be. At least I shall not abandon them, genuinely wishing to provide these quality goddesses with a sanctuary of love. Moreover, given that he was already entangled with the system, having multiple girlfriends seemed rather commonplace. With this resolution in mind, Su Cheng's thoughts flowed more freely. Checking the time, he noted it was just past 3 o'clock, leaving him with over an hour before his 5 o'clock appointment with Wen Yuting. With some time to spare, he decided to return to his dormitory for a quick game of Heroes Canyon. Upon entering the dormitory, Su Cheng immediately noticed a large, glaring fail displayed on Li Yunhua's computer screen. Hold on, don't start without me. Let me take you to victory, Su Cheng said, unceremoniously patting Li Yunhua on the shoulder. Li Yunhua turned to see Su Cheng and chided him with a laugh. Old Su, how dare you show your face here? Did you know there was a room check last night at 8:30? Let them check. What is that to me? Su Cheng replied casually as he settled down at his desk and opened his laptop. Generally, room checks involve basic inspections of hygiene and prohibited appliances, requiring merely a photo to satisfy the checkers, usually freshmen who have just joined the student council. Li Yunhua lowered his voice conspiratorially. Old Su, do you really not check the group messages? Yesterday, one of the checkers was an incredibly beautiful girl. Her looks were even more impressive than those filtered on Douyin. Oh, our college has such a stunning beauty. I wonder if your taste is questionable, Su Cheng remarked, intrigued but not overly so, as their standards of beauty rarely aligned. Li Yunhua was particularly fond of women with voluptuous thighs, prioritizing physical attributes over facial beauty. In his words, once the lights are out, all faces are the same. Only the sensation of touch reveals true beauty. Why would I lie to you? It's a pity I'm not quite that perverse. I didn't take any photos. Otherwise, you'd see just how mesmerizing her legs are. Li Yunhua lamented dramatically. Hey, that is crossing a line. You actually consider taking pictures? Have you awakened some sort of perverse trait? Su Cheng shot Li Yunhua a sidelong glance. Forget it. There is no point in conversing with someone so fixated on appearances. Let's just play. Li Yunhua shook his head. With a smile, Su Cheng logged into his alternate account on Heroes Canyon. Although Li Yunhua had been playing the game for nearly 8 years, his skills were mediocre. He was merely a gold-tier player. Su Cheng, on the other hand, had a slightly higher ranking, being a diamond-tier player. He had even created a secondary account specifically to play alongside Li Yunhua. After 2 minutes, they entered the game. Su Cheng casually selected the character Evelyn and began his journey of domination. Within 15 minutes, the opposing team conceded defeat, recognizing the insurmountable skill gap. Aware that Evelyn was not a local player, they expressed their frustrations in the chat before surrendering. With time still on his side, Su Cheng played 2 more matches. And before he knew it, it was 4:45 p.m. Bidding farewell to Li Yunhua, he messaged Wen Yuting on WeChat. I'm on my way to pick you up. Okay, Wen Yuting replied almost instantly. With that, Su Cheng set off towards her dormitory building. Although their meeting was scheduled for 5 o'clock, he preferred to arrive a few minutes early, an ingrained habit that allowed him to account for unexpected events like traffic or forgetting something. In just a few minutes, Su Cheng parked his car near Wen Yuting's dormitory. As he looked up, he spotted her standing quietly below, patiently waiting. She wore a beige knitted sweater that perfectly accentuated her graceful curves, paired with denim shorts that showcased her long, elegant legs, adorned with dainty white socks and complemented by a pair of chic sneakers. She radiated an aura of aloofness that combined with her exquisite and cool beauty. deterred anyone with a smidgen of sense from approaching her. However, there are always those who lack such awareness. Beside Wen Yuting stood a tall, lanky boy, incessantly chattering away. Even though Wen Yuting did not deign to glance at him, he showed no signs of stopping. Judging by his attire, which likely cost several thousand, he was clearly a wealthy scion. What's going on here? Su Cheng furrowed his brow, pressing the accelerator as he drove toward Wen Yuting. At that moment, it seemed Wen Yuting had noticed his car as well. She broke into a smile and waved at him. Qi Mingyu, seeing Wen Yuting smile, mistakenly believed he had finally won her over, only to realize his error moments later. Following her wave, he turned to see Su Cheng's vehicle, and his expression shifted dramatically. Yuting, you mentioned having plans. Surely you aren't waiting for this car? Yet, when Yuting failed to even acknowledge him. Unfazed, Qi Mingyu remained steadfast in his position, clearly accustomed to her indifference. He considered his family's modest wealth sufficient to not be intimidated by a mere vehicle. Indeed, he paid no heed to the brand of Su Cheng's car, nor did he notice the emblematic little golden man. Chapter 23. Get in the car. Classmate when he assumed that Su Cheng was merely a pretentious show-off who enjoyed flaunting his car at school. Soon enough, a vehicle came to a halt before them. Su Cheng lowered the passenger window, glanced at Qi Mingyu, and said to Wen Yuting, "Classmate Wen, please get in." Wen Yuting nodded and replied softly, "All right." "Wait a moment. Yuting, aren't you going to introduce us?" Qi Mingyu interjected hastily. Ignoring him, Wen Yuting opened the passenger door and got in the car. Observing their interaction, Su Cheng quickly discerned their relationship. It was quite apparent that this young man was a devoted admirer of Wen Yuting. Ah no, a suitor. Su Cheng found no surprise in this. After all, a stunning beauty like Wen Yuting would undoubtedly attract numerous admirers. It would be illogical for someone like her to have no suitors at all. "Who is this?" Su Cheng inquired, looking at Wen Yuting. Just as she was about to respond, Qi Mingyu interrupted. "I am Qi Mingyu, the former president of the Student Union from the School of Economics and Management." "Nice to meet you." "Former president of the Student Union?" Su Cheng mused. That indicated he was in his senior year. In Shanghai University, only students from the first to third years could join the Student Union. Freshmen served as members, a multitude in number, while sophomores held positions as department heads with one deputy each, and 3 juniors occupied the roles of presidents. Unlike the school-wide student council, only seniors could serve as president. Su Cheng shot a peculiar glance at Qi Mingyu. Was he really still chasing after beautiful underclassmen as graduation approached? Disregarding him, Su Cheng turned his gaze back to Wen Yuting. Sighing, she said, "I'm not familiar with him. I've only encountered him once during freshman orientation, and since then, he has taken to pretending to bump into me outside the dormitory." Wen Yuting felt exasperated, as she had no means to fend off someone as shameless as Qi Mingyu. His behavior, though annoying, did not cross into the realms of threats, intimidation, or invasion of privacy, thus eluding legal consequences. "Ah, I see," Su Cheng nodded. Wen Yuting had not introduced Qi Mingyu's identity, but rather distanced herself from him. Truth be told, Su Cheng did not harbor any disdain for genuine courtship. However, he held the utmost contempt for someone as persistent and bothersome as Qi Mingyu. Though it did not constitute sexual harassment, it undeniably affected Wen Yuting's daily life. She could pursue civil litigation against him. Yet those who understood how such matters worked knew that without substantial backing, little could be accomplished. After a cycle of blame and excuses, things would revert to their original state. "Really, Yuting, is that how you perceive my standing in your heart?" Qi Mingyu remarked, though no trace of shame appeared on his face. While not a figure of great power at Shanghai University, he led a rather comfortable life, largely due to his uncle being a dean in the School of Economics and Management. This connection allowed him to sweep aside many rivals to become the president of the student union. When Yuting continued to ignore him, that was simply her nature. She maintained a cool demeanor towards those she did not know well or disliked. Su Cheng pondered for a moment, realizing that, given his current position, it would be inappropriate to intervene in Wen Yuting's affairs. Instead, he decided to subtly intimidate Qi Mingyu. With that thought, Su Cheng raised his gaze and coldly scrutinized Qi Mingyu, silently exuding an imposing aura. Seeing Qi Mingyu's pupils constrict sharply and his expression turn blank, Su Cheng felt a sense of satisfaction as he drove away with Wen Yuding. While the process appeared straightforward, it was terrifying from Qian Mingyu's perspective. At the moment their eyes met, he involuntarily trembled, as if a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, freezing him to the core. His face turned as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes filled with fear and anxiety. It felt as though an immense weight pressed down on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He repeatedly urged himself to remain calm. Yet Su Cheng's piercing gaze felt as if it could tear him apart. He could distinctly sense his heart racing, each beat echoing like a drum in his chest, deafening in its intensity. It was not until Su Cheng's car had disappeared into the distance that a fellow student patted Qian Mingyu on the shoulder and asked, "Are you all right?" Only then did Qian Mingyu snap back to reality, slumping to the ground. He swallowed hard, feeling his clothes soaked with cold sweat. His thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. That guy has definitely killed someone. Qian Mingyu had always thought the phrase eyes filled with murderous intent was merely fictional. He never expected to experience the suffocating sensation of being enveloped by such an aura, feeling as though he were on the brink of death. Oh well, I have a girlfriend anyway. I'll avoid Wen Yuding from now on. I still have plenty of beautiful moments ahead of me. Why risk my life competing with a potential murderer for her affections? With this thought, Qian Mingyu's fear lessened somewhat. Yet he remained haunted by an abiding sense of dread towards Su Cheng. On the other hand, as Su Cheng drove away with Wen Yuding, he remained oblivious to the sheer terror his imposing presence had instilled in Qian Mingyu. In the car, as the engine purred softly, the two fell into a brief silence, only the scenery outside whizzing by. Su Cheng occasionally shifted his gaze from the road to Wen Yuding's charming profile beside him. "Classmate one," Su Cheng broke the silence, concern lacing his voice. "Are there many boys who harass you like that? Do you encounter them often?" Wen Yuding sighed gently, her gaze returning from the window to Su Cheng, a hint of helplessness flickering in her eyes. "There are indeed a number of boys pursuing me, but few are as audacious as he is." Her brow furrowed slightly as she continued. "I've heard he has a relative who is a dean in our department. Perhaps that's why he feels so emboldened." Su Cheng nodded, a look of understanding crossing his face. It made sense why Qian Mingyu had acted with such arrogance. Wen Yuding nodded, her voice soft. "I'm truly sorry, Su Cheng, for you to witness such a spectacle. It's nothing. The fault lies not with you." Su Cheng waved his hand dismissively. He was simply out of line. "If you don't mind, just call me Yuding. If we keep addressing each other as classmate, one might think we're just getting acquainted." Wen Yuding spoke with a playful tone. "Just getting acquainted?" "Indeed." Su Cheng nodded in agreement. "All right then. You needn't call me Su Cheng anymore. Just use my name." Chapter 24. Do you have a girlfriend? As the conversation unfolded, the bond between the two grew considerably closer. Wen Yuding responded softly, a faint smile illuminating her face. After a brief pause, Su Cheng spoke again. "Yuding, is there no way you can completely rid yourself of that guy's entanglement?" Wen Yuding shook her head, a hint of a bitter smile gracing her lips. "Perhaps if I were to find a boyfriend, he would dare not bother me anymore." As she spoke, a slight flush crept onto Wen Yuding's fair cheeks. Stealing a glance at Su Cheng's serious face as he focused intently on driving, she continued, "But for now, I can only try to ignore him like before." Su Cheng nodded in understanding. "It must be tough for you to deal with such a troublesome person. If he persists in pestering you, feel free to reach out to me. I don't mind being your flower protector." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise sparkled in Wen Yuding's eyes. "Really?" "Of course," he replied. "Then I shall trouble you from now on, but you mustn't find me bothersome." A smile danced at the corners of Wen Yuding's mouth. "Absolutely. With your promise." I cannot help but feel a wave of joy. What Wen Yuding valued was not merely Su Cheng's willingness to help her escape from Qian Mingyu, but rather the commitment he made to be her flower protector. This signified that Su Cheng held an interest in her. Otherwise, he would not have boasted about safeguarding her. After exchanging a few more light-hearted words, they arrived at their destination, Ronggui Cinema. The time was 5:15 p.m., and the cinema began admitting guests. After parking the car, Su Cheng followed Wen Yuding as she scanned for their movie tickets. Upon noticing the promotional posters nearby, Su Cheng learned that the horror film they were about to watch was titled Night of Terror, a recent release from this year. Su Cheng typically did not indulge in horror films. However, he had watched plenty during his childhood. One particular night in elementary school, he had seen a horror film called Child's Eyes with Friends, which had terrified him to the core, leaving him haunted by nightmares of ghosts. For several nights, he had been too frightened to walk alone at night or stay home by himself, consumed by paranoia. Later, in an effort to build his courage, he had sat alone at his computer, binge-watching horror films until he had cultivated a fearless disposition toward any supernatural entity. Soon after, Su Cheng and Wen Yuding completed ticket validation and collected a large bucket of popcorn before heading toward the screening room. Inside, the lights were dim. Following the seat numbers on their tickets, Wen Yuding led Su Cheng to a couple seat. The partitions on either side of the couple's seat provided a semblance of privacy for couples, albeit minimal. Once seated, they inevitably found themselves pressed against each other's skin. Any movement would undoubtedly affect the other. Su Cheng could not help but smirk at the couple's seating arrangement, thinking to himself how efficient Lu Xinyan had been in orchestrating this meeting between him and Wen Yuding. Is this our spot? Su Cheng broke the silence, noticing Wen Yuding's uncertain demeanor in front of the couple's seat. It should be row 5, seat 20, and row 5, seat 21. There's no mistake, Wen Yuding replied softly. Wow, even the seating arrangement is so clearly defined. Su Cheng remarked with a hint of hesitation. If you don't mind, we might as well sit here. It will be too late to change now. As she spoke, Wen Yuding's face flushed a deeper shade. All right, as long as you're comfortable, I certainly can be. Su Cheng readily agreed, aware that it was usually the girls who bore the brunt of such situations. I have a question. Wen Yuding bit her lip, feeling a touch shy. What is it? Su Cheng inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Do you have a girlfriend? Wen Yuding raised her gaze, locking her eyes firmly onto Su Cheng's. Huh? So direct? Su Cheng responded, slightly taken aback. I don't have one at the moment. Why do you ask? As of now, the only women he had any emotional entanglement with were Bai Qingyi and Wen Yuding. Bai Qingyi had a rather unique status. She could be considered a girlfriend. It could also not be, depending on the external circumstances. Then I can breathe easy. The reason I asked is that I tend to get frightened by the ghosts in horror films, and I might end up grabbing your arm during the movie. If you had a girlfriend, I wouldn't dare. After speaking, Wen Yuding suddenly remembered she had not sought Su Cheng's consent and quickly added, Oh, right. I forgot to ask if you mind. Not at all. Why would a grown man be bothered by that? If you're scared, feel free to clutch my arm. Su Cheng chuckled lightly. Su Cheng understood that regardless of whether Wen Yuding's fear of ghosts was genuine, she was subtly signaling her desire for closeness. After all, she could have easily opted not to watch the film. Movie tickets were not expensive, and wasting one would be inconsequential. Wen Yuding sighed in relief. This way, when she created a flirtatious atmosphere later, she would have a valid reason. Shall we take our seats? The movie is about to start. She pointed to their seats. Of course, ladies first. Please, take a seat, Su Cheng encouraged. Without hesitation, Wen Yuding turned and settled into the inner seat. Now you sit down. All right, Su Cheng nodded, following suit. At that moment, a delicate fragrance wafted into Su Cheng's nostrils, enchanting and delightful. Their arms brushed closely against each other, yet the fabric of their clothing prevented them from directly feeling the warmth of one another's skin. Wen Yuding's arms appeared slender, but upon contact, they felt soft and pleasantly plump. Su Cheng discreetly glanced at Wen Yuding, noticing her cheeks had taken on a rosy hue. Had it not been for Su Cheng's keen eyesight, he might not have discerned the change in her demeanor within such dim lighting. A few minutes later, the film commenced. Su Cheng perceptibly noticed that Wen Yuding had quietly grasped the sleeve of his shirt. Instinctively, he turned to her, their eyes meeting in a shared glance, both smiling before returning their focus to the screen. The film opened with 4 men and 2 women exploring the wilderness, only to be caught in a torrential downpour that led them to a dilapidated inn for shelter. That night, a grotesque bloodsucker emerged, claiming the lives of 2 men in a gruesome manner, each devoured on one side. Just seconds before the bloodsucker appeared, the eerie background music shifted to a hauntingly oppressive tone. Chapter 25. The proactive Wen Yuding the instant the blood demon made its appearance. A wave of panic-stricken screams erupted from those present. Wen Yuding was no exception, She instinctively clutched Su Cheng's arm tightly, turning her head and shutting her eyes, her pale face betraying her fear as she dared not gaze at the screen ahead. Su Cheng felt his left hand being ensnared in a soft embrace, rendered immobile. Is this what you call grabbing an arm? This feels more like an embrace. Su Cheng subconsciously attempted to move his left hand, but as soon as he did, Wen Yuting's heart fluttered gently. An awkward silence ensued, both of them frozen in place, hesitant to break the rapidly escalating tension. After a brief pause, their bodies relaxed. Su Cheng hesitated before gently placing his right hand on Wen Yuting's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. She shivered slightly and lifted her clear eyes to meet his. Whispering softly, "Su Cheng, call me when the ghost is gone." The tremor in her voice evoked a profound sense of sympathy. Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Wen Yuting's reaction to the apparition seemed genuine, indicating her true fear of horror films. "All right," he replied. Seeing his response, Wen Yuting nestled her head against Su Cheng's shoulder, awaiting his call. If anyone had observed their posture, they would have noted the unmistakable intimacy between them, with Wen Yuting nearly half enshrouded in Su Cheng's embrace. He was certainly not one to feign propriety. He wholeheartedly welcomed her closeness, reveling in the tender atmosphere. 2 minutes later, the film's narrative shifted to two men and two women investigating the murderer of their companion. "Yuting, it's over," Su Cheng whispered gently. "MHM, thankfully you were here, Su Cheng," she replied, turning slightly to face the screen. Yet, Su Cheng's arm remained firmly clasped in her embrace. He made no attempt to resist, allowing his left arm to be captured. Thus, whenever the chilling background music signaled the imminent appearance of the blood demon, Wen Yuting would tug at Su Cheng's arm, pulling it tightly into her warm, soft embrace. Their bodies pressed closely together, akin to a couple seeking warmth on a frigid, snowy night. Su Cheng passively enjoyed the intimate moment, refraining from teasing Wen Yuting, as taking advantage of her vulnerability would be unbecoming. He understood that if he mishandled the situation, it could diminish her fondness for him, a prospect he wished to avoid. Ever since Wen Yuting's affection for him had crossed the pivotal threshold of 40, it had stagnated, failing to rise further. Thus, Su Cheng realized that relying solely on Wen Yuting's self-initiated affection to reach 80 would be insufficient. Time slipped away in this ambiguous ambience. 2.5 hours later, the film reached its conclusion, with all 6 characters meeting their demise, the male protagonist overtaken by the blood demon, embarking on a new reign of terror. Upon finishing the film, Su Cheng remarked, "What a truly terrible movie. What kind of horror films are being made nowadays? They are far less frightening than before." Fortunately, his primary aim was to foster a closer relationship with Wen Yuting, so he paid little heed to the film's shortcomings. After experiencing the tension of a horror film, Su Cheng and Wen Yuting's relationship seemed to have subtly deepened. As the credits began to roll, the lights gradually brightened. Su Cheng turned to find Wen Yuting's cheeks still pale with lingering fear. "Su Cheng, thank you so much. I was so frightened earlier, and I held your arm so tightly, yet you didn't mind or mock me at all," she said, a hint of bashfulness in her voice. Su Cheng smiled and shook his head. "Yuting, isn't it what friends are for during such moments? Plus, your reaction was quite endearing." How could he possibly resent Wen Yuting after enjoying such a delightful moment? Upon hearing his words, her cheeks flushed slightly, a sweet warmth blossoming within her. Wen Yuting's affection won. At that moment, the chatter of departing patrons filled the air as people began to exit the screening room. Su Cheng and Wen Yuting exchanged a glance and rose in unison, stepping outside together. As they emerged from the theater, Wen Yuting hurried to Su Cheng's side and suddenly suggested, "Su Cheng, it's just about mealtime. How about I treat you to dinner? Consider it a token of gratitude for your gallant assistance earlier." "It's nothing. I merely lent you a hand," Su Cheng said with a chuckle, attempting to decline. "But it means something different to me," Wen Yuting replied earnestly. Su Cheng initially intended to decline again, insisting it was unnecessary, but upon seeing the anticipation in her eyes, he could not bring himself to refuse. "All right, I won't be polite then, but you'll treat this time, and I'll reciprocate next time. How does that sound?" Wen Yuting's affection won. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuting's smile brightened. This way, if the progress of their relationship did not meet her expectations, she would have an excuse to approach Cheng again. Deal. I know a lovely little restaurant nearby. Let me take you there, she said with a grin. Sure. Cheng replied, nodding in agreement. They walked side by side out of the cinema, with Wen Yuding directing the way while Cheng drove them to a quaint little restaurant. Inside, the soft lighting created a warm ambience, and the wooden tables and chairs exuded a subtle pine scent. The walls were adorned with several pastoral oil paintings, adding an artistic flair to the cozy space. Wen Yuding, familiar with the menu, ordered several of the restaurant's signature dishes, enthusiastically recommending them to Cheng. You must try the sweet and sour ribs. And the steamed hairy crab is a must. They're both specialties here. After speaking, she gently handed the menu to Cheng, signaling him to place his order. Cheng accepted the menu, perusing the remaining options with quiet admiration for Wen Yuding's thoughtfulness. Meeting her bright gaze, he smiled and said, You've already ordered enough for both of us. I don't need to add anything else. Wen Yuding, hearing this, responded playfully, Is it really enough? You mustn't hold back on me. My little wallet can certainly cover your meal. It's more than enough. I don't have a large appetite, he assured her. Seeing that Cheng was sincere, Wen Yuding felt reassured. As the dishes arrived one after another, they chatted while enjoying their meal. Wen Yuding began recounting her fear of the terrifying scenes from the movie. Though her conversation started a bit awkwardly, Cheng paid no mind. He listened patiently, occasionally interjecting with humorous remarks that elicited laughter from Wen Yuding. Chapter 26. A Gradual Strategy. Gradually, the conversation meandered from films to their daily lives and interests. In this warm atmosphere, an invisible closeness enveloped them. However, it was mostly Wen Yuding who spoke while Cheng listened. He suddenly realized that he didn't need to take the initiative. Wen Yuding would naturally display her proactive side. After dinner, Wen Yuding suddenly lifted her gaze to meet Cheng's eyes, her expression serious as she said, Cheng, I've realized you are truly a considerate person. Do you know, this is the first time I've spent such a long time alone with a boy, and I was quite nervous. I feared I might say something wrong or act inappropriately. Yet, I rambled on, and you patiently listened without a hint of impatience. Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Was Wen Yuding hinting at something? He dismissed the thought, setting down his teacup with a smile. Yuding, don't say that. You're so beautiful. I can't imagine how many people would want to be with you. I'm just an ordinary guy who enjoys being with you. Even if it's just quietly accompanying you and listening to your stories, it's a rare pleasure for me. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuding's face blossomed into a radiant smile. She gently patted her chest, exhaling in relief. I was worried you might think I'm too talkative, but it seems I was overthinking it. Cheng, you're really a good person. Cheng chuckled, shaking his head with a teasing tone. I don't accept good person cards. Oh, that's not what I meant, Wen Yuding quickly clarified, realizing the online connotation of the term. I simply feel happy that you're willing to listen to me. I'm not expressing myself well. Please don't misunderstand. Seeing her nervous yet earnest demeanor, Cheng was surprised at how easily Wen Yuding could be teased, which only enhanced his impression of her. Initially, he had thought of her as a cold, aloof goddess, hard to pursue. However, as he witnessed her warmth, he recognized that her apparent aloofness was merely a facade. What Cheng failed to comprehend was that Wen Yuding's warmth was directed solely at him. Other boys had no opportunity to see this side of her. Ultimately, it was his numerous admirable qualities that had captured Wen Yuding's attention. His handsome appearance and humorous conversation were key factors in elevating her fondness for him. With a bemused smile, Cheng remarked, I know, I was just teasing you. Look how flustered you are. Your little face is all red. Wen Yuding, realizing she had been playfully tricked, shot him a mock glare, pretending to be angry. You're terrible. You scare me. I thought you really misunderstood. With that, she playfully tapped Cheng's shoulder as a light reprimand. Haha, Cheng laughed heartily, his laughter bright and sincere. He reached out to gently ruffle Wen Yuding's hair, as if soothing a startled kitten. All right, it's my fault. I shouldn't tease you like that. But seeing your genuine self is quite delightful. When I first met you, I thought you were particularly haughty. Wen Yuding felt a bit bashful at his gesture, lowering her head and softly saying, Is that so? Perhaps my face unconsciously conveys a cold expression. As Cheng observed her shy demeanor, he realized he might have been a bit reckless. Yet, he wondered why her fondness for him had seemingly increased. Did she perhaps anticipate a more intimate gesture from him? Unfortunately, the moment was not right for such a test. Clearing his throat, Cheng suggested, "It's getting late. Shall I drive you back to school? Or do you have other plans?" When Yuding sensed his hand withdraw and her expression dimmed, hearing Cheng's intention to escort her, she began to feel conflicted. It was their first time alone, and she felt it inappropriate to stay overnight. Otherwise, it would be akin to handing him everything freely. If things were too easy, boys would take such affection for granted. Only through emotional investment would a boy truly cherish what he received. After considering this, she gathered her thoughts and softly replied, "Just take me back to school. I have a class tomorrow morning." "All right." Cheng nodded, and they made their way outside. Earlier, when Yuding had preemptively settled the bill to avoid Cheng insisting on paying. In the car, Cheng drove leisurely toward the university, soft jazz playing in the background, its melody soothing. Sitting in the passenger seat, when Yuding subtly turned her head, her gaze drawn to the defined contours of Cheng's profile. Her heart raced slightly as she mentally reviewed every detail of her time with him, trying to discern any shifts in his feelings toward her. The ambiguous movie they had watched had undeniably brought them closer. Even during dinner, Cheng had begun to joke with her, a sign that her efforts had borne fruit. His feelings for her were undoubtedly warming. It seemed her strategy was progressing smoothly. When Yuding thought to herself, her eyes gleaming with determination. Today's objective had been splendidly achieved. Pleased with her performance, she resolved to pursue Cheng further over the next couple of days, aiming to secure her position as his first love within 2.5 weeks. Thus, Cheng and when Yuding shared laughter on their drive back to Shanghai University. Before long, the car came to a gentle halt outside when Yuding's dormitory. Cheng turned to her and said, "Yuding, we've arrived." At his words, a lovely blush spread across her cheeks. She bit her lip and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, "Next time, if you have the time, can we go out again? I'd really like to spend more time with you and chat." Cheng felt a stirring in his heart. Was when Yuding's invitation a direct approach? Chapter 27. Pursuing a girl is like visiting a grave, gazing upon the delicate and charming visage of Wen Yuding. Adorned with an expression of bashful anticipation, Cheng smiled and nodded. "Very well, no problem. I shall certainly invite you out when I find the time." Upon hearing this affirmative response, Wen Yuding's eyes sparkled, and a radiant smile graced her face. She had uttered those words merely to offer Cheng a hint. Should he fail to reach out to her, she planned to concoct an excuse to contact him the following morning after class. Wen Yuding unfastened her seatbelt and opened the car door. Just before stepping out, she turned back, locking her gaze on his Cheng with a smile tinged with reluctance. Then, "Farewell, Cheng. I truly had a wonderful time today. Thank you." "Goodbye," Cheng replied with a smile, watching her as she entered the dormitory building. It was only after her figure vanished from sight that he drove away. The night was deepening, punctuated by twinkling stars. Cheng arrived back at his dormitory, and after turning off the engine, he did not rush to exit the vehicle. Instead, he sat quietly in the driver's seat, gazing at the profound night sky, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. To be candid, he felt a measure of satisfaction with his performance today, although when Yuding's fondness for him had not markedly increased. Their closeness had visibly grown. This, he deemed, was sufficient. Cheng understood that to earn the rewards of winning over a quality goddess, it was not merely enough to possess her physically. He must capture her heart as well. His boundless wealth provided him the confidence to pursue such a goddess, yet did not guarantee the affection of all quality women. Thus, he resolved to enhance his allure, honing his eloquence and fortifying his physique. Gathering his thoughts, Cheng opened his phone to discover a flurry of messages from Bai Qingyi. "Brother, I missed you the moment we parted. Time seems to stretch endlessly. Ugh, if only I didn't have to attend school. I could be with you all the time. Image of oatmeal and fried rice, brother. This is my dinner, diet version. Though I long for a feast, I resisted for the sake of looking fabulous." The messages had been sent intermittently since 6 o'clock in the evening. Though they were but ordinary expressions of longing and mundane details, they filled him with an unprecedented sense of sweetness. He could almost envision Bai Qingyi's shy little eyes sparkling as she glanced at him with bashfulness. Could this be the essence of love? A smile tugged at Su Cheng's lips as he replied with endearing phrases, such as "I miss you too," and "make sure to rest well." Having completed his responses, he returned to the dormitory. Upon entering, he was greeted by the pungent scent of alcohol. Su Cheng furrowed his brow and glanced around. All the dormitory residents were present. The source of the intoxication was none other than Zhang Yuxing, who sat alone, drowning his sorrows in a bottle of beer. "What's going on?" Su Cheng inquired. "What does it look like?" "Heartbroken," Li Yunbo replied nonchalantly, engrossed in his video game. Su Cheng nodded in understanding. "Oh, my friend, do you think there's no hope left for you?" Zhang Yuxing placed the bottle down heavily, his eyes vacant as he gazed at Su Cheng, his dejection akin to a stormy sky, refusing to dissipate. "Indeed, at least for today, it appears you are beyond salvation." Su Cheng feigned seriousness, though a smile crept onto his face. Zhang Yuxing's predicament was too abstract, evoking laughter from others. Zhang Yuxing's expression faltered, as though drenched in cold water. He then sighed heavily, a hint of self-mockery in his voice. "Forget it. You won't even offer me consolation during my time of heartbreak, instead throwing salt in my wounds." "Consolation? I recall you leaving yesterday morning brimming with confidence, declaring your intent to deliver breakfast to your target. How did you become so despondent in just 2 days?" Su Cheng probed with genuine interest. Zhang Yuxing managed a bitter smile, weakly scratching his head as if to rid himself of his troubles. "Ah, it's a long story, my friend. Yesterday morning, I rose early to purchase her favorite cream bread and soy milk from Lin Yiqing's beloved bakery, envisioning a sweet morning for her. But guess what happened?" Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, urging him to continue. "I called her downstairs, presenting the breakfast. However, upon seeing it, Lin Yiqing's demeanor shifted to one of wariness. When I offered to treat her, she outright rejected my kindness, stating she already had someone she liked. Her tone was resolute, devoid of any ambiguity. As Zhang Yuxing spoke, a flicker of disappointment and resentment crossed his eyes. "And then? Did you simply slink back in defeat?" Su Cheng asked, unable to conceal his sympathy. Zhang Yuxing nodded, his smile fading further. "What else could I do? I couldn't just cling to her indefinitely. To make matters worse, upon my return, I discovered that Lin Yiqing had deleted my contact information, leaving no room for negotiation. At least you've learned your lesson. You didn't pursue her like Wang Xiaoka, who clung to someone despite knowing they were taken." Su Cheng remarked with a chuckle. "Ah," Zhang Yuxing shook his head. "I was young and foolish then. Now, I certainly won't repeat that mistake." Yet, Lin Yiqing had not afforded him the opportunity to repeat it. Zhang Yuxing took another swig of his drink and sighed. "I've come to understand that pursuing a girl is akin to visiting a grave. I burn money and offer sacrifices, crying and wailing, while she remains motionless inside, consuming my offerings and telling me I've come to the wrong grave. However," he continued, "though Lin Yiqing rejected me, at least she is an honest person. Unlike Wang Xiaoka, who, despite being in a relationship, accepted my gifts and maintained ambiguous relations, leading me to believe I still had a chance. That feeling of being strung along is 100 times more painful than a direct refusal." Du Juanhao, unable to restrain himself, stepped forward to pat Zhang Yuxing on the shoulder, suppressing a smile, and said earnestly, "Old Zhang, matters of the heart depend on fate and timing. Neither Lin Yiqing nor Wang Xiaoka is the one for you. Perhaps your true soulmate is waiting not far away. Do not lose heart. Lift your spirits. Although you may have failed, at least you didn't lose face." At this, laughter erupted in the dormitory once more. "Goodness, you little rascal. Are you here to mock me again?" Zhang Yuxing shrugged off Du Juanhao's hand and shot him a glare, choosing not to engage further. He had long since grown accustomed to the jests of others. In his eyes, their ridicule, insults, and judgments were of little consequence. Chapter 28. A collision with a beautiful woman. A reconnection? These are merely the opinions of bystanders. Life is fleeting, and a century passes in the blink of an eye. If one were to be overly concerned with the perspectives of others, would that not render existence excessively burdensome? Su Cheng observed the camaraderie between the two and, with a smile, refrained from offering any comforting words, instead climbing into his own bed. Among men, there is no need for sentimental reassurances. Everything is understood without the need for speech. Once settled in bed, he naturally reached for his phone to chat with the endearing by Cheng. The following morning, at 8:30, the sunlight bathed the room perfectly. Cheng awoke languidly, stretching as he felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. He picked up his phone from the bedside and glanced at his account balance. Over 8 million. This figure had once seemed utterly unattainable to him. Yet now it resided comfortably in his account. Reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, Cheng was filled with emotion. In merely 2 or 3 days, he had transformed from a financially struggling student reliant on loans to barely sustain his studies into a small fortune owner with over 8 million in savings. Along the way, he had also forged delightful memories with a charming beauty by Cheng. Their relationship had experienced groundbreaking advancements. With a smile, Cheng opened Douyin, as was his custom, exploring the local area for attractive young women. After scrolling for a while, without any luck, he decided to rise from bed. Perhaps next time, he should broaden the search radius on Douyin. After completing his morning routine, Cheng stood before the mirror, beads of water cascading down his face, accentuating his deep-set eyes. Gazing at his reflection, he suddenly realized that since the system had entered his life, he had neglected physical exercise for quite some time. Of course, he referred to serious exercise. His previous regimen had been quite regular, running one day, basketball the next, followed by a day of rest, cycling through this routine every 3 days. Therefore, he resolved to head to the track for a warm-up lap before considering a nearby property purchase. Cheng had made the decision to buy a house the previous evening. The dormitory was cramped, housing 6 grown men in close quarters, creating an unbearable atmosphere. If circumstances dictated, one could make do, but now that he had financial means, why should he endure the discomfort of dormitory life? Although he already owned a villa, its distance from the school was considerable. Moreover, who would ever complain about having an excess of property? If his relationship with Wen Yuding were to evolve further, having a place of his own would certainly facilitate their shared moments together. With these thoughts, a look of anticipation spread across Cheng's face. He donned a comfortable pair of sneakers and made his way to the athletic field. The gentle breeze greeted him as he arrived. Though it was only around 9 o'clock, numerous students were already running on the field. Without hesitation, Cheng stepped onto the track and began to run. Just as he was enjoying the pleasures of running, he suddenly heard a flurry of footsteps approaching rapidly from behind. He paid little mind to it, but the next moment, he felt a force propel him forward, causing him to stumble a few steps. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself, absorbing most of the impact and avoiding a fall. However, the individual who collided with him lost their balance due to inertia, twisting an ankle and letting out a pained gasp before sitting down. What bad luck! Cheng thought to himself as he turned to look back. Just as he was about to speak, he was captivated by the stunning beauty of the girl before him, momentarily rendered speechless. The young woman had a high-nosed bridge, bright eyes, and a radiant smile, truly a breathtaking figure. A hint of pain flickered across her features, invoking deep compassion. She wore a simple white t-shirt adorned with a cute cartoon bear and paired it with light blue denim shorts, her long, fair legs exposed and undeniably eye-catching. Unable to resist, Cheng activated his insight ability. Name, Lin Yiqing. Age, 20. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Attractiveness, 89. Special value, 0. Favorability, 40. Strategy reward. Passive skill, indestructible kidney. Passive skill, indestructible kidney. With this skill, your kidney function will be exceptionally robust. Regardless of how many female rivals you face, you shall be unafraid. Attractiveness, 89. Special value, 0. Wait, Lin Yiqing? Isn't that the name of the girl Zhang Yuxing has been pursuing recently? An attractiveness score of 89. Even higher than Wen Yuding. But what about this favorability rating of 40? Isn't that a bit off? And this indestructible kidney reward is rather enticing, isn't it? The kidney has long been revered as the source of life and innate foundation. A healthy kidney brings numerous benefits beyond mere vitality. It enhances physical strength, sharpens the senses, and fosters mental acuity. Snapping back to reality, Cheng stepped forward and inquired with concern, Are you all right? How did you suddenly collide with me? Lin Yiqing furrowed her brow, biting her lip, clearly in considerable pain. She looked up at Su Cheng, a flicker of apology in her eyes, and replied, I'm sorry. It seems I twisted my ankle. Could you please assist me? Su Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, cautiously helping Lin Yiqing to her feet. Leaning slightly against him, she softly requested, Could you carry me to the nearby grassy area? It's softer there, and I can rest for a bit. Without hesitation, Su Cheng hoisted Lin Yiqing effortlessly and made his way to the grass. Once he gently set her down, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Lin Yiqing gazed at him with gratitude, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she said, Thank you. My name is Lin Yiqing. What about you? I'm Su Cheng. No need for formalities, he replied with a smile, though a flicker of doubt arose within him. The more he looked at Lin Yiqing, the more familiar she seemed. Had they crossed paths before? Otherwise, how could her favorability be at 40? At that moment, Lin Yiqing was elated, having finally caught Su Cheng's attention. Indeed, she recognized him. She had purposefully collided with him to draw his notice. Even her twisted ankle was an act. How's your ankle? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Su Cheng asked, still unable to recall their prior encounters. He decided to set aside his thoughts and directly expressed his concern. It's much better now. I just need to rest here for a while, Lin Yiqing replied with a smile. Then she looked at Su Cheng's face, feigning surprise as she murmured softly, Why do you seem so familiar? Have we met before? Su Cheng was taken aback. Lin Yiqing felt the same way too. Chapter 29. The mechanism of affection points no. This cannot be right. A score of 40 in affection is already quite significant. Lin Yiqing would not possibly elevate her feelings to such a level solely based on his handsome visage. Furthermore, he had not received any system notification indicating an increase in Lin Yiqing's affection for him. This suggests that she must have harbored some degree of fondness for him prior to today. Wait a moment. The person Lin Yiqing likes. Could it be him? Last night, Su Cheng made a concerted effort to understand the system's mechanism for determining affection points. Generally speaking, a score of 0 indicates complete unfamiliarity. Scores below 10 merely reflect a favorable impression, with the relationship being quite tenuous. When affection points range from 10 to 29, the relationship could be considered average, akin to that of ordinary friends. Once the score surpasses 30, particularly between individuals of the opposite sex, it indicates a burgeoning romantic interest. At this stage, they could feasibly engage in one-on-one outings together. Of course, a perfect score of 100 is unattainable, as such a level of affection would imply total acquiescence and unyielding compliance, akin to a puppet. Individuals possess their own thoughts. Thus, a score of 100 is simply unrealistic. Su Cheng pondered for a moment before admitting, Actually, I find you quite familiar as well, but I can't quite place where I know you from. Upon hearing this, Lin Yiqing's expression flickered with disappointment, yet she quickly regained her composure. With a slight furrow of her brow, she feigned contemplation. Suddenly, she gently tapped her forehead and exclaimed, I remember. You were the senior who helped me move my luggage last year. Moving luggage? Su Cheng echoed, momentarily taken aback as he rifled through his memories. He still could not recall. Last year, during the beginning of his sophomore year, he indeed assisted someone with their luggage. He had volunteered to help first-year students transport their belongings to the dormitories. Could it be that he had helped Lin Yiqing? Noticing his confusion, Lin Yiqing offered a reminder. I almost tripped over a large suitcase, and you were quick enough to catch me. Do you remember? Almost tripped? Su Cheng's eyes brightened, a flicker of realization crossing his face. He recalled, Oh yes, that had happened. How could I forget? It was indeed as Lin Yiqing described, and the situation was even more serious than she had suggested. A step lay directly in front of Lin Yiqing, and had Su Cheng not been there to support her, she could have easily fallen forward and collided with the steps. Afterward, he had continued assisting her with her luggage, but his focus had been on finding the next first-year student in need of help, so he had not paid attention to Lin Yiqing's appearance, nor had he thought to ask for her contact information. Reflecting on it now, he felt no regret, as he had never intended to pursue a romantic relationship. However, it now seemed that his act of chivalry might have inadvertently stirred the heart of this enchanting woman. I never expected to encounter you today, senior. In such a dramatic fashion, it seems we are truly fated. Lin Yiqing chimed in, her smile radiant and her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. By the way, what happened earlier? You suddenly dashed towards me. Su Cheng inquired with a smile. I'm not quite sure why I suddenly took off running. Thankfully, I didn't knock you down. Lin Yiqing chuckled, providing a vague explanation. Naturally, she would not confess that she had done so intentionally upon recognizing Su Cheng. Oh, this Su Cheng tugged at his lips, momentarily at a loss for words, as Lin Yiqing brushed off the matter so casually. I almost forgot. Suddenly, Lin Yiqing exclaimed, hurriedly pulling out her phone to operate it. What's the matter? Su Cheng asked, puzzled. I was so busy chatting with you that I lost track of time for my Happy Run app. Lin Yiqing revealed, displaying her phone screen. Su Cheng noticed that Lin Yiqing possessed the latest iPhone 16, indicating that her family circumstances were quite favorable. I see, Su Cheng nodded. The Happy Run app is a campus fitness application primarily used by first and second-year students. They must check in a certain number of days each semester to avoid failing their physical education requirements. Presently, a significant portion of the students running on the athletic field were doing so to log their Happy Run sessions. Senior, I feel as though I've troubled you today. Although I didn't knock you over, as a gesture of apology, how about I treat you to dinner? Lin Yiqing said earnestly, fixing her gaze on Su Cheng. Is there such a delightful prospect? Su Cheng was not particularly concerned about the meal itself, but rather the opportunity to engage further with Lin Yiqing. Please, senior, just agree to it as a chance to make amends for my earlier clumsiness. Lin Yiqing implored, sensing his hesitation. She wrapped her arms around his, playfully swaying like an adorable kitten. Feeling the softness of her touch, Su Cheng's heart fluttered. Meeting Lin Yiqing's sincere and expectant gaze, he nodded and smiled, of course. I cannot refuse a junior's invitation. However, I must choose the place, all right? Sound great. I'm willing to go anywhere as long as you're up for it. Lin Yiqing's face lit up with a radiant smile upon hearing Su Cheng's acceptance. Are you feeling better now? Su Cheng inquired. Yes, I'm perfectly fine, Lin Yiqing affirmed, nodding as she tried to stand. However, she secretly devised another plan. Su Cheng supported her arm to prevent her from stumbling. Lin Yiqing suddenly gasped, leaning towards Su Cheng. He quickly caught her, saying, You said you were fine? You can't even stand straight. Should I take you to the hospital for a checkup? No. It was just a brief pain. If you support me, I can walk just fine. Lin Yiqing's eyes sparkled mischievously. She was clearly doing this on purpose. Visiting a doctor was out of the question. If they discovered she was perfectly healthy, her ruse would be exposed. All right, if you feel any pain, just speak up. Don't push yourself. My car is parked on campus, and I could get you to the hospital quickly, Su Cheng advised, concern evident in his eyes. Wait, you actually have a car? Lin Yiqing asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Having a car during one's student years implied considerable privilege, suggesting a commendable family background. Su Cheng nodded, not one to feign humility about his circumstances. Chapter 30. It's obvious he's teasing her. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall some novels he had read. The protagonists, undeniably wealthy, often donned shabby attire, deliberately masquerading as underdogs to elicit disdain, only to later deliver a resounding slap to the face of their detractors. He sometimes wondered whether such characters harbored peculiar preferences. Did they enjoy wearing inferior clothing? Or did they relish being looked down upon? Lin Yiqing's eyes suddenly sparkled, as though she had stumbled upon a rare treasure. She had not anticipated that Su Cheng was, in fact, a hidden gem of affluence. A sense of pride welled up within her, and she couldn't resist a self-congratulatory thought. What splendid fortune! The senior I have sought for nearly 2 years turns out to be a potential catch. Although she had not seen Su Cheng's car with her own eyes, that mattered little. As long as he was not in dire straits, she was determined to win his heart. With a smile that was hard to conceal, Lin Yiqing elongated her tone playfully, exclaiming, Senior, you are truly a treasure. You're so handsome and drive to school. This is the first time I've seen a student with a car on campus. Her words were, of course, mere flattery directed at Su Cheng. With her beauty, countless suitors pursued her, including several affluent young men. It was implausible that any of them were unable to drive to school. Su Cheng, upon hearing this, laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Haha, driving to school is nothing special. Anyone can do it as long as they can afford the parking fee. Lin Yiqing blinked, feigning contemplation before breaking into a playful laugh. Senior, you're far too modest. After a moment, she fixed her gaze on Su Cheng's eyes, which sparkled like stars, and with hope, she remarked, "If only I had met you sooner, perhaps I would have already captured your heart." Su Cheng, taken aback by her directness, noted her unabashed demeanor. This lively and passionate girl was indeed bold in her affections. Seeing Lin Yiqing still gazing at him earnestly, he chuckled lightly. Meeting me now might be the best timing. Had you pursued me earlier, I likely wouldn't have dared to utter a word to someone as beautiful as you. In the past, Su Cheng had lacked the confidence to engage with stunning girls, as his own financial struggles had made him cautious about entanglements. Senior, you're being humble again. Lin Yiqing playfully huffed, rolling her eyes at him with a smirk that conveyed disbelief. Not daring to speak to beautiful girls? You must be teasing me. Su Cheng merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate. Checking his phone, he noted it was only 9:40, far too early for lunch. Seizing the opportunity, he suggested, "Since there is still time, I have some personal matters to attend to off-campus. How about I drop you off at your dorm, and we can reconnect for lunch? Something to attend to?" Lin Yiqing furrowed her brow slightly. Yet, she quickly discerned the sincerity in Su Cheng's eyes, realizing he was not fabricating excuses to dismiss her. "Would it be convenient for me to join you? That way, you won't have to make an unnecessary trip back to school." Having finally caught Su Cheng's attention, she was not about to miss any chance to spend time with him. After all, her reserved demeanor on the first day of university had led to their lack of contact information. She was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. "Of course, it's convenient." Su Cheng nodded, having awaited her response. "I'll escort you to the south gate of the athletics field. Then wait for a few minutes while I fetch my car from the dorm." As he gently took her arm to guide her towards the south gate, Lin Yiqing mischievously halted. "All right, but first, we must add each other on WeChat. Otherwise, if you run off, I won't be able to find you." With that, she pulled out her phone, tapping a few times before presenting the screen to Su Cheng. The QR code for adding friends was ready, awaiting his addition. Lin Yiqing had cleverly orchestrated the moment to ensure Su Cheng would initiate the contact. Amused, Su Cheng chuckled as he retrieved his own phone, unlocking it to scan her QR code. "You're absolutely right. I almost overlooked that. Let us add each other on WeChat, and should you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out." "Well then, I shan't hold back." Lin Yiqing beamed upon hearing Su Cheng's words. After they successfully added each other, she exclaimed, "Now you're officially my special concern." Is there such a feature on WeChat?" Su Cheng paused, surprised, as he thought it was a function exclusive to another platform. "It's akin to a starred friend. Quite similar." Lin Yiqing elucidated. "Ah, I see." Su Cheng replied with a grin. Lin Yiqing's subtle hints at desiring a more intimate relationship were clear, almost declaring, "I want to be your girlfriend." Her proactive enthusiasm surpassed even that of Wen Yuting. To have such an enchanting girl pursue him so fervently left Su Cheng feeling euphoric. As they exchanged smiles, he supported Lin Yiqing, engaging in light-hearted conversation while making their way to the athletics field south gate. Lin Yiqing's affection level 1. Lin Yiqing's affection level 1. Lin Yiqing's affection level 1. Meanwhile, when Yuting had just finished her class and was walking with her roommate, Li Qingyao, towards their dormitory, clutching a book. "Hurry up, Yuting. I heard the cafeteria has introduced new desserts today. We must go try them," Li Qingyao urged, quickening her pace as they laughed and headed toward the dorm. Habitually, they opted for the most direct route back, which fortuitously passed by the south gate of the athletics field. "Oh, Yuting, look over there. ISNT, that's Su Cheng." Just as they approached the gate, Li Qingyao suddenly halted, pointing at the two figures approaching in the distance, surprise flickering in her eyes. When Yuting recognized Su Cheng instantly, they had taken a photo together at the cinema the previous day. As her close friend, Li Qingyao had not only seen that photo, but also knew of Wen Yuting's pursuit of Su Cheng. Initially, she had been astonished, given Wen Yuting's typically aloof demeanor towards boys, yet now she was actively chasing after one. Chapter 31. Wen Yuting's regret, however, Upon learning about Su Cheng's capabilities later on, she felt a sense of relief. Wen Yuding's heart involuntarily trembled at the words. Following Li Qingyao's gaze, her eyes instantly fixed upon Su Cheng, who was half supporting Lin Yiqing. From their perspective, the two appeared exceedingly intimate. Su Cheng's arm was casually wrapped around Lin Yiqing's waist, almost cradling her as they walked. Their proximity was so close that one could almost hear their breaths mingling. Coupled with Lin Yiqing's alluring eyes and Su Cheng's handsome visage, they resembled a couple blissfully ensconced in the sweetness of love. Wen Yuding's heart sank sharply, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the book in her hands, her nails nearly embedding themselves into the pages. She endeavored to conjure a smile, yet her lips felt rigid and unyielding. Li Qingyao, oblivious to her turmoil, furrowed her brow in confusion and muttered softly, "Yuding, doesn't he have a girlfriend? Why does it seem?" Wen Yuding gently knitted her brows, the remark evoking memories of Su Cheng's earlier declarations of his single status. With this thought, her heart settled somewhat. Perhaps that girl is merely his friend. Wen Yuding forced out a response, her tone laced with uncertainty, for she had realized that Lin Yiqing's beauty was not inferior to her own. When strikingly handsome individuals stand together, anyone would perceive a connection between them. Li Qingyao nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comments to avoid appearing to stir discord. As Su Cheng and Lin Yiqing drew nearer, Wen Yuding's emotions became increasingly complex. She had initially planned to seek an opportunity to contact Su Cheng, yet it seemed that her plans were now disrupted. However, a flicker of resolve crossed her eyes. Since fate had brought them together, she would not let this serendipitous encounter slip away. Moreover, she yearned to discern the nature of the relationship between the two before her. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she turned to Li Qingyao and said, "I wish to greet Su Cheng. If we engage in conversation, I might not be able to accompany you back to the dormitory." "Go for it, Yuding, you can do it," Li Qingyao encouraged her. As their conversation unfolded, Su Cheng and Lin Yiqing approached, engaged in light-hearted banter. Observing their laughter, Wen Yuding pressed her lips together, striving to muster a somewhat awkward smile, and softly called out. Su Cheng, fully engrossed in Lin Yiqing, momentarily paused, then turned his gaze toward the sound, quickly spotting Wen Yuding standing not far away. She donned a stylish white shirt paired with a light blue jacket, a deep blue pleated skirt, and white socks with black boots, exuding an air of youthful elegance, akin to a pristine ice lotus untouched by the world. "Yuding, did you just finish class?" Su Cheng inquired, noticing the book in her hands. "Yes, my friend, and I were just about to head back to the dormitory when we unexpectedly ran into you," Wen Yuding replied. Having noticed Lin Yiqing's awkwardness and surmising that she had sustained an injury, hence Su Cheng's supportive gesture. Pausing, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and feigned ignorance, asking what happened to her. With a resigned smile, Su Cheng replied, "It's a long story. I was jogging when this clumsy girl bumped into me, resulting in her twisting her ankle. Fortunately, it's not a serious issue." "Oh, do you need assistance?" "I happen to be free right now," Wen Yuding offered, glancing at Lin Yiqing, who clung to Su Cheng's arm. For reasons unknown, she sensed Lin Yiqing's actions were deliberate, a sixth sense inherent to women. "There's no need. It's just a minor inconvenience," Su Cheng chuckled, prioritizing Lin Yiqing, who he had promised to treat to a meal. Unless Wen Yuding forcibly inserted herself into the situation, it was best to navigate the dynamics of both women separately. Su Cheng was acutely aware of his limited capabilities. Just days prior, he had been an inexperienced virgin, and despite his theoretical knowledge, he could not manage the affections of two women simultaneously without risk. Meanwhile, Lin Yiqing keenly sensed that the atmosphere between Wen Yuding and Su Cheng was somewhat askew, stirring a peculiar feeling within her. If Wen Yuding and Su Cheng were indeed entangled in an ambiguous relationship, her current actions could be perceived as an attempt to usurp love. This realization evoked an inexplicable mix of guilt and exhilaration within Lin Yiqing. How delightful! Lin Yiqing's affection level 3. With her eyes sparkling, Lin Yiqing seized the opportunity to interject, her voice soft and inviting. "Senior, it's all my fault. I forgot to ask if you're feeling all right. I hope I didn't hurt you." Upon hearing this gentle tone, when Yuding immediately recognized Lin Yiqing's intentions towards Su Cheng. Of course not. Your impact was as light as a feather. How could it possibly hurt? Su Cheng replied, feeling as though his heart might melt from Lin Yiqing's endearing tone. Though her voice did not quite rival by Cheng's sweetness, it was close enough. He also noted the increase in Lin Yiqing's affection level, leaving him puzzled about how it had occurred. Sensing Su Cheng's reaction, Lin Yiqing felt a surge of pride, maintaining an expression of innocence and warmth. Stealing a glance at Wen Yuding, she noted the complex emotions reflected in her gaze, as if she were grappling with regret. Lin Yiqing became increasingly convinced that Wen Yuding harbored feelings for Su Cheng, just as she did. By the way, Senior, your physique is remarkably strong. It felt as though I had collided with a wall, Lin Yiqing added, her tone imbued with admiration, as if Su Cheng were her hero. Haha, you exaggerate, my dear. Su Cheng laughed. Witnessing this exchange, Wen Yuding's heart swirled with conflicting emotions. It suddenly dawned on her how absurd her gradual approach had been. She had once believed that her exquisite beauty and gentle nature would allow her to slowly win Su Cheng's heart. However, reality cruelly revealed that exceptional men like Su Cheng were akin to brilliant stars. If she hesitated even slightly, other equally eager and beautiful women would seize the opportunity. She lamented her missed chance, regretting not having taken decisive action yesterday to establish their relationship immediately after the movie or dinner. Chapter 32. Is it still possible now? Is it still possible now? Wen Yuding pressed her lips together, gazing at Su Cheng. Yuding? Yuding? The warm and gentle Su Cheng stood before her, his eyes filled with kindness. You seem lost in thought, Su Cheng remarked with a smile. I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave, Wen Yuding replied softly. All right, Su Cheng nodded, advising Lin Yiqing to wait beside the railing before heading towards the dormitory. As she watched Su Cheng's figure recede into the distance, Wen Yuding realized she could no longer hesitate. She needed to find an opportunity to be alone with him and win his heart. She then glanced at Lin Yiqing, who was leaning against the railing, and fortuitously, Lin Yiqing was also looking at her. A spark seemed to ignite between their gazes, charged with palpable tension. However, they were strangers, leaving no room for conversation. A few minutes later, Wen Yuding had departed with her close friend. Meanwhile, Lin Yiqing remained obediently at the railing, her eyes occasionally drifting towards the direction Su Cheng had taken, a mix of anticipation and subtle nervousness evident in her demeanor. Curious glances from surrounding classmates fell upon her, speculating about whom this beautiful girl was waiting for. Several boys approached, seeking her contact information, but Lin Yiqing politely declined them all. Soon, Su Cheng arrived, steering his eye-catching Rolls-Royce Cullinan, which came to a smooth stop before Lin Yiqing. The sun's setting rays cast a golden glow upon the vehicle, drawing the attention of passers-by who paused to admire it. Amid the curious stares, Su Cheng emerged from the car, unfastening his seatbelt as he approached the astonished Lin Yiqing. Her mouth slightly agape, she struggled to believe her eyes. Initially, she thought a distinguished guest had arrived at the school, only to find that it was Su Cheng stepping out of the luxurious vehicle. Come, let me take you for a ride, Su Cheng said tenderly, guiding Lin Yiqing's arm, leaving the captivated onlookers heartbroken over her beauty. Senior, is this your car? Lin Yiqing inquired softly, her surprise contrasting with her earlier exuberance. Su Cheng nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Lin Yiqing's expression shifted to one of even greater astonishment. Is it possible that your family owns a mine? This is a Rolls-Royce. A mine? Su Cheng pondered, realizing that possessing a system was far more outrageous than having a mine. Naturally, he would never disclose the existence of a system to anyone. Something like that, Su Cheng chuckled. As he spoke, Su Cheng assisted Lin Yiqing into the passenger seat, sitting on the plush upholstery. She couldn't help but marvel at the opulence surrounding her, taking in the exquisite details of the interior. Once inside, Su Cheng pressed the accelerator, and with a low growl, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan surged forward towards the school gate. In the car, Lin Yiqing regained her composure and asked, Senior, this Rolls-Royce must cost over $7 million, right? About that, Su Cheng replied with a smile. About that? I must have underestimated it. Lin Yiqing realized the implication of Su Cheng's words, her perception of his wealth surpassing her expectations, sparking doubts about whether he was genuinely single. After a moment's contemplation, she tilted her head, earnestly observing Su Cheng's chiseled profile, mumbling to herself, "In life, one must have resources to thrive. Senior, with your wealth, how is it that you remain without a girlfriend? Are you teasing me, this naive junior? What reason would I have to deceive you?" Su Cheng rolled his eyes at her. Could it be that students have high standards and stringent requirements for a partner, which is why you haven't found the right one? Lin Yiqing pressed on. High standards? To be honest, Su Cheng himself was uncertain whether his standards were indeed high. Before acquiring the system, his only thought had been to save enough to marry a kind and gentle wife, caring little for appearances as long as he found her pleasing. Was that too demanding? However, with the system now at his disposal, it was only reasonable for his standards to rise. Su Cheng would not settle for less. The system's definition of a quality partner aligned perfectly with his desires, leading him to strategize how to pursue the ideal girl. You are correct. My standards are indeed quite elevated. After all, one cannot be careless when it comes to a life partner, Su Cheng confessed. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Lin Yiqing's eyes as she clutched her clothing, her small hands trembling slightly with a mix of anticipation and shyness. So, what kind of girlfriend is Senior looking for? Firstly, she must be as beautiful as you, with long, lustrous black hair, her smile curving her eyes into crescent moons, instantly bringing joy to anyone who gazes upon her. Secondly, Su Cheng deliberately prolonged his speech, teasing Lin Yiqing's curiosity. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Caught off guard by Su Cheng's direct compliment, she felt a sweet rush of being praised by someone she admired. Yet, upon hearing him withhold the second point, her curiosity intensified like an itch she could not scratch. Was the second point? Senior, please don't keep me in suspense. Forget it. I'm too shy to say the second point. Su Cheng shifted the conversation, a playful smirk gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he clearly intended to tease Lin Yiqing. Seeing Su Cheng's reluctance to answer only fueled Lin Yiqing's curiosity further. She huffed playfully, her voice tinged with a hint of petulance. "Oh, Senior, you're so mean. You dangle the bait, but refuse to reveal it. If you don't tell me, I'll... Suddenly, it dawned on her that she had no real leverage to threaten Su Cheng. Her words faltered, leaving her momentarily speechless, and a hint of frustration crossed her features. Amused, Su Cheng inquired, "And what will you do? Surely you're not going to cry?" Instantly, Lin Yiqing's face flushed with two bright spots of color, and she playfully glared at Su Cheng. "What else can I do? I have to cling to you like a little shadow," she replied in a soft tone, "but you'd better watch out. I might just sneak up behind you and create some mischief." Chapter 33 Senior, my foot still hurts so much. Upon uttering this, she playfully made a face, causing Su Cheng to burst into laughter. He shook his head in amusement, reflecting internally. Was this truly a threat? It was evidently a delightful perk. Having such a lively and charming junior by his side would undoubtedly add joy to his life. Who knows? Perhaps one day the atmosphere might be just right to win her over. With this thought, Su Cheng's gaze softened. He gently patted Lin Yiqing's shoulder and chuckled. "All right, little Yiqing, don't be upset. Next time we have a chance, I promise I will reveal the second point to you, all right?" A standard evasion, indeed. Lin Yiqing rolled her eyes internally, clearly perceiving Su Cheng's underlying message. Nevertheless, a satisfied smile graced her face as she nodded and replied, "All right then, Senior. You must keep your word." After a while, Su Cheng arrived at their destination, Maxiang Jinyuan. This was not only the closest property to Songhai University, but also one of the top-tier residential areas in the vicinity. Following the navigation's directions, he drove towards a sales center. Along the way, he occasionally spotted uniformed security guards who politely nodded in greeting. As Su Cheng's car approached the sales center, two receptionists standing at the entrance immediately straightened their expressions. With forced smiles, they hurriedly approached Su Cheng's vehicle, their heels clicking on the pavement. "Sir, please come this way. You can park here. When you're ready to leave, you 1T need to reverse. You can drive straight out." The receptionist guided him to a parking spot with an eagerness that suggested they viewed him as a benefactor. Su Cheng nodded and parked the car. After turning off the engine, he turned to Lin Yiqing and inquired, Would you like to wait in the car, or shall we explore together? Of course. I'll follow my senior. Lin Yiqing replied with a sweet smile. How's your foot? Still hurting? She lifted her delicate foot, giving it a gentle shake to indicate that she was no longer in pain. It really doesn't hurt anymore, senior. Look, I've already massaged it in the car, and I feel much better now. I should be able to walk without any issues. That's wonderful. Su Cheng responded, opening the car door and stepping out. Upon seeing such a youthful and handsome man emerge from the vehicle, the two receptionists' eyes sparkled with interest, their gazes fixed on Su Cheng as if they wished to devour him whole. Su Cheng's looks were extraordinary. Even without driving a top-tier luxury car like a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, the receptionists were more than willing to assist such a striking gentleman. Thank you for finding the parking space for me. Su Cheng expressed his gratitude politely as he exited the car, his gaze inadvertently lingering on the receptionists for a moment. Noticing their attractiveness, he casually employed his insight ability. One scored 71, and the other 72, he mused silently, nodding in approval. To be fair, such scores were not low. They could undoubtedly be labeled as beauties. It's worth noting that these scores were given without any makeup or enhancements. With a touch of makeup, they could very well exceed 80 points. If only the former me, before acquiring this system, could have a girlfriend with a score above 70, I would have laughed myself awake from a dream. Su Cheng thought to himself. Furthermore, these receptionists not only possessed striking looks, but also boasted commendable figures. Their well-tailored professional outfits, complemented by figure-hugging skirts, accentuated their graceful silhouettes, while the black stockings added an element of allure and mystery. Such attire would undoubtedly turn heads on the street. Su Cheng could not help but think of the adorable Bai Qingyi, silently praising her. Had Bai Qingyi not worn black stockings that night, granting him a degree of immunity, he might have been irresistibly drawn to the allure of those seductive black stockings. You're too kind. It's our honor to serve such a sunny and handsome guest. The receptionists responded with laughter, their eyes filled with warmth as they looked at Su Cheng. Recently endowed with the system, he was blissfully unaware of the unique charm he exuded. His confident demeanor, coupled with his strikingly defined features, possessed an irresistible allure for women. He was, in essence, a walking embodiment of magnetism. As he casually strolled past, he effortlessly stirred a ripple of attention in the crowd, prompting numerous women to glance his way. Meanwhile, Lin Yiqing, who had just exited the car, keenly noticed the receptionist's unusual glances directed at Su Cheng, and a sense of vigilance arose within her. She gracefully glided over to Su Cheng's side, instinctively wrapping her arm around his, as if to assert her claim. What's going on? Su Cheng felt a soft sensation enveloping his arm, bringing a delightful thrill. Instinctively moving his arm, he caught a faint hum from Lin Yiqing. Surprised, he turned to her, his eyes filled with curiosity. Senior, my foot still hurts. Holding onto your arm makes it easier to walk. Lin Yiqing playfully whined, her voice soft and sweet, evoking a sense of fondness. As she finished speaking, she gently shook Su Cheng's arm, her innocent gaze sparkling, seemingly oblivious to the significant implications of her gesture. Su Cheng's heart softened involuntarily. Faced with such a charming and endearing Lin Yiqing, how could he possibly voice any objections? He could only shake his head in resignation, a tender smile gracing his lips as he allowed Lin Yiqing to playfully manipulate his arm. Soon enough, Su Cheng and Lin Yiqing, under the guidance of the two receptionists, entered the grand lobby of Maxiang Jingyuan. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by staff members. Those who were a bit slower to react could only lament their distraction, silently cursing themselves for missing the opportunity to engage with such esteemed guests. Why did they perceive Su Cheng as a distinguished visitor? It was because they recognized the Patek Philippe 5990 are on his wrist, valued at a staggering 1.8 million. The approaching receptionist appeared to be around 27 years of age. Chapter 34. Viewing villas with a lady tall and graceful, her black stockings accentuated her long and slender legs, complemented by a well-tailored professional outfit that exuded both competence and elegance. Her features were delicate, and there was a gentle charm in her eyes that compelled one to gaze a moment longer. Su Cheng's perceptive glance appraised her beauty at a commendable score of 76. which could easily be regarded as a pinnacle of attractiveness attainable by an ordinary individual. Welcome to Mo Xiang Jingyuan. I am Li Qinyue, your sales consultant. Please, just call me Shaoli. This way, please. Upon catching sight of Su Cheng's handsome visage, Li Qinyue immediately broke into a warm smile. Her gaze was imbued with a tender affection, as if she were drawn to him by an invisible thread. It was no wonder, for Su Cheng was exceedingly handsome. Initially, it was the Patek Philippe 5990 on his wrist that had caught her eye, but now, seeing his face, she could not help but consider herself fortunate. Who were the usual patrons here? They were typically affluent individuals, not young by any means. A dashing gentleman like Su Cheng was a rare sight, often only encountered in the fleeting moments of social media scrolling. A glance at Lin Yiqing revealed to Li Qinyue an understanding of their intimate relationship. She thoughtfully guided Su Cheng to a nearby, small sofa, which, though modest in size, was sufficient to accommodate both him and Lin Yiqing. The surrounding saleswomen occasionally cast curious glances in their direction, clearly intrigued by the presence of such a striking gentleman. May I inquire your surname, sir? Would you be willing to share your specific requirements? Li Qinyue's voice was as refreshing as a spring breeze, gentle yet professional. We offer a diverse range of properties, from single apartments and cozy two-bedroom homes to spacious three-bedroom residences and luxurious villas. Whether you seek a comfortable nest or aspire to a lifestyle of refinement, you shall find your ideal abode here. Li Qinyue gestured to a distant corner, then leaned slightly, revealing her earnest demeanor as she engaged with Su Cheng. His eyes lit up, absorbing the scene before him. With a courteous smile, he replied, "My surname is Su. I am primarily here to explore available properties, preferably those that are already furnished for immediate occupancy. Sir, madam, please enjoy some tea." At that moment, a captivating saleswoman approached, bearing a tray adorned with a fragrant pot of tea and two exquisite cups. With practiced ease, she filled the cups to two-thirds full, the clear liquid exuding an enticing aroma. She then presented the cups to Su Cheng and Lin Yiqing. "Thank you," Lin Yiqing murmured as she accepted her cup. "Thank you," Su Cheng echoed. Unbeknownst to him, the saleswoman's delicate hand brushed lightly against his palm, a subtle gesture that he keenly noticed. He raised his gaze to her, observing her body tense momentarily, a blush creeping on her finely chiseled face, as if he had inadvertently teased her. Su Cheng paid little mind to it. He understood this might simply be a tactic employed by the saleswoman to foster rapport with the client. Gently shaking his teacup, he offered her a warm smile. "Thank you for the tea. It is delightful." The saleswoman's face flushed deeper at his words, and she quickly lowered her head, responding softly, "You're welcome, sir. Please enjoy." With the saleswoman momentarily occupied, Li Qinyue deftly extracted several brochures from her nearby file. Once the saleswoman had departed, she approached Su Cheng with an almost flirtatious demeanor, her knee brushing against his leg. Leaning gracefully, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, partially obscuring her cheek. As she leaned closer, she slowly opened the brochures, revealing a myriad of property photos and detailed descriptions, from opulent villas to charming apartments. Li Qinyue's posture was bolder than before, her neckline slightly revealing, the purple lace edging catching Su Cheng's eye. The alluring sight stirred something within him. "Mr. Su, what do you think of this property? It boasts excellent lighting and expansive views. Standing on the balcony, one can almost overlook the entire city's twinkling lights." As she spoke, her sultry gaze held Su Cheng's, and noticing his attention linger on her neck for a moment, a proud smile curved her lips. This was a blend of self-assuredness in her allure and satisfaction with his reaction. Meanwhile, Lin Yiqing observed Li Qinyue's unabashed use of her attributes to her advantage with a sense of disdain. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Currently, she felt no substantial claim over Su Cheng and lacked the standing to intervene in his affairs. Criticizing Li Qinyue was out of the question. She feared that any conflict arising from this might diminish Su Cheng's regard for her. Su Cheng glanced at the photograph in Li Qinyue's hands. It depicted a modest unit of only around 100 square meters. While the layout was compact, the decor was ostentatious, with clashing colors that felt out of touch with contemporary taste. The average price per square meter in Mo Xiang Jing Yuan hovered around 67,000 yuan, making even a small unit here a staggering 7 million yuan. This astronomical figure was far beyond the reach of most ordinary individuals, and even those earning over 1 million annually would require years of scrimping and saving to afford it. It was no exaggeration to say that those purchasing here were indeed entering the realm of the affluent. This unit is rather small, and the decor. It feels somewhat outdated. I find it hard to appreciate, Su Cheng remarked, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Please, just show me the most expensive villas or large flats available. While the priciest may not always be the best, the finest certainly commands a premium. Upon hearing Su Cheng's request, Li Qinyue's heart raced. She instantly recognized that this client was no ordinary patron. He was truly well off. Initially, she had presumed he was merely purchasing a property for a girlfriend he kept outside, but it was clear now that he was a man of considerable means. Chapter 35. The 35 million villa, after all, she had witnessed numerous similar scenes. The affluent individuals who indulge in the company of young women often inhabit such luxurious settings. Typically, the residences they select hover around 80 square meters. Thus, when she had previously recommended a 100 square meter property, a flicker of anxiety coursed through her. Was she being overly ambitious? Li Qinyue swallowed hard and hastily stowed her belongings into a folder. She then retrieved a more sophisticated brochure, fearing that she might miss out on this rare opportunity. As she opened it, she leaned in closer to Su Cheng, cheerfully perusing the pages while speaking with a warm smile. Mr. Su, what do you think of these villas? Their location, architectural design, and decor are all top-notch. If any of them pique your interest, or if you wish to see their exteriors in person, I can take you to visit them right away. Alternatively, we could head directly to the villa district in Maxiang Jingyuan for a more comprehensive impression. Su Cheng nodded in agreement, while Li Qinyue continued to browse through the brochure. She patiently elaborated on each option. This villa is situated at the easternmost edge of our community, boasting an unparalleled sea view. Each morning, one can awaken to the first rays of sunlight glistening upon the shimmering sea, a breathtaking sight indeed. As she spoke, Su Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. The subsequent villas each possessed their unique charm. Some embraced a modern minimalist design, while others exuded classical elegance. After detailing 5 properties, Li Qinyue playfully remarked, Mr. Su, these 5 are the most exquisite and expensive villas we offer. Which one captures your interest? The third one, I find it somewhat more appealing. Su Cheng replied with a hint of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of approval flashed in Li Qinyue's eyes. Mr. Su's discerning taste is indeed remarkable. This villa is certainly one of our treasures, flawless in both design and location. She gracefully stood up, adjusting her skirt. Very well, Mr. Su. Shall I take you to see it in person? I am confident you will fall in love with the place. Su Cheng nodded lightly. All right, then I shall trouble you. Miss Li, in the villa district of Maxiang Jingyuan, an independent villa stood proudly in a prime location, its exterior a harmonious blend of modernity and classical charm. The white faade shimmered under the sunlight, radiating brilliance. This is one of the finest large villas in Maxiang Jingyuan, Li Qinyue said with a smile, standing a short distance in front of Su Cheng. Her voice was soft yet compelling. Currently priced at 35 million, it spans 350 square meters, with an additional 140 square meters included as a bonus, featuring a spacious basement and a well-equipped terrace. Oh, Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, evidently taken aback by the price. He surveyed the surroundings. The interior design was minimalist yet sophisticated, with every detail exuding exceptional taste. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows lay a meticulously tended garden, resplendent with blossoms and shaded by lush trees, creating a serene ambience. So, the total area of this villa amounts to 490 square meters? Su Cheng inquired. Li Qinyue nodded with a smile, presenting a detailed property brochure. Indeed, Mr. Su, the total area is 490 square meters, which averages out to approximately 71,400 per square meter. However, considering the prime location, the villa's quality, and the additional basement and terrace, this price is quite reasonable. 71 $400 per square meter does seem considerably higher than purchasing a standalone property, Cheng remarked. This grand villa features 2 above-ground levels and 1 basement, totaling 3 stories. The basement not only includes a garage, but also a private cinema. The second floor comprises several bedrooms, a gym, a billiards room, and an office, Li Qinhua continued. The environment here is indeed delightful, ideal for living, Cheng commented sincerely. Moreover, the decor is quite striking. It is evident that considerable thought has gone into it. Cheng continued, his gaze reflecting admiration. The style is elegantly simple yet sophisticated, exuding warmth, akin to a personal design tailored to one's preferences. Has this property previously had an owner? Li Qinhua cast a surprised glance at Cheng, her expression one of astonishment. Mr. Su, you are truly exceptional. Your discerning eye is commendable. I must confess, this villa was indeed sold previously, and the decor was crafted by its former owner. That individual was a high-earning professional, making several million annually, who invested significantly to acquire this property, even taking on a 30-year mortgage. Regrettably, shortly after the house was completed, she faced a devastating setback. She was laid off. In her 30s, at the peak of her career, she suddenly lost her job. In a moment of despair, she jumped from her company's building. She never even spent a single night here, leaving this world forever. This is rather bold, Cheng remarked, astonished by the tale. Lin Yiqing also expressed surprise, recalling having seen something similar in the news. Indeed, Mr. Su, such tragedies are not uncommon in our great nation. Li Qinhua sighed softly, a note of concern evident in her eyes. Life is fleeting, merely a span of a few decades. Yet, there are those who possess the audacity and ambition to shoulder a burdensome 30-year mortgage. Cheng nodded thoughtfully. Many of them are buoyed by their current favorable circumstances, filled with boundless aspirations for the future. Just like the individual you mentioned, earning over $1 million annually, believing in her exceptional capabilities, hence daring to take on substantial debt. Yet, she failed to recognize that she had not yet ascended to management, lacking the resilience to navigate crises. Indeed, a fleeting moment of success does not guarantee perpetual ease. Li Qinhua interjected, her tone imbued with reflection. Consider the stock market. It may soar one day only to plummet the next. And in the workplace, one may be the star employee today, only to face the threat of layoffs tomorrow. Life is truly unpredictable. Chapter 36. A sevenfold return on consumption. 245 million renminbi. In this era of economic downturn, it is prudent to avoid loans whenever possible. After all, no one can guarantee that the future will be smooth sailing. Should unforeseen complications arise, a loan can feel like an insurmountable burden, suffocating in its weight. Suddenly, Li Qinhua realized her words had veered into sensitive territory, and a subtle flush of embarrassment crept across her face as she apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I spoke too freely for a moment. A hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes, revealing the profound impact the previous topic had on her. Her father had been laid off at the age of 35, burdened by debt from a loan taken to purchase a home for his bride. This recollection had momentarily stirred her emotions. Not at all, Cheng replied with a smile, dismissing her concern. Relieved, Li Qinhua resumed her presentation, describing the villa's decor, which leaned toward a European style, exuding an air of elegance that was immediately impressive. Look at this reception area. As Cheng listened, he surveyed the space, nodding in silent approval. The reception area spanned over 50 square meters, its grandeur unmistakable and stylishly imposing. This place should allow me to make a full purchase, right? He mused, finding the location convenient, nestled near Shanghai University. It seemed an excellent choice for his temporary residence over the next year. Full purchase? The incredulity in Li Qinhua's voice was palpable, her momentary shock evident. In an age of soaring property prices, individuals who could afford to make a lump sum payment were a rarity. Even Lin Yiqing, who clung to Cheng's arm, wore an expression of disbelief. Nevertheless, recalling Cheng's youthful possession of a Rolls-Royce, she quickly reconciled herself to the reality of his wealth. My senior is simply extraordinary. With a gentle smile that radiated unwavering conviction, Cheng affirmed, yes, I will pay the full amount and move in tonight. His decisiveness was a hallmark of his character. He was never one to drag his feet. Empowered by his system, he faced every situation with unshakable confidence, navigating both career and life with ease. Li Qinyue's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Su Cheng's response, excitement bubbling forth uncontrollably. In her extensive experience, she had never encountered such a substantial transaction. Her heart raced, and her voice trembled with anticipation. Are you saying we need not continue viewing? You wish to proceed with the payment for the villa? Indeed. Su Cheng nodded affirmatively. Upon receiving his confirmation, Li Qinyue felt her heart swell with joy. Drawing a deep breath to quell her excitement, she enthusiastically declared, "Then let us proceed with the necessary paperwork. Please hold on for a moment while I prepare the purchase contract and related documents." With that, and upon receiving Su Cheng's nod, she turned and dashed toward the sales center, her every step seemingly buoyed by happiness. Her speed was astonishing, but even more remarkable was her rapid return. Moments later, she reappeared, breathless, accompanied by a smiling staff member in uniform. Li Qinyue promptly introduced her. "This is our finance department's Xiao Zhang, who will assist us with the financial procedures for the purchase." Su Cheng politely nodded, offering a smile to Xiao Zhang. Without unnecessary pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand, swiftly initiating the purchasing process. Soon, Su Cheng completed the necessary contracts and readily swiped his card. First, he charged 8 million, followed by, "Ding! Congratulations, host. Your transaction was successful. You have earned a 7-fold consumption reward. 56 million renminbi. 7-fold. Excellent. I can pay in full." He feigned some activity on his phone before swiping his card again. Under the astonished gazes of those present, 35 million was effortlessly dispensed. Who is this wealthy heir paying 35 million without batting an eye? Li Qinyue, witnessing the spectacle, felt an indescribable thrill. Although Su Cheng had previously stated his intention to pay in full, the moment the transaction was completed, it felt surreal. This was 35 million renminbi, not merely a fraction of that amount. Even if she worked her entire life, she might never grasp a quarter of 35 million. Yet here was this man, completing the transaction with such ease. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your transaction was successful. You have earned a 7-fold consumption reward, 189 million renminbi. Wow! Another 7-fold return? Setting aside the 35 million spent, he had just gained a staggering 210 million renminbi. Had he truly acquired both of his small goals so effortlessly? Was this the allure of system rewards? Was this what it meant to earn money? This was simply exhilarating. Indeed, substantial expenditures like purchasing property or vehicles yielded rapid profits. As Su Cheng absorbed the system's notifications, he felt a sense of quiet satisfaction, though his expression remained composed. Money? Merely a sequence of digits. This villa held tremendous potential, serving not only as his temporary abode for the upcoming year, but also as a sanctuary for future liaisons. Situated conveniently near the university, it boasted pleasant surroundings. He contemplated the likelihood of housing esteemed university students within these walls. Individuals like Wen Yuding by Cheng and currently Lin Yiqing. Of course, this villa would not be his final acquisition. He envisioned securing multiple residences as he pursued various worthy companions. Following the completion of the villa's full payment, the subsequent procedural tasks seemed considerably simpler. After all, a prestigious development like Mo Xiangjing Yuan, particularly a luxurious villa valued at 35 million, had all requisite legal documents and procedures meticulously prepared by the developers. Seated comfortably in the spacious, well-lit living room with Lin Yiqing, Su Cheng leisurely savored his tea while staff members bustled about, finalizing inspections and handovers. Before long, the process neared completion. At that moment, Li Qinyue, with utmost respect, presented a heavy document folder to Su Cheng, speaking softly, "Mr. Su, all procedures have been completed. Here are your property certificate and other relevant documents. Please keep them safe. Should you require any further assistance or have any inquiries, feel free to contact me via WeChat. I remain at your service." Understood. Su Cheng acknowledged with a nod. Chapter 37, The Price of Wealth. If there is nothing else, I shall not disturb you further. Wishing you a pleasant life, goodbye." With those words, Li Qingyue slightly bowed to Su Cheng. After casting a reluctant glance in his direction, she gracefully departed from the villa. In that fleeting moment, as she turned away, her heart was a tumult of emotions. To be candid, she had entertained a fleeting thought of using her unique advantages to entice Su Cheng. No, that is not quite right. More accurately, she had considered offering her body as a form of payment for Su Cheng's acquisition of the 35 million villa. After all, it was a villa valued at 35 million. The commission from such a deal would be substantial. However, she regrettably noted that Su Cheng was accompanied by a stunning university student, whose breathtaking beauty left her feeling inadequate. The only aspect in which she could possibly compete was her own ample bosom. Yet, she could discern that despite her deliberate attempts to showcase her allure and offer waves of enticing benefits, Su Cheng merely regarded her with polite indifference. Devoid of any sign of interest, Li Qingyue bitterly reflected on this. Alas, a top-tier wealthy heir like Mr. Su would surely not lack for female company. What could someone of my modest stature hope for? It was already a stroke of luck to encounter a client of Mr. Su's caliber. With this thought, her feelings of melancholy gradually faded, replaced by the exhilaration and joy of receiving her commission. Although she had failed to capture Su Cheng's attention, the commission from this deal was more than enough to satisfy her. Once the staff had departed, Su Cheng and Lin Yiqing were left in their own little world. Lin Yiqing sat on the sofa, a fist's distance from Su Cheng, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. She shyly murmured, "Senior, I feel quite ashamed right now. I was so confident about inviting you to dinner, but now that I know how wealthy you are, I worry. What if the meal I offer is too humble to be worthy of your stature? If you were to feel ill after eating, I would be the guilty party." Upon hearing this, Su Cheng chuckled softly, gently ruffling Lin Yiqing's hair, and replied, "I'm not one to be overly particular. I assure you that a meal cannot cause any distress. Do not dwell on such superficial matters. In any case, it is nearly mealtime, so allow me to treat you to something delightful." Lin Yiqing pouted playfully, a glimmer of mischief and shyness in her eyes. Then does that mean I have not only failed to treat you, but rather have inadvertently taken advantage of you? Let it be so. After all, it is merely a meal, and who treats whom matters not. Su Cheng responded with a smile. Then I shall not hold back." Lin Yiqing playfully laughed. For her, it mattered little who was paying, as long as it created opportunities for her to spend time alone with Su Cheng. The two exchanged smiles, and then Su Cheng rose, extending his hand with gallantry. "Come, let me take you to enjoy a seafood feast, as a celebration of our reunion today." Lin Yiqing's affection too. Seeing Su Cheng extend his hand, Lin Yiqing's face blossomed into a radiant smile. "Embarking," she softly replied, her voice imbued with a hint of shyness and anticipation. She gently placed her delicate hand in his. At that moment, their fingertips brushed, and an electric current seemed to surge through both their bodies, quickening their heartbeats. Feeling the warmth and softness of Lin Yiqing's hand, a smile crept upon Su Cheng's lips. Since acquiring the system, it appeared that everything had begun to unfold favorably. Wealth had afforded him a life of luxury. Yet this came at a cost. His troubles had vanished. After a brief while, Su Cheng escorted Lin Yiqing to a seafood-themed hotel. The exterior of the establishment was adorned in oceanic blue and white hues, with a massive aquarium filled with vibrant tropical fish, adding a touch of romance to their sunlit lunch. Lin Yiqing gently linked her arm with Su Cheng's, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as they entered the hotel side by side. A server, noticing their arrival, promptly approached with a professional smile. "Welcome. May I inquire if you have a reservation, or would you prefer a quiet and comfortable table?" Su Cheng smiled and shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the bustling yet tasteful restaurant environment. "Please arrange for us to have a private room. Thank you." "Certainly, handsome and beautiful. Right this way." The server nodded and led them through an elegantly adorned archway to a windowed private room. "Here you are. This is our restaurant's signature menu for your perusal," the server said, courteously pulling out chairs for Su Cheng and Lin Yiqing. Once they were seated, she respectfully presented the menu and stood by, awaiting their order. Su Cheng took the menu, scanning the array of seafood delicacies. "Yiqing, What would you like to eat? Do you have any dietary restrictions? Just order whatever, senior. I have no restrictions, but let us not order too much. We can't eat too much between the two of us, Lin Yiqing replied sweetly. Su Cheng nodded, ultimately deciding, let us start with some king crab, the freshest you have, and an Australian lobster, the largest one as well, and also. Very well. Please hold on a moment. The server recorded their order and promptly departed, gently closing the door to the private room behind her. Once the server had left, Lin Yiqing tilted her head curiously and asked, Senior, the senior sister who greeted you at the south gate of the athletics field today, was she pursuing you? Her tone carried a hint of gossip. Su Cheng was taken aback, his hand unconsciously shaking the menu. He had not expected Lin Yiqing to pose such a question. He furrowed his brows, thoughts racing through his mind. When Yuding had merely shared a horror film with him, although there had indeed been moments of ambiguous eye contact and accidental physical contact between them during the film, and even subtle hints of affection in their words, he still felt that the notion of pursuit was somewhat premature. Surely not. Why would you ask that? Su Cheng countered. Well, because I noticed the way she looked at you. It was so gentle, almost like she was looking at a boyfriend. Yet, when she turned to look at me, there was a hint of hostility, as if she did not want me to approach you. So, I thought perhaps she was indeed pursuing you. Lin Yiqing explained, biting her lip. Chapter 38. The ambiguous dining segment. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes betraying a hint of helplessness. Is that so? Perhaps you misjudged her. Although I have only recently become acquainted with her, I perceive her as a warm-hearted individual. Surely, she is not the type to exhibit hostility towards strangers. Su Cheng was uncertain whether the two had interacted after his departure. He merely sought to clarify when Yuding's image. After all, the two might one day find themselves on the same side, united against him. Warm-hearted? Really? I find her demeanor rather frosty, and her speech is equally chilly. Is she truly a warm person? Lin Yiqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief, her tone tinged with exaggeration. Of course, why would I deceive you? Su Cheng replied, shrugging. Her aloof manner might merely be a means of self-protection. He possessed significant insight into Wen Yuding's warmth, particularly from their enchanting, ambiguous moments at the cinema, which he anticipated would linger in his memory for a lifetime. Lin Yiqing's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if she had just captured a pivotal piece of information. I understand now. What are you thought of? Su Cheng inquired, curiosity piqued. With a mischievous smile and a glint of intelligence in her eyes, Lin Yiqing responded, is it possible that the senior only exhibits her warmth towards you? Only towards me? Su Cheng echoed, a contemplative expression gracing his face. Indeed, she is likely pursuing you because she has feelings for you. This is quite evident. Lin Yiqing's smile radiated, as though she had discovered the key to unraveling a mystery. For reasons unknown, she harbored a premonition that if she could seize Su Cheng's affections before that beautiful senior did, she would experience an unparalleled thrill. Just as Su Cheng was about to speak, a gentle knock sounded at the door, interrupting their conversation. A soft, polite voice from the waiter outside called, "Excuse me, handsome, beautiful, your meal is ready. May I come in to serve it?" "Please do," Su Cheng replied, and the waiter entered, pushing a cart laden with delectable dishes. Plates brimming with fragrant seafood were arranged on the table, among which the most eye-catching were the vibrant, plump king crab and the imposing Australian lobster. "Enjoy your meal. Should you require any further assistance, please feel free to call me," the waiter said, bowing slightly before exiting and shutting the door behind him. "Give it a try. How does it taste?" Su Cheng encouraged Lin Yiqing to begin. "All right, you should eat as well," she replied with a smile. Thus, the two began to indulge in their feast, engaging in lively conversation. Suddenly, Lin Yiqing's eyes glimmered with gratitude as she quietly expressed, "Thank you, senior, for bringing me to this seafood feast. There's no need to be so polite. Just enjoy yourself. If it's not enough, we can order more," Su Cheng chuckled. Lin Yiqing nodded, her face alight with satisfaction. She then delicately picked up a piece of crab leg, blowing gently on it to cool it, before holding it to Su Cheng's mouth, sweetly saying, "Senior, I'll open your mouth and try this crab leg meat." At that moment, a flush of shyness crept across her face, evoking a desire in him to plant a kiss upon her cheeks. "No need, just eat," Su Cheng instinctively declined. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he felt a wave of regret wash over him, wishing he could reprimand himself for his habitual politeness. Lin Yiqing's gesture was clearly an attempt to bridge the distance between them. How could he be so oblivious? Fortunately, Lin Yiqing did not yield. "Oh, come on, senior. Please eat. Are you truly going to reject my hard-won courage?" She pouted, her voice playfully elongated, exuding a sense of charm that no young man could resist. Su Cheng included. All right, I will eat." He relented, opening his mouth to accept the morsel she offered. Just then, Lin Yiqing playfully thrust the crab leg towards him, her slender fingers inadvertently brushing against his lips. Su Cheng's heart raced, surprise flickering in his eyes. He quickly tempered his biting force, fearful of inadvertently injuring her delicate fingers. Observing Lin Yiqing's beaming smile, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief, he couldn't help but think how brazenly she was pursuing intimacy. If he failed to reciprocate, he would appear exceedingly dull. Thus, Su Cheng gently bit into the crab leg, savoring the exquisite flavor that spread across his palate, exclaiming, "Delicious. Though, it does have an unusual taste. What do you find strange?" Lin Yiqing asked, her curiosity piqued as she withdrew her hand. "It carries a fragrance that does not belong to the crab leg. It seems to emanate from a lovely young lady," Su Cheng quipped, a playful smirk on his lips. Upon hearing this, Lin Yiqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she murmured shyly, "Senior, you're so naughty. So, do you wish to eat more?" Su Cheng, captivated by her bashful demeanor, felt a surge of affection for Lin Yiqing. If only there were a notification indicating her rising feelings for him. "Of course I do. But first, let me feed you," he said, picking up a piece of lobster meat and holding it to her lips. As Lin Yiqing gazed at the chopsticks in his hand, an inexplicable thrill surged within her. She pondered, if I eat this, would it count as an indirect kiss with my senior? The very thought made her cheeks burn even hotter. Casting a sultry glance at Su Cheng, her eyes seemed to convey 1,000 unspoken words. She then parted her lips slightly, gently nibbling on the lobster meat, savoring it slowly, her face soon reflecting utter contentment. "Senior's meat is truly delicious," Lin Yiqing exclaimed, her voice imbued with sweetness and joy, taken aback by her unexpected words. Su Cheng initially paused before a playful smile graced his lips, his eyes twinkling with jest. "Are you complimenting the lobster I provided or hinting at something more?" Realizing the implications of her words, Lin Yiqing's face paled as she recognized the inappropriateness of her remark. Chapter 39. Senior, you are so wicked, always bullying me. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she shot a glare at Su Cheng, pouting in feigned anger. "Senior, you are truly wicked, always bullying me." Lin Yiqing's affection 3. The two exchanged smiles, the air around them thick with an ambiguous sweetness. At that moment, the thin veil between them seemed to dissolve completely. They began to interact more naturally, feeding each other with an intimate familiarity. Gradually, their proximity diminished. Before long, Su Cheng felt satiated, placing his utensils down and patting his stomach contentedly. "This place is quite nice. We should come again next time. Just don't forget to call me, okay?" Lin Yiqing cooed. She ate less, most of her food being offered by Su Cheng. "Of course," Su Cheng assured her. As soon as he spoke, he suddenly realized how closely they were seated. Their bodies were nearly touching, with not a sliver of space between them. A slight tilt of his head allowed him to catch a whiff of Lin Yiqing's faint fragrance and feel the warmth radiating from her skin. He couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. It seemed that even the slightest movement could inadvertently brush against her soft form. Su Cheng felt his body stiffen, discreetly adjusting his posture to maintain a semblance of distance, lest Lin Yiqing perceive his awkwardness and the atmosphere become uncomfortable. However, Lin Yiqing appeared oblivious to his turmoil. She maintained her affectionate demeanor, her sweet smile illuminating her face as she continued their conversation. "Senior," she suddenly interjected, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "You must tell me the truth. Do you really not have a girlfriend?" Her voice quivered, as if the answer to this question held monumental significance for her. Filled with a mix of anxiety and hope, Lin Yiqing sought confirmation. If Su Cheng was indeed single, she would seize this opportunity to bravely express her feelings, aiming to become that uniquely special person in his life. Conversely, if he were to reveal he had a girlfriend, she would have to silently accept this truth. Though a pang of reluctance would linger in her heart, she was willing to be Cheng's second girlfriend, as long as she could remain by his side. Strictly speaking, I indeed do not have a girlfriend, Cheng replied, noting the seriousness in Lin Yiqing's expression, as if he had become aware of something profound. Upon hearing this, Lin Yiqing sighed in relief. As for the strictly speaking he mentioned, she effortlessly dismissed it, content in the knowledge that he had no girlfriend. That's wonderful. Lin Yiqing's lips curled upward, revealing a delightful smile. Her small hand clutched the hem of her clothing tightly, as though seeking courage from the fabric. Then, Senior, may I become your girlfriend? At last, she mustered the bravery to voice her heartfelt affection. Her delicate face, now flushed with shyness, gazed up at Cheng with wide, glistening eyes, as if fearing his rejection would bring her to tears. Yiqing, Cheng felt a surge of emotion. He had anticipated her enthusiasm, yet he was taken aback by her bold confession. Using his insight, he discerned that Lin Yiqing's affection for him had skyrocketed to an astonishing 65. This level of admiration was on par with Bai Qingyi. It was known that when the affection level reached between 60 and 69, the two parties had essentially entered a romantic relationship. At this juncture, holding hands, sharing kisses, and other intimate gestures were entirely plausible. If he were to accept Lin Yiqing's confession now, would he not gain a passionate and considerate girlfriend for himself? Cheng pondered, feeling an intensifying thrill. Yes, he was indeed stirred. Yet, he understood that his future romantic endeavors would not be limited to just one person. A man of affections. Did he truly deserve the pure and fervent love Lin Yiqing offered? Noticing Cheng's stunned silence, Lin Yiqing playfully teased, Senior, can you truly bear to reject me? She tilted her head slightly, her long lashes fluttering as her small hand gently tugged at his sleeve, reminiscent of a playful kitten seeking its owner's affection. Her adorableness and innocence utterly irresistible. Gazing at her vibrant, youthful visage, Cheng felt ripples of emotion stir within him. After a few moments of silence, he finally spoke. Of course, I could never refuse, he replied promptly. However, Yiqing, he sighed softly, his eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. Are you not concerned that I might be a man of many affections? In this fast-paced world, my feelings may not be as singular as you imagine. Then what of it? I don't mind, Lin Yiqing replied nonchalantly. Cheng widened his eyes in surprise, taken aback by her response. He scrutinized her gaze, finding no trace of hesitation or deceit, only sincerity and determination. In that moment, he realized that perhaps from their very first encounter, he had unwittingly carved an important place in Lin Yiqing's heart. But the question remained, when had he become so irresistibly charming? From the moment I learned that luxurious vehicle was yours, I had prepared myself for this, Lin Yiqing stated earnestly. Don't wealthy individuals often behave this way? Material wealth frequently accompanies spiritual emptiness. Wealthy individuals chase after novelty and excitement, indulging in pleasures as if that were the essence of life. Once a man acquires wealth, his ambitions swell. I know many affluent individuals who fit this mold. They revel amidst flowers, enjoying endless pleasures, and may never marry. So, you are not concerned about my other romantic interests? Cheng asked, astonished. Not at all, as long as you don't ignore me in the future, she replied cheerfully. I'm just glad to have met you today. Otherwise, if that senior had taken my place as your girlfriend, I would have been quite upset. Lin Yiqing beamed with delight. Yiqing, you have truly opened my eyes. What has led you to be so accepting? Cheng mused internally. Since acquiring the system, particularly upon discovering that pursuing exceptional women could yield generous rewards, he had leaned towards using wealth to win over one remarkable woman after another, gradually increasing their affection. Bai Qingyi was the first instance, while Wen Yuding had been unexpectedly drawn to his affluence. He was well aware of this. Yet now, Lin Yiqing was an unexpected twist. The verification period has begun. I kindly ask all readers to pursue this story fervently and urge for updates. as it is immensely significant for this new book. Thank you so much. Sending love and hugs here as a beautiful picture of Lin Cheng. See the author's notes below. Chapter 40. Bronze Level Random Lottery. Shares worth 100 small goals. It was evident that Lin Cheng was not lacking in wealth. Her phone was the latest model, the iPhone 16, and her attire was composed of high-end luxury brands. Moreover, she had a remarkable affinity score of 40 from the outset. This indicated that Lin Cheng was not drawn to him by his financial prowess. Why? Lin Cheng pouted her delicate lips, her brow slightly furrowed, lost in profound contemplation. After a moment, she responded uncertainly, "Perhaps it has to do with my parents. My father was like this. When he was young, he maintained relationships with others while courting my mother." Understanding dawned upon Su Cheng's face. Lin Cheng's high acceptance of such matters stemmed from her family background. "So, Senior, you've agreed to my request, right?" Lin Cheng inched closer, nearly pressing herself into Su Cheng's embrace. "With a wife like this, what more could one desire? If I were to refuse, I would likely regret it for the rest of my life." Su Cheng nodded affirmatively. "Yay, Senior, you're so wonderful." Lin Cheng beamed, jumping into Su Cheng's arms and wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Su Cheng quickly caught her, fearful she might fall. As he felt her soft, warm body against him, an indescribable exhilaration surged within him. He gently caressed Lin Cheng's hair and spoke softly, "Cheng, I will always treat you well." I believe you, Senior." Lin Cheng gazed earnestly into Su Cheng's eyes. Seeing her so close, Su Cheng's heart raced, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable desire. Lin Cheng's face, illuminated by the gentle light, appeared even more enchanting, reminiscent of cherry blossoms in full bloom, delicate and luscious. He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell his tumultuous emotions, but ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming impulse. Thus, he lowered his head slowly until his warm lips gently brushed against Lin Cheng's soft mouth. "Ding, congratulations to the host." Lin Cheng's body trembled slightly, her initial surprise fading swiftly, replaced by a warm current flowing through her heart. She did not resist, but instead submissively closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, like a butterfly poised to take flight, tinged with shyness and anticipation. Feeling her response, Su Cheng was filled with delight. Their breaths gradually intertwined, the air thick with a sweet yet slightly tense atmosphere. Gradually, Lin Cheng's strength waned, her body softening. Unconsciously, her arms wrapped around Su Cheng's neck, as if she wished to meld completely into his embrace. Lin Cheng's affection won. Lin Cheng's affection won. Lin Cheng's affection won. As a glimmer of light flickered, the two ended their prolonged kiss. They exchanged smiles, their gazes brimming with tenderness. Particularly Lin Cheng. Her flirtatious glances were almost tangible. Observing this scene, Su Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to take Lin Cheng right then and there. However, the timing was not right, nor was the location suitable. "Ah, Senior, please don't." Lin Cheng suddenly sensed Su Cheng's increasingly assertive actions. His fingertips glided gently across her skin, sending electric sensations coursing through her, making her shiver involuntarily. Realizing Su Cheng's intentions, a mist rapidly gathered in her eyes, her voice turning soft and dreamy. "I'm sorry. Cheng, you're simply too alluring. I feel as though my soul is being entranced by you." Su Cheng awkwardly adjusted Lin Cheng's collar as he spoke. "Not right now," Lin Cheng giggled. "Oh, are you implying that it can happen later?" Su Cheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lin Cheng's cheeks flushed deeper, as she shyly turned her head away, concealing her bashful expression from Su Cheng. Yet, her lips could not suppress a smile. Such a reaction was undeniably an implicit agreement to Su Cheng. A smile crept onto Su Cheng's face as he took the opportunity to check the system's notifications. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the commemorative collection task, obtaining the first kiss of a quality goddess. Reward, 1 bronze level random lottery." "Huh? Commemorative collection task? Bronze level random lottery?" Su Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. He never anticipated that after claiming Lin Cheng's first kiss, he would also receive a reward from the system. He recalled that after acquiring Bai Chenyi's first kiss, it it was merely a novice hidden task. If this meant that every time he obtained the first kiss of a quality goddess he would receive a reward, it was undoubtedly a delightful prospect. Cheng focused his mind, silently contemplating. System: initiate the bronze-level random lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a 10 share in Heroines Network Company, Limited. Heroines Network Company, Limited? What sort of company is that? I've never heard of it before. How much is a 10 stake worth? Just as Cheng's curiosity began to rise, the system's notification followed closely. Congratulations, host. You've triggered a reward critical hit. The 10 stake in Heroines Network Company, Limited, has been upgraded to 30 stake in Xinjiang Baixing Group Company, Limited. Note: relevant materials have been stored in the host BUN Garden Villa No. 001, making the host the second largest shareholder of Xinjiang Baixing Group Company, Limited. Wow, another reward critical hit. Moreover, Cheng was familiar with Xinjiang Baixing Group Company, Limited. It was a leading diversified enterprise in Xinjiang City, with a wide range of businesses including real estate, automotive manufacturing, cultural tourism, and film entertainment, possessing immense comprehensive strength and market influence. At this realization, Cheng's throat involuntarily moved. This system reward was extraordinarily substantial. The current valuation of Xinjiang Baixing Group Company, Limited was approximately 30 billion yuan, meaning a 30 stake represented nearly 10 billion in assets. He never expected that, just as he had been reveling in acquiring 2 small goals, the system had bestowed upon him 100 small goals. System notification: all shares have been acquired through legitimate means. The host can hold them with confidence. As he read this message, a smile spread across Cheng's face as he gazed at Lin Yiqing in his arms, silently acknowledging that this girl was indeed his lucky star. Chapter 41. The conflict between Su's father and daughter. What a staggering sum of 1 billion yuan. Merely a fleeting kiss with Lin Yiqing has yielded such a fortune. Who else could boast of such a lucrative kiss? A desperate cry echoes. Senior, we've nearly finished our meal. Shall we return to the car? Lin Yiqing said breathlessly. Cheng, regaining his composure, gently tucked a strand of hair behind Lin Yiqing's ear and replied softly, all right. After settling the bill, they received a refund of over 100,000 yuan. However, for Cheng, whose worth now exceeded 1 billion, this refund evoked little more than a mild sense of joy, as it was essentially free money. Meanwhile, Su Baisheng, enjoying dinner at home, was abruptly interrupted by the urgent ringing of his phone, shattering the somewhat awkward atmosphere at the table. Frowning, he picked up the device, his tone laced with annoyance. Hello? On the other end, his secretary's voice was frantic. Director Su, it's bad. Someone is aggressively acquiring shares of our company. Su Baisheng's chopsticks paused momentarily, his gaze sharpening with intensity. What? Are you certain? Someone is indeed making a large-scale acquisition of our shares. Absolutely, Director Su. The trading records in the stock market are clear. Someone is rapidly increasing their stake in our company. Su Baisheng's expression darkened. After a brief contemplation, he decisively commanded, initiate the emergency protocol immediately. Investigate who is behind this hostile takeover. I want to know their identity and intentions. After hanging up, Su Baisheng's gaze fell upon Su Jiro, who was silently pushing rice around her bowl at the dining table. The atmosphere felt stifling, with both father and daughter lost in their own thoughts. He was aware that together, they held the majority control of the Xinjiang Baixing Group, with his 40 stake complemented by Su Jiro's 15. Thus, he was not particularly worried about his position as chairman being threatened by this acquisition. However, Su Baisheng was more concerned about the potential upheaval in the board that could adversely affect the company's future development. After all, hostile takeovers often accompany struggles for control and turmoil among upper management. He feared that such changes might disrupt the company's established rhythm and even impact employee morale. Stability in the equity structure is the cornerstone of long-term corporate development. Reflecting on this, Su Baisheng let out a sigh. He glanced at his daughter, who remained silent, and his emotions were a tangled mess. Once, they shared everything, but since he had compelled her to go on a blind date, their relationship had grown increasingly distant. Su Jiro had been harboring resentment over that arrangement, feeling that her father disrespected her choices and wishes. Now, their relationship had reached a freezing point, often enveloped in silence at the dinner table. Jiro, Su Baixing broke the silence, his voice tinged with regret. How has work been for you lately? Any issues? Su Jiro ignored him, continuing to eat in silence. Observing this, Su Baixing sighed. Jiro, I understand that last time upset you, but I'm only looking out for your best interests, hoping you find a good partner. Dad? Su Jiro finally set down her chopsticks, sighed softly, and looked up at Su Baixing with a glimmer of coldness and fatigue in her eyes. The atmosphere around the table had become so tense that it felt as if it could freeze over. I can handle my affairs. You need not worry yourself unnecessarily. I am aware you long for grandchildren, but such matters cannot be rushed. I am currently in a crucial phase of my career, with no time to pursue romantic engagements. Moreover, I refuse to let trivial blind dates hinder my professional progress. I hope you can understand and respect my choices. Su Baixing shook his head helplessly, his brow furrowed in worry. Jiro, I know you are a strong-willed child, but marriage is not a trivial matter. You work tirelessly, often staying late. You hardly have time to meet suitable men. In my opinion, the gentleman I introduced you to, Li Haotian, is amiable, well-off, and meets your criteria in many respects. Why did you not find a spark with him? He even expressed interest in getting to know you better. Dad! Su Jiro, overwhelmed by her father's incessant chatter, raised her voice, cutting him off, her tone laced with impatience and anger. If you truly believe that Mr. Li is so wonderful, then you should marry him yourself and have children. I have no interest in playing those childish games. My mind is consumed with work, and the company requires my leadership, not my involvement in some frivolous romance. Su Baixing was left momentarily speechless by his daughter's words, his complexion turning pale with frustration. He opened his mouth, but could not find the words to respond. Enough, let us leave it at that. Stop bothering me, Su Jiro coldly declared, her voice brimming with resolve. She did not wish to continue this argument with her father, swiftly grabbing her bag and standing to leave. Jiro, stop right there. Su Baixing regained his voice, rising abruptly, casting a fierce glare at his daughter's retreating figure. Su Jiro paused, turning back to meet her father's gaze with determination. Is there anything else? If it's about blind dates, then let us not discuss it. Su Baixing took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. I do not wish to force you into blind dates. I merely hope you will consider your own future. Work is essential, but so is personal happiness. It is better to have someone by your side than to face life alone. Your mother left us too early, and I simply wish for you to have someone who cares for you and loves you. You are not a child anymore. It is time to consider your future. There was a hint of pleading in Su Baixing's words, his eyes filled with hopes for his daughter's future. Su Jiro remained silent for a moment, a gentle breeze wafting through the window, stirring the few strands of hair by her forehead. She took a deep breath, seemingly organizing her thoughts, then spoke slowly, her voice barely concealing a tremor. Dad, I know you mean well, but I truly do not have the capacity to think about this right now. Once the company stabilizes during this critical period, I will consider my personal matters. Please, do not worry about me. With that, Su Jiro turned once more, resolutely striding out of the dining room. Chapter 42. When Yuting. If I confess directly, I might even be carrying his child. Su Baixing stood alone, gazing at his daughter's defiant silhouette, his heart heavy with helplessness and worry. He could only let out a silent sigh, aware that mending their father-daughter relationship would require both time and effort. Yet, as he contemplated his waning health, a bitter pang surged within him. Time was not on his side. He merely hoped to witness Su Jiro find a truly caring partner and lead a life of happiness and fulfillment during his lifetime. On the other side, in a secluded area of Honglu Park, in Su Cheng's car, in the passenger seat. Beep beep, just as Su Cheng's hand roamed liberally around Lin Yiqing's slender waist. His phone suddenly rang. The sound indicated a WeChat message notification. The unexpected noise shattered the intimate ambience between them. Lin Yiqing gently exerted herself to escape Su Cheng's embrace. Sitting up straight, their positions were quite suggestive, with Lin Yiqing closely pressed against Su Cheng. Senior, your phone is ringing, Lin Yiqing whispered, nudging him. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of reluctance crossed Su Cheng's eyes. Nevertheless, he forced himself to retract the hand that lingered in Lin Yiqing's hair and retrieved his phone from his pocket. Upon opening WeChat, he saw a message from Wen Yuting. "Su Cheng, are you free this afternoon?" An eager emoji. The words were few, yet the implication was clear. Wen Yuting wished to invite Su Cheng to spend time together. Wen Yuting, senior. Isn't she the senior from this morning? She's actually taking the initiative to invite you. Lin Yiqing peered into his phone, murmuring softly, her tone inscrutable. "Yes, that's her," Su Cheng admitted candidly, his gaze drifting over the message, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I think I forgot to introduce her to you. She's from the business administration department, just like me." "A junior? From business administration? She certainly doesn't seem like it." Lin Yiqing furrowed her brows, her voice laced with confusion. "What do you mean she doesn't seem like it? She carries an elegant demeanor in her every gesture. I feel she resembles someone who dances. Just look at her height. She's at least 1.8 meters tall." As she spoke, Lin Yiqing gestured earnestly, analyzing her observation. 1.8 meters? Not quite. But she does possess model-like proportions. Su Cheng chuckled, shaking his head, the image of Wen Yuting's graceful figure appearing in his mind. In reality, Wen Yuting stood at 173 centimeters, and with a pair of height-enhancing shoes or heels, she could easily appear to reach 1.8 meters. "Senior, how do you plan to respond to her?" "Senior Wen is waiting for your reply." Lin Yiqing suddenly pivoted the conversation, eager to stir the pot. Su Cheng paused slightly, contemplating. Having just solidified his romantic relationship with Lin Yiqing, he was immersed in sweetness. Naturally, he prioritized Lin Yiqing's feelings and wished to savor their time together. "Looks like I can only tell Wen Yuting that I'm unavailable this afternoon." Su Cheng sighed. Having made up his mind, he then typed, "Yuting, is there something you need? I have some matters to attend to off-campus this afternoon." Observing this exchange, Lin Yiqing's face lit up with satisfaction. A smile crept onto her lips as she leaned her head against Su Cheng's shoulder. Su Cheng sensed Lin Yiqing's delight with his response, inhaling the fragrance unique to her, and, in a moment of whimsy, turned to gently kiss her smooth cheek, eliciting a playful protest from her. Meanwhile, upon receiving Su Cheng's message, Wen Yuting's expression was marred by regret. She had already surmised that Su Cheng's rejection stemmed from wanting to accompany the girl he had met that day. But what did it matter, even if she guessed correctly? If only I could turn back the clock to last night, I would have been more proactive, no hesitations, no second-guessing, and confessed outright. Even if the outcome was uncertain, it would be better than this current state of agitation. Wen Yuting slapped her thigh in frustration, as if that could dispel her inner turmoil. She chastised herself for being overly cautious. While a gradual approach may be prudent, it often leads to missed opportunities. Why take it slow? A direct approach might have already captured his heart, or perhaps I would even be carrying his child by now. How wonderful that would be. Yet reality was always merciless, devoid of what-ifs or second chances. Wen Yuting shook her head in resignation, attempting to banish her unrealistic fantasies from her mind. She took a deep breath, striving to calm herself and contemplate her next steps. "Now, I can only await the next opportunity," Wen Yuting murmured, a glimmer of resolve shining in her eyes. She understood that matters of the heart could not be forced, yet they should not be easily relinquished. Having decided to pursue Su Cheng, she would strive to seize any flicker of hope. Thus, Wen Yuting bolstered her confidence and typed, "All right, I was hoping to invite you to Haitang Park for some fun. Since you're unavailable, let us call a day. If you find yourself free, please remember to contact me after sending the message." Wen Yuting quietly awaited Su Cheng's response. Time felt suspended in that moment, each second stretching into eternity. Finally, her phone screen illuminated once more, revealing Su Cheng's brief yet courteous reply. "All right," Wen Yuting gazed at those two words, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. She knew that while simple, they signified that Su Cheng had not entirely shut the door on her. That alone was enough. At least, she still had a chance. After responding to Wen Yuting, Su Cheng suddenly pondered about his future availability. He truly couldn't predict when he would be free. Today would likely be spent reveling with Lin Yiqing. Tomorrow was Saturday, and he had already arranged to meet by Chingy the night before. Realizing this, Su Cheng confronted a stark reality. Time was indeed a precious and scarce commodity. He mused quietly, a trace of gravity flickering in his gaze. If the number of women in his life were to increase, balancing each of their emotional needs would become a pressing challenge. While spending time with each individually could foster a sense of exclusivity, it would inevitably lead others to feel neglected and overlooked. I must plan ahead to avoid such a situation. Cheng resolved inwardly, his mind forming a preliminary strategy. Chapter 43. Lin Yiqing, Sr. You are incorrigible. He must prepare in advance, allowing his women to become acquainted with one another, even. At that time, I shall face them all alone. Although the challenges are formidable, it is far better than neglecting any one of them due to busyness. Cheng silently resolved in his heart. Beep, having just replied to Wen Yuting, Bai Qingyi also messaged him. Brother, I feel I'm back to my prime. I've been eating nourishing food these past few days, and now I feel invigorated all over. I can't wait to see you and engage in some joyful activities. Her words brimmed with youthful exuberance and anticipation. Cheng couldn't help but smile, preparing to respond when a somewhat melancholic voice interrupted him. Bai Qingyi, Senior, who is this? Why does she call you brother? Could she be your sister? Lin Yiqing asked, her tone tinged with curiosity. Cheng paused, contemplating how to introduce Bai Qingyi's identity to Lin Yiqing. Could she be your romantic partner? A glimmer of mischief flashed in Lin Yiqing's eyes, and a playful smile graced her lips as if she had perceived something. Yiqing, you truly have a keen eye. She is indeed my woman, and I hope to introduce you both someday, Cheng confessed. He then briefly elaborated on his relationship with Bai Qingyi. After all, Lin Yiqing had previously expressed indifference towards his other women, so revealing this was not a concern. Moreover, it would provide an opportunity to gauge whether Lin Yiqing was truly unconcerned. Lin Yiqing let out a soft hum, yet her expression bore no signs of displeasure. Instead, it was laced with a hint of playful mirth. Fortunately, you did not deceive me. Senior, while I do not mind your other girlfriends, after all, exceptional men are always in demand. Even if you were capable of having a dozen, I would have no objection. However, you must promise me never to deceive me and always be honest, okay? As she spoke, she gently looped her arm around Cheng's, affectionately nuzzling against him. However, despite her words, Lin Yiqing did not truly believe that Cheng could manage a dozen girlfriends. In her view, 5 would already be his limit, as it was impossible for him to possess boundless energy. Managing too many relationships would overwhelm him, both in time and spirit. Cheng's expression brightened. Lin Yiqing had indeed not reacted negatively, indicating she genuinely did not care. Rest assured, I've always been forthright in this regard, Cheng assured her earnestly. Lin Yiqing, satisfied, bestowed a sweet kiss upon Cheng's face and half-jokingly remarked, I knew you wouldn't. That said, while I don't mind you having other girlfriends, do not take it too far. After all, one's energy is finite. I would want you to overlook me due to your flirtations. Hearing this, Cheng chuckled, ruffling her hair. Fear not, I know my limits. Lin Yiqing nodded, beaming. Observing her reaction, Cheng texted Bai Qingyi in reply. It seems my little princess is indeed recovering splendidly. Remember to rest early tonight. Tomorrow, I shall indulge you in a day of fun. As soon as he sent the message, Bai Qingyi quickly replied with an enthusiastic emoji, along with, okay, it's settled then. Cheng gazed at the screen, a smile creeping upon his lips. He engaged in a few more exchanges with Bai Qingyi until their conversation drifted to mundane topics, reluctantly concluding the dialogue. Lin Yiqing, still watching intently, prompted Cheng to rein in his enthusiasm. Senior, are we done chatting? Having seen, Cheng bid farewell to Bai Qingyi. Lin Yiqing began to trace gentle circles on his neck with her delicate fingers, her gaze infused with a mix of teasing and jealousy. We're done, from now on. I am entirely yours, Cheng declared, his hand instinctively sliding to Lin Yiqing's waist, gently cradling her lower back. With a slight push, he drew her closer into his embrace. Lin Yiqing felt Cheng's warmth and strength, instinctively pressing against him, their proximity shrinking to almost nothing. Lin Yiqing let out a soft hum, her voice laced with both satisfaction and shyness as she nestled against Cheng's chest. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, she felt that her search and wait had been worthwhile. The passenger seat had already been reclined by Cheng. transforming into a nearly 120-degree lounge chair. Coupled with the spacious interior of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, they could adopt any intimate posture without feeling cramped. Of course, despite the intimate atmosphere, Cheng had no intentions of engaging in anything too fervent with Lin Yiqing. Such encounters might occur in the future, but not today. After all, Lin Yiqing's first experience should not be marred by such circumstances. So, Senior, let us return to Ma Xiang Jingyuan. I want to sing with you in the karaoke room in the basement, Lin Yiqing suggested, gently biting her lip in determination. All right, Cheng readily agreed. Thus, they ceased their affectionate antics, sitting up to prepare for their journey. Cheng returned to the driver's seat, effortlessly starting the engine and fastening his seatbelt. Each movement fluid and natural. However, just as he reached for the gear shift to commence their drive, Lin Yiqing suddenly closed her legs, leaning slightly to the left in a posture that exuded allure, positioning herself close to the gear shift. Cheng paused, discreetly glancing at Lin Yiqing. He noticed her cheeks flushed with a vibrant hue, her eyes a mixture of shyness and anticipation, as if silently asking, Senior, what do you wish to do with me? This, with Lin Yiqing being so forward, how could he not comprehend her intentions? If he did not reciprocate in some manner, it would seem remiss. Yiqing, are you testing me? Cheng chuckled softly, his voice deep and resonant. No longer holding back, he casually caressed the smooth, porcelain-like skin of Lin Yiqing's leg, savoring its delicate warmth. Lin Yiqing's body quivered slightly, the blush on her cheeks deepening as she shyly lowered her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. Senior, you are incorrigible. Cheng laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. Chapter 44. Preparing strategic supplies with a deft motion, Cheng grasped the gear lever, smoothly shifting into drive. With a roar reminiscent of a lion's fierce growl, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan surged forward like a wild stallion, confidently racing into the distance. Along the way, the Cullinan blazed through the urban landscape like a bolt of black lightning. Its aerodynamic silhouette and imposing exterior shimmered under the sun, capturing the attention and admiration of passers-by. Each time the vehicle passed, it stirred a considerable commotion. As they drove past a shopping mall, Cheng suddenly recalled that he might be indulging Lin Yiqing today. It would be prudent to prepare some strategic supplies. Clearing his throat, he proposed, Yiqing, have you found your wardrobe lacking lately? How about we stop by the mall and pick up a couple of outfits? Oh, there's no need. I have plenty of clothes. My wardrobe is overflowing. Lin Yiqing replied, instinctively deflecting his offer. You must not realize just how many clothes a girl possesses. Sometimes I lose count myself. Hearing her response, Cheng chuckled softly, his gaze laced with amusement. How could you not? Clothes are mere consumables. One can never have too many. Besides, aren't you eager to sing later? I have a splendid idea. How about I get you a few hanfu outfits? Just imagine yourself in exquisite traditional attire, gracefully singing a love song while twirling. The image would be utterly enchanting. Lin Yiqing cast a dubious glance at Cheng, murmuring, Are you suggesting that you want to see me in different clothes? Is this outfit not satisfactory? Unable to contain his laughter at her expression, Cheng candidly admitted, All right, I confess. I want to see you in various outfits to appreciate your beauty even more. This outfit suits you well, showcasing your vivacious and youthful spirit perfectly. Especially those jeans. They highlight your alluring long legs, capturing my attention entirely. However, I am rather greedy and wish to see a more sensual side of you. As Lin Yiqing listened, her cheeks flushed deeper. With a playful huff, she retorted, You are quite the rogue, Senior. Are you implying I should don glossy black stockings, a micro skirt, and a form-fitting lace top? Wouldn't that be too peculiar? At his enthusiastic agreement, Cheng's eyes sparkled. Absolutely. You would look breathtakingly alluring. But no rush. Today, let us stick to the hanfu, and in the future, you can wear those seductive outfits. With a charming glare, Lin Yiqing replied softly, I typically don't wear such things, only trying them on in secret at home. However, since you're so eager to see, I might consider it. Just know, I would wear them solely for you. Cheng's smile widened, his delight evident. Marvelous. Yiqing, you truly are the treasure of my heart. Lin Yiqing pursed her lips, a hint of bashfulness flickering in her gaze. She felt no aversion to Su Cheng's previous suggestion. In fact, she had entertained similar thoughts. In those intimate moments meant for just the two of them, she envisioned adorning herself in garments that accentuated her graceful figure, both sensual and enchanting. Exclusively for Su Cheng's eyes. She longed for him to admire her with loving eyes, to touch her gently, feeling the warmth of their shared connection. After all, such garments serve as exquisite instruments to deepen their bond. As their conversation flowed, Su Cheng parked the car in the mall lot. Hand in hand, they ventured into the clothing section. Amidst a dazzling array of garments, Su Cheng selected one alluring piece after another, each eliciting a blush and soft murmurs from Lin Yiqing. Do you think this outfit is too revealing? Su Cheng, ever the charmer, reassured her. No, my dear. You would only make my heart race even more in it. Within 3 hours, they had chosen an assortment of delightful treasures, their arms laden with bags as they returned triumphantly. In the car, Lin Yiqing tilted her head slightly, her gaze resting on Su Cheng. Unfazed and full of energy, he showed no signs of fatigue. She marveled. Senior, I had no idea you possessed such stamina. Shopping with a girl seems to tire most boys out. With a hint of pride, Su Cheng replied, of course. My health is excellent. I've enjoyed sports since childhood. Given the chance, I would show you just how robust and enduring my stamina truly is, leaving you in awe. Lin Yiqing, blushing at his words, seemed to envision certain tantalizing scenarios. She softly murmured in response, "MHM." As time slipped away like grains of sand, Su Cheng and Lin Yiqing concluded their shopping excursion under the golden hues of the setting sun, leisurely driving into the villa district of Maxiang Jinyuan. Upon entering the villa, they felt as if they had returned home, inhaling deeply and shaking off the fatigue of the day. Su Cheng gently lifted the shopping bags containing their carefully chosen alluring garments, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he winked at Lin Yiqing. These treasures need a proper place to rest. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Yiqing responded with a mischievous smile. Let us store them in our little love nest for now. With that, they hand in hand entered the bedroom, delicately hanging the enticing garments in the wardrobe, each piece hinting at the joy that awaited them. After arranging the clothes, Lin Yiqing, eager to fulfill Su Cheng's anticipation, playfully pushed him out of the room. She then stood before the mirror, donning a delicate blue hanfu adorned with intricate cloud patterns. With gentle grace, she gathered her long hair and inserted an elegant jade hairpin, transforming her reflection into a vision of serene beauty. Lin Yiqing bit her lip, turning to open the door, smiling brightly at Su Cheng. Senior, how does this outfit look? Is it beautiful? She twirled, showcasing her beauty to him. Chapter 45. The music continues at this moment. Su Cheng was thoroughly captivated. How delightful! His eyes widened, unwilling to miss any detail of Lin Yiqing. He found himself slightly stiffened, yet he paid no heed. Well, shall we head to the basement? Lin Yiqing suggested with a smile. Sure. They promptly made their way to the KTV room located on the basement level. The lighting was soft, and the sound system was top-notch, an excellent venue for them to unwind and deepen their bond in the future. Actually, I'm not great at singing. You might find it amusing, but please don't laugh so hard that you can't catch your breath, Su Cheng remarked, a self-deprecating smile curling at the corners of his lips as he deftly navigated the karaoke system. Oh, not at all. Rest assured, I generally don't mock others for their singing, Lin Yiqing replied, her expression a blend of surprise and gentle assurance. Then I feel at ease. Choose whatever you like. The selection here is quite extensive, so you should find something you enjoy. Su Cheng stepped aside to allow Lin Yiqing to approach the song selection platform. Let us go with this one, she said, quickly tapping a few buttons to finalize her choice. I adore this song as well, Su Cheng remarked, watching her with a hint of surprise. Lin Yiqing's selection stirred fond memories within him, causing his tone to soften with nostalgia. I remember the first time I heard this song was during a music class in high school. We all sang it together, and it was quite a lively scene. Really? I wonder if my rendition will evoke those youthful memories for you, Lin Yiqing teased with a smile. Su Cheng nodded nonchalantly. As the melody began to fill the air, Lin Yiqing picked up the microphone, her sweet voice instantly enveloping the space. I hear the raindrops falling on the green grass. I hear the distant call of a lover. Her voice, imbued with tenderness and deep emotion, sparkled with affection as she gazed at Su Cheng. I hear. Su Cheng found himself swept away by Lin Yiqing's enchanting voice and involuntarily joined in, though his attempt at singing was more akin to a comical roar. While not unpleasant enough to be grating, it certainly lacked any semblance of harmony, resembling an amateur struggling to find the right pitch. As Su Cheng's somewhat clumsy singing filled the room, Lin Yiqing's previously immersed expression shifted to one of amusement. The jarring sound disrupted her flow, causing her lips to curl into a faint smile, which ultimately erupted into a cascade of melodious laughter. Senior, I thought you were just joking when you said you couldn't sing. It turns out you genuinely can't. How adorable you are to even sing this song off-key. Lin Yiqing laughed heartily, turning her gaze back to Su Cheng. Su Cheng shot her a mock glare, astonished at her inability to contain her laughter despite her earlier promise not to ridicule others. To be candid, Su Cheng's voice possessed a magnetic quality that naturally drew attention. However, when it came to singing, he was utterly at a loss. In elementary school, when a music teacher had everyone perform on stage, it had been a rather mortifying experience for him. Standing before his classmates, nerves made his palms sweat as he struggled to deliver a few off-key lines, his voice trembling like leaves in the autumn wind. The classroom erupted in laughter, sharp and piercing, like daggers stabbing at his heart. This experience left a profound impact on his young spirit. Noticing Su Cheng's silence only made Lin Yiqing giggle more uncontrollably, her chest rising and falling with mirth. Leaning closer, she playfully tugged at his sleeve, her tone coy. Senior, speak up. Don't be silent. It frightens me. What should I say? You, young lady, were so adamant about not laughing at others, yet you couldn't hold it in for even a second. Su Cheng feigned seriousness. Upon hearing this, Lin Yiqing's smile grew even brighter. She playfully winked and retorted, Hee hee, I said I wouldn't mock others, but to me, you are family, not just anyone. Ah, so you wish to play with words. Let us see how I deal with this clever little imp. Su Cheng declared, lifting Lin Yiqing into his embrace, his hands gently encircling her waist. Her hair brushed against his cheek, carrying a faint, refreshing scent that sent a thrill through him. Feigning a stern expression, he raised his hand and playfully whacked her slightly raised backside. Lin Yiqing erupted into fits of laughter, her voice ringing sweetly as she pleaded for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong, senior. Please spare me. I promise not to do it again. Though she spoke thus, her face bore no hint of fear, nor did she resist in the slightest. Instead, she drew closer to Su Cheng, reveling in their playful intimacy. Su Cheng couldn't help but smile at her demeanor. All right, let the music play on. Yes. Lin Yiqing cast a flirtatious glance at Su Cheng before resuming her singing. Su Cheng sat beside her, toying with another microphone, a fond smile gracing his lips as he occasionally chimed in, his eyes never leaving Lin Yiqing's radiant face. As the song concluded, he appropriately applauded, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, my dear Yiqing, your singing is exquisite. Lin Yiqing's cheeks flushed deeper, her eyes shimmering with happiness as she gently leaned her head on Su Cheng's shoulder. We must come here often and indulge in the things we love. Agreed. Thus, the two continued their melodic journey in the KTV room, singing one song after another, from contemporary hits to timeless classics, their laughter resonating alongside heartfelt duets. Time slipped away like fine sand through their fingers, and before long, nightfall had quietly descended. After dinner, the lingering aroma of food filled the air. Su Cheng and Lin Yiqing sat side by side on the living room sofa, the speakers serenading them with soothing melodies. By the way, Yiqing, when did you first start liking me? Su Cheng seized the moment, eager to unravel this unsolved mystery. Chapter 46. Senior, please do not harm me. Are you truly so eager to know? Lin Yiqing inquired, a playful smile gracing her lips. Is this question of significant importance to you? Not particularly. I am merely curious. You may choose to share or not, as it does not alter our current relationship, Su Cheng replied, gently grasping Lin Yiqing's delicate hand, intertwining their fingers, conveying warmth between them. Lin Yiqing contemplated for a moment, feeling an overwhelming number of reasons for her affection towards Su Cheng, which made her shy to articulate. "This is quite a lengthy story," she murmured hesitantly. "Then let us condense it." Focusing on the main points, Su Cheng jested. "You truly are impatient," Lin Yiqing teased, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "All right, I shall keep it brief. It was when you assisted me with my luggage, prevented me from falling. Do you know? At that moment, the sunlight was perfectly illuminating your profile, and your gaze was both steadfast and gentle. It was truly captivating. I felt an immense sense of safety, and I thought to myself, how wonderful it would be to have a boyfriend who is both gentle and handsome like you. Goodness. So, that was when it began?" Su Cheng exclaimed in disbelief. He recalled that time, bustling about, helping freshmen with their belongings, appearing quite disheveled. Completely unaware that he had caught Lin Yiqing's eye. Lin Yiqing nodded, continuing, "Yes, but alas, I had just entered university, arriving in a new environment, filled with both excitement and anxiety. Coupled with my inherent shyness, I lacked the courage to ask for your contact information." "Shy?" Su Cheng scrutinized Lin Yiqing, murmuring, "You were shy?" He had always perceived her as quite enthusiastic. Upon hearing this, Lin Yiqing's face flushed with embarrassment, and she playfully retorted, "Oh, senior, people can change. You know." Noticing a hint of skepticism in Su Cheng's gaze, she added, "During my freshman year, I joined the Youth Volunteer Association and our department's student council. Through numerous volunteer activities, I gradually became less timid." "Ah, I see." Su Cheng nodded in understanding. "It is indeed common for individuals to evolve. In high school, everyone was preoccupied with academics, leaving little room for personality development. University, being a microcosm of society, often fosters significant changes in character. And you, devious senior, you failed to ask for my contact information back then, causing me to miss out on you." Lin Yiqing exclaimed. "Well, I must have been quite oblivious back then." Su Cheng sheepishly defended himself. Lin Yiqing rolled her eyes playfully. "Humph. Regardless, I have been searching for you ever since. I even posted a notice on our school's confession wall, but to little avail." "Is that so?" Su Cheng was astonished. He too had frequented the confession wall, but had not noticed her message. "Indeed, the very next day, I posted a description of you. But I did not include a picture," Lin Yiqing chuckled. "That must have been the reason." Su Cheng began, but noticing Lin Yiqing's suddenly sharp gaze, tinged with a hint of grievance, he quickly amended, "It must have been my oversight. I was likely too busy to pay attention to the messages on the confession wall." Seeing Su Cheng's nervous yet sincere demeanor, Lin Yiqing burst into laughter, relieved. "Fortunately, luck was on my side today, allowing us to reunite. I had feared I would never see you again." "Yiqing." Su Cheng felt a surge of emotion. Before he had connected with the system, he was but an orphan, bereft of parental love, navigating a life filled with shadows and hardship. Little did he know that there was someone as lovely as Lin Yiqing quietly cherishing thoughts of him and caring about his whereabouts. As Lin Yiqing gazed into Su Cheng's ardent eyes, she too felt a sense of fulfillment. Lin Yiqing's affection won, however. There was something Lin Yiqing had withheld from Su Cheng. After he left that day, while passing the staircase where she had nearly fallen, she witnessed a freshman tumble forward and collide with the steps. The individual bore a deep gash from the forehead to the left eye, blood gushing forth, a likely disfigurement. Coincidentally, the spot where they fell was nearly identical to her near miss. This incident left Lin Yiqing deeply unsettled, further etching Su Cheng's dashing image into her mind. As Su Cheng received notifications of Lin Yiqing's growing affection, his heart swelled with joy. Once the notifications faded, he promptly utilized an insight skill to assess her. Name, Lin Yiqing. Age, 20. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Appearance, 89. Special attributes, 0. Affection, 75. Reward, passive skill, indestructible kidney. Good heavens. 75. Just 5 more points, and I shall obtain the coveted indestructible kidney skill. It is a coveted treasure for any individual. If I make an effort tonight to charm Lin Yiqing, perhaps I can elevate her affection to surpass the 80 threshold, unlocking the indestructible kidney. Thus, Su Cheng gazed at Lin Yiqing with even greater intensity. Suddenly, as they sought to delve deeper into each other's worlds, a thunderous roar echoed outside, followed by the sound of rain cascading down. Is it raining? Su Cheng set Lin Yiqing down, his gaze drawn to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the world was shrouded in a thick veil of rain. Oh no, how could it be raining? Does that mean I cannot return to school? Lin Yiqing anxiously clutched her clothing, her expression fraught with worry as she gazed outside. There's no need to return. You may stay here, Su Cheng proposed with a smile. I have plenty of room, and on such a rainy night, would you truly leave me to endure this empty villa alone? Lin Yiqing, with a teasing glint in her eyes, replied, Very well, since you are so insistent, I shall reluctantly accept. But, senior, you must promise not to take advantage of me. Her tone bore a blend of jest and sincerity, as if testing him, while simultaneously issuing a warning. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng erupted into laughter, thumping his chest in mock seriousness. Am I that sort of person? Rest assured, I am known in our village as a paragon of virtue. I would never exploit a vulnerable situation. Chapter 47. May I sleep holding your hand? Then, where shall I sleep? Lin Yiqing's voice held a hint of hesitation and shyness as she gently inquired. Anywhere you like. There are plenty of rooms here. You may choose whichever you prefer. Su Cheng responded nonchalantly. Can I sleep beside the handsome senior? Lin Yiqing chuckled playfully, her voice laced with sweetness. Of course, that's perfectly fine. Su Cheng replied immediately. However, Lin Yiqing's smile suddenly faded, and she let out a mischievous laugh. Just kidding. I wouldn't want to sleep next to you, lest your snoring disturb my slumber. With that, she rolled her eyes playfully at Su Cheng and turned, swaying her hips as she made her way to the elevator. Su Cheng, undeterred by Lin Yiqing's teasing, found his spirits lifted. Hey, where are you going? To wash up and sleep, of course. Are you expecting me to wait for you? Lin Yiqing stood at the elevator entrance, turning back with a cheeky wink. With that, the elevator doors slowly closed, swallowing her figure and vanishing from Su Cheng's sight. He mused that it wasn't entirely out of the question. He vividly recalled the days spent with by Cheng at the Bun villa, helping each other bathe. Shaking his head with a smile, he tidied up his belongings, switched off the music system, and ascended the stairs. Outside, the storm raged, but within the villa, tranquility reigned. Lin Yiqing took a simple hot shower in the bathroom of the guest room. Amidst the steam, her skin appeared exceptionally fair and delicate. Afterward, she donned an exquisite lace nightgown adorned with golden accents. The light fabric brushed against her calves as her bare feet left a delicate trail on the soft carpet. Lazily reclining on the bed, she held her phone, scrolling through Douyin, the screen's glow illuminating her stunning visage. After a while, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Knock, knock. Lin Yiqing's lips curled into a sly smile as she feigned confusion. Who is it? Who would knock at this hour? It's me. A deep, gentle male voice came from outside, the voice of Su Cheng. Upon hearing Su Cheng's voice, Lin Yiqing couldn't help but stifle a giggle, teasingly responding, I've already gone to bed. What do you want, senior? Huh? What do you mean? I was worried you might be scared of the thunder, so I came to check on you. As Su Cheng spoke, he noticed the door was not fully closed but slightly ajar. So he boldly pushed the door open and entered Lin Yiqing's room. You say you're asleep, yet the light is still on? So what if it is? I prefer to sleep with the lights on, Lin Yiqing replied, unbothered by Su Cheng's intrusion. Instead, she reclined more comfortably on the bed, raising her delicate foot to lightly tap the sheets, scrutinizing Su Cheng's reaction. Is that so? Su Cheng approached the bed, clutching a blanket, his gaze captivated by Lin Yiqing's exquisite beauty and alluring figure. Her high ponytail had come undone, her lustrous black hair cascading like a waterfall over the soft pillow, exuding a faint, youthful fragrance. Clad in a fitted silk nightgown, the delicate fabric clung to her graceful curves, outlining an irresistibly enticing silhouette. The soft light enveloped her, adding an air of hazy mystery to her beauty. Senior, why did you bring the blanket with you? Lin Yiqing's voice carried a note of surprise and shyness. As she lifted her jade-like foot to gently poke the blanket Su Cheng had brought, her lips curled into a charming smile. Don't worry, I'll just stay here for a while. I won't disturb you for long. Su Cheng snapped back to reality and, without hesitation, tossed the blanket aside and climbed onto the bed. All right, but you mustn't do anything to me. We're still young. Our study should come first. Lin Yiqing felt Su Cheng's warm breath and, blinking innocently, pretended to be frightened. Rest assured, Su Cheng effortlessly spun sweet words, not even blinking. After a brief moment, Su Cheng sensed the time was ripe. He gently brushed against Lin Yiqing's fingers and tentatively asked, "Yiqing, your hands are truly beautiful, like a work of art. May I hold your hand while we sleep?" A blush crept onto Lin Yiqing's cheeks as she shyly lowered her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. "All right, but you can only hold my hand tonight. If you dare to go any further, I won't speak to you again." "Yes, I promise." Lin Yiqing's affection level -1. Lin Yiqing's affection level -1. Lin Yiqing's affection level -1. Lin Yiqing's affection level 1. Lin Yiqing's affection level 1. Lin Yiqing's affection level 1. The night was filled with conversation, and soon dawn broke. Su Cheng and Lin Yiqing lingered in each other's embrace until the rumbling of Lin Yiqing's hungry stomach finally prompted them to rise and have breakfast. Chapter 48. The Indestructible Kidney. Immune to all poisons. During the mealtime, Su Cheng gently rubbed his slightly sore lower back and began to examine the system notifications. As expected, the first message read, "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the commemorative collection task. Achieve a special value of 1 for a quality goddess. Reward, 1 silver level random draw. Let us commence." Su Cheng thought, already well versed in the procedure. Immediately, a spinning wheel materialized before his eyes, and the pointer began to whirl. "Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the passive skill. Immune to all poisons." Passive skill, immune to all poisons. Smoking becomes as effortless as breathing. Drinking alcohol is akin to sipping water. Consuming toxins is like eating rice. With this skill, my mother need not worry about me being harmed by junk food anymore. Whether it's street snacks or wild delicacies laden with toxins, it shall have no effect on me. What the? Immune to all poisons? Su Cheng was taken aback. The absurdity of this skill was astonishing. Not only could he drink countless cups without intoxication, but he would also be immune to a myriad of toxins. Did this mean that no matter what he consumed in the future, he would automatically be shielded from its poisons? Of course, with his newfound financial freedom, he predominantly indulged in premium food, avoiding anything toxic. Claim the reward. With a decisive command from Su Cheng, an indescribable wave of comfort surged through him, rapidly spreading throughout his entire being. The sensation was so intense that he involuntarily let out a blissful groan. What is this feeling? Why is it so delightful? Su Cheng was astounded. He had never experienced such a marvelous sensation. It felt as if countless delicate hands were tenderly massaging and kneading his body, invigorating him in ways he never imagined. Truly remarkable. His gaze became dreamy. "Senior, are you all right?" Lin Yiqing's affectionate eyes remained fixed on Su Cheng's face. Noticing his peculiar sound, she could not help but voice her concern. I'm fine, Su Cheng chuckled, reveling in his body's newfound ability to expel toxins, feeling an unparalleled level of comfort. To his surprise, the immunity to poisons not only protected him from future threats, but also eradicated the toxins from the junk food he had previously consumed. Regaining his focus, Su Cheng turned to the next notification. "Ding, congratulations to the host. The affection level of quality goddess Lin Yiqing has surpassed 80, adoration, completing the conquest task. Conquest reward. Passive skill. Indestructible kidney is now available for collection." The indestructible kidney. Upon reading the system prompt, Su Cheng couldn't help but smile. Rubbing his slightly sore lower back, he cast an insightful glance at Lin Yiqing. Name, Lin Yiqing. Age, 20. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 46.0. 25 kilograms. Beauty, 89. Special value, 1. Affection level, 80. Conquest reward. Passive skill, indestructible kidney, available for collection, affection level 80. His efforts from the previous day had certainly paid off, thanks to Lin Yiqing's cooperation. Claiming the conquest reward, Su Cheng silently declared. Instantly, he felt the discomfort in his lower back dissipate. A warm, gentle current enveloped his spine, flowing along its length, sweeping away long-held fatigue and stiffness. Indeed, all his efforts and sweat bore fruit. Is this the indestructible kidney? Su Cheng felt an unprecedented surge of vitality. Even after several sleepless nights of gaming, he felt no fear. Unfortunately, he was now too engrossed in enjoying life to find time for gaming. He glanced over at Lin Yiqing, who sat quietly eating her meal. Her face still bore a hint of tenderness and fragility from recent tribulations, with traces of lingering fear and pain in her eyes. Undoubtedly, what Lin Yiqing needed at this moment was gentle care and quiet recuperation, not to be thrust back into the throes of battle. Wait a moment. Su Cheng suddenly conceived a more intriguing idea. Soon after, they finished breakfast. Despite Lin Yiqing's mild protests, Su Cheng scooped her up and carried her back to the bedroom. Be good. Yiqing, lift your head and look at me, Su Cheng suddenly said. Lin Yiqing paused, instinctively raising her gaze to meet Su Cheng's, confusion flickering in her eyes. Realizing his intent, she playfully rolled her eyes at him. All right, I'll wash my face and brush my teeth. First, we have to head out soon. Lin Yiqing pinched Su Cheng's thigh playfully before limping towards the bathroom. Su Cheng nodded with a smile, feeling that life was exceedingly beautiful. Perhaps this moment of comfort embodied the true essence of indulgently savoring life. He began to anticipate his date with Bai Qingyi later that day. However, Lin Yiqing's unexpected interference had disrupted his original plans. Leaving her alone in the villa after her recent hardships did not seem right. Therefore, he decided to let Lin Yiqing meet Bai Qingyi, allowing them to become acquainted. Lin Yiqing was warm and sociable, while Bai Qingyi was shy, innocent, and gentle. Their meeting should not cause any discord. Of course, in the future, such a scenario was unlikely to occur. Su Cheng was a decisive individual. If he sensed any hint of mischief from his women, he would promptly address it, minimizing their interactions with others. Alternatively, he would employ other methods to firmly correct any misbehavior until they recognized their mistakes and acknowledged the importance of unity among sisters. Ding-dong, at that moment, Su Cheng's phone chimed. Upon opening it, he found a message from Bai Qingyi. Brother, when are you coming to pick me up? I've already gotten up and had breakfast. Su Cheng chuckled softly and initiated a video call. Just a second after it rang, Bai Qingyi's adorable face appeared on the screen, with the background featuring her youthful pink bedspread. Brother, Bai Qingyi sweetly greeted. "Ah, baby. I'll pick you up around 11 o'clock, just in time for lunch," Su Cheng replied, his tone brimming with affection. "Okay, I'll listen to my brother," she chirped. "By the way, baby, today I'll introduce you to a beautiful girl who is also my girlfriend, just like you." Su Cheng provided Bai Qingyi with a heads up, preventing any sudden surprises. He had already informed Lin Yiqing about his relationship with Bai Qingyi, but Bai Qingyi was unaware of Lin Yiqing's existence. It was prudent to mention it in advance. Chapter 49. The figure that envied Lin Yiqing, Bai Qingyi's expression visibly shifted to one of astonishment. Although she had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of Su Cheng finding a girlfriend, the moment she heard the news, ripples of emotion surged within her. To be candid, she was not entirely averse to it. On one hand, her identity rendered her concerns futile. On the other, she understood that Su Cheng's strength was something she could not withstand alone. Now, with Su Cheng declaring before her that he had a girlfriend, it filled her with a sweet sense of validation. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qingyi gently bit her lip and softly inquired, "Brother, does this mean I can be considered your girlfriend too?" "Why not? You needn't overthink it or feel overly subservient. During our time together, simply interact with me naturally as my girlfriend," Su Cheng replied, gazing earnestly into her eyes. He could not merely regard Bai Qingyi as a gilded cage bird. That would only slow the process of enhancing their rapport. System notification. Bai Qingyi's affection level 1. The subtle chime of the system echoed in Su Cheng's mind. In just a few exchanged words, his standing in Bai Qingyi's heart had grown even more substantial. "All right, brother, I understand." Bai Qingyi beamed, her voice now imbued with newfound confidence. "That's the spirit. You needn't be overly frugal with the money I gave you. Feel free to purchase whatever you desire. If you find it lacking, just ask me for more." Su Cheng encouraged with gentleness. "Okay." A flicker of emotion danced in Bai Qingyi's eyes as she softly acquiesced. Then, with a hint of nervousness, she pressed her lips together and asked, "So, brother, is your other girlfriend easy to get along with? I hope I won't be intruding on your relationship." "Don't worry, she's quite amiable. Her name is Lin Yiqing, a spirited girl. She's currently freshening up, and I'll introduce you both shortly. I believe you two will become good friends, Cheng assured. He understood Bai Qingyi's apprehension stemmed from a fear that his new girlfriend might possess a domineering personality and bully her. After all, Bai Qingyi's gentle demeanor made her appear rather vulnerable. Then I can rest easy. Bai Qingyi sighed in relief, and with Cheng's assurance, her worries diminished considerably. They conversed for a few more minutes until Lin Yiqing finally emerged, limping slightly as she approached Cheng. Senior, who are you chatting with? I thought I heard my name. Are you talking about me? Lin Yiqing teased with a playful wink. Not at all. I was conversing with Qingyi as I introduced you yesterday. Cheng waved her over, inviting Lin Yiqing to sit beside him. Upon hearing an unfamiliar female voice emanating from Cheng's side, Bai Qingyi's curiosity piqued, and her eyes widened slightly. Really? Lin Yiqing's eyes sparkled with interest, disregarding Cheng's suggestion and instead settling next to him. Wow, what a beautiful lady. Senior, you're truly fortunate, Lin Yiqing exclaimed, her gaze lingering appreciatively on Bai Qingyi's figure, filled with admiration and envy. As Bai Qingyi absorbed Lin Yiqing's compliment, a blush crept onto her cheeks, making her resemble a ripe apple, enticing enough for Cheng to wish to draw near and take a bite. Shyly lowering her head, she murmured, "You're beautiful too." Enough with the pleasantries. You both possess your own unique beauty, Cheng interjected. That is not mere courtesy. I genuinely mean it, Lin Yiqing retorted playfully. I do too, Bai Qingyi added softly. All right, my mistake, Cheng chuckled, then continued, it's getting late. Baby, prepare yourself. I'm taking Yiqing to your campus to pick you up. Okay, brother, drive carefully and pay attention to safety. Bai Qingyi smiled sweetly, offering a caring reminder. Qingyi, we'll see each other soon. Lin Yiqing waved at the screen. Bai Qingyi reciprocated with a wave. Seeing this, Cheng told Bai Qingyi he would see her soon and ended the video call. Senior, I never expected that your little sister would be so stunning, especially her captivating figure, Lin Yiqing remarked, her eyes glimmering with envy. Cheng, fully aware of her implication, chuckled lightly. It's all right. I appreciate your type as well. Lin Yiqing fell silent, her head bowed in contemplation. You cannot compare yourself to someone with her innate gifts. You could be a diligent contender. Cheng consoled her. How about this? I'll help you with massages in the future, and given time, you might rival Qingyi's figure. You'll help me with massages? Lin Yiqing scoffed, rolling her eyes. I can see right through your intentions. Huh? Cheng, unfazed by her teasing, erupted in laughter. All right, regardless, I will assist you later. Hurry up and get ready. We're off to Xinjiang University of Finance and Economics. As he spoke, Cheng playfully patted Lin Yiqing's rear, signaling her to rise. With a flirtatious pout, Lin Yiqing shot him a playful glare before heading off to prepare her outfit. At Xinjiang University of Finance and Economics, Bai Qingyi sat with her phone, lost in thought. Initially, when Cheng mentioned he had found a girlfriend, her first reaction was fear. Fear that he would no longer want her, and fear that his new girlfriend would discover their relationship and chastise her. However, upon hearing Cheng say that she could also be considered his girlfriend, she felt a great deal of relief. Moreover, Lin Yiqing's demeanor did not seem to suggest that she was a domineering woman, which further eased Bai Qingyi's concerns. Sighing, she murmured, I hope the girlfriends my brother finds in the future are not strong-willed. Bai Qingyi exhaled deeply as she began preparing her outfit for going out. A short while later, her phone chimed. It was a message from Cheng. Baby, I'll be downstairs shortly. Bai Qingyi shivered slightly, surprised by Cheng's promptness. Fortunately, she was nearly ready, dressed in her chosen outfit with only light makeup on her face. Okay, brother, I'm coming down now, Bai Qingyi texted back. After grabbing her small handbag, she made her way to the dormitory entrance. Before long, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan glided to a stop gracefully before her. Baby, get in. Cheng beckoned, lowering the window and speaking softly. Bai Qingyi nodded, entering the back seat. Chapter 50, Many Friends. Many paths. The front passenger seat was already claimed by Lin Yiqing, who showed no intent to contest it. Hello, Qingyi. Lin Yiqing greeted enthusiastically as Bai Qingyi entered the car. Hello, Yiqing, Bai Qingyi replied with a shy smile. observing the harmonious interaction between his two lovely companions. Su Cheng felt a sense of pride. "My dear wives, would you prefer to go shopping first or indulge in some food?" he asked with a mischievous grin while driving. "Senior, we're not married yet, and you're already calling us wives?" Lin Yiqing teased. Bai Qingyi remained silent, resembling a timid little rabbit in the back seat, secretly observing Lin Yiqing. "Of course, if you're feeling competitive, you can call me husband," Su Cheng playfully remarked, reaching over to pat Lin Yiqing's silky black-clad leg. How naughty. Qingyi is watching." Lin Yiqing blushed and pulled her leg back slightly. I don't mind at all. If brother wants to touch, feel free." Bai Qingyi stammered as both of their gazes turned toward her. "Ha ha ha. Of course you don't mind because I'm touching Yiqing's leg." Su Cheng laughed heartily. No, I misspoke. Oh dear." Bai Qingyi realized her slip, waving her small hands in front of her chest, looking slightly flustered. "Well, senior, Qingyi is learning to kick someone while they're down. You must touch her leg too," Lin Yiqing suggested with a playful grin. "Oh, that is certainly no problem." Su Cheng glanced at their lovely legs. Lin Yiqing wore black stockings while Bai Qingyi donned white ones, creating a striking contrast like a pair of sisters. However, it's not convenient right now. Once we return to Maxiang Jinyuan, there will be plenty of time for leg touching," Su Cheng said with a wicked smile. Brother is so mischievous. In the midst of their banter, Bai Qingyi had already lowered her head in shyness, her hands gently twisting the hem of her clothes. Her face flushed with embarrassment, secretly lamenting in her heart. Nevertheless, she looked forward to the intimacy with Su Cheng. The trio shared laughter and cheerful conversations, creating an exceedingly pleasant atmosphere. Before long, they arrived at a bustling shopping mall. The exterior was adorned with shimmering neon lights, filled with people and vibrancy. After parking in the underground garage, Su Cheng took the hands of his two beautiful companions, chatting merrily as they walked toward the elevator. Wait a moment. Just as Su Cheng pressed the elevator button and the doors began to close, a clear voice rang out. Following that, the sound of clicking high heels echoed. "Hello. Sorry to bother you." Shi Jinjin stepped into the elevator, followed by another girl. Su Cheng's eyes sparkled. The two beauties before him wore flight attendant uniforms and boasted striking figures. Particularly, the flight attendant in front possessed exquisite features, her makeup immaculate, tall and proportionate. Her curves were enchanting. The deep blue blouse was perfectly designed to showcase her graceful neck, while the red pencil skirt elegantly accentuated her long, black stocking-clad legs, exuding an irresistible allure. Her looks must score at least an 85. Su Cheng mused, eager to assess her. Name, Shi Jinjin. Age, 27. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Beauty score, 86. Special value, 23. Affection level, 10. Alas, what a pity. Although her beauty score reached the requisite 85, her special value was a staggering 23. Did she really succumb so easily to the allure of wealth? Or was she inherently more open-minded? Upon seeing the high special value, Su Cheng's interest in Shi Jinjin swiftly waned. Indeed, the two exclusive beauties by his side were far more appealing. As the flight attendants entered the elevator, they didn't T-press any floor buttons. It was only when the doors closed and the elevator began to ascend that Shi Jinjin softly inquired, "Handsome, could we exchange contact information?" With that, she shot Su Cheng a flirtatious glance. Shi Jinjin appeared quite confident, believing that her beauty would ensure he would not reject her request, even in the presence of other attractive women. As for why she wanted to connect with Su Cheng, it was because she had spotted him descending from a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, flanked by two beautiful companions. A seasoned socialite, she instantly recognized Su Cheng as a man with a penchant for beauty. If she could enter his circle, perhaps she could extract considerable benefits from him. "I'm sorry, but my girlfriend doesn't allow me to add other girls," Su Cheng politely declined. "Handsome, I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to make a friend. More friends mean more paths, right?" Shi Jinjin was unconvinced by Su Cheng's excuses, believing that the two women beside him were merely his playthings. More friends, more paths? Su Cheng paused, suddenly enlightened by her words. Indeed, more friends could lead to more connections. Of course, he meant legitimate pathways, avenues for networking, like attracts like Beautiful people tend to associate with others of similar allure. If he befriended women who knew other beautiful women, he could potentially meet even more enchanting individuals. For instance, Shi Zhenjin, a flight attendant. It was common knowledge that this profession was a treasure trove of beauty. They not only possessed stunning appearances, but also exuded elegance and charm. Why not use Shi Zhenjin as a gateway to connect with other beauties in her circle? There could be outstanding candidates among them. Naturally, it wasn't limited to just flight attendants. Other beautiful socialites could also be added as friends, turning them into conduits for his pursuit of beauty. How delightful that would be! With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Cheng's interest was piqued, and he regarded Shi Zhenjin with newfound appreciation. You make a valid point. Let us exchange WeChat. You skim my code? Su Cheng suggested, pulling out his phone. Absolutely. Shi Zhenjin's face brightened, quickly retrieving her phone. After scanning the code and adding each other as friends, Shi Zhenjin eagerly asked, "Handsome, my name is Shi Zhenjin. What is yours?" Su Cheng. Such a lovely name. Shi Zhenjin silently added note to Su Cheng's contact. Su Cheng, Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Chapter 51. The unusual Lin Yiqing at that moment. The elevator came to a halt, signaling the arrival of Su Cheng and his companions at their destination. Let us leave it at that for now. We can chat another time, Su Cheng remarked, taking the hands of the two women and departing the elevator. Shi Zhenjin immediately grasped Su Cheng's intent, nodding in understanding and waving farewell. With two beautiful women by his side, Su Cheng certainly did not lack for her company. Acquiring Su Cheng's contact information today was already a significant achievement in her eyes. As long as there was a chance for further interaction, she was content to extract some unexpected fortune from him. Of course, even without financial gain, she would gladly engage in a few fleeting romantic encounters with such a handsome man. In every aspect, she felt she was the one coming out ahead. Meanwhile, Lin Yiqing inquired curiously, "Senior, are you interested in that girl?" Bai Qingyi also looked over with interest. "No," Su Cheng replied, shaking his head. "Then why did you add her? Is it really just to be friends?" Lin Yiqing displayed a puzzled expression. "Exactly, you got it right," Su Cheng chuckled. "I can't believe that. She definitely has her sights set on you. How could there be pure friendship between you two?" "Perhaps a certain kind of friendship exists," Lin Yiqing scoffed, her skepticism evident. In her view, the girl they had just encountered was indeed attractive, and Su Cheng must have been interested in the flight attendant. What Lin Yiqing did not know was that Su Cheng possessed a unique insight, enabling him to discern the true nature of a person. "Really, why would I deceive you? I merely regard her as a means to an end." "A means to an end?" Lin Yiqing's expression grew even more perplexed. "Yes, through her connections. I might meet some flight attendants, perhaps even find a sister for you who has been won," Su Cheng confessed. There was nothing to conceal. Whether seeking flight attendants or other women, he held no reservations. "Looking for flight attendants. Hey, have you forgotten about us? We could be your personal flight attendants." Lin Yiqing teased, her playful eyes sparkling, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Now that sounds delightful." Su Cheng's eyes lit up, and he affectionately ruffled Lin Yiqing's hair. Bai Qingyi was not neglected either, as Su Cheng's hand naturally slid to her cheek, gently caressing her porcelain-like skin. He even deliberately traced his fingertip around her sensitive earlobe, stirring a delightful flutter in Bai Qingyi, causing her cheeks to flush with shyness. The trio reveled in laughter and merriment as they strolled through the bustling streets, occasionally pausing to peruse various shops, selecting charming trinkets. Lin Yiqing picked up an exquisite flight attendant brooch, imagining how radiant she would appear wearing it, her face glowing with anticipation. However, joyful moments are fleeting. Before long, Lin Yiqing's steps began to falter, and her complexion turned pale. Su Cheng and Bai Qingyi immediately sensed her discomfort. "Yiqing, what is wrong? You look unwell," Bai Qingyi asked with concern. Lin Yiqing managed a faint smile. "It's just that I was busy with Su Cheng late into the night yesterday." A glimmer of memory flickered in her eyes as images danced in her mind. "I experienced one of life's most crucial trials for the first time, and now my body feels sore. Perhaps I shouldn't walk too long." "Ah, I see. It's all your brother's fault," Bai Qingyi muttered to herself, recalling her own experiences. "Since that's the case, let us not shop anymore. Enjoying some delicious food is also a splendid choice," Su Cheng suggested. The two women agreed, their enthusiasm dampened since they had already purchased quite a bit. Thus, they enjoyed a meal nearby before returning to Mo Xiang Jingyuan. By this time, afternoon had arrived. Brother, is this also your home? Bai Qingyi assumed they were heading back to the Bai Gui Yuan, but was surprised to find a new villa. Yes, I just bought it yesterday. It's closer to our school. You can choose a room here later, Su Cheng replied. Great. Bai Qingyi nodded gently. Now, then, let us engage in some delightful activities, Su Cheng said with a playful grin. Bai Qingyi blushed and lowered her head at his words. Lin Yiqing, startled, seemed to recall something and hastily declined. Don't include me. I can't withstand any more teasing. You and Qingyi have fun. With that, she awkwardly retreated to her bedroom. TSK, I wonder who was shouting yesterday about wanting to. Su Cheng provocatively teased. Not me. Lin Yiqing interjected loudly, her escape hastening. Su Cheng chuckled, shaking his head, his fiery gaze shifting to the still-standing Bai Qingyi. Darling, it seems you're in for a challenge. Brother, as long as you're happy, Bai Qingyi murmured softly. Ha ha ha, Su Cheng laughed heartily, scooping Bai Qingyi into his arms and heading toward the master bedroom. Lin Yiqing leaned against her bedroom door, her fingers gently tracing the door frame, her expression complex. Just then, the sound of a door opening next door startled her, like a clap of thunder, causing her heart to race. She realized that Bai Qingyi was about to fall victim to Su Cheng's advances. She stepped outside and noticed the master bedroom door ajar. Cautiously, she approached, pressing her ear against the door, where Su Cheng's gentle, magnetic voice mingled with Bai Qingyi's soft murmurs. Clearly, they were exchanging sweet nothings. Suddenly, Lin Yiqing pressed her hand to her heart and hurriedly fled the scene. Returning to her own room, once back on her bed, she exhaled slowly, lamenting her strange behavior. What is the matter with me? Why am I feeling so anxious? Lin Yiqing pondered aloud, her voice filled with confusion and bewilderment. Affection level with Bai Qingyi 1. Affection level with Bai Qingyi 1. Affection level with Bai Qingyi 1. Affection level with Lin Yiqing 1. As night fell, today marks the beginning of my debut. The next few days will truly determine the fate of this book. I earnestly beseech my dear readers to pursue the story fervently and urge for updates. Even small, free gifts would be greatly appreciated. They hold immense significance for this new work. Thank you very much. Or 2. Kisses Enjoy Bai Qingyi's lovely pictures. Author's message below. Chapter 52. Does this little vixen wish to marry him? In the master bedroom, soft light cascaded throughout the room, casting a delicate, dewy glow upon Bai Qingyi's slightly weary face, enhancing her fragile beauty. Su Cheng sat at the head of the bed, leaning against a pillow, his expression betraying no signs of fatigue. He glanced at his phone and noticed a message from Shizhenjin sent earlier that afternoon. Hey handsome, are you free for a drink tonight? A faint smile played at the corners of Su Cheng's mouth. Shizhenjin was indeed quite impatient. He cast a sidelong glance at Bai Qingyi, who had fallen into a deep slumber and quietly exited the master bedroom. As he stepped out, a frown creased his brow. Who cleaned the floor? The corridor is astonishingly tidy. He paused, his gaze wandering over the hallway and downstairs flooring. Realizing that only the second floor had been transformed into a pristine state, especially the entrance to the master bedroom, which gleamed exceptionally bright. He furrowed his brow, musing to himself, could it be that Yiqing, that restless girl, busied herself cleaning late at night? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and entered his study to sit down, initiating a video call with Shizhenjin. The call connected within 2 seconds, revealing Shizhenjin's captivating, fox-like eyes. Hello, handsome, I didn't expect you to reply now. She greeted with a playful tone that carried a hint of flirtation. Apologies, I was quite busy today and just saw your message. I fear it may be too late for drinks tonight. Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. Oh, it's all right. Work is important after all. Tomorrow is fine too. Shizhenjin responded almost instantaneously. I wish to inquire if there are any beautiful and virtuous flight attendants within your circle. Su Cheng posed his question directly. Shizhenjin raised an eyebrow, surprised by his inquiry. Oh, there are indeed a few virtuous beauties, but they are not easily approachable. Why? Are you quite interested in our flight attendant circle? Well, Encountering you today feels like fate, and I thought perhaps you could introduce me to some virtuous flight attendants. Rest assured, I shall reward you for your assistance, Su Cheng stated matter-of-factly. Shizhenjin's expression grew complex as she processed his words. A wave of indignation bubbled within her, perceiving his remarks as somewhat frivolous and disrespectful. However, his mention of a reward kept her from ending the call immediately. Are you implying that you wish to meet beautiful flight attendants, or specifically those who are virtuous? She asked, striving to maintain her composure, her tone laced with subtle sarcasm. Yes, the more virtuous, the better. If you have contacts, please introduce them, Su Cheng affirmed, disregarding Shizhenjin's apparent disapproval. Just acquaintances? Or are you looking to indulge in a relationship with a beautiful flight attendant? Shizhenjin's brows knitted tighter with concern. To indulge would be ideal, but if not, I shall not force it. Ultimately, my sole aim is to win the hearts and minds of beautiful women, Su Cheng clarified. Wait, handsome, which of the two beauties today is your girlfriend? Shizhenjin couldn't help but inquire. Both, why do you ask? Su Cheng's response left her further astonished. What? Are you not openly engaging in the despicable act of juggling two relationships? If I were to introduce other friends to you, would I not be putting them at risk? Will you take me for a matchmaker in the flight attendant circle? Shizhenjin critiqued. Despicable, she thought, appalled by his blatant audacity. Yet, recalling that he drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, she found a semblance of understanding. Perhaps this was the capricious nature of wealthy men, unrestrained in their pursuit of beautiful companions. No, I am not despicable. I merely wish to provide a warm home for the beautiful companions I admire. Su Cheng defended himself. Oh, shall I commend you for your benevolence, then? Shizhenjin retorted with a sardonic smile. 30,000. Su Cheng suddenly interjected, his tone calm. What? Shizhenjin was momentarily taken aback, her earlier sarcasm replaced by disbelief, her expression softening instinctively. In this era of economic downturn, she had anticipated that his reward would be a mere few thousand. 30,000 yuan as a referral fee. Su Cheng reiterated, adding, upon success, I can provide an additional 50,000 yuan as a bonus for your efforts. Upon hearing his generous offer, Shizhenjin's surprise swiftly morphed into delight, her voice softening. Well, on second thought, a man of your means might as well know more lovely ladies. After all, exceptional individuals naturally attract more attention. She pondered briefly, still reluctant to concede entirely. The man before her exuded an air of nobility, both in demeanor and conversation, suggesting he might be a scion of a wealthy family. Perhaps with some effort, she could ensnare him with her beauty, securing a place in high society and living a life of luxury. After all, she was already 27, not exactly young anymore. In this fiercely competitive society, a woman's youth is fleeting. Approaching 30, it was time to strategically plan for her future. Thus, she inquired sweetly, So, handsome, have you never dreamt of finding a woman with whom you share a deep connection, someone to love and marry? A woman to love? Marriage? Su Cheng immediately grasped the underlying implication in Shizhenjin's words. This little minx wishes to marry him. Chapter 53. The theatrical Shizhenjin with such a peculiar value of 23. Are you really speaking of mutual understanding and love? You wish to marry me? It's nothing short of a daydream. Indeed, those who are the most carefree often possess the thickest skin. Su Cheng decisively shook his head in rejection. Marriage? Impossible. It would be an act of irresponsibility towards the other women in my life. Upon hearing this, the light in Shizhenjin's eyes dimmed instantaneously. Irresponsibility towards other women? That could indeed be true. The law does not explicitly restrict an individual from having multiple girlfriends. Engaging in romantic relationships with several women does not constitute a violation of the law, as it falls within the realm of personal emotional life, which the law refrains from interfering with. However, should this person dare to engage in such behavior while married, there exists a possibility of being charged with bigamy. Shizhenjin pondered further. If Su Cheng could afford such a substantial introduction fee for himself, wouldn't being his girlfriend yield even more financial benefits? Once this thought took root, it grew like a wildflower. She inhaled deeply, striving to appear more bashful and innocent. Then, with a coy expression, she gazed at him and softly whispered, "Handsome, I am indeed the beautiful woman you seek, pure and self-loving." Indeed, since Su Cheng had expressed his desire to be AC, king and court virtuous flight attendants, she boldly put herself forth. She reasoned to herself that although she had a few boyfriends, at least that barrier still existed. Even if it was a result of surgical restoration, isn't it true that as long as there is a bit of bloodshed the first night, who isn't a good and virtuous darling? Regardless, she had made up her mind, no matter how humble her position, she would absolutely not let this wealthy heir slip away. "You? Virtuous? Do you truly believe that?" Su Cheng regarded her with disbelief, as if observing an extraordinary being. "Are we not friends? Do you truly associate with such terms? Indeed, why must you seek beauty elsewhere? Handsome, do you think I am not attractive enough?" Shi Jinjin bashfully lowered her head, oblivious to Su Cheng's incredulous expression. "Today, by taking the initiative to ask for your contact information, I felt a connection between us." Connection? More like a mere coincidence. Su Cheng was thoroughly skeptical of Shi Jinjin's overly affectionate address, questioning if she had been attracted by his Rolls-Royce or Patek Philippe. While she was undeniably beautiful, her claims of virtue were utterly unconvincing. "Why? I'm merely a bit more enthusiastic." A bit more enthusiastic? More like a bit more reckless. Immediately, Shi Jinjin lifted her head, witnessing Su Cheng's expression, and her theatrical side emerged, displaying a look of grievance. "Brother, what is that look in your eyes? I assure you, I am not deceiving you. That barrier still exists. Is that not virtuous enough?" Upon saying this, she adopted a demeanor that implored him to comfort her, as if she had been gravely wronged. Observing her reaction, Su Cheng found himself at a loss for words. Once more, Su Cheng employed his insight to scrutinize her. Name, Shi Jinjin's special value. 23 indeed. It was confirmed as 23. Not a 2, nor a 3. If you were a 2 or a 3 claiming to be virtuous, Su Cheng might have understood. After all, maintaining one's principles in a world rife with temptation is no easy feat, however, with a special value of 23. How could she dare to proclaim that her barrier remained intact? With a cold snort, Su Cheng remarked disdainfully, "Enough with the charade. If surgical restoration counts, then there isn't a woman in the world who isn't virtuous. If you persist in this manner, I see little reason for us to continue this conversation. I can easily seek out other flight attendants, albeit at the cost of my time." Shi Jinjin, think carefully. Once this opportunity slips away, it may never return. A bit more sincerity and a touch less deception would benefit us both. Upon hearing this, Shi Jinjin's expression soured. She realized that he had formed a fixed impression of her and did not believe a word of her defense. She pondered over her acting skills, recalling that she had once been an actress right after graduating from university. Yet, no matter how hard she racked her brain, she could not fathom that he possessed the formidable skill of insight to unveil her true self. Consequently, Shi Jinjin began to waver. In this situation, what should she do? Should she be honest and confess that she was not original, thus securing the 30,000 introduction fee and 50,000 success fee for a stable life? Or should she maintain her stance, stubbornly asserting her originality, and angrily hang up the phone, demonstrating that she, Shi Jinjin, was indeed a person of dignity? After much internal deliberation, she concluded that it would be wiser to choose honesty and accept the fees, although maintaining the image of being original could yield more money. The risks of that path were too high. Should she hang up, she could easily find herself blocked, receiving not a penny. Thus, Shi Jinjin reached her decision. She sighed lightly, feeling dejected. "Fine, since you are resolute that I am not a virtuous person, I shall not explain myself. After all, introducing beautiful women could also bring me benefits. Why not embrace that?" "That's the spirit." Su Cheng nodded. "By the way, I would like to inquire, if I introduce beautiful women, do I receive a fee for each one, or are there other conditions?" Shi Jinjin bit her lip, eagerly asking, "Roughly speaking, but I do not accept just anyone. The women you introduce must meet my criteria." "What criteria?" Shi Jinjin inquired impatiently. "First and foremost, they must be exceptionally beautiful, preferably the kind that looks stunning even without makeup, similar to the two beauties beside me today, or comparable to your own appearance," Su Cheng elucidated. Secondly, they must be genuinely virtuous. Fulfilling these two criteria is all that is required. I see. Shi Jinjin nodded thoughtfully. To meet your criteria, to be candid, is not an easy task. Chapter 54. The intricacies of human nature and the allure of Lu Ruyan in this materialistic society. It is not uncommon for beautiful women to attract the attention of influential individuals, becoming their coveted possessions. Su Cheng nodded in agreement with Shi Jinjin's perspective, understanding the often harsh and pragmatic rules that govern social interactions. It is nearly impossible for genuinely attractive women to evade scrutiny, and the number of those who can withstand the pressure and remain true to themselves is alarmingly low. However, nothing is insurmountable for the determined. With a modicum of effort, I should be able to find several women who meet your criteria, Shi Jinjin asserted confidently. Oh, Su Cheng internally scoffed, remaining noncommittal. He believed that Shi Jinjin could manage to find only 3 or 4 suitable candidates, given the limitations of one social circle. How would you like me to introduce you? Shall I arrange a dinner with a beautiful woman, or would you prefer I consult with others and simply pass along her contact information? After pondering, Su Cheng suggested, no need for a meeting just yet. Please scout for potential candidates first. Once you find someone who fits the bill, send me her photograph, and I will determine if she meets my standards. Shi Jinjin understood. She was to conduct the initial screening, while Su Cheng would assess the images before deciding whether to proceed with an introduction. All right, I believe I grasp your intent, she replied, a sly smile gracing her features. Interestingly enough, I have a close friend who is not only stunningly beautiful, but also maintains a commendable reputation. Her character resembles mine, and I believe she would be quite suitable for you. Shall I send you her photo now? What does close friend imply? Is it not merely a guise for selling oneself? Shi Jinjin felt no remorse for her intentions. Rather, she believed that facilitating Su Cheng's endeavors would earn her friend's gratitude. Yes, please send it over. Su Cheng responded with a nod. A few moments later, Shi Jinjin shared a photograph showcasing herself alongside another woman. It was evident that the other woman was her friend, Lu Ruyan. Her name is Lu Ruyan. Not only is she beautiful, but she also prides herself on her virtuous demeanor. I rarely see her associating with men, Shi Jinjin explained with a smile. Unbeknownst to her, however, Lu Ruyan had garnered quite a few rumors. Lacking substantial evidence, Shi Jinjin dismissed them as unfounded. Su Cheng examined the photograph, captivated by the woman's enchanting features, her bright eyes, fair skin, and deep, expressive gaze. He estimated her beauty rating at an impressive 89. Of course, this was merely a photograph, subject to enhancements such as skin smoothing, blemish removal, and facial contouring. Su Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Shi Jinjin had made a commendable choice. He then employed a discerning technique to glean further insights about Lu Ruyan. Name, Lu Ruyan. Age, 29. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Beauty rating, 85. Special value, 33. Affinity level, 0. Su Cheng was momentarily speechless. Was this what Shi Jinjin referred to as a virtuous demeanor? A special value of 33, significantly higher than Shi Jinjin's by 10 points. Though disappointed, he found solace in the fact that her beauty was indeed commendable, validating his approach. Are you certain she is virtuous? He queried, raising an eyebrow. Absolutely, Shi Jinjin replied earnestly. Su Cheng surmised that Shi Jinjin was not misleading him, who would turn down financial advantages. Nevertheless, your friend appears to be somewhat less than pristine. He tactfully refrained from using the term promiscuous. How did you discern that? Shi Jinjin inquired, her brow furrowing in skepticism. Yet, upon reconsideration, she deemed it unnecessary to probe further. Could it be that Lu Ruyan, in truth, was not as virtuous as she seemed? To be candid, I possess a keen ability to read faces, and I can ascertain your friend's character at a glance. Su Cheng's voice carried a magnetic quality, lending credence to his claim. Reading faces? With today's beauty enhancements and photo editing, can that truly be effective? Shi Jinjin questioned, taken aback. Well, Su Cheng hesitated, recognizing the validity of her point. The art of face reading is more profound than you realize. I perceive a higher essence, something you would not comprehend without expertise. All right then. Though still unconvinced, Shenzhen chose not to press further. Let's proceed as discussed. Please identify potential candidates and send me their photos. Very well, you take care, Shenzhen concluded, and with that, they bid each other farewell, ending the call. After hanging up, Shenzhen stood before a mirror, gazing at her flawless complexion and alluring legs, murmuring, "How did he see through my facade? Could he truly possess the ability to read faces?" She contemplated her beauty for a moment before reclining on the sofa, activating her phone to peruse her WeChat contacts in search of suitable candidates for Cheng. As she navigated through her contacts, a name suddenly sprang to mind. Wei Zishi. Wei Zishi, her classmate from university, possessed such breathtaking beauty that even Shenzhen felt overshadowed. For 4 consecutive years, Wei Zishi reigned supreme as the most beautiful woman at Xianjiang University, her status unchallenged. During her time at university, Wei Zishi embodied the essence of an aloof plum blossom, rarely engaging with male peers, let alone having male friends. Students privately dubbed her the Ice Goddess, perceiving her as unattainable and icy in demeanor. However, Shenzhen knew that this facade belied a more approachable individual. Wei Zishi was quite amiable in conversations with her female peers, radiating a gentle and graceful aura, reminiscent of a kind and nurturing wife. After graduation, Wei Zishi's remarkable beauty and exceptional capabilities secured her a position in the largest airline group in Daxia, Nouveau Airlines. Her professional journey mirrored her academic success, progressing smoothly. Within just 2 years, her outstanding performance earned her a promotion to chief flight attendant, establishing her as a standout among her colleagues. Most importantly, during a casual conversation with Shenzhen, she had once inquired about the type of boyfriend Wei Zishi desired. Chapter 55. Baby, why are you wearing Yicheng's clothes? Wei Zishi inquired. My thoughts were simple yet rather mundane, to marry into a wealthy family. Although such aspirations may seem pragmatic, I firmly believe that only by attaining a certain social stature can one encounter a truly worthy partner for life. As you know, while money may not be everything, its absence can be profoundly limiting in this society. I have set a goal for myself to elevate my social standing and enhance my capabilities before I turn 28. This way, I will possess the allure necessary to attract those distinguished heirs from affluent families. Shenzhen, taken aback, pressed further. Why before the age of 28? What will you do if you have not achieved your goal by then? Wei Zishi replied, For me, 28 represents a crucial turning point. I wish to be sufficiently mature and accomplished by that age, able to stand confidently before anyone. As for not reaching my goal, I shall not force it, for love and marriage ultimately hinge upon fate. Nonetheless, I will never relinquish my aspirations. I shall persevere until I encounter the right person. At that moment, Shenzhen scoffed at Wei Zishi's notions. Marrying into a wealthy family is no simple feat. Prominent families have always prioritized social compatibility and familial influence. How could they readily accept a girl who lacks power, status, and wealth? Even if there are instances of marrying for virtue within these elite circles, candidates are meticulously chosen from among those of comparable standing. Do you, Wei Zishi, truly possess the talent and lineage to be considered? Moreover, the world is replete with beautiful women. In the upper echelons, mere beauty is by no means a rare commodity. What leads you to believe that anyone would take notice of you? It seems a fanciful delusion. Of course, while Shenzhen harbored these thoughts, she refrained from voicing them outright, instead encouraging Wei Zishi with a smile, assuring her that she could achieve her dreams. I wonder how Wei Zishi is faring now. The last time we met was 3 months ago, when she seemed to still be a chief flight attendant. Shenzhen mused quietly. She was merely an ordinary flight attendant at Xinjiang Airlines Group Company Limited, and their encounters were infrequent due to the nature of their work. Resolute, Shenzhen opened WeChat and sent a message to Wei Zishi. Zishi, how have you been? I would like to discuss something with you. Are you available? After a brief wait without a response from Wei Zishi, Shenzhen surmised that she was likely at work. After all, flight attendants are often quite busy, and as a chief attendant, Wei Zishi's responsibilities would only heighten. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and before long, dawn had arrived. Unbeknownst to them, The hours had hastily passed into the following morning. In a master bedroom of Su Cheng's villa at Maxiang Jingyuan, garments of various kinds lay scattered across the floor. Some were in disarray, intertwining to form a chaotic yet vibrant tableau. Bai Qingyi was clad in a black apron, diligently tidying the room. "Baby, you look exhausted and drenched in sweat. Should we consider hiring a maid to assist us with the cleaning?" Su Cheng embraced Bai Qingyi from behind, a playful smile gracing his lips, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness. "No need. I can manage these chores myself," Bai Qingyi replied softly, turning gently to meet his gaze, her eyes as gentle as flowing water. Su Cheng nodded, captivated by her charm. He caressed her silky hair, revealing an insight into her character. Name: Bai Qingyi. Age: 19. Height: 161 centimeters. Weight: 45.0. 13. Attractiveness: 86. Special value: 1. Affection level: 73. Strategy reward: talent super scholar. Indeed, the efforts and dedication of late have borne fruit. Bai Qingyi's affection level had risen from 65 to 73. Generally, when affection reaches the range of 70 to 79, it signifies a sweet phase in their relationship, just a step away from profound love. At that moment, Lin Yiqing suddenly entered the room and gasped at the sight before her. "Wow, Senior, Qingyi, did you two have such a wonderful time last night?" Bai Qingyi's face flushed crimson as she shyly lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "Not really. We just accidentally made a mess and are tidying up." Her hands nervously twisted the hem of her dress, clearly flustered by Lin Yiqing's unexpected arrival. Despite having spent a day together, they were still not sufficiently acquainted. Moreover, wearing the cute black apron made her feel bashful in front of Lin Yiqing. Observing this, Su Cheng chuckled heartily, stepping forward to wrap an arm around Lin Yiqing's shoulders. "Having fun is essential. Otherwise, would I have brought you both home for nothing?" Lin Yiqing's gaze fell upon Bai Qingyi in her black apron, a flicker of surprise crossing her features before she smiled. "Qingyi, you're actually wearing the black apron? Wait a moment, Senior. Isn't this the one we bought 2 days ago?" "Ah, this is yours." Bai Qingyi stammered, frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. A playful smile danced on Su Cheng's lips as he teased, "Indeed. Baby, why are you wearing Yiqing's outfit?" Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, her small hands flailing in front of her chest in confusion. After a long pause, she stuttered, "No, it's not like that. You were the one who suggested I wear it, saying you wanted to see how I looked in it. How could you?" Chapter 56. The Black Apron. Su Cheng gazed at her woeful expression, unable to suppress a chuckle. He quickly stepped forward and embraced Bai Qingyi, offering words of comfort. All right, I was just teasing you." Lin Yiqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, teasingly remarking, "So it was the Senior who wanted to see Qingyi in a black apron. Honestly, should I find a black apron to wear for you as well? I have several." After all, it was merely a piece of clothing, and she bore no resentment. However, playfully teasing Bai Qingyi was quite amusing. Lin Yiqing approached Bai Qingyi, tugging at her black apron, and mused, "Imagine this. Both Qingyi and I, adorned in black aprons, serving you, with you embracing us on either side, basking in our tenderness and care. Oh, what a splendid scene that would be." "Absolutely. I can already envision it." Su Cheng nodded in agreement. "You two in black aprons would be breathtaking." Bai Qingyi remained silent, yet the flush on her cheeks was unmistakable, as if she had envisioned something more scandalous. The mere thought of herself and Lin Yiqing in black aprons, accompanying Su Cheng, filled her with a bashful thrill. Without further ado, she declared, "I must do it. I'm going to change out of my pajamas and into a black apron right now." Lin Yiqing exclaimed, cheerfully darting back to her room. "Take your time. Don't trip." Su Cheng laughed, shaking his head at Lin Yiqing's eager retreat. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyi stood still, her gaze following Lin Yiqing's departure, inwardly sighing. "If only I could be as confident and enthusiastic as Sister Yiqing, unabashedly showcasing myself." A glimmer of envy and longing flickered in her eyes. Had Su Cheng known of Bai Qingyi's thoughts, he would certainly have dissuaded her. After all, everyone possesses their unique beauty, if everyone were molded from the same mold. the world would lose much of its charm. Moreover, Bai Qingyi in certain specific situations could be quite warm and proactive, shedding her usual shyness and restraint as if she were a different person altogether. After a brief interval, Lin Yiqing reappeared, clad in a classic black apron embellished with delicate lace, topped with a petite black hat. She exuded an air of playfulness and charm. Most strikingly, her hair had transformed into a chic pink bob, with bangs obscuring her left eye, and she held a blue wig in her hand. Su Cheng gazed in astonishment at Lin Yiqing's appearance, feeling a sense of déjà vu. What do you think? Is it pretty? Lin Yiqing twirled around, showcasing her new attire, her face radiating with confidence. Absolutely stunning. You look as if you've stepped out of a comic book, a true beauty. Su Cheng exclaimed in genuine admiration. Looks good, Bai Qingyi replied softly. At that moment, Lin Yiqing stepped forward, handing the blue wig to Bai Qingyi. Qingyi, put this on. Okay, Bai Qingyi replied, somewhat dazed as she took the blue wig and attempted to place it on her head. However, her clumsiness betrayed her lack of experience with such accessories, causing the wig to sit askew. Let me help you, Lin Yiqing chimed in cheerfully, moving closer to assist Bai Qingyi in adjusting the wig. Su Cheng curiously observed Lin Yiqing, gently toying with her adorable face. Ha, your touch tickles. Lin Yiqing giggled, tried to evade Su Cheng's inquisitive hand. All right, you're making me too ticklish. Just wait, I can't help Qingyi with the wig like this. Seeing Lin Yiqing's laughter, Su Cheng felt an irresistible urge to play, yet he understood that this wasn't the time for frivolity, so he quickly composed himself. All right, you go ahead. He repeated his agreement thrice, clearly pleased with Lin Yiqing's sudden burst of creativity. Lin Yiqing's fingers deftly danced through the strands of hair, and soon the wig was securely perched atop Bai Qingyi's head, appearing both natural and adorable. The two ladies then stood side by side before Su Cheng, exchanging subtle glances, the air thick with an enchanting atmosphere. Su Cheng found himself captivated by the beauty before him, unable to resist swallowing hard. He unabashedly praised, "Wow, you both are absolutely stunning, like goddesses emerge from a two-dimensional realm, breathtaking to the point of taking my breath away. And then there's me in my pajamas. I feel like I'm from an entirely different world." Then, senior, if you like it so much, what are you waiting for? Lin Yiqing playfully pouted, casting a flirtatious glance at Su Cheng. Su Cheng's heart stirred, yet he recalled Lin Yiqing's recent struggles, prompting him to ask with concern, "Are you feeling better?" Lin Yiqing smiled softly, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "I'm nearly there. As long as I don't engage in any overly vigorous activities, I'm just fine." Hearing this, Su Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Turning to Bai Qingyi, "And you, my dear Qingyi?" Bai Qingyi gently bit her lip, her voice barely audible. I'm fine too." In response, Su Cheng allowed a playful smirk to cross his face as he declared, "In that case, I shall not hold back." With that, he stepped forward, embracing Lin Yiqing and Bai Qingyi on either side. Both of their bodies trembled slightly at his touch, yet they nestled closely against him. In that moment, Su Cheng felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment swell within him. He inhaled deeply, savoring the warmth and rhythm of their breaths, feeling as though he had reached a sublime pinnacle of happiness in life. This scene, he had once deemed unattainable even in his wildest dreams, was now a reality. Such beautiful days, he mused, would be worth exchanging for a luxurious car, a grand villa, and a life immersed in gentle companionship. Bai Qingyi's Affection Level 1, Chapter 57. Your father is your father, and I am myself. How can they be the same? On a splendid weekend day, the sun shone brightly. For Su Cheng, this day would be etched in his memory forever. Similarly, Lin Yiqing and Bai Qingyi would also hold this day dear, its memories leaving an indelible mark on their hearts. In the master bedroom, they donned matching outfits, sang in the karaoke room, read in the study, watched movies in the underground cinema, and played billiards in the game room. As night approached, after winning another round of billiards, Lin Yiqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and suggested it was time to say goodbye. "Senior, let's leave it at that for today. I have an early class tomorrow, so I can't stay in the villa tonight." Su Cheng responded, "Is that so? and let me take you back to school. The wind is a bit strong tonight. I would want you to catch a cold. All right, Lin Yiqing said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Thank you so much. Bai Qingyi, noticing their exchange, softly added, Brother, I don't have classes in the morning but do in the afternoon. I can join you for a night of cosplay games. Sounds great. Su Cheng's eyes lit up. Wow, you don't have an early class. How wonderful. Lin Yiqing exclaimed. Bai Qingyi chuckled. Su Cheng turned to Lin Yiqing and said, Let us go upstairs and change your clothes first. It wouldn't be convenient for you to change once we reach school. Okay, Lin Yiqing nodded gently. Afterward, Lin Yiqing changed into her casual outfit. She wore a light purple chiffon blouse, tied with a delicate bow at the collar, exuding a mature and voluptuous charm. The lower half was simply a little white skirt, giving her an overall appearance akin to a neighborly wife. When she appeared before Su Cheng in this outfit, he found it increasingly difficult to control his emotions. Fortunately, reason prevailed, preventing him from acting upon his impulses. Yiqing Jia, you look even more like an older sister, Bai Qingyi exclaimed in surprise. Since learning that Lin Yiqing was a year older, Bai Qingyi had taken the initiative to draw closer, affectionately calling her Yiqing Jia. Lin Yiqing approached Bai Qingyi, linking their arms playfully, and said, Thank you for the compliment. Qingyi, your outfit is quite similar to mine. Not at all. My face looks too youthful. Wearing your outfit wouldn't convey the same feeling. Bai Qingyi replied, gently shaking her head, aware of her own youthful image. All right, you two stop the mutual flattery, Su Cheng said as he embraced both girls. Oh, right? I haven't changed yet. Bai Qingyi suddenly jolted awake from Su Cheng's embrace, a hint of panic crossing her face as she struggled to break free. What is wrong with your outfit? Just come with me to drop off Yiqing, Su Cheng said, laughing at her cute fluster. But this dress... Bai Qingyi hesitated, glancing at the black apron she wore, feeling it unsuitable for going out. Su Cheng looked into her eyes and gently reassured her, It's fine. Your outfit isn't revealing. If you're worried about the curious eyes of passers-by, you can just stay in the car. All right, Bai Qingyi conceded, recalling that Su Cheng's car had privacy film, preventing outsiders from seeing inside. Thus, Su Cheng took both girls into the car and drove towards Songhai University. Inside the car, Lin Yiqing, knowing she would soon depart and have less time with Su Cheng, sat in the passenger seat. Bai Qingyi, seated in the back, cast furtive glances at Su Cheng's hand, which continuously grazed Lin Yiqing's long, beautiful legs, murmuring to herself, So my brother enjoys touching legs while driving. Noted. Of course, this is a risky driving behavior. Everyone should not emulate Su Cheng's actions. Upon arriving at Songhai University, Su Cheng suddenly realized he had yet to give Lin Yiqing some pocket money, and thus turned to her, asking, What is your bank account number? Send it to me. Why? Lin Yiqing was taken aback. I'm sending you some pocket money, Su Cheng replied softly. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Yiqing's face before she shook her head. No, it's unnecessary. I have plenty of pocket money for my dad, enough for my expenses. Su Cheng gently insisted. Listen, your father is your father, and I am me. They are not the same. What I wish to give you is my heartfelt intention and concern. Lin Yiqing hesitated, still unwilling to accept his money. I really have no place to spend it. You're so generous. You might as well keep it for yourself. At that moment, Lin Yiqing noticed the seriousness in Su Cheng's expression, prompting her to relent. Fine, I'll give it to you, but please don't transfer too much. I truly don't need it. A satisfied smile spread across Su Cheng's face. Rest assured, I won't transfer too much. All right, Lin Yiqing said, retrieving her phone to send her bank account number to Su Cheng. Su Cheng nodded, operating his phone for a moment before transferring 500,000 directly to Lin Yiqing. The reason for this amount was that he had transferred the same to Bai Qingyi as well. Su Cheng understood that the amounts he gave to Bai Qingyi and Lin Yiqing, or even to new acquaintances in the future, might vary. However, he aimed to maintain fairness, ensuring none of his partners felt any disparity. I'll transfer 500,000 to you first. If it's not enough, just ask me for more, Su Cheng said casually. Wow, that is too much, Lin Yiqing exclaimed, almost dropping her phone in shock. She had not anticipated Su Cheng's generosity, leaving her momentarily flustered. It's all right, Su Cheng interjected, his tone soothing. Don't feel shy. This is just the beginning. I plan to keep transferring money to both of you, so you should get used to it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yiqing's mouth twitched slightly as she rolled her eyes, muttering, Senior, you truly treat money as if it holds no value to transfer such a large sum so casually. Are you not worried we'll see you as an ATM? Su Cheng chuckled lightly. As long as you're happy. Money is meant to be spent. Chapter 58. My brother just wants to take advantage of me. Well, it is said that money cannot buy happiness, and as long as you all can enjoy yourselves, I find contentment. All right, I shall get off now. Lin Yiqing, unable to resist Su Cheng's insistence, sighed in resignation, preparing to bid farewell. Wait, let's share a kiss first, Su Cheng reminded her. Lin Yiqing paused for a moment, then nodded, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She closed her eyes and slowly leaned in. Su Cheng gently cradled her delicate face, the soft texture of her skin sending ripples of warmth through his heart. He lowered his head, and their lips brushed lightly against one another. After a while, in Bai Qingyi's eyes, Lin Yiqing's complexion deepened to a shade of crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. A fine sheen of perspiration glistened on her fair forehead, and she breathed softly, her eyes brimming with happiness and contentment. Muma Lin Yiqing murmured, her gaze filled with tenderness. Senior, remember to find me when you return to school. After saying this, Lin Yiqing reluctantly cast a lingering glance at Su Cheng before opening the car door. Just before stepping out, she added, Don't bully Qingyi too much. Take it easy without me around. Rest assured, Su Cheng replied with a smile. Sister Yiqing, goodbye. Bai Qingyi bid farewell with flushed cheeks. Lin Yiqing nodded, closed the door, and watched as Su Cheng drove away before making her way toward the dormitory. Su Cheng drove to a secluded area, confirming his surroundings with his insight technique before chuckling softly. It's all clear now, darling. Come sit in the front. Bai Qingyi nodded, nervously clutching the hem of her skirt, her eyes flickering with unease. After a brief glance around, she mustered her courage to exit the vehicle and hurriedly took her seat in the passenger side. With a swift bang, the door shut behind her. Phew, I was so nervous. Bai Qingyi exhaled deeply, her small hand instinctively resting on her chest, patting gently as if to calm her racing heart. Su Cheng affectionately reached out, playfully kneading Bai Qingyi's slightly blushing cheeks, his tone teasing. Look at how nervous you are. Just a few seconds, and your little face turns red. What's this? Is my little darling still shy without anyone around? Ugh. It's all because of you, brother. Insisting I wear this black apron out, Bai Qingyi pouted, responding with mild annoyance. Seeing her adorable expression, Su Cheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! I merely wanted to help you build some courage, given how timid you are. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyi frowned, retorting, I'm not timid. Well, not really. I'm just a bit shy. Oomph. You almost had me wrapped around your finger. In their private world, with just the two of them together, Bai Qingyi gradually relaxed. Observing this, Su Cheng gently took her hand, speaking softly, all right, darling, it's my fault. Bai Qingyi seemed to see through Su Cheng's intentions, grumbling, I see you just want to take advantage of me. Indeed. So, do you wish to be taken advantage of by me? Su Cheng grinned mischievously, pulling Bai Qingyi closer into his embrace. Ugh. Bai Qingyi's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth slightly agape as if to say something, yet her words were silenced by Su Cheng's sudden kiss, leaving her speechless. Su Cheng's gaze was deep and filled with masculine allure. Bai Qingyi's heart raced, her mind blank, her hands instinctively wrapping around Su Cheng's neck as she reciprocated the fervent kiss. After a long moment, as a glimmer of light passed between them, Su Cheng released Bai Qingyi, pressing down on the accelerator, and they sped away. Bai Qingyi, dazed from a kiss, sat in the passenger seat, her eyes misty as she gazed at Su Cheng. Meanwhile, Shi Zhenjin lay comfortably on her bed, leisurely engrossed in a melodramatic series. Just as the plot reached its climax, with the protagonist separating due to misunderstandings, she was so tense that she nearly held her breath. At that moment, her phone vibrated, displaying a WeChat message notification. Upon opening it, she saw Wei Zixin's name flash across the screen, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, a message. Wei Zixin, Xinjin, I just landed and saw your message. I've been quite busy lately. Is there something you need? After a moment of contemplation, Shi Jinjin decided to test the waters with Wei Zishi and initiated a video call. Beep, beep. Within seconds, the call connected and a gentle, refined voice greeted her. Hello, Jinjin, Shishi, how have you been lately? Shi Jinjin smiled. Wei Zishi sighed, her delicate brows slightly furrowing, an imperceptible hint of wistfulness in her tone as she replied, what else could it be? It's either work or commuting to work. I feel like an unceasing top, and I'm nearly exhausted. I fear if this continues, life will suffocate me. As she spoke, she gently rubbed her temples, appearing fatigued. Shi Jinjin, taken aback, widened her mouth in surprise. How can that be? You are already a chief flight attendant, and the workload is still so intense? I thought being a chief flight attendant would be easier. Wei Zishi chuckled bitterly, shaking her head. I'm just a regional chief flight attendant. I still lack the qualifications to be promoted to a chief purser. Moreover, my flight schedule is packed, often landing just to prepare for the next takeoff. It's truly exhausting. Being a flight attendant herself, Shi Jinjin understood the hardships all too well. She empathized, voicing her own complaints. What? You're so exceptional and hardworking, yet you can't get promoted? That's so unfair. Wei Zishi waved her hand lightly. All right, Jinjin, let us not dwell on these unpleasant work matters. What did you want to talk to me about? Hee. Shi Jinjin bit her lip. Before that, I want to ask, have you achieved the goals you set during university? Are you now in a position to mingle with the wealthy elite? A complex emotion flickered in Wei Zishi's eyes as she playfully scolded. Oh, Jinjin, are you deliberately poking at my heart? Why bring up such a topic? Shi Jinjin pouted playfully. Oh, come on, just share a little. It won't hurt to tell me. Chapter 59. Wei Zishi's dreams shattered by reality. A bittersweet smile lingered at the corners of Wei Zishi's lips. Did it even need saying? If I had accomplished my initial goals, I would have long since waved my sleeves and resigned. Now, reality has utterly shattered her dreams. At this moment, she no longer dared to harbor great hopes of marrying into a wealthy family. Shi Jinjin, filled with concern, inquired, so, what do you plan to do next? Wei Zishi let out a gentle sigh, her hands spreading in a gesture of helplessness. What else can I do? I can only take it one step at a time. Despite her words, Shi Jinjin could still perceive the lingering dissatisfaction in Wei Zishi's eyes. But what could dissatisfaction accomplish? There were countless people in the world who felt the same, for not everyone could sail smoothly towards the pinnacle of life. Shi Jinjin nodded thoughtfully. Thus, it seemed that Wei Zishi had not yet lost the most crucial part of herself. Curiously, Wei Zishi asked, have you finished? Can you finally share why you sought me out? Nervously clutching the hem of her garment, Shi Jinjin's gaze flickered. Well, I've recently met a particularly wealthy man who drives a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. I suspect he belongs to some prestigious family. So, I thought I might introduce him to you. He is quite young and undeniably handsome. What do you think? Do you have any thoughts? Upon hearing this, Wei Zishi's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Are you certain you're not joking? If this man possesses such admirable qualities, why would you not keep him for yourself instead of introducing him to me? That hardly aligns with your usual style. Wei Zishi harbored profound skepticism regarding Shi Jinjin's words. She understood one thing well. If there were truly good fortune to be had, someone like her would be the last to know if she was even privy to the scraps of it. Moreover, although she and Shi Jinjin had maintained a decent relationship during their university years as roommates, their bond had since faded due to the busyness of work, far from a level of sharing good fortune with one another. Wei Zishi mused that if she were to meet a wealthy heir, she would certainly keep such news under wraps, ensuring that no one else learned of it. Shi Jinjin quickly waved her hands, her expression earnest. Why would I joke about this? I'm not playing around. Honestly, I do want to win him over, but unfortunately, his standards are exceedingly high, and he doesn't seem to notice me at all. Wei Zishi's mouth fell open in surprise. Really? That shouldn't be the case. You are so beautiful, with an excellent figure and a cheerful personality. How could he overlook you? Shi Jinjin shrugged helplessly. Alas, he simply doesn't have feelings for me. What can I do? To be frank, he already has 2 girlfriends, quite the Casanova. However, He is ambitious and seeks to find even more girlfriends, which is why I thought, rather than letting outsiders take advantage, why not offer this opportunity to my own sisters? Wei Zishi was indifferent to the fact that Su Cheng had 2 girlfriends. In truth, for a wealthy heir, having fewer girlfriends would be the oddity. Nevertheless, a sliver of doubt still lingered in her heart. Noticing Wei Zishi's silence, Shi Zhenjin continued. The reason I asked you earlier was to ascertain your current mindset and intentions. Haven't you always dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family? Ultimately, that desire is merely to find a partner with ample financial means, allowing you to lead a life of luxury, is it not? But have you ever considered that you could secure a prosperous future without necessarily marrying? Wei Zishi nodded. She had indeed contemplated this notion. After all, marrying someone was primarily about security. If the financial support was substantial enough, it could serve as a different form of security, making the marriage certificate seem less significant. With a flicker of uncertainty in her gaze, Wei Zishi hesitantly inquired, "What you say holds truth, but I genuinely hope to spend my life with my future partner. Is the person you mentioned reliable?" Shi Zhenjin found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Having only recently met Su Cheng, she naturally could not guarantee his reliability. However, she thought it unnecessary to answer that question. When the time came to introduce Su Cheng to Wei Zishi, she would allow her friend to form her own judgment. So, she smiled gently, her eyes reflecting a hint of certainty. "I completely understand your concerns. Anyone in your position would feel apprehensive. Therefore, whether he is dependable or not ultimately depends on your own meeting with him and your judgment through interaction. After all, seeing is believing." "You are right." Wei Zishi nodded thoughtfully. Sensing an opportunity, Shi Zhenjin seized the moment. "Now, this rare opportunity lies before you. Whether you seize it depends on the strength of your resolve. Life is akin to a gamble. Sometimes, taking that brave step forward may unveil an entirely new chapter." With that, she fell silent, waiting for Wei Zishi's response. She was not anxious. If Wei Zishi agreed, that would be splendid. If she did not, Shi Zhenjin could always humble herself and plead with Wei Zishi for a meeting, securing the introduction fee of 30,000 regardless. A sure profit was her favorite kind of deal. After a moment of inner struggle, Wei Zishi asked Zhenjin, "Has he mentioned what kind of girlfriend he seeks?" Shi Zhenjin's eyes sparkled with realization that Wei Zishi had softened and was inclined to agree to the introduction. 30,000 in introduction fees was within reach. She smiled and replied, "Yes, he values 2 things. First, beauty, and second, a pure heart." Wei Zishi nodded in understanding, confident that she met both criteria, and then inquired, "Has he mentioned how he would treat a new girlfriend?" "Not specifically, but don't worry, before I introduce you. He'll want to see your photo. If he happens to overlook you, then no amount of discussion will matter." Wei Zishi nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, you are correct." With a hint of excitement in her tone, Shi Zhenjin asked, "So, do you agree?" Wei Zishi smiled and replied, "Yes, please take care of this for me, Zhenjin." Shi Zhenjin chuckled. "No need for pleasantries. We are like family. Send me your best photos now, and I will contact him immediately." Wei Zishi responded, "All right. I will send them to you right away. Please hold on." Chapter 60. The Beauty Score of 92? Wei Zishi. Shi Zhenjin. "All right, I'll hang up now. I'll contact you once I have news from him." With a smile, Wei Zishi waved goodbye. Observing this, Shi Zhenjin ended the call. After receiving Wei Zishi's photo, she swiftly sent it to Su Cheng, typing, "Handsome, what do you think of my best friend? Her name is Wei Zishi, the first beauty of my university days." Unfortunately, Su Cheng was preoccupied with urgent tasks and could not find a moment to respond. It was not until 2.5 hours later that Su Cheng managed to extricate himself from his responsibilities and picked up his phone to check messages. "Oh." Su Cheng clicked on the photo sent by Shi Zhenjin, his eyes widening as he beheld the beauty within. The woman in the image possessed a gentle and charming visage. Her features exquisitely crafted, skin fair and delicate, brows like distant mountains shrouded in mist, and eyes sparkling like autumn waters, an undeniable candidate for a devoted wife. Dressed in an air hostess uniform, her graceful figure was perfectly accentuated. The neckline of her blouse was slightly unbuttoned, revealing a pristine white shirt collar beneath. The fitted little black skirt, combined with alluring black stockings, tightly enveloped her long, slender legs, showcasing a flawless body proportion. Most striking was her curvaceous silhouette, her fullness rivaling that of the most esteemed beauties, only slightly overshadowed by the formidable Bai Qingyi. Wow, this is simply breathtaking, Su Cheng exclaimed in astonishment, questioning whether the photo had been digitally enhanced. If she appeared in person just as she did in the photograph, her beauty score could very well exceed the threshold of 90. With eager anticipation, Su Cheng activated an analysis spell. Name, Wei Zishi, age, 27, height, 173 centimeters weight, 52 kilograms, beauty score, 92 special value, 0 favorability, 0 strategy reward, passive skill, mutual assistance. Mutual gain, passive skill, mutual assistance, mutual gain. With the host's diligent support, the beauty score of the premium goddess will gradually increase, the extent of which depends on the goddess's initial beauty score and the level of assistance provided by the host. A height of 173 centimeters. That's on par with when Yuding. This height is certainly considered tall among women. The height requirement for air hostesses typically ranges from 160 to 175 centimeters. Wait a minute, a beauty score of 92? Su Cheng was left speechless, as it was the first time he encountered such an elevated beauty score. The highest he had previously come across was Lin Yiqing, who, with a score of 89, barely surpassed when Yuding. Thus, it stands to reason that Wei Zishi's appearance must closely resemble that of the photograph. The special value being 0 speaks for itself. Without it, no strategy reward would be displayed. The passive skill, mutual assistance, mutual gain, is indeed quite practical, based on the system's description of this skill. In conjunction with the reward he had previously acquired, it would imply that in the future, every woman he engages with could potentially elevate her beauty score to above 90. All he would need to invest is a trifling amount of effort. However, system, does this mutual assistance, mutual gain, not enhance my own beauty score? Ding, it cannot and does not need to. The host's beauty score already represents the pinnacle of this world and cannot be further elevated. The system's words, though seemingly flattering, pleased Su Cheng, and he refrained from pressing the matter further. Thus, with satisfaction, he nodded at Wei Zishi's photograph, his fingers dancing swiftly across the phone screen as he replied, "Your efficiency is commendable. I am genuinely pleased with this Wei Zishi." Before long, Shi Jinjin's message came back. "As long as you're satisfied, when shall we arrange a meeting?" Su Cheng's lips curled into a smile, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The sooner, the better. Would tomorrow suffice? Shi Jinjin's response was somewhat hesitant. Tomorrow might be too soon, as Wei Zishi is still in the Magic City. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. The Magic City? He was not in a hurry. Then you both can discuss a time. I'm not pressed. However, Shi Jinjin did not immediately acquiesce, instead reminding him, "Hold on, you need to clarify your intentions first. Only then can I assist you in arranging this. Otherwise, if you two fail to reach an understanding, you'll only blame me in the end." Su Cheng chuckled lightly and typed back, "Clarify what? My bank balance?" Shi Jinjin sent an eye-roll emoji in response. "That's unnecessary. Just be clear about whether you intend for this to be a short-term fling or a long-term arrangement. Also, what can you offer her? We wouldn't want her to be left with empty hopes." After a moment of contemplation, Su Cheng replied, "Of course, it's a long-term arrangement, the kind that lasts a lifetime. I take relationships seriously, as long as she doesn't mind me having other women. As for conditions, she can propose them. Unless they are utterly absurd, like asking for the stars and moon, I'm open to anything." Shi Jinjin read the message on her screen and couldn't help but roll her eyes again. She did not believe Su Cheng's fanciful words. A lifetime? Oof. In her view, a 20-year commitment would be the absolute limit for him. By then, Wei Zishi would be 47, aging and fading in beauty, her figure likely to change. And it wouldn't be surprising if one day Su Cheng concocted an excuse to abandon her. Such is reality. No one can remain 18 forever. Yet there will always be those who do. With a sigh, Shi Jinjin replied, "That's good. Given Wei Zishi's character and experiences, she will likely be indifferent to your other women, perhaps even feeling freer because of it. Luckily, You are seeking something long-term. A clever woman like her would certainly refuse if you were only looking for a fleeting dalliance. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Oh? So, in a sense, we are both pursuing a mutual goal? Shi Jinjin nodded with a teasing glint in her eyes. Pretty much. She's looking for someone stable like you. Let me tell you, her standards are quite high. Since I've known her, she has never lacked suitors. Many of them have good financial backgrounds, yet she hasn't given a single one a second glance. Su Cheng exclaimed, so exceptional. She is truly the woman of my dreams. Shi Jinjin replied, all right, I'll respond now and let you know the time. Anyway, the Magic City isn't far from here. It'll be either the day after tomorrow or the day after that. Su Cheng. Sounds good. Closing Su Cheng's chat window. Shi Jinjin promptly opened the chat with Wei Zishi, typing, Shishi, I knew you would be just fine. Chapter 61. Bai Qingyi's affection. Su Cheng transforms from struggling student to an academic star. You cannot fathom the extent of his discerning gaze. Upon laying eyes on you, he was undoubtedly captivated, expressing his admiration by proclaiming you the most graceful girl he has ever encountered. After a moment, Wei Zishi replied, Did he specify what conditions he would offer? I need to have some idea. Shi Jinjin quickly typed back. He hasn't gone into details yet, but he mentioned a long-term commitment to support you for life. He even encouraged you to propose your own terms, assuring you that as long as they aren't too outrageous, he would likely agree. Wei Zishi appeared somewhat taken aback. Oh, that sounds quite tempting. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Jinjin urged, so you should promptly book a flight to Jinjiang City. We need to act swiftly to finalize this arrangement. Once it's settled, you can liberate yourself from this exhausting job and luxuriate in a leisurely lifestyle. Wei Zishi displayed no hesitation. All right, I will book the ticket online right now. I truly appreciate your help, Jinjin. Shi Jinjin sent a playful emoji. What are we being polite for? Just let me know when you arrive, and I'll come and pick you up. After sending the message, Shi Jinjin couldn't help but chuckle, her mind already calculating the near certainty of this lucrative deal. The 30,000 yuan introduction fee was practically in her pocket, and the additional 50,000 yuan success fee seemed almost guaranteed. All she had to do was engage in a bit of casual conversation and connect the dots. This transaction was exceedingly advantageous. Thinking of the generous rewards soon to be hers, Shi Jinjin felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She hummed a little tune, beginning to plan where she would indulge in a delightful meal once the money was in hand. The night passed without incident. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight gently crept into the room, ushering in a new day. Bai Qingyi slowly awakened, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, as if still lost in the bliss of the previous night. Her body felt as though it had endured a 10-kilometer marathon, every limb radiating an indescribable fatigue and soreness, accompanied by a sense of being thoroughly subdued. She gradually opened her eyes, her almond-shaped pupils glimmering with the haze of awakening. The first sight that met her gaze was the extraordinarily handsome face of Su Cheng, who lay quietly beside her. His tender gaze seemed capable of melting all icy barriers, causing Bai Qingyi's heart to race and a blush to bloom on her cheeks. Moments later, she heard the concerned words of her beloved. Baby, you're awake? How do you feel? Is there anywhere that hurts? Would you like me to make you some porridge to warm you up? At his words, a wave of sweetness surged within Bai Qingyi. The most beautiful moments in life often occur when you awaken to find the one you love at your side. Brother, I'm fine, just a bit tired, Bai Qingyi suddenly remarked, her gaze inadvertently falling on Su Cheng's exposed chest, causing her to flush deeper. Su Cheng's eyes flickered with tenderness and fondness. It's my fault. I wore you out last night. I will be more mindful in the future and ensure you don't endure such exhaustion again. Bai Qingyi momentarily froze, her cheeks reddening even further. She shyly lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Actually, I enjoyed last night too. I just didn't expect to feel this tired today. Su Cheng chuckled as he playfully pinched her cheek. Bai Qingyi softly said, Brother, don't lie on me anymore. We should get up. I have a class to attend soon. All right, Su Cheng replied with a light laugh, rising and gently pulling Bai Qingyi up with him. Bai Qingyi released his hand and began to rustle as she dressed. Meanwhile, Su Cheng stepped aside, leisurely putting on his clothes while checking the system notifications. Ding, congratulations. Host. The favorability rating of the exquisite goddess by Cheng has surpassed 80. Admiration. The task has been completed, and the reward of the talent super academic star is now available for collection. Bai Cheng's favorability has finally reached 80. A wave of joy surged through Su Cheng's heart, and he nodded in satisfaction, a smug smile gracing his lips. Excellent. The efforts of the past few days were not in vain. It seems my dedication has yielded results. Gazing at the ethereal system prompt, Su Cheng silently declared, collect reward. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than an unprecedented sensation of refreshment surged through him, leaving him momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. This invigorating feeling was akin to a gentle breeze on a spring day or a pure mountain spring, swiftly dispelling all his irritability and fatigue. As this refreshing sensation continued to expand, he gradually sensed his perception sharpening, as if the entire world had come alive in that fleeting moment. What was happening? Am I not awakening a talent? Why does it feel so exhilarating? Su Cheng murmured, filled with astonishment. The problems that once seemed insurmountable now appeared as simple as 112. His mind became extraordinarily agile, as if the vast reservoir of knowledge had suddenly opened itself to him. It is no exaggeration to say that he could grasp the essence of any subject he studied with remarkable speed. Even in a brief period, he could master the material thoroughly. Take his current major courses, for instance. Previously, he required an entire week to self-study and barely scrape by on exams. But now, in the same scenario, he could complete the entire course in under a day, mastering it to an exceptional degree. During exams, he not only handled complex problems with ease, but also achieved nearly perfect scores. Of course, perfection was unattainable. Universities typically manipulate grading distributions to avoid scrutiny from higher authorities, a fact Su Cheng was acutely aware of. Nevertheless, even so, his current learning capabilities were nothing short of astounding. Su Cheng mused, a proud smile illuminating his face. The super academic star talent conferred substantial advantages, ensuring a formidable boost in all future academic endeavors. Brother, I'm all dressed. How come you're still not ready? Bai Cheng giggled, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she playfully tugged at Su Cheng's trousers, gracefully approaching him. Chapter 62. The cautious Su Xinyan. Soon enough, Su Cheng took the trousers and planted a kiss on Bai Cheng's face, subsequently casting a spell of insight. Name: Bai Cheng, age 19, height 161 centimeters, weight 45.0, 25 kilograms, attractiveness 86, special value 1, affection level 80, strategy reward, talent super scholar claimed, unwavering loyalty. 1 chance for a gold level random draw, unwavering loyalty. When the affection level of the esteemed goddess reaches 95 or above, the unwavering reward can be claimed. What is this? An additional unwavering reward? Su Cheng observed the system interface before him, his brows furrowing slightly, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. He recalled that when he assisted Lin Yiqing with a task previously, this reward had not been present. After a moment of contemplation, comprehension dawned upon him. Previously, he had employed the insight spell to check Lin Yiqing's information panel before claiming the strategy reward. Hence, he had overlooked this reward. Now, however, he had first claimed the strategy reward and then used the insight spell, resulting in this newfound revelation of the extra reward. Yet, as he scrutinized the conditions for obtaining this unwavering reward, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The difficulty of acquiring this reward was exceedingly high. It is essential to note that once the affection level surpasses 80, adoration, any further elevation is immensely challenging. It demands not only prolonged accumulation and companionship, but also the provision of emotional value, enduring affection, and intimate activities, all of which require substantial energy and patience. Achieving an affection level of 100 is virtually impossible. While reaching 95 might be feasible, accomplishing it in a short span is certainly out of the question. Su Cheng pondered quietly, feeling somewhat troubled. He speculated that the system had designed this reward primarily to prevent him from neglecting women whose affection levels had already reached 80, adoration. Hence, it had set this reward as a temptation, urging him to remember his true intentions and not abandon those who had fallen for him. With this thought, Cheng couldn't help but curl his lip, contemplating with a hint of defensiveness. If that is indeed the case, the system underestimates me. Am I the kind of person who would abandon someone after the initial spark? I, Cheng, am one of the most devoted individuals in this world. In the brief span of his thoughts, Cheng had already pushed him onto the bed and was helping him into his trousers. Cheng regained his focus, gazing at the affectionate cat-like girl nestled in his embrace, and softly spoke, "Darling, shall we set off?" First, Cheng and Cheng had breakfast at a restaurant before he took her to school. Cheng had a class during the second period and thus had to return. Although she had found her place and had no pressing need to attend classes anymore, Cheng did not dissuade her. To do so would undermine the years of hard work she had put into her studies. It's better to continue with her education. University life is splendid. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the campus's tree-lined paths as Cheng, with one hand on the steering wheel and the other casually resting by the window, let his gaze drift carelessly over the pedestrians by the roadside. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan exuded a low-key luxury, its body glistening softly under the sun, drawing the attention of passing students. At that moment, his gaze landed on a familiar figure. How familiar? Cheng murmured, summoning an insight spell. Name, Xinyan. Age, 22. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Attractiveness, 85. Special value, 0. Affection level, 5. Strategy reward. Master level combat ability, so it's her. Xinyan was hurrying toward the school gate, clutching a stack of books. She wore a simple black shirt paired with light blue jeans. Her long hair casually tied back into a ponytail. She appeared clean-cut, yet bore an air of aloofness. A smile crept onto Cheng's lips as he turned the steering wheel, bringing the car to a gentle halt beside Xinyan. "Hello, beautiful. Where are you rushing off to?" He lowered the car window, revealing his handsome face, his tone relaxed and natural, as if it were merely a casual inquiry. Xinyan halted, turning to face him, her eyes reflecting a hint of vigilance and curiosity. "Oh, you're Mr. Su?" she replied, astonished. Affection level of Xinyan 1. "Yes. I didn't expect Miss Su to remember me." Cheng replied with a smile. "Mr. Su bought quite a few items. How could I forget?" Xinyan responded with a professional smile, her tone earnest. Cheng nodded and then pulled out his phone, waving it slightly. "Let's add each other on WeChat. I might return to purchase some clothes from you in the future." Xinyan hesitated momentarily, sensing something was off about Cheng. Why would he add her now, rather than when he was buying clothes? Could it be that he wishes to pursue her while his girlfriend is absent? A tremor of unease rippled through her as she met Cheng's calm, dark gaze. Ultimately, she took out her phone and obediently scanned his QR code. "All right, I've sent the friend request. If Mr. Su has nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, she waved and turned to depart. "Wait." Cheng called out to her immediately. "Now that we've added each other on WeChat, why not hop in the car and show me around your school? I'll treat you to a meal." Xinyan paused. Her earlier suspicions about Cheng's intentions further solidified. She inwardly chastised herself. He clearly has a girlfriend. Yet he seeks me out. Does he fancy me? Ugh. Xinyan, how could you be so conceited? Feigning confusion, she inquired, but don't you have a girlfriend? I believe her name is Bai Qingyi. She should have shown you around her school, right? Cheng shook his head. Not really. I mostly drop her off for classes, and Haven T had the chance to explore the campus with her. Oh, but Mr. Su, I do have matters to attend to shortly. Xinyan politely declined. What kind of matters? Are they urgent? Cheng pressed. I need to go to work. Xinyan hastily conjured an excuse. To be frank, upon sensing Cheng's interest, she was reluctant to engage with him further. She was acutely aware of her own limitations, recognizing that she was merely an ordinary worker, and even less fortunate than the average worker. She did not aspire to find a wealthy individual like Cheng, nor did she yearn for a sweet romance. Chapter 63. Xinyan's past, she merely hoped to marry a man who would treat her well in the future. Undoubtedly, someone like Cheng, a wealthy scion, would only play with her feelings before discarding her. Are you heading to Tycoon? Allow me to escort you, Su Cheng remarked casually, his intent merely to seize an opportunity, regardless of the destination. Su Xinyan felt a wave of resignation. It seemed he had not grasped her refusal and assumed she genuinely intended to go to work. I can manage the bus just fine. I'll arrive shortly without troubling Mr. Su. She smiled again, gently declining, while quickening her pace, as if to escape. Watching her retreating figure, Su Cheng was puzzled. Why was Su Xinyan being so courteous? Could it be that she had a boyfriend and was trying to avoid misunderstandings? Yet, observing the unchanged level of his affection for her, he suspected she was merely being reserved and shy. He playfully called after her. Am I not deserving of even a little consideration? Are you really going to let me leave in such a disheartened state? If she rejected him again, it would indicate that today was not the right moment to pursue her, and he would drive off without hesitation. Su Xinyan hesitated, feeling conflicted. She had already turned him down twice. Another refusal might truly offend Su Cheng. She understood that, despite her desire to limit their interaction, she did not wish to provoke him and invite trouble into her life. Perhaps it would be best to allow him to take her to Taisheng. After all, as long as she maintained a degree of resistance, unless he forcefully compelled her, Su Cheng would have little power over her. Very well, she finally acquiesced, turning towards Su Cheng's car. Once inside, she settled into the passenger seat, clutching her book tightly, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Su Cheng glanced at her and asked with a smile, "What is your major?" "Journalism and communication," Su Xinyan replied succinctly. "Oh, what do you plan to do afterward? Become a reporter? An editor?" Su Cheng inquired casually as he drove. "It's uncertain. The job market is quite challenging. I plan to pursue further studies to enhance my competitiveness," Su Xinyan stated flatly, as if discussing an issue detached from her own life. "The exam results must have just been released. How did you fare?" Su Cheng continued. Su Xinyan fell silent for a moment before quietly responding, "Not well." Su Cheng turned to glance at her, noting the shadow of disappointment on her face. And he quickly comprehended. Not well equated to did not pass. He chuckled lightly, maintaining a relaxed tone. "Since you decided to pursue further studies, why are you working part-time? Shouldn't you be focusing on your revision?" After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. "Because I need money." Her voice was soft. Yet Su Cheng discerned the underlying helplessness and bitterness. He frowned, asking, "Does your family not support you?" Su Xinyan shook her head, a hint of sarcasm lacing her tone. "My parents favor sons over daughters and have hardly cared for me since childhood. I've long severed ties with them. Now, I rely solely on myself." Su Cheng fell silent for a moment, a complex array of emotions surging within him. He had not anticipated that this seemingly lively, warm-hearted girl bore such a past. He sighed gently, his voice tinged with compassion. "It must be quite difficult for you, being alone." Su Xinyan was taken aback, turning to look at him and noticing a glimmer of sincerity in his eyes. Su Xinyan's affection 5. Her heart fluttered slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, reminding herself that he was likely a flirtatious, wealthy heir with a girlfriend. He surely had no shortage of women around him. His words might not be trustworthy. Given her circumstances, even if she became his girlfriend, the prospect of him marrying her was implausible. "I've grown accustomed to it," she replied coolly, a trace of distance in her tone. Su Cheng remained silent, yet his interest in Su Xinyan deepened. He recognized that she was not as indifferent as she appeared. Her heart concealed many untold stories. The casual concern he had expressed had remarkably boosted her affection for him, indicating her longing for love. Her previous refusals might have stemmed from a fear of being hurt. Winning Su Xinyan's affection would require both verbal and actionable expressions of care. Merely showcasing his wealth would not yield notable results. In all honesty, such women were among the most challenging to pursue. Her past experiences and years of self-reliance had instilled a disbelief in romance, making it difficult for her to entrust her heart to another. However, Su Cheng was not one to shy away from challenges. Before long, the car came to a gentle stop outside a CAF at Taisheng. Su Cheng turned to Su Xinyan with a smile. "We've arrived. Let me treat you to a coffee." Su Xinyan hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded. After all, having already gotten into the car, further refusals would seem overly dramatic. They entered the CAF and found a window-side table. Su Cheng ordered 2 lattes and then turned to Su Xinyan, his tone light. What do you enjoy doing in your free time? Su Xinyan pressed her lips together, responding softly, reading, working part-time, nothing special. Su Cheng smiled, his words laced with encouragement. With your diligence, you will undoubtedly excel in the future. Su Xinyan looked up at him, pondering why he seemed so intent on flirting with her. Was he truly interested? A flicker of doubt crossed her features as she softly asked, Mr. Su, why are you so concerned about me? Su Cheng paused, then smiled. I simply believe that a girl like you deserves to be treated well. Su Xinyan's affection, too. Her heart trembled slightly, internally lamenting how adept he is at charming. What should I do if I cannot withstand it? Yet, she quickly regained her composure, reminding herself that he was a wealthy playboy. Thank you, she murmured, biting her lip. Su Cheng replied, and please, spare me the formalities. Calling me Mr. Su makes me feel old. Just call me Su Cheng. Su Xinyan raised her eyebrows slightly, responding, all right. Su Cheng continued to engage her in conversation. But Su Xinyan maintained a stoic expression, exuding an air of detachment. Su Cheng understood that there was a thick wall around her heart, and breaching it would not be easy in a short span. However, he was in no hurry. He had plenty of time. After finishing their lattes, Su Cheng eagerly proposed. Let me take you upstairs. No, it's fine. You go ahead and attend to your business. Su Xinyan quickly declined, fearing that if he discovered she had no work scheduled today, it would expose her pretense. Su Cheng chuckled. It's all right. I'm not busy. Oh, how careless of me. I knew you were in a rush for work and still brought you here for coffee. How about this? I'll go upstairs and buy a few items as a form of apology. Chapter 64. Trying on clothes, a feast for the eyes. Xinyan hesitated for a moment, ultimately unable to resist the allure of monetary gain. After all, she was a salesperson, and earning commissions from selling clothes was hardly a wrongdoing. As for the possibility of being discovered for her pretense of rushing to work, it was of little consequence. She could simply concoct another excuse, claiming a mix-up with the schedule. With that thought in mind, Xinyan sighed in relief and agreed. All right, then I shall thank you in advance. Su Cheng nodded, rising to escort Xinyan to her workplace. Before long, they arrived at Xinyan's place of employment. She walked ahead, a hint of an awkward smile gracing her features. Entering the store briskly, Su Cheng followed closely, his gaze sweeping over the interior, where an air of opulence enveloped him. A middle-aged woman clad in a professional suit approached them. It was Sister Lan, the store manager. She glanced at Xinyan and then at Su Cheng, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Xin, what brings you here? You're not scheduled to work today, are you? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. Realizing that Xinyan was not being entirely forthright, she had likely deceived him earlier. Xinyan feigned surprise, a slight blush creeping to her cheeks as she quickly explained. Sister Lan, I misread the schedule, thinking today was my shift. Sister Lan chuckled, patting Xinyan's shoulder. No worries, just be more careful next time. Tunning do Su Cheng. Xinyan felt a pang of embarrassment. I'm sorry you had to witness this. I seldom make such mistakes. Su Cheng waved his hand dismissively, his tone light. It's perfectly human. We all have our moments of forgetfulness. As he spoke, he moved toward the rack of clothes, casually selecting a few items. Noticing this, Xinyan hurriedly followed, whispering a caution. Su Cheng, if you're buying to make amends, please don't purchase too much. Su Cheng smiled but did not respond. After selecting several garments, he turned to Xinyan and said, My girlfriend isn't here today, and seeing that your figure is quite similar to hers. Would you mind trying these on for me? I do like to see how they look. Xinyan was taken aback, hesitating. But considering the generous commission, she mustered her resolve and agreed. All right, I will help you try them on. With a smile, Su Cheng handed her the clothes. Soon enough, Xinyan emerged from the fitting room, causing Su Cheng's eyes to widen in delight. She wore a pale blue long dress, the hem swaying gently like a blue lotus blooming in the morning mist, fresh and ethereal. The dress was elegantly simple, cinched at the waist to accentuate her graceful silhouette, neither overly tight nor revealing, perfectly highlighting her feminine curves. Su Cheng was enchanted, showering her with praises. Indeed, attire can transform one's appearance. Xin, You look stunning in this dress, like a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, fresh and extraordinary, with an exceptional aura. Xu Yin glanced down at her attire, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks as she softly replied, "Is that so? As long as you're satisfied. I thought this dress might be too plain and would appear rather dull." "Look at you," a sales consultant, yet critiquing the garment, Su Cheng mused inwardly, chuckling at her self-deprecating nature. Shaking his head with a smile, he moved closer, studying her intently. "Wherein lies the plainness? This style suits you perfectly, modest yet elegant, enhancing your delicate and refined demeanor. Moreover, this color complements your complexion, making it appear even more radiant." Affection level of Xu Yin 2. Xu Yin bit her lip, remaining silent. However, the slight reddening of her ears betrayed her inner tumult, contrasting with her outward calm. As Xu Yin tried on several more outfits, Su Cheng gazed at her with fervent admiration, unabashedly reveling in her beauty. Xu Yin noticed this, but assumed his enthusiasm was merely for the garments, not realizing his admiration was solely for her. Eventually, Su Cheng made his way to the cashier, ready to settle the bill. After the attendant wrapped the clothes, he turned and handed the bag to Xu Yin. "Take this. Your beauty has already earned its worth. These garments will look splendid on you, and it would be a shame not to wear them." His tone was nonchalant, observing her worn black shirt and light blue jeans. It was evident that she had been frugal, lacking the means to purchase new clothes. Perhaps gifting her a few items might enhance his favorability. Xu Yin was momentarily stunned, shaking her head vigorously. No, this is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it." Her mind raced, initially believing that Su Cheng's intention was merely to provide her with a commission. She was astonished that he not only offered her the commission, but also sought to gift her these luxurious items directly. Her fingers trembled slightly, a mix of surprise and unease coursing through her. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Su Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. "Just accept it. Didn't you agree quite readily earlier?" Xu Yin lowered her gaze, her voice wavering. "I thought you were just letting me earn a commission. I didn't expect this." Sister Lan, noticing the awkwardness, quickly intervened. "Xin, just accept it. Mr. Su is quite generous, and these items are of little consequence to him." Xu Yin bit her lip, hesitating before reluctantly suggesting, "Su Cheng, just one item will suffice. The rest, perhaps they could go to your girlfriend." Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, his tone unperturbed. "My girlfriend has plenty of clothes. She won't miss these. Just accept them. There is no need for refusal." After a moment of tense negotiation, Xu Yin relented, and Su Cheng made a compromise. She accepted 3 pieces, while he took the remainder. Checking the time, Su Cheng felt the moment had arrived to take his leave. In the pursuit of romance, many young men often fall into the trap of impatience, launching a relentless series of advances, eager to breach the defenses of the heart. However, such tactics often backfire, overwhelming the woman and evoking feelings of aversion. Thus, at the onset of romantic pursuits, it is prudent to allow for some breathing space, enabling emotions to develop naturally within a relaxed atmosphere. With this in mind, Su Cheng addressed Xu Yin. "I shall take my leave for now. We can reconnect another time." Xu Yin nodded, accompanying him to the entrance, watching as he departed. Only when his figure disappeared around the corner did she release a long breath. As if shedding a heavy burden, she gazed at the bag in her hands, her heart a tumult of emotions, utterly at a loss. Chapter 65. Sister Lan's persuasion and the invitation to when Yuding once. She believed her convictions were unassailable, enabling her to confront life's temptations and challenges with equanimity. Yet, at this moment, faced with the substantial gift from Su Cheng, she realized her inner defenses were beginning to falter. Previously, she had thought her beliefs unwavering, impervious to material allure. Su Xinyan mused to herself. However, if Su Cheng were to continue bestowing upon her lavish gifts, could she truly remain steadfast in her original intentions? Her thoughts raced like a wild stallion, galloping uncontrollably through her mind. Su Xinyan's favorability 5. The departing Su Cheng heard the melodious system notification and nodded in satisfaction. The mere gifting of a few garments had managed to elevate his favorability by 5 points. Undoubtedly a profitable transaction. In this world, one may not possess height or handsomeness, yet lacking wealth is utterly unacceptable. Only through financial freedom can one shed 90% of their worries. As for the remaining 10%, that is simply due to insufficient funds. As Su Cheng pondered, he suddenly recognized that this was his inaugural endeavor in pursuing a woman. In past encounters with Lin Yiqing and Wen Yuting, he had always played the passive role. His relationship with Bai Qingyi could hardly be classified as one of pursuit. It began as a mutual arrangement, evolving naturally into something deeper. To actively court a woman, one must vigilantly guard against becoming merely a source of financial support or a sycophant. Fortunately, with the presence of favorability, Su Cheng felt as if he were swimming in familiar waters. By testing boundaries and observing fluctuations in favorability, he could discern her likes and dislikes, ultimately determining his approach and gradually advancing their relationship. Was this not akin to playing a romance simulation game? Except, alas, there was no save function. Su Cheng muttered to himself as he hastened away, watching Su Xinyan linger at the store entrance, looking somewhat dejected and lost. Sister Lan could not resist approaching her, a smile playing on her lips. Xinyan, Mr. Su is quite fond of you. ISNT, for a man of his wealth. Having multiple girlfriends is entirely normal. You shouldn't be so rigid. There's nothing wrong with finding someone to date. If he is willing to spend on you, then you should graciously accept, as long as he provides sufficiently during your relationship. Even if you part ways later, you could still live comfortably on those gifts. And if you don't break up, what is the difference from marriage? Listening to Sister Lan's words, Su Xinyan nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Thank you, Sister Lan. Though she uttered these words, her heart remained filled with uncertainty. Her experiences had instilled in her a sense of independence. She had never desired to rely on others for a livelihood. Yet, Su Cheng's presence began to sway her convictions. The luxurious garments he gifted her, though sold for a considerable sum, had never been owned by her. They were simply too expensive, not worth it. A single dress could represent a significant portion of her salary. With that money, she could afford to eat, drink, and buy what she desired. She resolved to observe a little longer. If Su Cheng proved sufficiently warm and sincere, she would not mind becoming his second girlfriend. With this thought, Su Xinyan took a deep breath, clutching the bag in her hand a little tighter. She gazed up at the sky outside, silently contemplating. Perhaps this truly is an opportunity. Back in his car, Su Cheng closed the door and exhaled deeply. Today's progress had been relatively smooth. A seed had been sown with Su Xinyan, and now he simply needed to wait patiently for it to blossom. Leaning back in the driver's seat, he tapped his fingers idly on the steering wheel. The faint scent of Su Xinyan's perfume lingered in the passenger seat. Lowering the window, he allowed the early summer breeze to waft in, dispersing the subtle air of ambiguity. Lin Yiqing and Bai Qingyi were likely in class, and Wei Zixi was probably still en route. It seemed he would have to invite Wen Yuting today, but he wondered if she was available. Su Cheng mused to himself. You're the one. His fingertip lightly tapped Wen Yuting's WeChat profile picture, a plush cat perched atop piano keys. When a message box popped up, he hastily deleted his original invitation to try a new Japanese restaurant and replaced it with a more straightforward proposal. I heard the Ferris wheel at the South City Amusement Park is hosting a meteor shower-themed light show tonight. I need a companion for photos. What do you think? After sending the message, Su Cheng reclined in his seat, patiently awaiting a response. 3 seconds later, the dialog box flickered to indicate the other party was typing. It flashed repeatedly for a good half-minute. Really? That's wonderful. I was just lamenting how bored I was today. Bored? Then let us do something enjoyable. Su Cheng chuckled softly, brushing aside distractions as he continued typing. That sounds great. I'll pick you up from school shortly. What does that sound? Sure. I'll be waiting for you. Wen Yuting's reply was swift, her tone tinged with eagerness. Su Cheng put away his phone, started the car, and drove towards Songhai University. Along the way, his spirits soared, his mind already crafting the details of their date. In previous interactions with Wen Yuting, he had felt like a rookie soldier on the battlefield, passively awaiting her advances. Yet now, in just a few days, his demeanor had transformed, exuding an air of composure and confidence. The adage that confident individuals possess greater allure seemed to ring true. Perhaps today was the moment to win when Yuding's heart. Of course, today, he would take a more proactive approach. In room 503 of the female dormitory at Songhai University, when Yuding pressed her phone against her chest, taking 3 deep breaths to suppress a scream. The light blue curtains fluttered in the breeze, and she stood barefoot on the ladder, rummaging through her wardrobe. As lace lingerie slipped through her fingers, her roommate, Li Qingya, who was applying a facial mask, lazily remarked, "Ting Ting, are you selecting battle attire or a wedding gown? Don't be ridiculous." When Yuding's ears turned crimson as she grabbed a misty blue sundress to hold against herself. "It's just a regular date. With that Su Cheng you've been chatting with recently?" Li Qingya lifted her mask, her eyes sparkling like a gossip hound catching a whiff of scandal. Last time, when Lin Yiqing provocatively embraced Su Cheng at the southern gate of the track and field, you returned and played canon like it was Flight of the Bumblebee. Even the piano room attendant thought there was a ghost. When Yuding's hand trembled, causing the hanger to clatter against the wardrobe, the mirror reflected her flushed face. Yes, it was the resolve she had made that day. Upon witnessing Lin Yiqing, equally beautiful, sporting a man-catching lipstick shade while eagerly pulling Su Cheng into her embrace, she had suddenly realized how ludicrous her own passive strategy of watching movies, dining, and engaging in ambiguous conversations had been. Chapter 66, My Adorable Gio. This time it's different. When Yuding bit her lip as she applied a peach-colored lip gloss, her reflection in the mirror exuding the essence of spring. At the very least, she wanted him to understand her feelings, or even to win him over. A breakthrough in their relationship. Half an hour later, as Su Cheng's car turned into the street of the girls' dormitory, he spotted Wen Yuding standing beneath a ginkgo tree. The crisp wind lifted the hem of her light apricot-colored dress, while she fiddled with the violin pendant on her wrist. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting scattered golden flecks on her collarbone, a scene reminiscent of their first meeting, which had left him momentarily entranced. He rolled down the car window, deliberately allowing the tires to crunch over a manhole cover. Startled, when Yuding looked up like a deer, her tense posture relaxing instantly, though her fingers unconsciously tightened around the strap of her canvas bag. This detail was deftly captured by Su Cheng's keen perception. When Yuding's heart rate at 120, pupils dilated by 15, the system even sweetly displayed a pink progress bar above her head. Current affection level 58. Indeed, the power of his perception was remarkably potent. The extent he had previously utilized was merely the superficial tip of the iceberg. "Have you been waiting long?" Su Cheng asked, resting an arm on the window, his gaze sweeping over her freshly painted clear nails, surprisingly complimentary to the starry wristwatch he had purchased online yesterday. "No, I just arrived," Wen Yuding replied, shaking her head, her hair brushing against her flushed earlobes. Her eyes lingered on Su Cheng for a few seconds, and she secretly marveled at how much more handsome he appeared today. In truth, she had been standing there for 10 minutes, silently rehearsing the fingerings for canon 3 times, even prompting a passing janitor to inquire if she was waiting for her boyfriend. As the door to the front passenger seat closed, the scent of cedar from the car's fragrance enveloped her senses. Su Cheng maneuvered the steering wheel to reverse, his sleeve brushing against the lace hem of her skirt. "Seatbelt. Huh. Oh." When Yuding flusteredly reached for the seatbelt, but the metal clasp got stuck in the seat's crevice. Suddenly, Su Cheng leaned over, the scent of citrus cologne enveloping her senses. His long fingers grazed the back of her hand as he clicked the seatbelt into place, the system's cheerful notification chiming in. When Yuding's affection level 1. "Your face is quite red," he remarked, playfully poking at the car's mini fridge. "Would you like something to drink? Lychee sparkling water, or—" "Anything is fine," When Yuding replied eagerly, nearly biting her tongue. It was only when the chilled aluminum touched her cheek that she realized Su Cheng was gazing at her with a tenderness that melted her heart. As the red light ahead illuminated, Su Cheng magically produced a paper bag from the back seat. "Change into these." Inside were a pair of nude Mio flats. Size 36, perfectly fitting. When Yuding stared blankly at her reddened heels. How did Su Cheng notice her discomfort in her high-heeled shoes? Such thoughtfulness brought tears to her eyes. Canvas shoes are a smarter choice for a theme park, Cheng casually remarked, his eyes on the road, though his ears caught the soft rustle of her changing shoes. When he heard her small intake of breath, a smile crept onto his lips. When Yuding's affection level 5. Cheng, how did you know my shoe size? When Yuding suddenly inquired. Cheng paused. He hadn't examined her delicate feet, but he couldn't disclose that it was his perception at work. Thus, he concocted a casual excuse. Of course, I estimated it. Really? Your estimation is that precise? It was no wonder when Yuding was astonished. While estimating someone's shoe size could be simple, pinpointing it to the exact number was rare. Absolutely, Cheng asserted confidently. When Yuding smiled sweetly, dropping the subject, she believed he had noted such details out of concern for her. My Giorgio looks so lovely. I wonder if Cheng will have a chance to see it today. When Yuding thought to herself, a hint of self-admiration creeping in. Before long, they arrived at their destination. After disembarking, they made their way to the amusement park, though Cheng was momentarily captivated by the ice cream stand at the entrance. He casually selected 2 strawberry cones and scanned his phone for payment. When Yuding tiptoed to sneak a glimpse at his screen, 40 yuan. Congratulations, host, on completing a purchase. Rebate triggered. Earned a rebate of 3,520 yuan at 88 times the rate. Wow, 88 times? That was quite a rarity, though the amount was modest. It was enough to uplift one's spirits. Here, Cheng, unfazed, handed her a strawberry cone. When Yuding licked the creamy tip, stealing glances at his profile, only to suddenly squint as it turned icy cold. Cheng, entranced by her enticing little tongue, felt a stir within him, his mind conjuring up some inappropriate imagery. Don't move. Cheng reached out suddenly, wiping the cream from the tip of her nose, his fingers brushing softly against her lips. When Yuding froze, utterly taken aback by this unexpected initiation, when had Cheng become so forward, so adept? Just as confusion began to bubble in her mind, Cheng asked, "Shall we try something thrilling?" She followed his gaze toward the distant roller coaster, its steel tracks twisting into the clouds. The screams of joy cascading down like shredded ribbons in the wind. When Yuding instinctively swallowed, feeling a lump in her throat. She was afraid of heights, but more fearful of missing out on beautiful memories with Cheng. All right, okay. Before she could finish her sentence, Cheng grasped her hand, pulling her in the opposite direction. Hey. The carousel's colorful lights illuminated the dusk as Cheng guided her onto a pirate ship-shaped ride. Princess Yuding, this is the romance meant for adults. A flicker of surprise danced in Yuding's eyes. She felt no irritation towards Cheng's playful antics. Instead, a sweet warmth surged within her. As the carousel spun to the tune of Castle in the Sky, she clutched the intricately carved railing. Ahead, a couple of college students sat on a unicorn, with the girl laughing as she tossed rainbow cotton candy behind her. Some of the fluffy clouds fell onto her skirt, and suddenly, Cheng raised his phone. Say cheese. Don't. Her protests were drowned out by the sound of the shutter. In the preview, her panicked hands covered her face, revealing eyes shimmering with delight, while Cheng nestled closely beside her, flashing a peace sign. Unbeknownst to her, a luminous cat ear headband had somehow found its way onto her head, clearly a well-prepared surprise from Cheng. Once they disembarked, when Yuding playfully insisted on having Cheng send her the photo. After receiving the picture, she discreetly retreated to review it, while Cheng raised an eyebrow at her. She was biting her lips sweetly, secretly setting the photo as her phone wallpaper, and the pink affection progress bar joyfully jumped to 68 before his eyes. Chapter 67. When Yuding, I like you. As dusk descended, Cheng stood in line with Yuding before the Ferris wheel. Yuding counted 5 groups ahead when, unexpectedly, Cheng pulled her aside into a haunted house adorned with a chilling hospital sign. With 40 minutes until the light show, Cheng shook his phone. Since they were already there, how could they not indulge in a bit of excitement? Well, then you can protect me, Yuding replied softly, her previously cold voice now tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Upon entering the haunted house, the acrid scent of disinfectant assaulted them. Yuding clutched Cheng's sleeve, following closely behind. When an NPC disguised as a zombie lunged from around the corner, she instinctively turned to flee, only to be caught by Cheng's arm around her waist. The warmth of his body seeped through his shirt, and she belatedly realized how closely they were pressed together, the tension between them palpable. When Yuding's affection level 1, the system's cheerful notification chimed in her mind. So timid, yet still daring to accompany me? Cheng's low laughter sent shivers down her spine. When Yuding began to retort, but the sudden brilliance of a red light above illuminated Cheng's lips, mere inches from hers. Without thinking, she rose onto her toes. When Yuding's affection level 1, a blood-curdling scream from a female ghost erupted behind them, and when Yuding's lips barely grazed his chin, they froze in place until a staff member dressed as a chainsaw-wielding maniac chased after other guests. Clearing his throat, Cheng said, "Just now, there was a spider." When Yuding pointed in a thin air, fabricating an excuse, she heard Cheng chuckle softly. Yes, quite a large spider. They exchanged smiles and continued onward. Time flowed gently as Cheng and when Yuding found themselves atop the Ferris wheel. At the pinnacle, the city lights below sparkled like a river of stars. When Yuding gazed at the virtual meteor shower projected on the glass dome above, feeling the moment was perfectly attuned for a confession. She hesitated, weighing her words, when suddenly, Cheng spoke. "In truth, these stars, I like you." When Yuding interrupted him abruptly, opting for the most straightforward approach, the air fell silent for 3 seconds, until Cheng raised an eyebrow. "Did you just steal my line?" When Yuding chuckled softly, then gripped the hem of her dress, the moonlight casting the shadow of her lashes on her flushed cheeks as she whispered, "It all began the day you accompanied me to that horror movie. I know many admire you, chase after you, and even some have become your girlfriend. But I no longer wish to be the timid girl hiding in the corner, watching you display affection." Her words poured out rapidly, as if she were emptying the courage she had amassed over the past 6 months. Yuding, Cheng murmured softly, confessing, "I too, like you. However, you may already be aware that I have recently started dating someone. And it's not just one." When Yuding nodded gently, her heart resolute. "I have my suspicions, but I'm already enchanted by you and cannot turn back. Even if I have to settle for second, third, or even fourth place, I—" Her unfinished sentence was abruptly silenced by a sudden kiss. Cheng's hand cradled the back of her neck, the scent of citrus mingled with cedar enveloping her, as if he sought to pull her deeper into his embrace. When Yuding's eyes widened in surprise, as if witnessing a myriad of virtual meteors exploding into fireworks around them. "Congratulations, host, for completing the commemorative task, receiving the first kiss from a high-quality goddess. Reward: 1 random draw at the bronze level." As he gazed at the now-closed eyes of Wen Yuding, a surge of exhilaration coursed through Cheng, and he silently thought then, "Let us draw." The pointer spun, and the wheel shimmered. "Congratulations, host, for winning a reward from Chengfu Cultural Media Company, Limited. Note: relevant materials have been stored in the host's Bay Garden Villa number 001. The host is now the largest shareholder of Chengfu Cultural Media Company, Limited. 100 absolute control. Chengfu Cultural Media Company, Limited? Could it possibly be involved in cultivating internet celebrities? How intriguing. Perhaps he could offer lucrative conditions to attract aspiring starlets, profiting from their ambitions while establishing connections with beautiful women for future endeavors. This notion was quite appealing. After all, in this world, if one proposed a monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan to a woman, she might scoff and dismiss it. Yet, many would eagerly vie for a job that paid the same amount monthly. Why? It is the deeply ingrained belief that a job signifies stability, to be kept, morally condemned, and one might be abandoned by their benefactor at any moment. How could those accustomed to a lavish lifestyle ever return to a life of hardship? Cheng shook his head, casting aside his wandering thoughts, immersing himself once more in the warmth of their first kiss. As the Ferris wheel descended slowly, Cheng brushed against her reddened eyes, chuckling, "There are no second or third places. You are now in the VIP seat, just like them, my beloved Cheng." "I am so happy." When Yuding whispered, her voice filled with emotion. Alas, reality was not as whimsical as certain colored comics. Otherwise, atop this Ferris wheel, they would enact the most classic of scenes. Having confirmed their relationship, the two opened the floodgates of conversation, revealing the depths of their hearts. Affection, thrill, and sweetness played out between them. However, the more joyous the scene, the faster time seemed to slip away, and their amusement park adventure drew to a close. On the return journey to the villa, when Yuding pressed a teddy bear against her flushed face, the car's audio system played soothing melodies, and Cheng hummed along, the movement of his Adam's apple in rhythm with the music. As they halted at a red light, he suddenly inquired, "Can you play Moonlight?" I can. When Yuding replied softly. Upon entering the villa, as soon as the car stopped, Cheng swept her off her feet, carrying her into the piano room. The Steinway grand piano shimmered with a pearlescent sheen as Cheng guided her to sit. "Let us give it a try, shall we?" As when Yuding lightly touched the keys, an extraordinary sensation coursed through her, as if another soul were guiding her fingers. When the stormy notes of the third movement erupted, Cheng embraced her from behind, his warm breath grazing her ear. Chapter 68. Ah, Cheng is truly remarkable. When Yuding's heart trembled violently, causing the melody of the piano to become disordered. Gazing out the window, she turned her head at Cheng's words. Beyond the expansive, floor-to-ceiling window, the resplendent Milky Way flowed across the night sky. At that moment, Cheng's kiss graced her collarbone, a warm breath swirling between them. The system's notification chimed alongside the thunder of her heartbeat. When Yuding's favorability 5. At this instant, when Yuding's favorability surpassed the threshold of 70, officially reaching 73, what could have caused such a swift increase in her feelings today? There was no denying that Cheng was exceptionally charming today. Whether through his words or actions, he exuded an intoxicating aura that made when Yuding unable to resist, her heart racing. Coupled with his captivating demeanor, his girl-capturing artifact, he seemed to effortlessly enchant every beautiful woman he encountered. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Chengfu Cultural Media Company, Limited, Chu Mumming took a sip of coffee before placing the cup on her solid wood desk, creating ripples across its surface. Before her, the acquisition confirmation letter gleamed coldly on the projection screen. The logo of Chengfu Cultural Media resembled a butterfly drenched by rain, casting a quivering shadow in her gaze. Secretary Xiao Lin stood at the door, holding a stack of documents. "President Chu, here is the information on the new chairman. Place it here." Chu Mumming gestured to her desk. Following her instructions, Xiao Lin carefully set the documents down before quietly retreating. Chu Mumming glanced at the papers, flipping through them as her fingertips brushed over the name Cheng. 21 years old, a student at Shanghai University. The asset certification under his name, filled with zeros, appeared to be deliberately fabricated scam information. Could he be a man of profound background? Chu Mumming murmured to herself. How could someone with no assets possibly become the new chairman of Chengfu Cultural Media? Surely, his background was too deep for her to investigate. As the torrential rain pounded against the glass outside, she suddenly recalled the rich young heir she had encountered at last month's financial summit. Those individuals had only gazed at her face when she handed them her business card. As her palm grew clammy around her phone, she shook her head and dialed Cheng's number. After a few rings, the call connected, and a gentle, magnetic voice resonated through the line. "Hello, Mr. Su. This is Chu Mumming, CEO of Chengfu Cultural Media." Her voice was as refined as a cooled string of a musical instrument, imbued with respectful softness. At the same moment, Cheng was indulging in the delicate beauty of when Yuding's feet, applying nail polish, and opted for speakerphone. "Miss Chu, I'm listening." Chu Mumming continued. "I would like to inquire when you might be available to come to the company. There are several matters that require your attention, such as the integration process and employee placement." Time. Cheng pondered. The evening had grown late, and when Yuding awaited his affectionate attention, leaving him no time. Tomorrow, she would likely feel unwell, requiring his companionship throughout the day. "Well then, I will come by in a few days." Cheng grasped when Yuding's ankle to prevent any fidgeting. "Add me on WeChat first and report the matters that need handling. Also, send me the company's address." "Understood, Mr. Su," Chu Mumming replied, though her voice carried a hint of hesitation. Cheng replied nonchalantly, Refer to page 27. Clause 4 of the acquisition contract. Employee placement should be according to the original conditions. You are fully responsible for these matters. I do not have the time to be overly concerned with company affairs. Chu Mumming's breath hitched for a moment. All right, have you reviewed all the documents? I skimmed through them while taking a bath last night. This was, of course, a falsehood. The true reason was that a corporate structure diagram generated by the system was currently swirling before him. Have the finance department prepare the tax returns for the past 3 years, and he dipped the brush in the polish and painted a star on Wenyuting's foot. Recently, let's shift the company's focus a bit. Consider recruiting some clean, beautiful female college students or other women. They just need to be clean and pretty. I trust you understand my meaning? Upon hearing this, Chu Mumming's respect for Su Cheng shattered completely. Initially, she had perceived him as a capable figure with a firm grasp on various matters. However, with this statement, she realized his ambitions lay elsewhere, far from the company's future. Yet, Su Cheng was the full owner of the acquisition. It was fortunate she could retain her position. How could she dare oppose his decisions? Now, she only hoped that Su Cheng's interest in clean, beautiful women would leave her, a somewhat aging married woman, untouched. I understand, Mr. Su. I will convey your requests. Chu Mumming respectfully responded. Very well then, Su Cheng concluded, pausing until he heard her affirmative reply before ending the call. Wenyuting, stifling laughter, trembled as Su Cheng tickled her soles, finally breaking her composure. Oh dear, please be serious. Serious? I simply cannot be serious in your presence. Su Cheng chuckled, leaning forward to embrace Wenyuting. Did you recently acquire a company? Wenyuting, not resisting, allowed herself to be enveloped in his warmth as she asked in surprise. Indeed, Su Cheng nodded, silently adding, it was your first kiss that facilitated the acquisition. Ah, Cheng is truly remarkable. Wenyuting gazed at Su Cheng with starry eyes, admiration radiating from her. Shall we continue our playful antics? Su Cheng murmured softly. Oh no. Wenyuting's eyelashes fluttered as she responded softly, her refusal lacking any resistance. Observing the smile gracing Wenyuting's lips, a surge of affection blossomed within Su Cheng. At that moment, his mind was devoid of distractions, consumed solely by a desire to tease Wenyuting. Chapter 69. No, I don't want it. As the morning light crept through the velvet curtains, Wenyuting nestled in Su Cheng's embrace, counting his eyelashes. How adorable! Su Cheng's sleeping face was charmingly innocent, entirely devoid of the brazen assertiveness he had exhibited last night when he had swept her from the piano stool to the window seat with one arm. Wenyuting quietly extended her index finger to trace the contours of his sculpted abdomen, only to be suddenly seized by her wrist and pinned to the pillow. This classmate is the subject of the morning lecture, Human Anatomy? Should the teacher demonstrate to you what is meant by the mysteries of human dopamine frenzy? Su Cheng squinted, a soft chuckle escaping his lips, his morning voice husky like crushed cedar leaves. No, I don't want it. Next time, definitely next time. Wenyuting blushed as she attempted to withdraw her hand, but he pulled her back into his embrace. As the silk quilt slipped away, revealing a faint pink mark on her shoulder, Su Cheng nuzzled it with his nose. Does it still hurt? Which one are you referring to? Seizing the opportunity, Wenyuting grabbed a pillow and playfully slapped it against his face, bursting into laughter as he rolled on top of her. Stop fooling around. My waist still aches. All right, all right. In the midst of their playful banter, a notification from the system chimed, causing Su Cheng to pause momentarily as the interface suddenly popped up before him, showering the screen with golden fireworks. Ding, congratulations, host. You have completed the commemorative collection task, elevating the special value of the esteemed goddess Wenyuting to 1. Reward: 1 silver level random draw. Ding, congratulations, host. The affection level of the esteemed goddess Wenyuting has surpassed 80. Admiration. You have completed the strategy task. Reward: Super Soldier Strengthening Liquid number 2 is ready for collection. TSK. Su Cheng noticed that the timing of completing the commemorative collection tasks often coincided closely with the strategy rewards. This made sense, considering that by the time one reached the most critical juncture, the female's affection level would typically be at least 60, indicating fondness. Ahem. Now then, let us start with the silver level random draw. Su Cheng's large hand instinctively wandered along when Yuding's delicate waist as he internally urged himself. Following that, the pointer appeared, and the light screen shifted. Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn the reward for proficiency in universal languages. Proficiency in universal languages? Mastery of the majority of human languages? So, does this mean my mother no longer needs to worry about me failing my English exams? Oh, wait. With the talent of a super scholar at my disposal, I could easily grasp English and even other languages after a period of study. This reward primarily saves me valuable time. Time is life, and if we stretch the argument, it could be said to extend my lifespan. Suddenly, Su Cheng thought of something even more significant. I could seek out foreign beauties for in-depth exchanges. Cross-cultural romance undoubtedly faces the challenge of language barriers. Now, the pool of esteemed goddesses I could interact with has expanded exponentially. That being said, I still prefer Eastern beauties. Su Cheng chuckled softly, shaking his head. Of course, foreign beauties like Western dames and cherry blossom girls are also open for engagement, as long as they meet the criteria of being esteemed goddesses. Clearing his throat, Su Cheng cast aside thoughts of future endeavors and silently recited, "Claim the reward." Immediately, he felt a tingling sensation in his head, followed by a rush of information flooding into his memory. It seemed he had been studying human languages day and night. After 2.5 breaths, the tingling sensation vanished, and Su Cheng sensed a change within himself. Was it really that quick? The host, empowered by the talent of a super scholar, had a brain that already underwent enhancement, allowing for rapid learning and absorption. The system's explanation resonated in his mind. Ah, I see. Su Cheng nodded, continuing to recite. Claim when Yuding's strategy reward. Super Soldier, strengthening liquid number 2. Ding, claim successful. Reward. Super Soldier, strengthening liquid no. 2 has been dispatched to the nightstand beside the host. Please check it. Oh, how considerate. Su Cheng caught sight of a faint blue glow seeping from a drawer, suddenly finding this item more enticing than the warmth of when Yuding in his arms. This could strengthen his physique. Who wouldn't desire superhuman physical prowess? However, there was no rush to retrieve it. What if the glowing was too conspicuous, and when Yuding inquired about it, he was unwilling to concoct an excuse? Perhaps he could first distract when Yuding, either by playfully teasing her or sending her to take a bath. With this thought in mind, Su Cheng initiated a spell of insight directed at Wen Yuding. Name: Wen Yuding. Age: 21. Height: 173 centimeters. Weight: 53 kilograms. 0. 15. Appearance: 88. Special value: 1. Affection level: 80. Strategy reward: Super Soldier, strengthening liquid number 2. Claimed: Unwavering loyalty: 1. Golden level, random draw indeed. After Wen Yuding's affection level reached 80, a reward requiring an affection level of 95 appeared. After a while, seizing the opportunity while Wen Yuding was in the shower, Su Cheng retrieved the chilling metal tube from the nightstand. The liquid blue light swirled within the glass vial, resembling a captured aurora. A system pop-up timely displayed the instructions. Injection: become the captain of the Summer Kingdom in 5 minutes, but endure unimaginable pain. Oral: enhance physique silently over 24 hours. No pain, just a bit fiery. Friendly reminder: it is recommended to pair with protein powder. Side effects include, but are not limited to, fever, excitement, and sudden tightness of clothing. Is there really a choice? I'm not in a hurry to bulk up. Why endure pain through injection? This script must have been penned by a Marvel fan, right? Su Cheng twisted the cap off the vial and gulped it down. The icy liquid slid down his throat, igniting a burning sensation. He lifted the hem of his sleepwear before the mirror, his previously slender waist and abdomen visibly transformed, now adorned with sculpted muscle lines. Even his shoulder blades appearing as if redefined by a 3D printer. What the heck? Isn't this a bit too fast? I want to end up as a muscle-bound man, will I? Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, enveloped in steam as Wen Yuding gasped in surprise. I forgot to grab a towel. You were glowing? Huh? Su Cheng, puzzled, raised his hand to examine his arm. Indeed, a faint golden halo danced beneath his skin, almost imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. Chapter 78. Cheng: what do you intend to do? Su Cheng took a swift step to block the door, his gaze piercing through the mist to meet Wen Yuting's wide-eyed stare. Fear not. This is merely a side effect of a new protein powder. He maintained his composure, fabricating a lie while deftly wrapping Wen Yuting in a towel, resembling a sushi roll. Are we discussing Wellington steak or a tomahawk for lunch? Is this really the time for such matters? Wen Yuting emerged from the towel, water droplets cascading off her hair and gliding over his taut chest. The system's prompt chimed inopportunely. Physical enhancement progress at 5. It is recommended to engage in weighted training to expedite absorption, such as lifting your cool and alluring girlfriend. Doing squats? Su Cheng's lips curled slightly. The system's suggestions remained as unreliable as ever. Wait, perhaps it's not entirely out of the question. Su Cheng's eyes twinkled mischievously as he fixed his gaze on the bewildered Wen Yuting, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Hey Cheng, what are you planning? Wen Yuting felt a jolt of fear at Su Cheng's intense gaze. Reminded of her fatigue, she quickly adopted a pitiful expression, pleading for mercy. Please, don't look at me like that. I'm scared. Fear not. My little Ting Ting, I shall not bully you. Su Cheng grinned wickedly, extending a hand of mischief towards Wen Yuting. Cheng, doesn't this tire you? Wen Yuting paled at the thought, clinging tightly to Su Cheng's neck. Unwilling to let go. She could not fathom how the previously gentle Su Cheng had morphed into such an aggressive figure. He effortlessly maneuvered around the gym equipment while carrying her. Keep in mind, she weighed a solid 53 kilograms. Yet, this side of Cheng was undeniably charming. He Wen Yuting giggled dreamily. Su Cheng navigated the treadmill and barbells. When the system prompted him to replenish energy, he simply downed a cup of protein powder. He then felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him. Fortunately, the effect was fleeting, and he soon found no need for further exertion. After setting her down, Wen Yuting shot him a playful glare before retreating to the bathroom. When she returned, hair dried and holding a strawberry, Su Cheng was in the kitchen, flipping an egg in a cast-iron skillet with one hand. The sunlight cast a honeyed hue around him, accentuating the enticing contours of his legs in black loungewear. Cheng. Before Wen Yuting could finish her sentence, Su Cheng suddenly swept her off her feet and placed her on the countertop, detecting an accelerated heart rate in the host. Would you like to activate the calming mode? The system inquired within Su Cheng's mind. There's such a function? Was calming mode? Su Cheng pondered in confusion. Calming mode. Pretend to have this function, providing psychological comfort to the host. What the heck? You truly have a sense of humor. Su Cheng rolled his eyes inwardly, lowering his head to nibble on the strawberry at Wen Yuting's fingertips. Your little strawberry is quite delectable. Wen Yuting's gasp was stifled as she noticed the coffee cup on the countertop trembling slightly. She assumed Su Cheng was up to no good and quickly said, "Stay calm. I can't right now. Let us discuss this tomorrow, all right?" Su Cheng paused for a moment before responding with a chuckle. All right, Wen Yuting nodded, her thoughts clouded by love, unaware of the terrifying force that had caused the countertop to tremble. Su Cheng caught sight of the system's countdown, physical enhancement 87, and suddenly bent down, hoisting her onto his shoulder and sprinting toward the gym. I need your assistance to calibrate the new equipment. Wen Yuting, feeling dizzy, was placed on the bench press, watching as Su Cheng single-handedly loaded 200 kilograms onto the barbell. As he effortlessly completed the third set, his workout tank finally succumbed to the strain, threads bursting loose. Wen Yuting discreetly took out her phone to record. I believe you could star in Sparta 3 Trillion Warriors 2 without needing any special effects team. Perhaps. But I wouldn't subject myself to such scrutiny, Su Cheng teased. I wouldn't want that either. Wen Yuting smiled coyly. They exchanged knowing glances, continuing to relish their time together. Along the way, Su Cheng replied to messages from Lin Yiqing and Bai Qingyi, introducing Wen Yuting to their existence. Though some residual jealousy lingered in her heart, she verbally reassured him. Cheng, as long as you hold me dear, I am content. Su Cheng was deeply touched, vowing to reciprocate her affection in the future, allowing Wen Yuting to experience the pinnacle of happiness. That night, Su Cheng experienced the side effects of his physical enhancement. As Wen Yuting curled up on the sofa, engrossed in a drama, he merely reached for the remote. leaving 5-finger imprints on the leather armrest. More absurdly, when he tried to sneak off for a cold shower, the bathroom doorknob twisted out of shape. Fortunately, the handle was of decent quality, and he managed to realign it without further issue. Cheng recognized his newfound strength and promptly settled down, collapsing into the massage chair to review the latest data displayed by the system. Physical enhancement complete. Current strength rating, A. Endurance rating, S. Recommended skill, unlock. Barehanded Gundam dismantling. Just kidding. Thankfully, he had not transformed into an unsightly muscle-bound figure. Instead, he exuded an aura of formidable elegance. He sighed, muttering to himself, "Perhaps I should replace all the locks in the villa with aerospace-grade titanium alloy immediately." Of course, that was an exaggeration. It was merely an adjustment period due to his rapid physical transformation, and he would soon acclimate to his newfound might. With the blessing of the talent super scholar, he would quickly master this superhuman physique. Otherwise, he would have to tread carefully in all his endeavors. He might even refrain from teasing the women he cherished. What if he inadvertently harmed them? Hearing Cheng's thoughts, Wen Yuting nearly toppled the fruit bowl in laughter. "Mr. Su, would you like me to order you vibranium underwear? If you have a connection, I might consider it," Cheng joked. After a while, he received a message from Shenzhen. "Handsome, my best friend will arrive tomorrow at 11 a.m. Where shall we meet?" Finally arriving, huh? A faint smile crept across Cheng's lips as he typed. "The Cloud Pavilion at the Waldorf Astoria. We can discuss matters over a meal, great. Then let's not miss each other tomorrow," Shenzhen replied. Cheng nodded, making a call to reserve a private room at the Cloud Pavilion, eagerly anticipating his first meeting with Wei Shi. As the moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Cheng enveloped Wen Yuting in his embrace, his teeth gritted in anticipation. Chapter 71. Mastery of Power. "It seems that I must exercise restraint this evening." Before the words could fully escape his lips, a sudden red warning flashed on the system. Adrenaline surge detected. It is strongly advised that the host calm down. Cheng, feeling somewhat helpless, released Wen Yuting and began to practice his self-control, realizing that Cheng had merely embraced her without further advances. Wen Yuting sighed with relief. Her injuries had yet to heal, and she certainly did not wish to endure any more of Cheng's torment. However, upon observing Cheng's somewhat resigned expression, a light laugh escaped her cherry lips. "Still laughing? Oof. Then I shall make you laugh to your heart's content." Cheng scoffed. "Now, send me your bank card number." "What for?" Wen Yuting's smile faded slightly as a hint of suspicion crept in her mind. "What else?" "Naturally, to transfer you some pocket money," Cheng replied with a grin. "Ah." Upon hearing this, Wen Yuting felt a surge of happiness, yet hesitated. She understood that being Cheng's girlfriend would mean never lacking in financial support. However, as their relationship deepened, she realized that she had genuinely developed feelings for him. No, it should be love. In light of that, would it be inappropriate for her to take his money? "Hurry up. What are you pondering?" Cheng urged. "Oh, Wen Yuting snapped back to reality, realizing she might have overthought it. As Cheng's partner, isn't it only natural for her to spend his money? After all, her intentions were sincere. She genuinely wished to build a life together with him, not to deceive him for financial gain. Subsequently, Wen Yuting sent her bank card number to Cheng. He promptly transferred 500,000 yuan into her account. Teasingly running his fingers through her hair as he declared, "I'll send you 500,000 now. If it's not enough, just ask for more." "All right," Wen Yuting responded softly. It's worth noting that when Cheng's girlfriend spends the pocket money he gives her, it also counts as his expenditure and return on investment. "Can you drive?" Cheng suddenly inquired. "I can, but I'm not very experienced." "Then choose a car over the next couple of days. I shall buy you one." "Ah, just do as I say." "All right," Cheng nodded. Although he had only driven the Rolls-Royce for a few days, he had grown weary of it. This time, he would seize the opportunity to purchase a new car for himself while buying one for Wen Yuting. Noticing Cheng deep in thought, Wen Yuting hesitated before asking, "Ah, Cheng, do you need my help?" Her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible, yet Cheng could easily guess her intent. "Certainly," he exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. The next morning, at 8 a.m., as the morning light cascaded over Su Cheng's top back muscles when Yuding was perched atop him, executing the third set of morning push-ups. The delicate tips of her fingers left faint pink trails along his shoulder blades. After a night of exertion, Su Cheng confidently proclaimed that he had entirely mastered his enhanced physique and could now control his strength with ease. Moreover, he suddenly realized how exhilarating it was to unleash his full power. To ensure when Yuding felt included, he allowed her to participate, resulting in a scene filled with sweat and intimate collaboration. At that moment, his phone began to vibrate incessantly on the yoga mat. The girl on his back, embarrassed and flustered, exclaimed, "You should check your phone." "At your command, Your Highness," Su Cheng replied playfully. He paused his push-ups, gently setting her down before deftly retrieving his phone. An update on flight statuses from Shenzhen. The MU-7632 flight from Magic City to Jinjian was about to land, accompanied by a voice message. "Su Handsome Zishi has landed slightly earlier than expected. Shall we first head to the Cloud Pavilion at the Waldorf Hotel?" "Of course. I will be there shortly," Su Cheng replied. Wen Yuding quickly sat to the side, stealing glances at the screen. Upon catching sight of a photo of flight attendant Wei Zishi in her uniform, she gasped, "Ah Cheng? Who is this? This photo? Perhaps a glimpse of your future sister-in-law?" Su Cheng playfully pulled Wen Yuding closer. "Huh?" Wen Yuding nearly bit her tongue in surprise. "You can't be implying." Before she could finish, Su Cheng interjected, "Indeed, I had a beautiful woman found by an acquaintance who was a flight attendant." Su Cheng leaned over her, beads of sweat cascading down his jawline and pooling in the hollow of his collarbone. "Stop, stop, stop." Wen Yuding scrambled away, landing heavily on Su Cheng's back, her force akin to a playful kitten swatting at him. "You need to set the stage better. Who confesses their harem plans while doing push-ups?" Having already known of Su Cheng's unabashed ambition, she found herself less distressed than before. "Perhaps?" With a light chuckle, Su Cheng murmured, "Who was it last night that said, 'Mr. Su is so strong. It would be great to have a few more sisters'?" He mimicked her tearful tone from the night prior, earning himself a playful headbutt followed by a flurry of light slaps. "Wrong, wrong." Su Cheng laughed, rising and pinning her flailing hands down. "Jinjin is merely a middleman. I need a few professionals who can coordinate their time and cater to my needs." When Yuding widened her eyes, gazing at Su Cheng quizzically. "What? You don't understand?" He chuckled. Upon seeing her nod, Su Cheng leaned closer to her ear and explained. "Huh? So it's like that." A blush crept across Wen Yuding's cheeks as she puffed her cheeks in indignation. "Do you wish to go?" Su Cheng gently inquired. Wen Yuding hesitated before softly responding, "I do." "Then come along." Su Cheng leaned back. Wen Yuding froze for a moment, and upon realizing, she playfully smacked Su Cheng's thigh in annoyance. "I thought you meant for me to go see that flight attendant." "Oh." As the sunlight streamed into the cloakroom at 10 o'clock, Su Cheng stared at a selection of ties, troubled by his indecision. "Need assistance, Mr. Musclehead?" Wen Yuding leaned against the doorframe, her bathrobe loosely tied at her waist. Without hesitation, Su Cheng pulled her closer. She tiptoed and wrapped her arms around his neck, the scent of strawberry shampoo mingling with an intoxicating aroma wafting between them. "This is absolute power. When you meet the new love interest, be sure not to crush her fingers. Rest assured, I can now control my strength to the point where I could hold an ant without harming it." As Su Cheng lowered his gaze, allowing her to adjust his tie, he felt her fingertips brush against his Adam's apple. Noticing her lips pouting, he chuckled, "Are you feeling jealous? Do I look like I'm jealous?" When Yuding tightened the tie slightly, satisfied as she watched his throat move. "The results are out, but it's only 6. 6, sob sob. For those who enjoy this book and haven't commented yet, please leave a 5-star review or 2. Thanks a lot, moi chapter 72. Wei Zishi. Someone once remarked, the VIP seats are never sold out. I had no intention of hindering other passengers from boarding, so how could I possibly feel jealous? After Wen Yuding finished speaking, she turned to retrieve her cufflinks, only to be abruptly swept up and placed upon a rosewood clothing chest. "Hee, you could be my personal assistant," Su Cheng teased, casually toying with the strap of her nightgown, indifferent to whether she was feeling jealous. As long as it didn't escalate into a possessive frenzy, a reasonable hint of jealousy was quite acceptable. For instance, Shouldn't we be assessing the new employee now? When Yuding playfully kicked his calf with her toes, is it really necessary for the CEO to bring his current girlfriend to interview flight attendants? What a peculiar taste. Before she could finish, a Chanel floral jacket was draped over her shoulders. This is called corporate culture. Su Cheng opened his phone gallery to reveal a photo of Wei Zishi in her uniform. This girl is utterly enchanting. If you want to see her in person, I can take you along. When Yuding gazed at the stunning flight attendant in the photo, her long legs and perfect proportions making her feel slightly inferior. Could it be was she using beauty filters? A rare flicker of appearance anxiety surged within when Yuding. Just so you know if she feels displeased upon seeing me. You cannot blame me. She pouted. Of course not, Su Cheng assured with a smile. At precisely 11:30, the revolving door of the Waldorf Hotel reflected two graceful figures. Shi Jinjin, in 10-centimeter red-soled heels, was slightly shorter than her companion, playfully nudging the girl beside her. Don't be so stiff. Do you think this is a crew assessment? I'm just used to it, Wei Zishi replied, biting her lip as she tugged her skirt down half an inch. The two entered the hotel and informed the attendant of their reservation at the Cloud View Pavilion, following her lead to the entrance. As the aroma of the 1997 Lafite wafted from the pavilion, Wei Zishi felt her heart racing. Reality had shattered her once lofty dreams, but fortunately, her beauty remained intact, and she was physically whole, bolstering her confidence for the negotiations ahead. Yet, she no longer harbored any illusions of marrying into wealth. Her only desire now was for Su Cheng to truly fulfill his promise, providing her with a future free for financial concerns and the drudgery of work. Ding-dong, the chime of the attendant's bell struck Wei Zishi's heart, amplifying her anxiety. Mr. Su, the ladies Shi Jinjin and Wei Zishi have arrived. May we enter? Inside the Cloud View Pavilion suite, Su Cheng lounged languidly on a handcrafted leather sofa, his fingers gently caressing the tips of Wen Yuding's hair that cascaded over his shoulder. Outside, the winding light of the Hongpu River danced, with the floor-to-ceiling glass reflecting Wen Yuding's serene profile. Clad in a moonlight-hued silk gown embroidered with silver threads, she resembled a lily submerged in a crystal-clear spring. As the doorbell shattered the tranquility, Wen Yuding instinctively straightened, her fingers unconsciously gripping Su Cheng's sleeve. What are you so tense about? Su Cheng chuckled, squeezing her hand gently, signaling the attendant to open the door. Moments later, the attendant swung the door wide. Wei Zishi immediately spotted the charming man rising with a smile beneath the crystal chandelier. Wei Zishi's favorability 10. In that instant, she understood. Shi Jinjin's remark about him being a human pheromone dispenser was no exaggeration. Su Cheng was indeed extraordinarily handsome. Shi Jinjin, too, was taken aback. Su Cheng's aura seemed to have transformed. Regaining her composure, she pulled Wei Zishi's arm and ushered her inside. Come on, Zishi. Shi Jinjin stepped in first, her over-the-knee patent boots accentuating her long legs, while her flight attendant uniform sculpted an arresting silhouette. Yet, all eyes within the room were drawn to the enchanting figure that followed. Wei Zishi wore a light apricot knitted dress, the collar revealing a pearl-white shirt beneath. Her long hair elegantly pinned into a low bun with a jade hairpin. As she stood at the entrance, removing her gloves, it was as if time slowed. Her delicate fingers slid from the deerskin gloves, the jade bangle on her wrist catching the refractive light from the chandelier, creating a soft chime. Su Cheng swallowed hard. He had encountered countless beauties, yet Wei Zishi's allure was rare, possessing a unique sharpness amidst her elegance. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye, typically alluring, was tempered by her composed demeanor, lending her a regal air. Despite her smile, her lips exuded a chilling grace akin to jade carvings. Most striking was the subtle fragrance of sandalwood that enveloped her, reminiscent of the gilded enamel incense burners he had seen in the antique market. Truly, she was a beauty deserving of a 92 in attractiveness. The real Wei Zishi was undeniably more captivating than the photograph. As Su Cheng's perceptive gaze scanned Wei Zishi, a holographic dossier of her beauty unfolded in his mind. Anxiety level 87. The two women approached Su Cheng, and Shi Jinjin cheerfully introduced, "This is Wei Zishi, the the youngest flight attendant of Magic City Airlines. Turning to Wei Zishi, she added, "And this is the Su Cheng I mentioned, the handsome Mr. Su." Next to him, Shi Jinjin hesitated briefly. "This is my girlfriend." When Yuding, Su Cheng interjected. "Hello." Wei Zishi nodded slightly. Her voice is clear as a mountain spring. "Miss Wei, you are even more stunning than in the photos." Su Cheng extended his hand. "Your handsome countenance also took me by surprise," Wei Zishi replied, hesitating momentarily before offering her delicate hand. Su Cheng gently grasped it, their hands parting almost instantly. Wei Zishi's hand felt as cool as soft jade, a sensation that no craftsmanship could replicate. Shi Jinjin chuckled as she guided them to their seats. "You too. Enough flattery. Let us sit and chat. I've heard the bluefin tuna here is air-freighted." Wei Zishi's gaze lingered on Wen Yuding for a moment, offering a perfectly timed smile as a greeting. Wen Yuding nodded, settling into her seat with Su Cheng's hand in hers. The attendant promptly served English breakfast tea, the gilded teapot gleaming alongside Wei Zishi's pearl earrings. At that moment, Wen Yuding sat to Su Cheng's left, while Wei Zishi took her place to his right, with Shi Jinjin seated beside Wei Zishi. As everyone settled, the attendant brought forth the dishes. "Miss Wei, which routes do you typically fly?" Su Cheng inquired, sliding the plate of perfectly cooked steak towards her. "Its ideal temperature at 57°C. Mainly international routes, though I occasionally cover the Magic City to Tianjin route," Wei Zishi replied, sipping on her lemon water, her collarbone subtly rising and falling with each swallow. Shi Jinjin expertly decanted the Roman economy, the deep crimson liquid swirling in the decanter. Zishi is the flagship of Magic City Airlines and, without a doubt, the most highly regarded among my acquaintances. Chapter 73. The sincere Wei Zishi. Shurjin pushed the goblet towards Wei Zishi. Whether within the company or beyond, suitors pursuing her could line up from Hongqiao Airport to Disneyland. Nevertheless, she had consistently maintained a considerable distance from the opposite sex. It was evident. Su Cheng nodded in agreement. It was no small feat for Wei Zishi to uphold her purity as a flight attendant. In this world, finding an exquisite beauty who preserves her integrity is exceptionally challenging. Where is it most prevalent? In descending order, it is undoubtedly in middle school, high school, university, and newly graduated. As a man brimming with positive energy, Su Cheng could only seek companionship among those in university or freshly graduated. If he dared to pursue anyone below that, like a high school girl, he would be swiftly reprimanded, perhaps even obliterated from existence. Thus, the fact that Wei Zishi had managed to remain untainted after so many years of work speaks volumes about her character. Seeing Su Cheng acknowledge her words, Shurjin smiled, ready to continue, when Wei Zishi suddenly interjected. "Mr. Su, I want to hide it from you. I meet all your requirements. The reason? I am not afraid of your laughter. It stems from my childhood fascination with dramatic tales of wealthy CEOs falling in love. Hence, I have resolutely turned down every man who has pursued me, even blocking them, and I have no ordinary male friends whatsoever. To this day, I can swear that I am entirely pure. If you have any doubts, after we reach an agreement, you may certainly take me for an examination." Shurjin's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never anticipated Wei Zishi would utter such words. While she was aware of Wei Zishi's aspirations, she had not imagined the extent of her sacrifices over the years. Initially, Shurjin was skeptical of Wei Zishi's declaration. However, the audacity with which Wei Zishi proposed a verification of her chastity elevated the credibility of her statement immensely. At the very least, Shurjin questioned whether she herself would dare to make such a claim, fully aware of her own circumstances. Noticing Shurjin's astonished expression, Wei Zishi merely smiled lightly and remarked nonchalantly, "Why are you looking at me like that? Didn't I tell you during university? Did you think I was deceiving you?" Her ability to showcase her virtues clearly indicated her interest in Su Cheng. "Oh, absolutely not. I trust you, Cici," Shurjin hurriedly reassured. Although she considered their bond somewhat superficial, she still wished to maintain the facade of being good friends. Wei Zishi chuckled, dismissing Shurjin's reaction, and turned her attention back to Su Cheng. To her surprise, he wore an expression that seemed to convey he had known all along. This astonished her. Did he truly believe her? "No need for examination. I trust your words." Su Cheng stati. His perceptive nature could discern the truth immediately, or else Wei Zishi would not have had the opportunity to meet him. On the night they reached an agreement, he could still personally verify it. He actually believed me. Wei Zishi's affection level 3. Su Cheng's brief yet sincere words, coupled with his handsome and earnest demeanor, deeply touched Wei Zishi's heart. "Thank you for your trust," she whispered. "No need for thanks. You deserve it," Su Cheng softly replied. Now it was Shizhen's turn to gaze at Su Cheng with wide eyes. Why did he believe Wei Zishi's words, but not hers? What was amiss? "Su, does your trust in Cece imply a lack of faith in me?" Shizhen couldn't help but express her grievance. "Do you really think I jest when I assess appearances?" Su Cheng subtly cast her glance. Shizhen fell silent, realizing she was met with his dismissive rhetoric once more. "What is it you desire now?" When Yuding interjected with curiosity. "I simply wish to find a reliable and stable sanctuary," Wei Zishi replied, taking a sip of red wine, leaving a crimson mark on the rim of the glass. "Mr. Su, you must understand that a career in aviation is fleeting for individuals like us." Her candor caused Wen Yuding's pupils to tremble. She had not expected Wei Zishi to so openly acknowledge her disadvantages. Yet Su Cheng smiled. He appreciated such forthright honesty, far better than those who profess their love while secretly diverting assets. "Since we are on this topic, let us proceed directly to the main subject," Su Cheng said, tapping his fingers on the table with an air of confidence. "Shizhen must have conveyed my requirements to you, so I shall refrain from reiterating. Now, tell me, Miss Wei, have you prepared the terms you seek?" Wei Zishi nodded, her thoughts drifting as Su Cheng prepared to delve into the matter. From what she learned from Shizhen, it was clear that Su Cheng sought a long-term, perhaps even permanent, arrangement. She had already formulated her conditions. But to avoid scaring him away, she opted not to disclose them immediately. Instead, she intended to capture his interest first before presenting her terms. As for why she feared driving him off, the answer was simple. Her conditions were rather stringent. Indeed, she herself recognized their severity. However, the disparity between being someone's mistress and marrying into wealth was monumental. Without a substantial price to sway her, she was unwilling to lower herself to the status of a mistress. Why? She had sacrificed too much over the years. Not only had she preserved her purity, but she also diligently maintained her appearance through discipline. Beauty treatments, yoga, sculpting, and self-care. She adhered to every regimen that ensured she remained at her peak. She abstained from spicy, greasy, and overly salty foods. A lifestyle of early rising and sleeping was merely the baseline. In pursuit of her dream of marrying into affluence, she could confidently assert her dedication surpassed that of anyone else. Yet, alas, time and fortune are fickle. Now, at 27, she felt the weight of age pressing upon her, rapidly approaching the threshold of 30. The dream of marrying into wealth was slowly morphing into an unattainable aspiration. Despair now clouded her heart, fearing that all her efforts might culminate in futility. Hence, she had been lured by Shizhen's words, yearning to seize a promising future while her beauty and allure remained intact. Was this a transaction? Certainly. She perceived no wrongdoing in her actions. After all, marrying into wealth was merely another form of exchange. As for love, who believes in it these days? Without a material foundation, where does love spring from? At 2:11 a.m., I supplemented the earlier chapters with daily photographs. For those who enjoy visuals, feel free to take a look. Chapter 74. The perfect canary to you. This may merely be the act of keeping a woman, but to me, it is a lifelong commitment of utmost significance. I believe we both understand this, so I shall speak candidly. Wei Zishi gently initiated the conversation, setting a cautious tone. "I comprehend. Please proceed." Su Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. "If we reach an agreement, I will wholly belong to you. I shall resign from my job and devote myself entirely to being your canary, one that is diligent, obedient, and flawless. At any time, in any place, I will be there to heed your wishes. Whatever you desire me to do, I shall comply. Whatever you wish to do with me, you may do freely, provided you do not intentionally humiliate me. If there are things you prefer, I refrain from. I will unequivocally respect your wishes and avoid actions that displease you." Upon finishing, Wei Zishi gazed earnestly at Su Cheng, seemingly awaiting his reaction. Her declarations were an expression of her value and her compliance. However, Su Cheng felt as if this young woman was offering to surrender her personal rights, her freedom, and even her autonomy to him, which struck him as utterly absurd, akin to becoming his slave. Yet, how could he deny the thrill coursing through him when a stunning beauty, scoring a perfect 92 in looks, uttered such words? Imagine a woman of celestial beauty professing that she would give herself entirely to you. Who wouldn't be captivated? Any man would find it hard to maintain composure. Su Cheng was acutely aware that the more Wei Zishi elaborated, the more she emphasized the importance of this matter to her. The conditions she was about to propose would likely not be trivial. However, according to the system's standards of beauty, should one encounter a perfect score of 95 in reality, a 92 like Wei Zishi was certainly an opportunity he could not afford to miss. She must be secured. To let such a beauty slip away would be a regret he would carry for a lifetime. You articulate your thoughts beautifully. Every word resonates deep within me. Rest assured, I'm not the type to indulge in peculiarities or to humiliate others. I am a traditional gentleman, content to tease you within the comforts of home. Su Cheng had no interest in humiliating scenarios, like public exposure. He had come across such narratives during late-night readings. But to partake in such acts in reality would be utterly nonsensical. Wei Zishi's affection 3. Wei Zishi responded softly, continuing to share her experiences from childhood, how she had always distanced herself from boys, preserving her purity and beauty. Su Cheng nodded in agreement, and when he felt the moment was right, he interjected, I understand your point. We can revisit those past matters later. Please, get to the crux of your conditions. All right. Wei Zishi nodded, feeling the moment was apt for her to proceed. She withdrew a pre-prepared floor plan from her bag, pointing to a riverside property in the heart of Jinjiang City. A spacious flat in the city center, fully paid. Something similar to this will suffice. You may purchase according to how convenient it is for us to interact. Upon hearing Wei Zishi pause, Su Cheng felt a mixture of confusion and surprise. It was not that her asking price was too steep. Rather, he was taken aback by her modest request. Just this? I expected you to demand a fortune. A villa worth around 15 million was hardly exorbitant in his eyes. Are you looking down on me? Su Cheng questioned, a hint of uncertainty lacing his tone. Wei Zishi's affection 3. Noticing that Su Cheng showed no sign of discontent, even mocking her modest price, Wei Zishi felt reassured. She continued to articulate the remainder of her demands. No, there is also the matter of a vehicle. Nothing ostentatious, perhaps a Porsche Panamera hybrid. And as for salary, she paused, then filled the lemon water in front of Wen Yuding, extending her slender fingers, and stated calmly, 2 million. Su Cheng nodded, realizing she was indeed laying the groundwork for a substantial request. The flat and the Porsche were merely a prelude to her main demands. A month? He casually inquired, maintaining an air of composure. Wei Zishi's affection 3. Huh? Wei Zishi's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as if she had misheard. Now, it was her turn to be astonished. The 2 million she mentioned was intended as an annual salary. Yet Su Cheng's response seemed to suggest a monthly figure without a hint of hesitation. Is he boasting? She mused, quickly dismissing the thought. Surely, he held a substantial foundation to make such claims. I meant annual salary. Wei Zishi murmured hesitantly, refraining from affirming the notion of 2 million a month. That seemed far too extravagant. She considered herself unworthy of such a sum. After all, the market typically dictated 5,000 a month could procure a beauty rated at around 80 points. Unless one were a social media influencer, celebrity, or held a unique status, such as a corporate executive, prices rarely exceeded reasonable limits. Wei Qingyi, rated at 86 and clean, was merely a fortunate find due to her lack of exposure and connections. Otherwise, her true value would undoubtedly not fall below 5,000 a month. 2 million a year? Su Cheng exclaimed in surprise. He had initially believed Wei Zishi sought 2 million monthly. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had grown overly complacent, dismissing even the thought of 2 million a month with ease. Perhaps this is what excessive wealth does to one's perspective. He silently admonished himself, reminding the importance of humility. Unless he encountered someone truly exceptional or possessed the extraordinary beauty of Wei Zishi, he resolved to avoid inflating prices unnecessarily, lest he become the target of ridicule. Furthermore, rather than saying it was a demand, it would be more accurate to express it as a hope. I hope you might consider prepaying me 3 years' worth of pocket money in one lump sum. Such funds would serve as a form of security for me. What do you think? Seeing Su Cheng in a daze, Wei Zishi timidly added this request. Her gaze fixed intently on his face, searching for any hint of financial inadequacy. Chapter 75. Bargaining is a desecration of beauty, to be frank. The conditions proposed by Wei Zishi were indeed exorbitant. A fully paid, spacious apartment in the city center, approximately 15 million. A Porsche Panamera hybrid, around 2 million. Plus 3 years' worth of salary, totaling 6 million. The grand total amounted to approximately 23 million. Such a sum could only be procured by a true affluent individual within a brief period. In truth, Wei Zishi's actual bottom line was to immediately receive something valued at around 10 million in soft currency or equivalent goods. She articulated her demands to safeguard her own interests, fearing that Su Cheng might engage with her for a year only to abandon her thereafter. Otherwise, allowing Su Cheng to enjoy her company for 2 million would render her a fool, akin to someone kicked in the head by a donkey. Although 2 million was considerable, after years of toil, achieving such a result might drive her to madness and self-destruction. Had it not been for Su Cheng's assurance of a long-term, perhaps even permanent arrangement, she would never have considered becoming a mistress. Su Cheng nodded, understanding Wei Zishi's perspective. Like Bai Qingyi, a certain deposit was necessary to provide assurance to the other party. After all, if he failed to deposit and subsequently took advantage of Bai Qingyi or Wei Zishi, they would be left utterly helpless, their lives shrouded in darkness, perhaps leading one to contemplate despair. Or, in a more extreme scenario, they might directly confront him in a manner reminiscent of a tit-for-tat exchange. Amidst the delicate clinking of crystal glasses against a glass coffee table, Shi Jinjin's mascara nearly smudged. The figure presented had multiplied beyond her expectations. When Yuding bit her lip tightly, after establishing a relationship with Su Cheng, he had initially gifted her 500,000 as pocket money, then promised to buy her a car. However, whenever she was in need of funds, she could simply ask Su Cheng directly. As for how much she could request, she was uncertain, but she estimated a few 100,000 might be feasible. At this juncture, remaining by Su Cheng's side would grant her a life of luxury and abundance. Moreover, she believed her own humility ensured that Su Cheng would never abandon her. Was that all? Su Cheng sipped his red wine, the reflection of his Patek Philippe shimmering on the table. Should he reconsider and perhaps supplement his offer? The sound of Shi Jinjin's spoon clanging against her bowl echoed. Mr. Su, no counteroffer? In an instant, she felt that the 30,000 introduction fee and the 50,000 success fee no longer held appeal. Regret began to creep in. Had she been more reserved and preserved her purity, perhaps she would already be nestled in Su Cheng's embrace, residing in a lavish mansion and driving a luxury car worth millions. Bargaining was indeed a desecration of beauty. Su Cheng, in a rather pretentious manner, remarked, "What a jest. Just 167,000 a month. If one cannot afford even that, then my system is of no use." The rewards for pursuing Wei Zishi, particularly the passive skill one cultivates, one reaps, were certainly worth far more than that. Is that too much to ask? After all, Wei Zishi's dream was to marry into a wealthy family. A paltry sum would hardly suffice. Furthermore, with the high value of the rewards, it was only natural for Su Cheng to be generous. Given the stipulation that no one with a beauty score above 95 exists in this narrative, a score of 92 is indeed rare and meritorious of significant expenditure. Wei Zishi's favorability 3, no, that's all. Wei Zishi's eyelashes finally fluttered. She had envisioned countless bargaining scenarios, yet was taken aback by the other party's unwavering demeanor. This overwhelming generosity made her uneasy. akin to a hunter recognizing that the prey before him was not a rabbit, but a tiger disguised as one. Very well. Mr. Su, are you not curious about anything else? For instance, how I intend to provide emotional value. Wei Zishi hesitated, retracting the floor plan. I purchased a canary, not an alarm clock. Su Cheng leaned in, casting a shadow over Wei Zishi's delicate collarbone. However, I am quite curious about how Miss Wei plans to provide emotional value. His thumb brushed against her lip, wiping away a non-existent wine stain. Feeling Su Cheng's closeness, Wei Zishi's complexion flushed slightly, and she subtly leaned back, inquiring then, "Does Mr. Su agree?" "Indeed. Let us proceed as you suggested." Su Cheng nodded, retreating slightly. Wei Zishi's favorability 3. Upon hearing this, Wei Zishi's heart swelled with joy. The handsome man before her was genuinely capable. She silently thanked her fortune. "Jinjin, you are truly my lucky star. Now, please give me your bank account number." "Ah." Wei Zishi was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Su Cheng's decisiveness. Su Cheng chuckled. "What? Can I not provide you with pocket money now?" "Well, yes, but shouldn't we sign a contract? Aren't you afraid I might abscond with the funds?" Wei Zishi asked, astonished. "I trust you, and moreover, a maintenance contract holds no legal weight. Do you intend to sign one with me?" "I wouldn't mind," Su Cheng replied earnestly. "If they were to sign a contract, it could be a service agreement or an employment contract under Su Cheng's company. However, this would merely serve as a form of consolation for the woman, offering little in the way of actual legal protection. And know that, I shall give you my bank account number right away." After saying this, Wei Zishi opened her phone to perform the necessary operations, only to pause, awkwardly stating, "But we haven't exchanged contact information yet." "Not a problem, we can do that now," Su Cheng said, revealing his WeChat QR code. Wei Zishi took out her phone and scanned it, and they officially became friends. Wei Zishi's favorability 3. Shortly thereafter, Wei Zishi sent her bank account number to Su Cheng, who without hesitation transferred 10 million to her account. Ding, congratulations to the host. The transaction was successful. You have received a 13-fold cashback reward, 130 million soft currency, a 13-fold return, 130 million soft currency. Not only had he acquired the perfect canary in Wei Zishi, but he had also profited an additional 120 million in soft currency. Su Cheng began to fret. The influx of wealth was becoming overwhelming, and he found himself at a loss as to how to indulge in it. Wei Zishi's phone chimed, and she quickly opened it to check the message. Soft Currency Bank. "Hello, esteemed Ms. Wei Zishi. Your account, last 4 digits 8888, has successfully received a deposit of 10,000,000 RMB today, 025-year month day, at 12:30 p.m. The subsequent details were too lengthy to read, and Wei Zishi quickly focused on the amount. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this really 10 million? Wei Zishi's favorability 10. Wei Zishi confirmed several times, ensuring she had not miscounted. Su Cheng had indeed given her an extra 4 million. She abruptly lifted her gaze to meet Su Cheng's eyes, only to find him smiling back at her. Chapter 76. Gratitude for the Master Certification from Wanderer Chen Buoguan. Extra update. Mr. Su, have you overpaid my salary by 2 years? Wei Zishi hesitated to voice her thoughts. Big brother, are you not afraid that I might abscond with such a large sum? Of course. She wasn't the type to take the money and run, nor did she dare to do so. A little common sense would suffice to understand. Who would dare provoke someone capable of casually offering 10 million in liquid assets without so much as a blink? Do not concern yourself. Consider the excess as extra pocket money. I am quite pleased with your performance. Su Cheng replied with a smile. If he were to discover Wei Zishi's inner thoughts, he would likely chuckle. With his inside ability, he had no fear of Wei Zishi fleeing. Moreover, even without his ability, the act of absconding with funds of such magnitude would constitute a serious crime. The potential charges were numerous. Just one accusation of fraud could lead to over a decade of imprisonment or even life, alongside hefty fines or asset forfeiture. Wei Zishi's affection 10. Su Cheng was taken aback. Wei Zishi's affection for him was indeed generous. Unable to resist, he activated his inside ability to gauge the extent of her affection. Name, Wei Zishi. Age, 27. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Attractiveness, 92. Special value, 0. Affection, 51. Strategy reward. Passive skill, you reap what you sow in a mere span of moments. Her affection had surged to 51. If he were to purchase a car, that would add another 10. Acquiring a house would net him another 10. And engaging in some intimate activities with Wei Zishi would surely secure his strategy reward. Su Cheng was already lost in dreams of what could be. However, who could say for certain? Perhaps Wei Zishi's affection truly was that easily won. Mr. Su, Wei Zishi gazed at him with gratitude, feeling that all her past efforts had been worthwhile. With Su Cheng's straightforwardness, she realized it would be improper to linger in her hesitation. Thus she rose, moving her chair beside him, intending to sit close, only to be interrupted by Su Cheng. "Come here, Miss Wei Zishi." Seeing her intention to draw closer, Su Cheng opened his arms without hesitation, gesturing to his lap. "Mr. Su." A blush crept across Wei Zishi's face. She did not refuse and slowly nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. What bliss! Spending money made all the difference. Su Cheng felt the softness of Wei Zishi's body against him, experiencing the delightful sensation of being enveloped by her presence. Her posture, pressed against his chest, allowed him to fully appreciate her stunning figure. Coupled with her exquisite features and luscious lips, he could not help but tighten his embrace around her slender waist, savoring her alluring form. What a captivating fragrance! At that moment, Su Cheng noticed a uniquely enticing scent emanating from Wei Zishi, leaving him entranced. "Did you apply perfume?" he inquired, only to retract his question immediately. "No, it doesn't quite smell like perfume. It's my natural scent," Wei Zishi replied softly. Su Cheng's eyes lit up. In his admiration of her breathtaking beauty, he had failed to notice the intoxicating aroma, or perhaps it was only perceptible at such proximity. Like a child with a newfound treasure, he remained composed while indulging in the delightful scent of Wei Zishi. As he inhaled, he felt a rather unseemly reaction brewing within him. "Oh!" Wei Zishi sensed Su Cheng's unusual response instantly. Initially confused, she soon realized the implications. Suddenly, she felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Her body tensed, and her cheeks flushed. To be honest, she had considered rising from his lap, as this was her first intimate encounter with a man. Yet, she suppressed her impulse, reminding herself to grow accustomed to this closeness with Su Cheng. If all went well, Su Cheng would become her future partner, her pillar of support. It would be her first, and hopefully, her last. "Ah, Cheng, who smells sweeter, Miss Wei or I?" At that moment, when Yuding's voice broke the spell, her curious gaze fixed on the pair. Snapped back to reality, Su Cheng noticed when Yuding had unknowingly leaned in closer, her wide eyes observing him and Wei Zishi. Yet, he made no move to release Wei Zishi from his embrace. In the room, he was the only man among 3 women, and with the female server stationed outside after serving the dishes, he felt entirely at ease. "Of course it's me who smells delightful," Su Cheng joked with high emotional intelligence, eliciting laughter. "Indeed," when Yuding murmured, noting that Su Cheng carried a scent that was irresistibly alluring to women. "All right, let us eat." Su Cheng gently placed Wei Zishi back on her chair. "As for the house and the car, select what you desire, inform me, and I shall procure them for you. Regarding the house, I recommend you purchase one in the city center of Jinjiang, where I own a villa, making it convenient for us to connect." "All right." Wei Zishi nodded in understanding, feeling relieved. Just moments ago, being held by Su Cheng had left her thighs almost sweating with anxiety. She was far from accustomed to such physical proximity with a man. She resolved to intentionally draw closer to Su Cheng in the future, determined to overcome her discomfort. After all, if she could not conquer this minor hurdle, no amount of effort would suffice to satisfy him. If he noticed her unease and chose to cast her aside, she would have nowhere to seek solace. Throughout dinner, Wei Zishi diligently served Su Cheng's soup and dishes, even blowing on his food to cool it down before feeding him, demonstrating remarkable attentiveness. Observing Wei Zishi's devotion, Wan Yuding began to follow suit in attending to Su Cheng as well. Meanwhile, Shi Zhenjin had already buried herself in a meal. as she rarely indulged in such exquisite cuisine. Mr. Su, I hear your soup. Good, good. Su Cheng swallowed eagerly. Also, please refrain from calling me Mr. Su. You're slightly older than me. If you don't mind, like Yuding, you may call me Ah Cheng. Or perhaps even little brother wouldn't be inappropriate. Huh? Su. Ah Cheng. Are you younger than me? Wei Zishi exclaimed in surprise, promptly opting for the name Ah Cheng. Gratitude to Wanderer Chun Boguan for the master certification. Wishing the esteemed benefactor good health, abundant blessings, and all endeavors met with success and familial happiness. This is the first time this book has received a master certification, which is exceedingly significant. My heartfelt thanks. Also, gratitude to all my dear readers for the character summons, inspiration capsules, urging tokens, bubble tea, love letters, flowers, and all the affectionate support. Thank you immensely. Love you all. Moi Chapter 77. Come on, Cheng. To be frank, Su Cheng's demeanor, calm and collected as if he had everything under control, hardly resembled that of a university student with limited experience. Instead, he bore the aura of a successful individual who had toiled for many years in the world. Yet, paradoxically, Su Cheng's youthful appearance was unmistakable. It was a contradiction. The coexistence of youth and maturity within a single individual was quite remarkable. Indeed, I am currently a junior at Shanghai University, and so is Ting Ting, Su Cheng remarked with a smile. Then I must be at an advantage. Wei Zishi quickly responded, covering her mouth with a light laugh. How could you say that? It should be a win-win situation. Su Cheng corrected her. Thus, the meal passed amidst the eager feeding from Wen Yuding and Wei Zishi. Shi Jinjin felt no pangs of envy and began to contemplate when she should make her exit. Meanwhile, due to his enhanced physique, Su Cheng's appetite had significantly increased. Though he consumed a great deal, his stomach remained flat, as everything was transformed into energy by his ironclad digestion. All this would eventually benefit his wives. As the time drew near, Su Cheng announced, "That's enough for this meal," upon noticing the three women had set down their chopsticks. Shi, please finalize the arrangements for the house and car, and we shall purchase them outright. All right, I'll follow your lead, Wei Zishi replied with a gentle smile. Shi Jinjin. Su Cheng then pulled out his phone and transferred her 100,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host. The transaction was successful. You have received a 1x cashback reward. 100,000 yuan. Only 1x cashback? That seems somewhat amusing. Shi Jinjin's phone chimed, and she hastily checked it, exclaiming, "Wow, thank you, Boss Su, for your generosity. I have a great fondness for Shi, so the extra 20,000 is a reward for you. I hope you can find more beauties like her," Su Cheng explained with a smile. "Rest assured, your rewards are plentiful here. I am now a social butterfly. I will surely find you dozens more," Shi Jinjin confidently declared. Of course, dozens was an exaggeration. Su Cheng would be impressed if she could find even 5. Ting Ting, make sure to choose your car soon. Having your own vehicle will make commuting between school and the villa much easier. Wen Yuding replied eagerly. Not only did Su Cheng notify Wei Zishi and Wen Yuding, but he also reached out to Lin Yiqing and Bai Qingyi. However, Bai Qingyi expressed her lack of interest in driving, stating she wouldn't be able to handle it, and she was genuinely afraid of potential accidents that could prematurely end her beautiful life. One must admit, Bai Qingyi was indeed a charming coward. For this reason, Su Cheng resolved to reward her in another way. As for Lin Yiqing, she mentioned she already owned a car and was an experienced driver, boasting a Mazda 3. Su Cheng was taken aback to learn of her vehicle, realizing Lin Yiqing was quite affluent. Nevertheless, he insisted she choose another car, as it would be unfair for other women to have one while she did not. Lin Yiqing, unable to resist Su Cheng's insistence, reluctantly agreed. Returning to the main topic, Shi Jinjin completed her task and bid farewell. Su Cheng, with one arm wrapped around Wei Zishi's slim waist and the other gently draping over Wen Yuding's shoulder, strolled leisurely down the bustling pedestrian street, savoring the rare moments of leisure. Embracing both sides, such was the beauty of life. The shops lining the street were a kaleidoscope of colors, offering an array of enticing goods. "Cheng, that dress is beautiful," Wen Yuding exclaimed, pointing to a stunning gown in a boutique, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Su Cheng smiled and nodded. "If you like it, try it on. I'll take care of the bill." She, you should as well. Wei Zishi smiled sweetly, not rushing to indulge in shopping. She had already received what mattered most to her today and did not wish to be greedy. After a delightful time browsing, filled with laughter and joy, when Yuding's complexion gradually paled and her steps became heavier, Su Cheng noticed her discomfort and asked with concern, Ting, what's wrong? Are you unwell? When Yuding forced a faint smile, perhaps I didn't rest well today. The pain from the trials of the day before still lingers. I'm starting to feel overwhelmed. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng immediately furrowed his brow. Let us find a place to sit and rest. Your health is paramount. But when Yuding shook her head, no need. Cheng, you two continue shopping. I just want to rest at the villa. Observing her weary expression, Su Cheng felt a pang of sympathy. No, your condition requires care. She, let us take Yuding back first, then we can decide what to do next. Wei Zishi nodded in agreement, softly stating, Ting's health comes first. Resting is a priority. Thus, Su Cheng led the two women back to the car. He assisted when Yuding into the back seat before turning to inquire, She, can you drive? Yes, shall I take the wheel? Wei Zishi softly responded. All right, I will sit in the back to take care of Ting. Su Cheng nodded, handing her the keys. Okay. Wei Zishi agreed, glancing at her high heels. This might not be suitable for driving. She retrieved a shoebox from a trunk, opened the driver's door, and half sat in the seat to change her shoes. With a gentle kick, one delicate foot emerged from her high heel, clad in black stockings. The toes rounded and charming. Su Cheng was instantly captivated by this exquisite sight, silently admiring it. Wei Zishi noticed Su Cheng's ardent gaze and felt a surge of pride. With a flash of inspiration, she playfully asked, Cheng, could you help me put on my shoes? This position is a bit inconvenient. Huh? Su Cheng wore a puzzled expression, examining her posture. Inconvenient to change shoes? Are you teasing me? Come on, Cheng, Wei Zishi playfully chided. Had Su Cheng not been so captivated by her foot, she would never have offered such a playful invitation. Oh, all right. Su Cheng realized Wei Zishi sought a closer connection, so he stepped forward. He assisted her in putting on the new shoes, simple Ferragamo flats. Done. Su Cheng gently patted Wei Zishi's slender, yet shapely calf. Thank you, Cheng. Here, a reward for you. Wei Zishi leaned closer and planted a kiss on his cheek. Su Cheng was quite pleased and resolved to show his gratitude in the future. Once in the car, the trio set off towards the Buyuan Garden Villa district. Chapter 78. Wei Zishi panicked. Is he planning to take me directly? At this moment, the sun's bright rays had yet to fade. One Yuding curled up in the back seat, her forehead resting against Su Cheng's shoulder, her eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue and bewilderment. Wei Zishi quietly adjusted the air conditioning down by 2 degrees, hoping to offer her a greater sense of comfort. Throughout the journey, Su Cheng gently massaged Wen Yuding's lower abdomen, attempting to alleviate her discomfort, while she silently accepted this affection. In truth, she longed to say, Cheng, you're pressing the wrong spot. My abdomen is not the source of pain. Su Cheng, however, was lost in thought. He had inadvertently glanced up and caught sight of Wei Zishi, who was calmly driving, her expression serene. Dressed in a knitted dress that swayed gently with the motion of the car, she perfectly accentuated her enchanting figure. Her long hair was loosely tied up, with a few strands delicately falling beside her cheeks. She resembled a gentle, virtuous wife emerging from a television drama, evoking feelings of both affection and possessiveness. What a captivating beauty! Su Cheng couldn't help but think he had struck gold. It was at this moment that he realized he was indeed massaging the wrong area. Soon, the car arrived at the villa in the Buyuan garden. Wei Zishi turned off the engine, and Su Cheng stepped out, strolling to the back door where Wen Yuding sat. I can walk by myself, Wen Yuding began to speak. But before she could finish, Su Cheng had scooped her up in his arms. Startled, she instinctively clutched the front of his shirt, her eyes shimmering with shyness. With Wei Zishi watching nearby, she couldn't shake off a sense of embarrassment. Wei Zishi naturally picked up the shopping bags they had left behind in the back seat, her gaze sweeping over the girl's flushed ears, a knowing smile appearing at the corners of her lips. It seemed that the two before her had not yet reached the stage of an old married couple. Wait, is this the same villa we stayed at before? When Yuding exclaimed, surprised by the stark contrast of the villa before her compared to the Mo Xiangjing Yuan. I purchased this villa not long ago. It's closer than returning to Mo Xiangjing Yuan, Su Cheng explained. When Yuding nodded thoughtfully. The villa appeared to be of a higher class than Mo Xiangjing Yuan, further reshaping her perception of Su Cheng's wealth. Wei Zishi, however, wore an expression of no surprise. It was only natural for someone like Su Cheng to have such deep financial resources, easily possessing 10 million in liquid assets. As the sensor lights on the villa porch gradually illuminated, Su Cheng gently placed Wen Yuding on her bedroom bed, just as Wei Zishi brought over a cup of honey water. The glass was adorned with droplets of water, and she had placed a delicate embroidered napkin at the bottom to prevent burns, with half a spoon of acacia honey added. It was at the perfect temperature of 45 C, ensuring it wouldn't tea scald. Her voice was soft and delicate, radiating warmth. Su Cheng, surprised, lifted his head to meet Wei Zishi's gaze. "Cici, you're quite thoughtful." "Yes, it's only right," Wei Zishi responded with a gentle smile, her eyelashes fluttering, before turning to dim the bedroom lights. "If Yuding needs to rest, I'll draw the blackout curtains." "That's fine," Su Cheng nodded. At that moment, when Yuding suddenly spoke up. "Cheng, I'm really not that delicate. I'm feeling much better now. I was just fatigued from walking, which caused the pain to flare up. I can rest here. You two should go out and continue your date." Seeing her complexion had shifted from pale to a soft, rosy hue, Su Cheng finally felt reassured. "All right, then you can lie here and play on your phone. If you need anything, just call me." Saying this, he tucked her in with the blanket. When Yuding smiled and nodded before slowly closing her eyes. Su Cheng adjusted the blanket's corners for her and kissed her forehead before casting a glance at Wei Zishi and stepping out of the bedroom. The door closed gently, leaving behind a faint sound. Just as the sound faded, when Yuding's eyes snapped open, her gaze filled with complex emotions. She allowed a soft sigh, her voice barely a whisper, yet laced with resignation. "It's so difficult for me. I hope Cheng can seize the opportunity and win over Wei Zishi." Otherwise, when Yuding seemed to envision a particular scene, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Indeed, she was afraid. While Su Cheng's stamina was boundless, hers was limited. Like Lin Yiqing and Bai Qingyi, she wished for Su Cheng to find more companions, allowing them a fleeting moment of respite. After settling Wen Yuding, Wei Zishi stood beneath the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard, awaiting Su Cheng. The April breeze lifted her skirt, revealing the platinum chain adorning her slender ankle. The car key charm Su Cheng had casually given her, now resembling a custom-made anklet. As Su Cheng gazed at the alluring Wei Zishi before him, an overwhelming urge to possess her surged within him. Wei Zishi, however, smiled sweetly, completely oblivious to how tempting this situation was for Su Cheng. "Cheng, we could skip shopping. The clothes and accessories we just bought are enough," she gently urged as he approached. When Yuding was unwell at home, yet here she was, taking Su Cheng out for a delightful outing. Clever as she was, she did not wish to offend Wen Yuding over this matter. Yet, Su Cheng seemed to disregard her words entirely, pushing her against the cherry blossom tree. Petals fell gently in the wind, adding a touch of romance and whimsy to the atmosphere between them. Wei Zishi's heart raced, her body involuntarily quivering. Her bright eyes sparkled with a hint of panic as they locked with Su Cheng's deep, night sky-like gaze. "Cici, you seem quite nervous?" Su Cheng suddenly smirked, a playful smile gracing his lips. His voice, deep and magnetic, easily pierced through Wei Zishi's defenses, quickening her heartbeat. Her cheeks flushed a bright crimson as she slightly turned her head, attempting to evade Su Cheng's fervent gaze, yet her voice betrayed her anxiety. "Why you're acting suddenly like this, of course. I'm nervous." Hearing this, Su Cheng's smile widened, and he leaned closer to Wei Zishi's ear, whispering in a tone only she could hear. "Don't be afraid, Cici. I merely wish for you to feel my heartbeat. It's racing for you." With that, Su Cheng gently took Wei Zishi's delicate hand and pressed it against his chest. Wei Zishi could distinctly feel the strength of his heartbeat and the warmth emanating from his palm. "He wouldn't dare to conquer me here in the courtyard, would he?" Wei Zishi felt a surge of panic as Su Cheng's increasingly unruly hand began to roam. although this place was entirely private, with only Wen Yuting potentially seeing. Still, it was her first time, after all. Chapter 79. The First Kiss of Wei Zishi. The jealousy of Wen Yuting at that moment. Wei Zishi suddenly felt a gentle warmth on her earlobe. It was the soft touch of Su Cheng's lips against her skin, sending delightful shivers down her spine. She trembled slightly, her heartbeat quickening with each passing moment. The warmth spread further, from her earlobe to the base of her ear, and then glided slowly down her cheeks, left and right. His kiss was tender yet passionate, as if conveying his love for her in this intimate manner. Wei Zishi obediently closed her eyes, gently rising on her tiptoes, offering her alluring crimson lips, eagerly anticipating Su Cheng's next move, welcoming this beautiful moment. However, after a brief wait, Su Cheng made no further advance. His lips merely rested lightly upon hers, without deepening the kiss. Only his mischievous hand continued to roam her slender waist, provoking waves of tingling sensations. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Wei Zishi slowly opened her eyes and gazed at Su Cheng. In an instant, he leaned closer, his dark eyes mere centimeters from her beautiful gaze, filled with intensity and fervor, as if he intended to devour her whole. At that moment, she felt as though she could hear her own heartbeat, intertwining with Su Cheng's, a melody of exhilaration. Finally, Su Cheng captured her enticing lips with his own. His kiss was fiercely possessive, as if he sought to steal away all her breath. A soft whimper escaped Wei Zishi's lips, betraying her immersion in the moment. So this is what a kiss feels like. Her hands clung tightly to Su Cheng's neck, feeling as if she might soar into the skies. The kiss grew increasingly fervent, his strong arms tightening around her, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Meanwhile, in a bedroom on the second floor of the villa, Wen Yuting stood by the window, her heart a tumult of emotions. This sensation was not akin to the secret delight experienced by Lin Yiqing, but rather a profound sense of loss, as if something cherished was being taken away. Wen Yuting, oh Wen Yuting, this is the path you chose, is it not? A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips. She understood that Su Cheng despised women who indulged in jealousy. Yet, how could she suppress the sour feelings that surged within her? If she could triumph in a one-on-one duel with Su Cheng, she would undoubtedly make him cry out in despair day and night. But with Su Cheng's unmatched strength, even without those enhancing substances, how could she possibly compete? How could she rid herself of this bitterness? Lost in her thoughts, she opened her phone to search. How can I stop feeling jealous if my boyfriend has other girlfriends? After a lengthy search, she found no answers that resonated with her situation. Most simply advised to break up. But she was already too deeply ensnared, too profoundly in love to consider separation. Eventually, she stumbled upon a somewhat acceptable suggestion: distraction method. Vigorously express your feelings of jealousy to your boyfriend. If he is exhausted, he will have no time to seek others. If you are tired, you will not have the energy to overthink. Wen Yuting nodded thoughtfully. If Su Cheng were to discover just how adorably foolish she was, he would likely burst into laughter. Yet, love has a way of diminishing the intellect of those ensnared in its grasp. Time slipped away unnoticed. Su Cheng swallowed the lingering taste of sweetness, a playful smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the blushing Wei Zishi nestled against his chest. After a moment, she shyly murmured, I think I should go change my clothes first. Su Cheng feigned confusion, arching an eyebrow. Why not do so earlier? His tone bore a hint of teasing, clearly enjoying the flustered state of the girl before him. Upon hearing this, Wei Zishi's cheeks flushed an even deeper crimson. She shot him an angry glance, her watery eyes shimmering as if they might spill over. The true reason was too difficult to express, so she could only mumble evasively. It's not entirely your fault. Noticing her discomfort, Su Cheng ceased his teasing and chuckled. Ah, who knew you could be so different? Cough. Hurry along now, lest you catch a chill. Or shall I accompany you? Wei Zishi quickly shook her head, panic etched across her face. And no, it's fine. I fear if you accompany me, it will turn to night by the time we return. With that, her lovely face nearly buried itself in her chest. Taking a deep breath, Wei Zishi steadied herself and broke free from Su Cheng's embrace. She took small, cautious steps towards the villa, each movement careful, as if wary of revealing her inner turmoil. Who would have thought? Wei Zishi is so remarkably different. I truly have stumbled upon a treasure. Su Cheng mused silently as he admired her graceful figure. While Wei Zishi ascended the stairs, Su Cheng turned his attention to the system message that had just chimed. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the commemorative task, securing the first kiss of a high-quality goddess. Reward, a bronze-level random draw. At 27 years of age, Wei Zishi had preserved her first kiss, a rare feat in this day and age. Yet, this came as no surprise to Su Cheng, as Wei Zishi had dedicated herself to marrying into a wealthy family, exhibiting an extraordinary level of self-protection. Today, on a day when she was already claimed by another, her 27-year, long-cherished first kiss had been effortlessly claimed by him, her benefactor. Collecting his thoughts, Su Cheng muttered, "Let us draw." The pointer spun, and the light flickered. Ding, congratulations, host. You have won a Mercedes E3000 as a reward. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a reward crit. The Mercedes E3000 is upgraded to a globally limited Pagani Wind Sun Tianhong Bodyguard Service Company. Note: relevant materials have been stored in the host's villa number 001 in Baguiuan. The host has become the largest shareholder of Tianhong Bodyguard Service Company, with 100 absolute control. Chapter 80. Cheng, you're too fast. I'm scared. As Su Cheng heard the roar of the Mercedes E3000, he was about to voice his dissatisfaction with the system's stinginess when he triggered a critical reward. A globally limited edition Pagani Huayra. Unexpectedly, even an experienced old actor in the realm of wealthy literature could draw such a prize. The Tianhong Security Services Company has alleviated his pressing concerns. With the increasing number of women in his life, safety issues have become paramount. He had previously considered acquiring a bodyguard company to employ female bodyguards for his women. However, now he could save himself the hassle of running around. Receiving the reward. Su Cheng was quite adept at this. Ding, reward successfully claimed. The globally limited edition Pagani Huayra has been allocated to the host's garage in the Country Garden Villa. Please check it. Just as Su Cheng was lost in his thoughts, he heard the sound of footsteps on the staircase. Wei Zishi was approaching. She seemed to be in a daze as she walked. Noticing her absent-mindedness as she reached the staircase, Su Cheng chuckled softly. Zishi, don't lose focus. Be careful not to trip. Wei Zishi snapped back to reality and strolled over to Su Cheng's side, only to hear him ask, "What are you thinking about? Are you reminiscing about that kiss?" And no, that feeling was so strange. I'm not reminiscing. Wei Zishi replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. Current state of Wei Zishi: shy, excited, happy, confused. Is that so? From your expression earlier, it seemed you rather enjoyed it. Su Cheng laughed heartily, drawing closer to Wei Zishi and pulling her into his embrace. Caught off guard by his words, Wei Zishi didn't know how to respond. She gently turned her head aside, attempting to regain her composure. However, as she did, Su Cheng playfully grasped her chin, turning her face back to him. Cheng. Wei Zishi instinctively widened her eyes, silently praying that Su Cheng wouldn't tease her further, lest she find herself in an even more embarrassing predicament. Observing her shy demeanor, Su Cheng felt an inexplicable warmth swell within him. He mused that although Wei Zishi was keen to marry into a wealthy family, she remained, at her core, a pure-hearted girl. His insight into her state confirmed this. The higher the rank of the observed state, the greater its dominance. The fact that shyness ranked first indicated her genuine feelings, not mere pretense. Shall we go choose a car? Su Cheng released her chin, waving the appointment slip for the dealership in his phone. Wei Zishi shook her head and pulled out a notepad from her pearl handbag. She had arranged her priorities as follows. Purchase daily clothing for a Cheng, familiarize herself with a Cheng's dietary preferences, buy things for herself. You. Su Cheng chuckled, shaking his head. It seemed Wei Zishi had begun to adapt to her new identity, striving to be the perfect canary. He chose not to correct her, recognizing that her efforts were all aimed at enhancing his enjoyment. Is this not satisfactory? Or do you have other plans? Wei Zishi inquired softly. No, just follow your pace. Let's South go drive now. Su Cheng wrapped his arm around Wei Zishi as they made their way to the garage. Though puzzled about why they weren't taking the Rolls Royce in the courtyard, Wei Zishi remained silent. Upon entering the garage, she was awestruck by the sight of the stunning Pagani Huayra, which stood majestically at the center. The wedge-shaped front, the droplet-shaped glass cabin, and the split rear wing made it resemble a poised silver leopard ready to pounce. This design was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also enhanced aerodynamic performance. This is the Pagani Huayra? Wei Zishi's tone was inquiring yet assured. Given her dream of marrying into a wealthy family, she was naturally well-versed in luxury automobiles. It seems you are quite familiar with the Pagani Huayra, Su Cheng remarked with a light chuckle. I know a bit. I remember that the production quantity of the Pagani Huayra is extremely limited. I didn't expect you to own one. Wei Zishi nodded. Then let us get in. Su Cheng led her to the passenger seat. With joy in her heart, Wei Zishi settled into the car, relishing the exquisite and luxurious interior, along with the comfortable embrace of the seats. She even caressed the steering wheel, exclaiming, "The interior design is simply magnificent. Every detail exudes luxury. No wonder it's A. Cheng's favorite car." At that moment, she felt her luck was at its zenith. She only wished to remain by Su Cheng's side forever. You have such a sweet tongue. Su Cheng was quite pleased as he swiftly took his seat in the driver's position. The moment he started the vehicle, the deep and powerful roar of the engine erupted, akin to the roar of a beast, sending adrenaline coursing through his veins. He turned to Wei Zishi, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Are you ready? Just don't scream too loudly. Of course, I can hardly wait. Wei Zishi nodded, subtly pressing her beautiful black silk-clad leg against the center console. Su Cheng keenly noticed this and, without hesitation, placed his hand over hers, savoring the smooth, soft sensation before allowing the car to move forward. As the vehicle glided out of the garage, Su Cheng expertly maneuvered the Pagani Huayra onto the road, accelerating with fervor. Although it was his first time driving a sports car, his professional-level driving skills made him remarkably adept. He even managed to caress Wei Zishi's silky leg while driving. As the speed increased, the scenery outside whizzed by like a cinematic montage. Wei Zishi felt the exhilarating rush of speed and, unable to contain herself, her face paled as she urged, "This is too thrilling. You're going too fast. Cheng, slow down, please. I can't take it." Wei Zishi's favorability -1, regretting having come on so strong. She had just claimed she was ready, but was now at her limit. Upon noticing the decline in Wei Zishi's favorability, Su Cheng realized she was genuinely frightened. He promptly reduced the speed, laughing, "Don't worry, it's all under control. My driving skills are unparalleled. Even professional racers would envy my prowess." In truth, he hadn't even unleashed his full potential. The current speed was merely a warm-up. Yes, but it's still too fast. I'm still scared." Wei Zishi, relieved that Su Cheng was being considerate and had slowed down, sighed in relief. Wei Zishi's favorability won. She didn't doubt Su Cheng's ability. She simply wished to preserve her life. Even if it meant finding a spot to surrender herself to Su Cheng right then and there, she would not risk her life in such a high-speed vehicle. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Tianhong Security Services Company building, CEO He Chulin stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the bustling cityscape. Her brow furrowed tightly as she clutched a document she had just received, notification of the company's full acquisition by Su Cheng. The news had come so abruptly that it left her somewhat at a loss. Chapter 81. Arranging female bodyguards once she regained her composure. He Chulin decided to directly contact Su Cheng to ascertain the new leader's specific plans for the company. She dialed Su Cheng's number, and within 3 seconds, the call was answered, his calm voice resonating through the line. "Hello?" He Chulin greeted warmly. "Is this Mr. Su Cheng?" "I am He Chulin, the CEO of Tianhong Bodyguard Service Company, Limited." "Indeed," he replied. "I have just received news that the company has been fully acquired by you. When will you be able to visit the office?" "To the office?" Su Cheng hesitated for a moment, suddenly realizing that arranging bodyguards for his woman should be prioritized. This was essential for her safety and to prevent any potential bullying. Although we live in a society governed by law, where threats to life are rare, in this unpredictable world, who can truly foresee what tomorrow may bring? Absolutely necessary. Each of them must have 2 female bodyguards. "Ms. He, where is the company located?" Our office is on the 18th floor of the Dongfang building in the city center of Jinjiang. Are you coming over now? I'm currently nearby. I will head to the office right away. Great. I will send you the company's location. Let us discuss in person. Understood. Su Cheng nodded, ending the call and turning to Wei Zishi. Cici, it seems we will have to postpone our car purchase. That's fine. I wasn't in a hurry anyway. Wei Zishi replied without a hint of concern. Su Cheng nodded, his hand exploring Wei Zishi's soft, ample thigh as they drove forward. She allowed his playful touch. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed out the window, secretly thinking, that annoying Cheng. Alas, why am I so? Oh no, I must find a chance to change my outfit. Fortunately, she had the foresight to bring 2 pairs of pants and stockings as a backup. Shortly after, Su Cheng's vehicle came to a gentle halt in the Dongfang building's parking lot. Exiting the car, he and Wei Zishi strolled hand in hand into the building, welcomed by a refreshing breeze, and took the elevator straight to the 18th floor. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by the tidy and professional environment of Tianhong Bodyguard Service Company, Limited. He Chulin had been waiting at the reception, dressed in an appropriate business outfit, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Mr. Su, welcome," she exclaimed, extending her hand for a brief handshake before withdrawing. Her gaze then shifted to Wei Zishi, a glimmer of admiration sparkling in her eyes as she sincerely remarked, "This must be your wife? It's my first time seeing such a beautiful woman standing beside Mr. Su. You are truly a match made in heaven." Indeed, Su Cheng acknowledged with a nod. Wei Zishi's favorability won. Wei Zishi responded with a smile. "Thank you, Miss. You are quite lovely yourself." Her voice was gentle and melodious, akin to a mountain spring, refreshing the spirit. He Chulin sighed inwardly. While there were many beautiful women in the world, few possessed both elegance and beauty like Wei Zishi. "Please follow me. Let us discuss the company's future development in detail." He Chulin led Su Cheng and Wei Zishi forward. Su Cheng nodded, pondering his understanding of the company's future. He believed in delegating professional matters to experts. This principle had always guided him. As for him, he was content to be a wealthy angel investor. Upon entering the conference room, the 3 took their seats. He Chulin began, "Tianhong Bodyguard Service Company, Limited is," as He Chulin elaborated. Su Cheng gained a general understanding of the bodyguard firm. Most employees hailed from professional sectors, such as law enforcement and the military, possessing rich experience and outstanding crisis responsibilities. The company adhered to a high-quality operational model characterized by direct training, direct management, direct sales, and direct deployment, boasting thousands of professional bodyguards. Their services spanned personal bodyguards, commercial security, human resources, and more. Subsequently, they engaged in a brief discussion about the company's growth. He Chulin grasped Su Cheng's intent. Everything would proceed as usual, and she could manage as she saw fit, unless major decisions arose, in which case she would refrain from disturbing Su Cheng, who preferred a hands-off approach. As Su Cheng inquired, "Do we have an adequate number of female bodyguards?" He Chulin nodded. "Currently, we have approximately 200 female bodyguards. Do you have any plans, Mr. Su?" Su Cheng commanded, "Very well, I will send you a list shortly. The individuals on that list are my girlfriends. I wish for each of them to be assigned 2 bodyguards to ensure their safety." He Chulin was taken aback, her mouth agape in surprise at Su Cheng's unexpected request. A glance at Wei Zishi revealed no sign of discontent, prompting her to smile and respond, "Understood. How many girlfriends does Mr. Su have? Are they for short-term or long-term employment? I can prepare a plan right away." Su Cheng began to calculate by Qingyi, Lin Yiqing. When Yuding, Wei Zishi, currently, there are 4 confirmed relationships. 4 individuals, which means we will need 8 female bodyguards for long-term employment. However, there may be more in the future, and I will contact you to arrange that. Agreed. He Chulin nodded, secretly acknowledging Su Cheng's flirtatious nature. She found it quite normal in the world of the affluent, where many were even more extravagant than him. Given Su Cheng's handsome appearance and wealth, she believed he could afford to have even more girlfriends. She picked up a nearby laptop and operated it for a moment before retrieving a remote control from short distance away. Upon pressing a button, a detailed bodyguard service plan appeared on the large screen. "Mr. Su, This is a tailored bodyguard plan for your esteemed wife and girlfriends, including daily accompaniment, residential security, and emergency response measures. She meticulously outlined each service, her tone professional and earnest, which impressed Su Cheng, affirming her capabilities as a CEO. Su Cheng listened intently, nodding in agreement. Excellent, Ms. He. I hope these bodyguards are not only professional, but also possess sufficient adaptability. He Chulin smiled in acknowledgement. Certainly, Mr. Su's affairs are of utmost importance to the company. We will select the most suitable candidates from our top-tier bodyguards to ensure the safety of your esteemed wife and girlfriends. Then I can rest assured. He Chulin hesitated before voicing her inquiry. Mr. Su, do you require bodyguard for yourself? Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Had He Chulin not mentioned it, he might have forgotten entirely. While his physique was robust, his combat techniques were rather simplistic and brute. Chapter 82. The aloof twin bodyguards. When confronted with adversaries, one must ultimately rely on brute strength, for finesse alone may prove inadequate. Only by conquering Su Xinyan could one acquire the coveted reward of master-level combat skills, rendering oneself invincible. Moreover, as the proprietor, it would be unbecoming to personally intervene in confrontations. With this thought, Su Cheng reached a resolution. Then please assign me 2 female bodyguards. Their combat abilities are of little consequence, as long as they are pleasing to the eye. He Chulin grasped Su Cheng's intentions and already had candidates in mind. After a brief pause, she suggested, why not take this opportunity for Mr. Su and his wife to select their bodyguards? I can call them over immediately. Very well. Su Cheng nodded in agreement. Thus, He Chulin proceeded to contact her assistants, instructing them to reach out to the most formidable female bodyguards in the company, including Mu Yubing. Once these arrangements were made, the trio engaged in conversation while awaiting their arrival. Before long, the room was graced by the entrance of several tall female bodyguards clad in sleek black suits. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting an admirable glow upon them. Most striking were the 2 twin sisters at the forefront, exuding a chilling beauty and an air of elegance that seemed to lower the temperature of the room by several degrees. Su Cheng's heart fluttered. Indeed, he had come to the right place. Such beauty certainly warranted a score of 85. He couldn't help but wonder if their special attributes were non-existent. Mr. Su, allow me to introduce the 2 bodyguards I have selected for you, He Chulin said with a smile as she approached the group, pointing to one of the twins. She continued, this is Mu Yubing, a paragon among our elite bodyguard team, renowned for her calm decisiveness. Mu Yubing nodded slightly, her icy gaze suggesting an ability to read hearts. Su Cheng discreetly employed a spell of insight. Name: Mu Yubing, age 27, height 178 centimeters, weight 55 kilograms, beauty 86, special attribute 0, affinity 0, reward for conquest, master-level marksmanship. Master-level marksmanship. You can account for the influence of wind direction, wind speed, and gravity on a bullet's trajectory, ensuring precise hits. Marksmanship? Is it indeed legitimate? He Chulin then gestured toward the other twin beside Mu Yubing. This is Mu Yuhan, Mu Yubing's sister, who is also an elite member of our team. She possesses not only formidable combat skills, but also a keen mind, enabling her to swiftly navigate various emergencies. Mu Yuhan responded with a nod, her cold demeanor mirroring that of her sister. Truly 2 peas in a pod. Name: Mu Yuhan, age 27, height 178 centimeters, weight 55 kilograms, beauty 86, special attribute 0, affinity 0, reward for conquest, active skill night vision. Active skill night vision. As the name suggests, upon activation, your eyes will capture more faint light, allowing you to see clearly even in darkness. Indeed, the twin sisters shared identical physical statistics. As for the night vision, it seemed rather unnecessary at the moment. He Chulin continued, Mr. Su, these are the stunning bodyguards you wish to hire, and they are a rare pair of twin sisters whose extraordinary skills lie beneath their beautiful FA aids. They have extensive experience in safeguarding female employers, whether corporate executives, business elites, or foreign travelers, all of whom have benefited from their meticulous protection. Throughout their years as bodyguards, they have never failed a single task. You may peruse their resumes for your assurance. Su Cheng nodded, initially content with hiring 2 female bodyguards rated in the 70s for attractiveness. Yet he was pleasantly surprised. It is well known that the profession of bodyguard seldom aligns with the concept of beauty, as it typically demands physical prowess and strength. Such attributes often imply a muscular physique, which can detract from a woman's beauty. However, this pair of twins defied convention, boasting both breathtaking appearances and exceptional skills, truly a rare find. They have previously specialized in protecting female employers? Would they be amenable to safeguarding me? Su Cheng looked at He Chu Lin with a hint of uncertainty. He Chu Lin affirmed they would agree, but their fees for protecting a male employer are priced at a 50% premium, which is why they have not previously taken on male clients. If Mr. Su wishes to hire them, it will depend on your ability to meet this rate. Oh, Su Cheng chuckled lightly, his gaze lingering on the twin sisters for a moment before he remarked, "It seems these bodyguards come at a hefty price. However, for me, matters that can be resolved with money are hardly an issue. I will take them." Upon hearing this, the previously stoic Mu Yubing and Mu Yuhan displayed the slightest ripple of emotion on their faces, both casting a subtle nod towards Su Cheng. Mu Yubing Affinity 5, Mu Yuhan Affinity Bench. Though they were elite female bodyguards, their physical strength was naturally inferior to that of men due to genetic factors. Unless one were to experience a genetic mutation, this limitation stood firm. Coupled with their 50% premium, it would be possible to hire multiple elite male bodyguards for the same cost, which explained why they had yet to protect a male employer. The value proposition was simply too low. Most individuals who hire bodyguards seek security, not mere beauty. He Chu Lin nodded and turned to Wei Zishi. Would the madam like to select 2 as well? All present are our elite candidates. Please feel free to choose. Wei Zishi looked at Su Cheng, who nodded in encouragement. It's up to you. With that, Wei Zishi released Su Cheng's hand and rose to select 2 bodyguards that caught her eye. Observing this, Su Cheng stated, "Please arrange the contracts for me, compile their salary details, and send them to my wife so she can handle the payroll." Su Cheng deemed himself too preoccupied to manage such matters and decided to delegate this responsibility to Wei Zishi. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Wei Zishi's face. Yet she did not voice any objections. The task was straightforward, merely verifying data and making transfers. "Understood," He Chu Lin replied. With the bodyguard arrangements settled, He Chu Lin instructed her assistant to draft the contracts and then led Su Cheng on a tour of the company premises. After signing several contracts for the bodyguards, Su Cheng expressed his desire to take his leave. Chapter 83. Embracing 2 elegant women, Su Cheng returned to the Pagani Winsun with Wei Zishi. Mu Yubing and Mu Yuhan drove the company's Mercedes-Benz R-Class business vehicle, along with the 2 female bodyguards chosen by Wei Zishi. As for the bodyguards of Su Cheng's other women, they would be arranged once He Chu Lin made her selection. As dusk descended like a leisurely painter, it gently brushed the sky with its profound blue and purple hues, gradually darkening the horizon. Su Cheng gazed at the fading scenery outside the window before turning to Wei Zishi. "Cici, it's a pity. I initially intended to take you car shopping today, but since the day is already drawing to a close, shall we postpone it until tomorrow?" Wei Zishi nodded. "Yes, I trust your judgment. I am in no hurry. In fact, I have little interest in driving. With the bodyguards you've hired, my travel is quite convenient, so there is no rush for me to drive." "All right," Su Cheng said with a light chuckle, affectionately caressing Wei Zishi's elegant leg. Regardless of whether her words were sincere, Su Cheng cherished her all the same. He then drove back to the villa located in the Biyuan garden. Holding Wei Zishi's hand, Su Cheng was the first to enter the grand hall on the first floor of the villa, turning to instruct the female bodyguards, including Mu Yubing, who followed closely behind. "There are many rooms on the first floor. Each of you may choose one to rest in." Upon hearing this, Mu Yubing slightly furrowed her brow. She exchanged a glance with Mu Yuhan and then stepped forward to address Su Cheng. "Mr. Su, as your personal bodyguards, our duty is to ensure your safety at all times. Thus, it is imperative that we reside in close proximity to you, allowing us to swiftly respond to any potential emergencies." Su Cheng nodded inwardly, recognizing that the elite bodyguards from Tianhong were indeed as capable and responsible as their reputation suggested. The purpose of hiring bodyguards was to ensure peace of mind, and their presence certainly alleviated his concerns. Very well, you may operate according to your professional judgment. I trust in your capabilities. With that, Su Cheng led Wei Zishi to seek out Wen Yuding. He had no intention of imposing strict arrangements, as it was unnecessary. As long as they did not intrude upon his moments with his girlfriend, he was content. Immediately, Mu Yubing and her team sprang into action. They meticulously examined every corner of the villa, leaving no potential security risks unchecked. After thorough scrutiny, they finally felt at ease. The villa's location was indeed advantageous. Serene surroundings conducive to defense, complemented by bulletproof glass windows, ensuring robust safety measures. Thus, residing on the second floor became less critical, and they each selected a room on the first floor for rest and readiness. Meanwhile, Su Cheng gently pushed open Wen Yuding's door. Upon entering, he found her curled up in bed, tightly clutching her iPad. The screen displayed a poignant gaze shared between the male and female leads, indicating her immersion in a soap opera. Upon hearing the door, Wen Yuding's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden appearance of Su Cheng and Wei Zishi. Realizing her predicament, she hurriedly closed the screen, a subtle blush creeping onto her cheeks. Ting Ting, you seem to be recovering quite well, Su Cheng remarked with a smile. Oh dear, why are you back so soon? Wen Yuding's voice betrayed a hint of fluster as she attempted to mask her embarrassment. Su Cheng approached with curiosity in his gaze. What were you watching? It seems rather mysterious. Wen Yuding laughed awkwardly, not wishing Su Cheng to discover her guilty pleasure of melodrama. Such a shame. It's nothing. Just some boring stuff. You two carry on. I need to freshen up. She attempted to rise from the bed, but Su Cheng's gaze anchored her in place. Ting Ting, were you watching that soap opera? Wei Zishi chuckled, her eyes sparkling with insight. Wen Yuding's cheeks flushed deeper as she lowered her head and mumbled, "No, don't say such things." Su Cheng regarded her with suspicion. Was it merely a soap opera? Was it truly mortifying to be discovered? He chose not to press further and instead lifted Wen Yuding from the bed. "Ah, Cece is still here. What are you planning to do?" Wen Yuding exclaimed, flailing her bare feet in a playful panic. "Fear not, I wouldn't harm you." Su Cheng set her down on a nearby sofa, then sat beside her, wrapping his arm around her. "Ah, you startled me. I thought you were going to tease me in front of Cece." Wen Yuding exhaled in relief, though a pang of disappointment lingered in her heart. "If you wish, I could certainly oblige." No, Wen Yuding firmly rejected. Noticing Wei Zishi standing quietly in front, Su Cheng beckoned her over. "Come, Cece, sit here." With a soft affirmation, Wei Zishi followed his guidance and sat on his other side. Su Cheng smiled contentedly, enveloping her in his embrace. With Wen Yuding to his left and Wei Zishi to his right, he found himself surrounded by two statuesque women, each standing at an impressive height of 173 centimeters. The experience was indescribable. As they settled into this arrangement, their conversation flowed easily. However, before long, Wen Yuding began to urge Su Cheng. "Ah, Cheng, please don't mind me. Go to your room and entertain Cece. Let me have a day of rest, and we can continue tomorrow, all right?" "Very well," Su Cheng nodded. His visit to Wen Yuding was not solely for teasing. He merely sought companionship for a first time in an unfamiliar place. At these words, Wei Zishi's cheeks flushed crimson. How could they converse so shamelessly? Did such experiences render them unreserved? Thankfully, her back was turned to Su Cheng, sparing him from noticing her discomfort. Finally, Su Cheng inhaled the lingering scent of Wen Yuding before releasing both her and Wei Zishi as he rose. "If you need anything, feel free to come to the master bedroom, or you may ask the bodyguards for assistance." Wen Yuding responded softly while adjusting her attire. Understood. Su Cheng affectionately ruffled her hair, then wrapped his arm around Wei Zishi's waist as they prepared to leave. Just as they reached the doorway, Wen Yuding suddenly called out to them. "Wait, Cece, stay for a moment. Ah Cheng, you can go back." Chapter 84, Tonight. "I only observed the starry sky." Su Cheng paused in his tracks, turning back with a furrowed brow. "What's wrong? Is there something else?" Wen Yuding smiled mysteriously. "Well, it's something for girls, and it's better if you don't know." Su Cheng rolled his eyes. What could possibly be so secretive? There are certain things that only girls can share. Just don't pry and head back, she urged. Wei Zishi interjected. "It's fine. I'll have a quick word with Ting Ting, and then I'll be right over. Seeing the two girls like this, Su Cheng decided not to press further and nodded in agreement. Both were sensible individuals, and he trusted they wouldn't create any trouble. Thus, he turned and returned to his room. Meanwhile, Wen Yuding pulled Wei Zishi to sit on the edge of the bed, lowering her voice to share intimate whispers. Zishi, sometimes Su Cheng can be a bit rude. You must take care to protect yourself. If it gets too much, just grab him. Once he feels pain, he'll understand your discomfort. Wen Yuding spoke with an air of seriousness, hoping to foster camaraderie. It was foolish to sabotage each other out of jealousy. Only by uniting could they avoid Su Cheng's disdain. Wei Zishi's eyes sparkled with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Is there more? There is. Wen Yuding succinctly described some riskum matters, causing Wei Zishi's cheeks to flush and her heart race, silently marveling. As Wen Yuding earnestly imparted her wisdom, Wei Zishi felt like a seedling newly exposed to the vast world, eagerly absorbing the sweet nectar of knowledge. If it goes too far, just shout. Even if I face his wrath, I'll rush to help you immediately. Wen Yuding spoke with determination, as if she had made a significant resolution. Wei Zishi, astonished, gazed at Wen Yuding. Is Su Cheng really that formidable? Panic began to creep in. Wen Yuding chuckled softly, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Well, he is bad. He is not quite human. But don't worry, he wants to go overboard. Wei Zishi nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Wei Zishi's affection, level 1. After exchanging a few more hushed words, Wei Zishi summoned her courage, standing to leave. Ting Ting, thank you. I will be cautious. Her tone was resolute, reminiscent of embarking on an adventure rather than a sacrifice. Wen Yuding smiled and patted her shoulder. Go on, Zishi. I believe you can handle Su Cheng. You flatter me. As Wei Zishi's figure disappeared through the doorway, a complex expression crossed Wen Yuding's face. Though she felt jealousy, the true source of her ire was not Wei Zishi or Lin Yiqing, but Su Cheng himself. Her envy, her desire for retribution, and her wants, could only be vented upon him. Wei Zishi gently pushed open the door to the master bedroom. The room was silent, contrary to her expectations of finding Su Cheng there. Sunlight filtered through the partially drawn curtains, casting a warm glow upon the soft carpet, adding a touch of coziness to the spacious area. Where is he? Wei Zishi wondered to herself, taking cautious steps forward while calling softly, Su Cheng, Su Cheng. Suddenly, a loud slam of a door behind her startled her heart into a brief pause. Following that, hurried footsteps approached. Wei Zishi felt a jolt of surprise, and before she could turn, she was lifted effortlessly by Su Cheng's strong arms, her body soaring into the air. Slow down, she exclaimed, instinctively flailing her arms, only to find herself cradled in Su Cheng's embrace. Don't be afraid, it's me. His voice was deep and magnetic, quickening her pulse. In the next moment, he placed her on the bed, holding her down firmly. Su Cheng is so heavy, Wei Zishi thought, bewildered. After a brief moment of confusion, her tension gradually eased, and she wrapped her arms around Su Cheng's neck. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, Why are you in such a hurry? I want to run away. I'll cooperate fully. At her words, a wicked smile crept onto Su Cheng's lips. Following the usual steps to the end is rather dull. We must add some excitement. With that, he leaned down, kissing her repeatedly on the face and lips without restraint. Wei Zishi giggled, warmth flooding her cheeks, neck, and collarbone as his kisses spread a tender sensation. However, as Su Cheng's kisses grew more assertive, threatening to overwhelm her, she quickly interjected, her voice trembling. Wait. Just a moment. Su Cheng halted, looking at her with curiosity. We haven't taken a shower yet, Wei Zishi murmured in a barely audible voice. Then, all right, Zishi, let us take a shower first. Su Cheng's voice was slightly husky, and without waiting for her response, he scooped her up once more, striding toward the bathroom. In the bathroom, steam enveloped the air. The warm mist rose, adding an ethereal and romantic quality to the intimate space. Su Cheng gently set Wei Zishi down beside the large bathtub, stepping in first to adjust the water temperature. He turned back to her, his gaze aflame. Wei Zishi, with a beauty score of 92 and a figure that is simply stunning. The moment I first saw her in reality, I was resolute in my desire to claim her. She is the most beautiful woman I have encountered thus far. Shall you wash first, or shall I? Su Cheng's smile was barely contained. Either is fine. Su Cheng nodded, allowing Wei Zishi to wash first while he stepped outside to wait. There was no choice. If he stayed, he would be consumed by desire. 2.5 hours later, the automatic curtains in the master bedroom slowly closed, leaving only a sliver of moonlight illuminating the starlight projector by the bedside. Wei Zishi knelt on the plush velvet cover, adjusting the projection as the shimmering galaxy danced between her collarbones. Su Cheng, how is the ambience? Su Cheng reached out to turn off the projector, and the sensing lamp on the nightstand illuminated with a warm, golden glow. Tonight, I only observe the starry sky. Wei Zishi's breath quickened as they locked eyes, their gazes filled with deep affection. Chapter 85. You were meant to be a tycoon, yet you became a culinary master? Early the next morning, Su Cheng awoke leisurely. Almost immediately, he sensed a light weight pressing against him. He let out a soft exclamation and slowly lifted the covers. Before him lay a face of exquisite beauty, resembling flowing water in its tenderness. Wei Zishi was playfully nestled against his chest, her big eyes sparkling as she gazed lovingly at him. Up so early? Su Cheng inquired, his initial confusion dissipating, replaced by a wave of joy upon seeing the enchanting woman before him. He smiled broadly, pulling Wei Zishi into his embrace, savoring her warmth and breath. His heart and body filled with contentment. Wei Zishi mischievously blinked and replied, "Today is a special day for me. I'm too happy and excited, so I woke up early." "Oh, while happiness is one thing, how did you end up here?" Su Cheng teased, his hand exploring the delicate curve of her waist. Wei Zishi's cheeks flushed, her body quivering slightly as she whispered, "Isn't it because you slept so soundly last night? I intended to quietly rise and prepare breakfast for you. But as soon as I got up, you grabbed my hand and held me captive. I had no choice but to sneak a peek at you while lying on your chest." Su Cheng laughed heartily, understanding everything without further explanation. He leaned down and gently kissed Wei Zishi's rosy lips, saying, "Be good. Go wash up first, and let us have breakfast before continuing." "Huh, rest assured, I'm merely holding you close, not doing anything inappropriate." Su Cheng observed Wei Zishi's adorably flustered demeanor, a smile playing on his lips. "Oh, that's a relief." With these words, the weight on Wei Zishi's heart lifted, and she exhaled, her face breaking into a smile of relief. She then rose, limping slightly as she made her way to the bathroom. Su Cheng watched her retreating figure with a contented smile. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. In the next instant, he sprang up and hurried into the bathroom. After a while, Su Cheng emerged from the master bedroom, holding Wei Zishi, and they settled down in the living room to watch television. When Yuding, having heard the footsteps, came over and leaped into Su Cheng's embrace. Observing the harmonious scene with the two women, Su Cheng felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Indeed, the experiences of the past few days had brought him immeasurable joy. To speak plainly, being a nightly groom with brides of such beauty, each possessing a charm rated above 85, made him feel his life was well lived. While enjoying the television, Su Cheng began to check the system notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the commemorative collection task. Reward: 1 chance for a silver level random draw. Let us draw. Su Cheng dove straight into the matter. Ding! Congratulations, host, for winning the master level culinary skill reward. Master level culinary skill. Upon acquisition, you will master knowledge of ingredients, cooking techniques, and seasoning methods, even allowing for artistic creation. Master-level culinary skills? A flicker of surprise crossed Su Cheng's eyes upon seeing this reward. He had always harbored a keen interest in cooking. Previously, he had subsisted on the cafeteria's basic fare at school, a taste that merely filled his stomach without any distinctive flavor. During breaks, he cooked for himself, but his skills were mediocre, yielding dishes that were acceptable only in solitude, nothing worthy of presentation. Since acquiring the system, he realized he had not enjoyed a proper meal. Su Cheng pondered to himself, "Now, with master-level culinary skills, I will truly be a person of taste." Nodding affirmatively, he silently claimed the reward. In that instant, It felt as if a door to the realm of culinary mastery had swung open in his mind. An overwhelming tide of knowledge about ingredients, cooking techniques, and seasoning methods surged into his consciousness. From selecting and cutting ingredients to mastering cooking times and harmonizing flavors, every detail became crystal clear in his mind. In mere seconds, Cheng felt as though he had undergone decades of culinary training. He closed his eyes, savoring the newly acquired knowledge and experience, a satisfied smile gracing his face. When he opened his eyes again, they sparkled with newfound confidence. He had comprehended and mastered all the content. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if he were to enter a national culinary competition now, he would undoubtedly secure a top position. You were meant to be a tycoon, yet you became a culinary master? The thought crossed Cheng's mind, causing him to chuckle and shake his head. Throughout the day, Cheng immersed himself entirely in the tender world woven by the two women. He was impressed by He Chulin's efficiency, as she drafted plans overnight and selected suitable female bodyguards. By morning, several female bodyguards assigned to protect Lin Yiqing and Bai Qingyi had already arrived. It was only then that Lin Yiqing and Bai Qingyi called Cheng via video, inquiring whether he had indeed sent female bodyguards for their protection. Cheng suddenly realized he had forgotten to inform them the day before. Alas, beauty has led me astray. With a smile in his eyes, Cheng turned to Wei Zishi, feigning annoyance as he playfully tapped her waist. "Oh dear, husband, what are you doing?" Wei Zishi exclaimed, her voice laced with mock indignation, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Yet, she did not retreat. Instead, she drew closer to Cheng, seemingly inviting further playful gestures. Upon learning that the arrangements were indeed Cheng's doing, Lin Yiqing and Bai Qingyi were taken aback. After all, the concept of bodyguards felt distant from their lives. Typically, only celebrities, public figures, or business magnates would employ such protection. As university students, they had never encountered such an affair. Chapter 86. Cat-like goddess. When Yuding, though Lin Yiqing's family was affluent, it was not at a level that necessitated hiring bodyguards. Nonetheless, the two women accepted the offer of protection, finding it unnecessary yet reassuring, as the bodyguards typically operated discreetly, not intruding upon their daily lives. The afternoon sun streamed gently into the study, and while Wei Zishi rested, and when Yuding indulged in her drama, Cheng took the opportunity to engage with his twin female bodyguards, Mu Yubing and Mu Yuhan. Even if he couldn't immediately win them over, he aimed at dispelling the air of unfamiliarity that hung between them. Resolute, he rang the bell on the desk. Before long, the study door opened once more, and Mu Yubing and Mu Yuhan entered. Their postures were upright, and their movements synchronized. A frosty demeanor emanated from them, enveloping the room in a subtle chill that made one hesitant to approach. Cheng's gaze lingered on them, pondering to himself that this pair of twins truly lived up to their name, as icy and sharp as blades. They might prove to be the most challenging women to navigate in his life. Furrowing his brow, he spoke softly. "Yubing, Yuhan, are you both comfortable staying here?" "Comfortable," they replied in unison, their voices as cold as a mountain spring. "Well, if you need anything, feel free to let me know. There's no need for formality, as we will be living together for an extended period." "Understood," they echoed in unison. Seeing their response, Cheng couldn't help but smile wryly. Realizing the difficulty of winning over Mu Yubing and Mu Yuhan was indeed considerable. He understood that establishing even a friendship with the twins would not be feasible in the short term. Patience was required. He would take the time to get acquainted and assess the situation later. A mindless pursuit would yield no success, and a dogged admirer would find no way forward. Resolutely, he declared, "All right then, continue with your duties." "Yes," the two responded in unison. With that, Cheng exited the study. There were many exquisite goddesses in the world, and he was not one to become fixated. If he could not win over the Frosty twins, he would not be too disheartened. After all, they were not the only twins in existence. Perhaps the next pair would be more agreeable. Moreover, to boast a little, the twins' beauty score was merely 86. The partners Cheng had already encountered boasted higher scores than that. While intrigued by the twins, his interest did not match the fervor he felt upon first encountering the system and meeting Wen Yuding and Bai Qingyi, especially after experiencing the allure of Wei Zishi. who possessed a stunning score of 92, Su Cheng's standards had undoubtedly risen. Thus, his mindset remained stable. He was in no rush. As Su Cheng's silhouette faded from view, and his footsteps receded, Mu Yuhan turned to Mu Yubing and whispered, "Sister, what do you think Mr. Su meant? Did he call us here just to say these inconsequential words? Do not concern yourself. We shall focus on our duties." Mu Yubing replied coolly, nodding in agreement. That evening, under the silvery moonlight, the injured Wei Zishi rested in the guest bedroom. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, a soft glow illuminated the space as when Yuding prepared for the evening's performance. The air was suffused with a light lavender fragrance, adding an element of romance and intimacy to the upcoming event. Su Cheng sat at the edge of the bed, playfully toying with Wen Yuding's hair. At that moment, she gently rubbed her reddened knees, which had grown sore from kneeling for too long, and slowly rose, muttering with a hint of complaint, "Sigh, I shouldn't have agreed to come here. It's too late to regret now." "Surely you jest," Su Cheng laughed, sharing a smile with her. Wen Yuding made a quick trip to the bathroom, then leaned against Su Cheng's chest for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Oh, yesterday, while surfing the internet, I stumbled upon an incredible idea that you must experience today." "Oh, what idea?" Su Cheng inquired, intrigued. Wen Yuding playfully winked, teasing him. "Do you remember the black outfit we bought that day?" "You mean, you intend to wear that black bodysuit?" Su Cheng instantly grasped her intent. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Wen Yuding's lips. "Huh, guess what? I'm going to change now." Su Cheng's curiosity piqued, yet before he could inquire further, Wen Yuding had already stood and exited the master bedroom. Moments later, she reappeared in his line of sight, her attire rendering him utterly speechless. "Wow, I thought you were going to wear another black bodysuit. I never anticipated you would transform into this," Su Cheng exclaimed, his voice tinged with surprise. Wen Yuding donned a shimmering silver wig that flowed like silk, and her black tight-fitting combat suit clung perfectly to her figure, accentuating her long, curvaceous silhouette. Su Cheng was captivated, his throat tightening as he whispered in admiration, "Ting Ting, this outfit of yours is simply breathtaking. You look like a cat-like seductress straight out of a movie." Upon hearing this, Wen Yuding's lips curled into a satisfied smile. She swayed her hips towards Su Cheng, her eyes sparkling with a provocative glimmer. "So, do you wish to spend an enchanting night with this cat-like goddess?" A rush of exhilaration surged through Su Cheng, and he abruptly pulled Wen Yuding into his embrace, whispering in her ear, "Absolutely, I can hardly wait." Thus the two embraced, exchanging sweet nothings in hushed tones. Wen Yuding's happiness won. Wen Yuding's happiness won. Wen Yuding's happiness won. The following morning, Su Cheng playfully teased the slumbering Wen Yuding with one hand while scrolling through Douyin with the other. The past few days had been filled with indulgence, leaving him little time to seek out other exquisite goddesses online. Chapter 87. The auto show How Could This Be? Decided, I will quit drinking. Su Cheng scrolled through the screen, and suddenly a message caught his eye. Today, as highlights, the Xinjiang Auto Exhibition Center is about to grandly open its annual auto show, featuring a dazzling array of luxury models that should not be missed. A spark ignited in Su Cheng's heart. How fortuitous. He was planning to purchase a car for his beloved women. Why not seize this opportunity to take them along for a look? Ugga Chung, stop teasing me. I want to sleep a bit longer at that moment. When Yuding's playful voice broke the silence, she squirmed, attempting to escape Su Cheng's mischievous hands, but ultimately decided to surrender and remain still. With a light chuckle, Su Cheng pressed a kiss to her rosy lips and said, "Ting Ting, take a look at this message. There's a large auto show in Xinjiang today. We can help you both choose a new car." When Yuding, still half asleep, rubbed her eyes, glanced at her phone, and then closed her eyes again, you decide, "Just let me catch a bit more sleep. I was up too late last night." "Ah, young people lack exercise," Su Cheng teased, poking her waist. After a while, the two left the master bedroom and made their way to the living room, where Mu Yubing and the other female bodyguards were stationed downstairs. Wei Zishi had already risen, gracefully practicing yoga in a champagne-colored silk robe. How diligent! Su Cheng silently marveled. He questioned his own self-discipline, knowing he could never match it. When Yuding was equally astonished, Her impression of Wei Zishi completely transformed. If Wei Zishi were like this every day, no wonder she was so beautiful and had such a stunning figure. A Cheng? Ting Ting, why are you both staring at me? Wei Zishi noticed them and smiled, snapping back to reality. The two informed Wei Zishi about their plan to visit the auto show. Naturally, she agreed, rising to the kitchen counter to retrieve the fruit tea she had prepared earlier. Yuding, would you like some honey? Wei Zishi asked, glancing back with a gentle expression reminiscent of a devoted wife tending to her husband. Your voice sounds a bit hoarse. You must have a sore throat, she observed. When Yuding was taken aback, clearing her throat and realizing it indeed hurt a little, surprised by Wei Zishi's attentiveness. It's all a Cheng's fault. She watched as Wei Zishi stirred the amber-hued tea with a silver spoon. And the scene reminded her of the family dramas her mother often watched. If only they weren't sharing a man. All right, thank you, Zishi. Sister Wei Zishi nodded with a smile as she served them the fruit tea. Su Cheng observed the atmosphere between the two beautiful women becoming increasingly harmonious and nodded with satisfaction. This was merely the opening act. To truly enhance their acceptance of one another, fighting side by side would be the swiftest approach, he mused. After a light breakfast, the trio set off for the Xinjiang Auto Exhibition Center. The auto show commenced at 9, and by the time Su Cheng and the others arrived, it was already past 10. The venue was vast, bustling with visitors, yet the chatter remained pleasantly subdued. Various automobiles, akin to dazzling stars, were meticulously displayed throughout the hall. In the 12-meter-high space, a Lamborghini Veneno Roadster floated in a holographic projection, rotating with a purple sheen that resembled liquid metal. Beside the Tesla Cyber Roadster concept car, 6 robotic arms wove arcs of electric light in midair, intertwining luminous trails around the vehicle. As they entered the exhibition center, Su Cheng felt Wei Zishi's delicate fingers entwined with his left hand, while the warmth from Wen Yuding's fingertips graced his right. The bodyguards, including Mu Yuhan, clad in their uniforms, discreetly guarded their surroundings. A handsome man accompanied by 2 stunning women invariably drew the attention of onlookers, and the combination of one dashing man with 2 breathtaking beauties heightened the allure exponentially. Whoa, did I just see a fairy? That girl in the dress must be a celestial being descended to Earth. Countless men gawked in disbelief, but when they noticed both women holding on to Su Cheng, it felt as if they had heard their hearts shatter. Bro, look, that guy is here with 2 stunning ladies to check out cars. He.S. the real winner in life. Damn, that guy isn't even that much more handsome than I am. In every other aspect, he can't compare to me. How could he possibly have these 2 beauties on his arm? A man in a suit frowned at Su Cheng and the 2 women. Instantly feeling his companion beside him was no longer appealing. What is the point of showing off? A middle-aged man with a beer belly scoffed from the corner, clutching a crumpled exhibition map, parading around with 2 dazzling ladies to probably rent it. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a silver-haired elder holding a champagne glass. Young man, when your jealousy escapes your throat, remember to wipe the sourness from your lips first. The elder swirled his crystal glass, the amber liquid reflecting Su Cheng's chiseled jawline. Some people are simply meant to bask in the limelight. Around them, people gasped in awe or expressed profound envy. Even if there were occasional whispers of jealousy, they dared not raise their voices. After all, offending an unknown tycoon was a terrifying prospect. The peculiar gazes surrounding her eventually made Wen Yuding feel somewhat uneasy. Stealing a glance at Su Cheng and Wei Zishi, she noticed that neither showed the slightest hint of embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, she couldn't help but softly inquire, Cheng, do you think it's a bit too ostentatious for the 3 of us to hold hands like this? Ostentatious? Su Cheng looked at Wen Yuding, surprised. Indeed, Wen Yuding was merely a 3rd-year student yet to step fully into society, and she was somewhat sensitive to the gazes of others. Su Cheng, having endured the loss of his parents, had long since developed immunity to such scrutiny. Gently stroking Wen Yuding's hair, he reassured, what is wrong with being ostentatious? Should we wear masks instead? Perhaps that wouldn't be necessary. Wen Yuding chuckled awkwardly. Ting Ting, don't overthink it. Being beside such a radiant man like a Cheng, we inevitably have to face these reactions. Wei Zishi tilted her head, comforting Wen Yuding. Consider this. How others perceive us is their concern. It doesn't truly matter. We should focus on living our own lives well. When Yuding nodded, a flicker of understanding igniting within her. It was sufficient for her and a Cheng to be happy. Why bother with what others thought? Not only was it a waste of time, but it could also dampen her spirits. Hardly worthwhile. Casting aside her distractions, when Yuding surveyed the mesmerizing array of exhibition cars, exclaiming, "There are so many cars. I'm utterly dazzled and don't even know which one to choose." Chapter 88. Is it true that women are fickle? Su Cheng remarked. At a car show, the plethora of vehicles is akin to a starry sky. We have ample time to choose, so let us not rush. He then turned away Zishi beside him, playfully inquiring, "Zishi, are you certain about purchasing the Porsche Panamera hybrid? It is not too late to reconsider." Upon hearing this, Wei Zishi's expression faltered momentarily. Let's take a look first. Before the Porsche display, she halted, her gaze fixated on the sleek silver Panamera hybrid. She gently caressed its surface, feeling the latent power concealed beneath the cold metal. Once a distant dream, it now lay within her grasp. Yet suddenly, she felt that the object of her childhood aspirations was perhaps not as splendid as she had envisioned. Is it true that women are indeed capricious? Wei Zishi mused with a quiet chuckle, resolving to disregard the price and simply select one that appealed to her. "You two need not worry about saving money for me. Just buy whichever you fancy." Su Cheng encouraged the two women. Both Wen Yuding and Wei Zishi responded in unison. "All right." After browsing for a while, Su Cheng asked, "So, have you found anything you like?" Wen Yuding and Wei Zishi exchanged glances before speaking in unison. "Zishi, Yuding, you go first." Noticing this, Su Cheng decisively pointed out, "Yuding, you go first." When Yuding nodded slightly, gesturing towards a distant Ferrari, "I think that Ferrari over there looks quite appealing." Su Cheng raised his eyes to observe. Indeed, a crowd had gathered around the Ferrari 296. The trio approached, scrutinizing the vehicle. Its lines were fluid and dynamic, reminiscent of a poised cheetah. The low profile and broad wheel arches signified its extraordinary performance. The red paint shimmered under the sunlight, exuding an irresistible allure for women. "Yuding has a keen eye," Wei Zishi complimented, when Yuding smiled at the praise. "Very well, Yuding, go ahead and take it for a spin. If you're satisfied, have them prepare the contract," Su Cheng instructed. "All right," when Yuding replied with a sweet smile, stepping forward to arrange the test drive. The two female bodyguards followed closely behind. Su Cheng nodded, his gaze wandering over the Ferrari 296 before shifting to the nearby car model. Dressed in an elegant gown, the model possessed an enviable stature and stunning features, exuding an air of sophistication. She smiled at passing visitors, engaging in conversation only when approached. While her appearance was decent, Su Cheng remained skeptical regarding the model's overall appeal. Name: Sun Wanyu, age 28, height 177 centimeters, weight 56 kilograms, beauty score 79, special value 53, affinity 5. What the? To be candid, the model's beauty score was already commendable, and with a touch of makeup, it could easily surpass 80. This explains her assignment to such a luxury vehicle, yet Su Cheng sighed, casting a glance at Sun Wanyu, bemused by her 53 in special value. How audacious! Thankfully, he had mentally braced himself and was not overly disappointed. Meanwhile, Sun Wanyu could not help but steal glances at Su Cheng, setting aside her initial hesitation. She noted that the presence of two beautiful women by his side was a testament to his affluence. Perhaps this handsome gentleman could assist her in selling a car. It might be time to offer herself. Models like Sun Wanyu typically earn between 1,000 to 3,000 yuan a day, depending on personal pricing. Influencer models with substantial followings could command even higher rates. If a car sold, they generally received no commission, but their visibility and connections would enhance future opportunities. Alas, luxury automobiles are notoriously difficult to sell, especially a Ferrari 296, priced over 3 million yuan. Selling one at a car show would be akin to a stroke of luck. Thus, when Sun Wanyu noticed Su Cheng's gaze drift towards her, and when Yuding approached to finalize her test drive, she immediately transitioned from a passive observer to a confident presence, subtly emphasizing the car's merits as she approached Su Cheng. She refrained from introducing the Ferrari, for she was merely a model, not a salesperson. Unfortunately, Su Cheng's attention lingered on her for only a fleeting moment, muttering a silent curse at his lack of discernment. Sun Wan, you step back. As when Yuding took her test drive, Su Cheng turned away Zishi and asked, "Have you made your choice?" "Yes. I think I'll try the Maserati MC20, Wei Zishi replied. "Very well. Take your bodyguards and go check it out. I shall wander for a bit." Su Cheng desired to select a car that caught his fancy for enjoyment or collection. "All right." Wei Zishi nodded gently. However, she did not depart immediately. Instead, she rose on her toes and bestowed a sweet kiss upon Su Cheng's cheek before leading her two bodyguards onward. With Wei Zishi and Wen Yuding accompanied by their bodyguards, Su Cheng felt assured they would not encounter any unwelcome attention. As he strolled, he suddenly noticed a gathering ahead. Could it be a luxury vehicle? Su Cheng wondered. Moving closer, parting the crowd, he discovered the focal point was a striking beauty beside a McLaren Senna. Instantly captivated by her allure, he observed the model clad in a silver-white gown, her enchanting eyes and charming features betraying a hint of youthful innocence. Unlike other models, her attire was modest, and her smile appeared somewhat stiff and tinged with shyness. Her fidgeting hands occasionally smoothed her gown or nervously clutched its edges, indicating that this was likely her inaugural experience as a car model. Not bad, Su Cheng thought to himself. His discerning eye, now accustomed to the beauty of his companions with scores exceeding 85, allowed him to surmise that this woman's beauty rating was likely around 86. Conservatively estimating, he activated his insight ability once more. Chapter 89. Song Shanshan Name. Song Shanshan age, 21 height, 177 centimeters weight, 55 kilograms beauty score, 87 special value, 0 affection level, 0 reward for strategy. Master level hacking skills, navigating the fringes of the internet, exploring the limits of technology. You will possess an exceptional understanding of operating systems, network protocols, programming languages, and cryptography. Special value 0. Could it be that this individual is a novice model? Furthermore, at such a tender age, she is but 21, much like him. At this stage in life, one would typically be engrossed in academic pursuits, would they not? Su Cheng speculated quietly, deducing that this enchanting beauty was likely a university student taking up a part-time modeling gig, and he couldn't let others seize the opportunity before him. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to ascertain why such a crowd had gathered. Was it merely to gaze upon Song Shanshan's visage? He scanned his surroundings and casually approached a young man photographing the scene with his phone. "Excuse me, what is going on here? Why are there so many people gathered? Surely it can't just be to admire a pretty face?" Lu Zhongla looked up, astonishment flickering in his eyes as he realized this man was even more handsome than himself by a hair's breadth. "Buddy, you don't know her? Haven't you been scrolling through Douyin lately? Is she really that popular?" "Absolutely. She asked the delivery girl who went viral just a couple of days ago after a passerby snapped her photo. She became an internet sensation overnight. A recently risen internet celebrity?" Su Cheng's interest peaked. "Oh, I must admit, I haven't come across her. Why would she forsake her fame to work as a model here?" Lu Zhongla shrugged, explaining, what else could it be but for money? In this day and age, even internet celebrities need to put food on the table. I heard the owner of this car show recognized her talent and specifically invited her here. Just look at how the crowd has swelled since she arrived. Such is the allure of popularity. Nodding in agreement, Su Cheng's gaze returned to Song Shanshan. Unexpectedly, before he could visit his media company, he had encountered a striking internet star. Noticing Su Cheng's watch was of exceptional quality, Lu Zhongla, sensing he was no ordinary individual, urged him, "Buddy, you seem like a man of means. How about you muster the courage to strike up a conversation? You might just win her heart. Just a casual chat? How difficult can it be?" Su Cheng chuckled. "Don't lead someone to embarrassment. A few guys approached her for contact details earlier and were outright rejected. It was mortifying." At that moment, another man named Wu Dafei interjected with a well-meaning warning. Yet upon seeing Su Cheng's face, he hesitated, then shifted his tone. "However, if you were to try, I wouldn't be so sure about the outcome, since the previous suitors were all rather portly and clearly flaunted their wealth. This guy's even better looking than me and obviously not short on funds. He is bound to succeed." Lu Zhongla dismissed Wu Dafei's comment and turned to Su Cheng. Brother, if you're going to make a move, do it quickly. Who knows? You might spark a romantic connection today. She's a fresh internet sensation. Wu Dafei scrutinized Lu Zhongla. Mocking him, I beg to differ. Your appearance can only be deemed anthropomorphic, far outshone by this handsome fellow. Old Wu, I see you're itching for a fight. Lu Zhongla retorted playfully, not at all offended. As the two began to banter, Su Cheng quickly realized they were acquaintances. Just then, Song Shanshan absent-mindedly brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and inadvertently caught sight of Su Cheng among the crowd. At that moment, their eyes met in the air. Affection level of Song Shanshan 20. He is so handsome. Song Shanshan's eyes sparkled as the man's appearance resonated perfectly with her preferences. Noticing Su Cheng's unwavering gaze upon her, a flicker of joy welled up within her. Yet, upon reflecting on her circumstances, her expression faltered slightly. Last year, her father had tragically passed away in a car accident, and her mother had abandoned her and her younger sister to remarry far away. Her sister was merely a high school student, excelling academically. To support her sister's education, she had been compelled to drop out and work. Fortunately, a couple of days ago, while delivering food, she unwittingly became an online sensation. Otherwise, she would still be struggling to make ends meet. Yet even so, she hesitated to approach the handsome man, fearing her family background might burden him. Wait, why is he coming over? Hello there. Is this McLaren Senna available for purchase? Su Cheng inquired gently. He was somewhat astonished, having not anticipated that a mere glance from Song Shanshan would elevate her affection level by 20 points. With wealth at his disposal, his striking appearance and composed aura typically garnered a 10 to 15-point increase in affection from ordinary women, while beautiful women might grant 5 to 10 points. An instant 20-point boost from someone like Song Shanshan was exceedingly rare. Was it possible that she recognized him? Yes, sir. Would you like to take it for a spin? Song Shanshan hesitated momentarily before responding softly. Although she wasn't required to engage in sales, she had familiarized herself with the McLaren Senna's specifications. Nodding, Su Cheng continued, "Could you provide me with more details about this vehicle?" With a smile, Song Shanshan stepped beside the McLaren Senna, delicately caressing its body as she began to elaborate. This model is equipped with a 4.0-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine, capable of delivering a maximum power of 800 horsepower and peak torque of 800 newton-meters, achieving a 0 to 100 kilometers h acceleration in just 2.8 seconds. Its body. Su Cheng listened intently, occasionally posing questions, to which Song Shanshan patiently responded. Even when she encountered uncertainties, the nearby sales associate filled in the gaps. Their conversation grew increasingly engaging, and the atmosphere lightened into a delightful exchange. The onlookers, captivated by Su Cheng's striking handsomeness and extraordinary demeanor, inwardly cursed him for his ulterior motives. "Sound impressive," Su Cheng remarked. "Can I purchase it outright?" "Outright? Sir, would you like to take it for a test drive first?" A hint of disbelief colored Song Shanshan's voice as her eyes scanned Su Cheng. She was astonished to discover that not only was he exceptionally attractive, but even his attire bore the hallmark of renowned luxury brands, exuding an air of noble elegance. Internally, Song Shanshan chided herself, "Alas, I was so absorbed in admiring his face that I failed to notice he's a wealthy magnate. Song Shanshan, you truly are hopelessly infatuated with looks." Chapter 90. She offers it, and you accept? There was no need for a test drive. I'll simply purchase it outright. A faint smile graced Su Cheng's lips, his tone relaxed and self-assured. His demeanor did not suggest he was about to acquire a sports car valued at nearly 10 million. Rather, it felt as effortless as casually purchasing a bottle of beverage from a convenience store. Song Shanshan's favorability 5. The sales consultant, who had prepared an elaborate script of test drive procedures and product introductions, stood frozen, her mouth agape, unable to close it for a considerable time. She clearly did not expect to encounter such a lavish customer and was momentarily at a loss for words. Sir, let me confirm the price with you. This McLaren Senna is priced at $988,800. The sales consultant quickly regained her composure, her face adorned with a professional smile as she tentatively stated, "Yes, I am aware. Please prepare the contract." Su Cheng replied nonchalantly, "Ah, very well, sir. I will promptly handle the full payment procedures for your vehicle." The sales consultant's face lit up with a broad smile upon realizing Su Cheng's genuine intent to purchase. One could imagine her willingness to call him daddy if he requested it without hesitation. "All right, please hold on a moment, sir." The sales consultant silently rejoiced at encountering such a substantial deal that day. She hurriedly made her way to the finance office, using an internal communication device to notify the relevant departments to prepare the purchase documents. In fact, the car buying process is rather intricate, involving vehicle selection, configuration discussions, price negotiations, and contract signing. If one is not purchasing an existing vehicle, the waiting period can be unbearably lengthy. Observing this scene, Song Shanshan felt a tumult of emotions within her. No wonder her friends often remarked that being a car model could easily lead one to become a slave to money, embarking on an irreversible path. The sight of someone spending so extravagantly was a profound shock to her. The luxury that once seemed out of reach now lay vividly before her, igniting both longing and confusion. Her gaze was complex. She envied Su Cheng's unperturbed demeanor born of wealth and was captivated by his strikingly handsome visage. Whenever Su Cheng casually glanced in her direction, her heart would involuntarily race, as if he were her destined soulmate. Yet, she understood that this was merely her infatuation with looks acting up. "Perhaps I should ask for his contact information?" Song Shanshan pondered privately. "He clearly does not strike one as the type lacking a girlfriend, so he might not reach out to me. If I could have more opportunities to interact with him, perhaps he would take an interest in me. This way, I would not only avoid the need to strive, but could also gain a handsome husband." Song Shanshan began to fantasize, entangled in a deep conflict. "Beautiful lady, may I have your contact information? I enjoyed our conversation earlier. If you have time, would you like to take a ride with me?" Suddenly, a delightful proposition escaped Su Cheng's lips. Unbeknownst to her, he had moved closer, a charming smile gracing his face, his eyes brimming with sincerity. This remark swept through Song Shanshan like a refreshing breeze, dispelling the fog of uncertainty in her heart. She abruptly lifted her gaze, meeting Su Cheng's eyes. And in that moment, it felt as if infinite possibilities unfolded before her. Song Shanshan's favorability 5. It's happening. The man has finally revealed his true colors. The surrounding crowd stirred with anticipation, eagerly awaiting their goddess Song Shanshan to coldly reject Su Cheng. "Ah, all right," to the surprise of a few. Song Shanshan's voice trembled slightly as she acquiesced, a blush coloring her cheeks. She hurriedly fished her phone from her bag, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and extended it towards Su Cheng, her heart racing with both anxiety and excitement. Witnessing this scene, it seemed as if hearts were shattering all around them. Some even live-streamed the moment, sharing it with a broader audience. In the live stream, comments flooded in, brimming with jealousy. Could it be? Our commoner goddess truly agreed? My heart is shattered. What merit does that man possess? Is it merely a matter of wealth and looks? Goddess, how could you so easily agree to him? I am now curious whether Song Shanshan's top supporter will rush over to halt their interaction. To be fair, they do look quite compatible together. I ship this couple. Watching Song Shanshan as she shyly offered her phone, Su Cheng could barely suppress a laugh. "Why are you giving your phone? Surely you don't expect me to add you manually?" Ever since Su Cheng acquired wealth, his demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Coupled with the physique-enhancing serum he recently ingested, his aura had ascended even further. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Su Cheng now embodied the very essence of charisma, eliciting gasps and heart flutters from women wherever he went. "I'm so sorry. I seem to have forgotten how to add friends." Song Shanshan's face burned crimson as she was about to retract her phone, only for Su Cheng to take it from her grasp. "Oh, no worries. Since you've offered, I shall accept." Upon hearing Su Cheng's remark, the surrounding crowd suddenly entertained a thought. She offers it, and you accept? Su Cheng took Song Shanshan's phone and swiftly navigated to her WeChat, opening the interface before him. There was only one pin contact, noted as Jiao Jiao, with a youthful avatar. The rest were group chats, indicating she likely did not have a boyfriend. Your fingers move so swiftly, Song Shanshan exclaimed as she leaned closer, witnessing Su Cheng already accessing the QR code scanner. Su Cheng scanned his own QR code and mischievously altered his contact name to husband. You rascal. Song Shanshan chuckled, playfully swatting his arm. Song Shanshan's favorability 3. Ha! Su Cheng laughed heartily, returning her phone while taking out his own to add her as a contact. He paused, suddenly aware that they had yet to exchange names, and said, "By the way, my name is Su Cheng. Su, as in awakening, and Cheng as insincere. And you?" Song Shanshan. The character shone next to the female radical, she replied softly. Su Cheng nodded, saving her as a Song Shanshan. "Sir, I prepared the purchase contract for you. Shall we proceed?" At that moment, the sales consultant rushed over, panting, with several others in tow. "All right, let us conclude this for today. We can chat on WeChat," Su Cheng said, bidding farewell to Song Shanshan. "Okay." Song Shanshan bit her lip, watching as Su Cheng gradually walked away with the sales consultant, disappearing into the crowd. Suddenly, she picked up her phone, staring blankly at the name Su Cheng had saved for himself, and a smile broke across her face. Chapter 91. When Yuding's affectionate yearning in a whimsical turn of events, she did not alter the contact note. If only Su Cheng were truly my husband. Song Shanshan began to indulge in her fantasies. Meanwhile, Su Cheng met with a few sales consultants, joining Wen Yuding and Wei Zishi, each of whom was accompanied by a few individuals. The three sales consultants exchanged glances, instantly recognizing Su Cheng for the formidable figure he was. "Ah Cheng, we are all set on our end," the two women chorused. Su Cheng inquired, "Is everything confirmed? The Ferrari 296 and the Maserati MC20? Indeed, they affirmed. "Very well. Let us review the contract." Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. The three sales consultants promptly presented the car purchase contracts before him. With the advantage of his exceptional intellect and academic prowess, Su Cheng swiftly perused the contracts, finding no discrepancies. Such high-end vehicles rarely had any hidden pitfalls in their agreements. Purchasing a home or a car often felt like a tedious endeavor. He mused that it might be more enjoyable to spend time with his companions at home. As the three signed the contracts, the sales consultants' hearts raced with excitement as Su Cheng effortlessly produced his card to complete the transaction. Maserati MC20, 2, 998, 800 yuan. Ferrari 296, 3, 498, 800 yuan. McLaren Senna, 988, 800 yuan. Congratulations, host. Transaction successful. You have earned a 5x rebate. 14,994,000 yuan. Congratulations, host. Transaction successful. You have earned a 7x rebate. 24,491,600 yuan. Congratulations, host. Transaction successful. You have earned a 9x rebate. 89,899,200 yuan. Rebates of 3x, 7x, and 9x culminated in a total of 129,384,800 yuan. Another small goal achieved. Wen Yuding's affection level 1. Excellent. Wen Yuding's affection had reached 80, and further increases would be delightful surprises in daily life. Wei Zishi's affection level 5. Wei Zishi's affection was remarkably generous, spiking to 65 in such a short time. Witnessing this, Wen Yuding felt a surge of happiness. To be candid, seeing Wei Zishi receiving such lavish gifts stirred a twinge of envy in her heart. However, she acknowledged that Wei Zishi was both more beautiful and more diligent, which softened the sting of her perceived defeat. Thus, she took the initiative to familiarize herself with luxury cars, identifying a few favorites that surpassed the price of the Porsche Panamera. Serendipitously, the Ferrari 296 was featured at this auto show. Now, her vehicle was pricier than Wei Zishi's, and Su Cheng had purchased it for her without a moment's hesitation or negotiation. What did this signify? It confirmed that Su Cheng truly regarded her as his girlfriend. She had not misjudged his character. Her sincere feelings had not been in vain. Her choice was undoubtedly correct. Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, Wei Zishi and Wen Yuding leaned in to bestow a sweet kiss upon Su Cheng's cheek. "Ah Cheng, tonight you can have your way with me. Wei Zishi murmured, a hint of shyness and anticipation lacing her voice as she leaned closer to his ear, her fragrance brushing against him, stirring a thrill within. "Ah Cheng, tonight I'm also open to anything." When Yuding echoed, unyielding in her allure, whispering temptations into his ear. "All right, I shall remember this," Su Cheng chuckled, unable to suppress his smile. Indeed, he then turned his attention to the three sales consultants standing nearby. "Gentlemen, when can we collect the vehicles?" One of the consultants promptly stepped forward, wearing a professional smile. "Mr. Su, we will notify you within approximately 3 to 7 days when the vehicles are ready for pickup. Please keep an eye on your phone or WeChat messages." Normally, this wouldn't be so swift, but in this fictional realm, such expediency is entirely plausible. "Very well." Su Cheng nodded, issuing a few brief directives before departing the auto show with the two women and their bodyguards. At the Su Cheng Villa in Begiyuan, the golden hues of the setting sun streamed through the panoramic windows, casting delicate flecks of light upon the walnut flooring. The trio first indulged in a lavish meal at a hotel before returning to the villa. Sated from their feast, it was only natural to engage in some post-dinner activities. The bodyguards, aware of Su Cheng's intentions as he ascended the stairs with the two women, exchanged knowing glances and remained below. "Husband, I want to cuddle." As they reached the second floor, when Yuding eagerly called out to Su Cheng, her voice imbued with longing. This display seemed to awaken something within her, as she clung to him, wishing to meld herself into his embrace, even rising on her toes to offer her crimson lips for a deep, passionate kiss. Their breaths quickened with anticipation, when Yuding felt her desires stirring, guiding Su Cheng's hand toward her waist. In contrast, Wei Zishi maintained a composed demeanor, watching the couple with an amused smile, her gaze devoid of jealousy or discomfort. If Su Cheng were to whimsically request that Wei Zishi partake in activities she ought not, she would likely acquiesce without hesitation. 2 minutes later, as a silken thread of connection lingered between Su Cheng and Wen Yuding's lips, they finally drew apart, creating a gap of about 10 centimeters. Their eyes remained locked, the air thick with palpable desire. "Husband, I wish to share my most beautiful self with you." When Yuding breathed, her voice laced with a shy suggestion. To be precise, it was an overt invitation. Her eyes blazed with intense fervor, as if she yearned to consume all of Su Cheng's essence. Su Cheng smirked playfully, responding with a simple, "Oh." When Yuding's smile blossomed. "Ah Cheng, how about I retreat to my room for a bit of yoga? I could give you two some private time," Wei Zishi gently proposed, sensing the charged atmosphere between Su Cheng and Wen Yuding. Chapter 92. Wen Yuding, who is more beautiful, me or Cici? Upon hearing Wei Zishi's words, Wen Yuding's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. She shyly lowered her head, awaiting Su Cheng's direction. "All right, Cici, you come here first." Su Cheng pulled Wei Zishi into his embrace and pressed a kiss upon her lips, then continued, "Go to the bedroom and wait for me patiently. Once I've settled matters with Tingting, I shall join you." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Wei Zishi instinctively tightened her legs together, offering him a sweet kiss before retreating to her own room. As the door gently closed behind her, she leaned against it and sighed in relief, silently grateful that Ah Cheng was not overly forward, otherwise she would have. Su Cheng watched as Wei Zishi's graceful silhouette gradually disappeared from view. Releasing a long breath, he then held Wen Yuding close, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. "Life is truly wonderful," he mused. "Previously, my existence felt like a mere struggle for survival. Now, as the system's name Indulge in life suggests, my present and future are dedicated to the sheer enjoyment of life." Lost in thought, Su Cheng reminisced about his former self. Wen Yuding gazed at him with deep affection in her eyes. She was dressed in a charming pleated skirt that hugged her knees against Su Cheng's thighs, their proximity allowing them to feel each other's warmth. Unintentionally, 2 pearl buttons popped open during their kiss, revealing her delicate, fair skin, adding an extra touch of allure. "Ting-ting," Su Cheng chuckled as he slipped his hand beneath her arm, effortlessly lifting her into his embrace. Wait, husband." Wen Yuding suddenly snapped back to reality, breaking free from his hold. She recalled she couldn't simply. "You stay here for a moment. I need to prepare, she explained. Oh, what do you need to prepare? He guess. When Yuding playfully winked before skipping back to her bedroom like a joyful little deer. What could she be preparing? Perhaps she wanted to change into something more beautiful. Su Cheng pondered. In Wen Yuding's bedroom, the automatic doors of her wardrobe slid open silently, the temperature and humidity control system emitting a soft hum. Her nimble fingers glided over the garments hanging on the metal rack, finally resting on a black dress with spiderweb patterns concealed beneath a dust cover. This was something she had purchased with Su Cheng during a shopping trip. The night glow material shimmered in the dim storage light, casting an ethereal blue hue. This one should do. Oh, Cheng will surely like it, Wen Yuding murmured softly, her fingertips dancing over the fabric. As she caressed the intricate details of the dress, a sudden flush of crimson crept across her cheeks, clearly envisioning an enticing scene. Cheng is always so thoughtful, even considering such minute details. With a newfound determination, Wen Yuding began to shed her clothes, softly slipping into the black dress. When a sliver of warm light seeped through the door, Su Cheng's breath caught in his throat. The improved black dress perfectly accentuated her slender waist and curvaceous form, artfully concealing the important areas beneath the delicate lace spiderweb patterns. Wen Yuding tilted her head, biting the tip of a half-gloved finger, the metallic waist chain jingling with her movements. "Surprise, sir. Do you require my services?" It turned out she had chosen to wear this stunning black dress. Su Cheng's eyes sparkled with admiration. "What do you think? Do you like this outfit?" Wen Yuding softly inquired, pushing her mask to her forehead, revealing her collarbone glistening with perspiration beneath the enhanced deep V neckline. The specially coated fabric shifted with her breaths, enveloping her enchanting curves like flowing liquid metal. As she approached Su Cheng, she deliberately brushed the lace hem of her dress against his knee. "Of course I like it. I adore whatever you wear." Su Cheng showered her with sweet words as though they flowed freely. The scent of strawberry shampoo from her hair mingled with the sandalwood lingering in the gallery, weaving an atmosphere of intimacy in the air. Su Cheng, unable to restrain himself, reached out to embrace her, pulling her into his arms. His fingers sank into the elastic fabric at her waist, the special material of the black dress producing subtle sounds of friction beneath his touch. "So, who do you think is more beautiful, me or Sister Zishi?" Wen Yuding asked with a beaming smile, posing a rather tricky question for Su Cheng. Momentarily taken aback, Su Cheng quickly responded with a grin, pinching Wen Yuding's tiny waist gently. "Your beauty is incomparable. It resembles a flower blooming in the winter, ethereal and exquisite, radiating an aura of aloofness and chill. Every time I see you, it feels like discovering a new world, uplifting my spirits. Especially when I tease you, that cool demeanor fades, leaving only your delicate charm, which is utterly endearing. On the other hand, Zishi's beauty is akin to the brightest star in the night sky, steady, reserved, yet undeniably radiant." Clearly, Su Cheng had employed a clever tactic, praising both while subtly elevating Wen Yuding, ensuring she felt secure in his affections, unmarred by Wei Zishi's striking beauty. "Cheng husband, I adore you so much. I love you." Wen Yuding's joy swelled with each word, pushing Su Cheng onto the sofa and passionately presenting her lips to him. Though he was initially the pursuer in this moment, he found himself in the position of the pursued. The intelligent curtains began to gently close, the last rays of twilight caressing the spider relief on her back, while the crystal chandelier dimmed to a warm, inviting orange hue. "Ting, I love you too." Wen Yuding softly replied, leaning down, her cascading hair brushing against Su Cheng's heated chest. Her lipstick left a rosy mark upon his collarbone. And now, she nestled beside him, softly whispering, "We can share some sweet nothings." Chapter 93. Treading underfoot 2.5 hours later, Wen Yuding was giving Su Cheng a massage while standing on his back. With affectionate eyes, she whispered softly, "Darling, do you know? The fortune teller said that when I grow up, I can tread upon the wealthy. I never imagined it would come true." "Oh." Su Cheng paused for a moment, then realized she was referring to the massage. He chuckled, All right. I'll let you tread upon me in the future." After a while, Wen Yuding nestled in Su Cheng's arms, listening to him say, "Now, Let's not think about anything else. Just rest well. I'll lull you to sleep before I go find she. Thank you, darling, Wen Yuding replied, content as she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Once she was asleep, Su Cheng quietly got up and headed toward the bedroom. As he walked through the corridor, he arrived once more at Wei Zixu's bedroom door. The door was slightly ajar, and a beam of gentle sunlight streamed in, casting a warm glow on the floor. He pushed the door open and was greeted by a scene filled with discipline. Wei Zixu was still practicing yoga, facing away from him, executing a perfect split against the wall. The fitted yoga attire accentuated her graceful form, resembling a fairy from a painting. Su Cheng's eyes lit up. Wei Zixu looked stunning in her yoga outfit. "Ah Cheng, have you finished?" Wei Zixu, hearing his footsteps, turned to look at him, her face flushing instantly. "You just walked in like this? Aren't you afraid?" "Your words make it sound like I'm completely undressed," Su Cheng replied, bemused. He was indeed wearing shorts, albeit quite short, barely covering a few inches above his knees. However, Wei Zixu hesitated for a moment, her gaze inadvertently drifting downward. "Never mind. After all, you don't seem to mind. The bodyguard are downstairs, so I can relax at home." As Su Cheng spoke, he stepped forward and gently grasped Wei Zixu's calf, guiding her to lean against the wall for stability. "Ah Cheng, what do you want to do?" Her voice carried a hint of trepidation, yet her alluring gaze betrayed her inner anticipation. "Nothing much. I just want to hold you." Su Cheng leaned closer with a mischievous smile. His breath brushed against Wei Zixu's ear, sending shivers down her spine. "Okay," Wei Zixu replied, lowering her head. Su Cheng embraced her and led her to the sofa, where they began to share whispered secrets. Meanwhile, Su Baixing had been repeatedly investigating Su Cheng's background over the past few days, each inquiry yielding the same astonishing results. No parents, no spouse, no notable relatives, and still a junior at Shanghai University. How could such a person silently acquire 30 of the shares without us noticing? Truly unbelievable, he muttered to himself while seated on a leather sofa, holding a file. "Xiaosu, what do you think? Is the information we found true or false?" Hearing this, Su Hongwen furrowed his brow and replied softly, "Director Su, it should be false, yet it could also be true." "Oh, what insights do you have? Share them with me," Su Baixing said with keen interest. "I'm merely speculating." Su Hongwen glanced up at Su Baixing. The latter's encouraging gaze prompted him to continue. "According to our findings, Mr. Su Cheng has always been low-key during his time at school, amiable in nature, sociable, and fond of sports, particularly basketball." After a brief pause, as if recalling details about Su Cheng, he continued, "However, this seemingly ordinary young man conceals untold secrets. Following the death of his parents a few years ago, he shouldered the burdens of life at a young age. To sustain his studies and living expenses, he had to take on various part-time jobs, from being a fast food server to a delivery rider. Such experiences undoubtedly forged his resilient character. Yet, how could such a seemingly common and financially struggling university student suddenly possess the strength to acquire shares in Baixing Group? Therefore, I dare to speculate that Mr. Su Cheng might be hiding an unimaginable background. He could very well be the illegitimate child of a prominent figure. His previous parents were likely his adoptive ones, and he probably recently reconnected with his biological parents. At this point, Su Hongwen's voice lowered instinctively, but due to the sensitivity of the identities involved, neither party has made this information public. Of course, all of this is merely a crude speculation based on the existing clues. There are surely many omissions and inadequacies. Su Hongwen smiled humbly, his gaze returning to Su Baixing. "Director Su, you have vast experience and knowledge. Consider my remarks merely as a reference." After a moment of contemplation, Su Baixing slowly replied, "Your speculation holds some merit." He looked at the file before him, spotting Su Cheng's photograph, and unexpectedly found the young man rather appealing, reminiscent of his own youth, thus feeling a twinge of fondness. Handsome and with a profound background. After acquiring 30 of Baixing Group, he neither sought control nor interfered with the company's decisions, nor did he sell his shares for profit. Could it be merely an investment? "Director Su, why not reach out to Mr. Su Cheng? He is young, and perhaps we can gauge his true intentions," Su Hongwen suggested. "Contact him," Su Baixing gazed at Su Cheng's photograph, finding him increasingly agreeable, and suddenly thought of his daughter, Su Jiro. Indeed, meeting him might be beneficial. If he harbors no ill intent, he could potentially be a new match for Jiro. However, recalling how a previous matchmaking attempt had been met with her strong aversion, he considered that this time he must adopt a more subtle approach. Otherwise, if Jiro were to disregard him again, it might not reflect well. Su Hongwen's expression dimmed slightly upon hearing Su Baixing's words. Indeed, he too had once harbored dreams of becoming Su Jiro's partner, aspiring to ascend the social ladder. This was a secret he had never revealed to anyone. He admired Su Jiro's beauty and coveted her family background. Yet, he knew all too well that his chances of climbing such heights were nearly non-existent. Chapter 94. The unusual Lin Yiqing. His humble origins and ordinary family background rendered him unremarkable. The only commendable aspect was his exceptional ability, but what significance did that hold? Unless he embarked on a successful entrepreneurial journey and ascended to a certain height, working for Baixing Group until his last breath would merely make him a laborer, devoid of the qualifications to court Su Jiro. Xiao Su, how can I persuade my daughter to agree to a blind date? Su Hongwen. After a brief hesitation, he forced a smile and replied, "Well, Chairman Su, please spare me. If I had a solution regarding the young lady's situation, I would have suggested it long ago." Su Baixing nodded, for he had already formulated a preliminary idea. His inquiry was merely casual. Su Cheng, a fine name. I hope Jiro could develop feelings for him. Su Baixing silently prayed. As night enveloped the world, the weary master Su cradled Wei Zishi and entered the master bedroom. After a tender moment, Wei Zishi nestled comfortably in his embrace. Meanwhile, Su Cheng engaged in conversation with Lin Yiqing and Bai Qingyi via his phone. Bai Qingyi and Lin Yiqing were both in college, one a freshman and the other a sophomore, navigating the most demanding phase of their academic lives. In contrast, when Yuding was in her junior year, with few classes each week, enjoying a leisurely schedule. Thus, despite his apparent absence from classes for several days, his truancy was minimal. At this moment, cradling Wei Zishi, he was simultaneously video chatting with Lin Yiqing and texting Bai Qingyi. Endowed with remarkable talent and the prowess of a super scholar, Su Cheng's mental agility was astonishing, allowing him to converse with 3 partners without losing his composure. When Lin Yiqing first laid eyes on Wei Zishi, her surprise was palpable. However, after Su Cheng introduced them, they became acquainted with one another's circumstances. Yet, as the conversation deepened, Su Cheng suddenly discovered something peculiar when he employed his insight technique on Lin Yiqing, revealing a rather strange state. Lin Yiqing's current state: curious, excited, eager, confused. What could Lin Yiqing be curious about? While he could comprehend each of these 4 states individually, their simultaneous occurrence left him perplexed. She was curled up on her dormitory bed. Could chatting with him truly evoke excitement? Yiqing, why is your face flushed? Are you unwell? Su Cheng repeatedly employed his insight technique to scrutinize Lin Yiqing's information, but found no clarity, leading him to question her. Ah, really? Lin Yiqing instinctively raised her hand to touch her face, realizing it was indeed warm. Perhaps the dormitory is just too hot. She quickly concocted the most plausible excuse, her gaze flickering uncertainly. In truth, Lin Yiqing was undergoing a silent tempest within her heart. She could not fathom why her heart raced and her cheeks flushed whenever she envisioned or beheld Su Cheng being affectionate with another woman. This blend of excitement and delight left her yearning for deeper understanding while simultaneously fearing the awakening of some unknown inclination that might lead her to moral decay. Therefore, she was reluctant to reveal her predicament to Su Cheng. That doesn't seem likely. Su Cheng pondered further. It's nothing, senior. Just lift your phone a bit and angle it slightly that way. Yes, that's the angle. Could you send me a picture of that? Lin Yiqing gazed at Su Cheng with anticipation, her tone playful. Following Lin Yiqing's directive, Su Cheng's gaze fell upon his exposed upper body, particularly the clearly defined abdominal muscles. He couldn't help but smirk. What was Lin Yiqing up to? It might not be appropriate. If you're seeking enjoyment, just have your bodyguard drive you over. It's merely a half-hour journey. Lin Yiqing bit her lip, wrestling with her inner conflict, but ultimately resisted the urge to see Su Cheng immediately. No, it's getting late, and I have classes tomorrow morning. She urged, just send one, will you? Your abs won't violate any rules. Ideally, it would be great if you could capture a shot with Sister Zishi in it too. Oh, so you meant the abs. That is fine, but why include Zishi? Su Cheng responded, bewildered. Lin Yiqing giggled. This way, I can imagine myself lying in your embrace. Amused by Lin Yiqing's playful antics, Su Cheng chuckled and shook his head. After contemplating, he decided her state was too unusual and opted to send a photo of his abs. He picked up his other phone and took a picture of his abdominal muscles, sending it to Lin Yiqing. All right, the photo has been sent. You can rest easy now, right? Su Cheng spoke softly, his tone filled with affection for Lin Yiqing. Upon receiving the photo, Lin Yiqing felt a twinge of disappointment that Wei Zishi was not included, but was nonetheless content. Now I can have sweet dreams. Good night, senior. She blew a kiss to Su Cheng before ending the call. Afterward, she opened the photo Su Cheng had sent, her eyes widening as she scrutinized every contour of his abdominal muscles. After a while, a flicker of doubt arose. Hadn't his abs looked less pronounced the last time they met? This uncertainty lingered in her mind for only a brief moment before she dismissed it. Clutching her phone, a dreamy smile graced her lips as she drifted into slumber. On the other side, after concluding his call with Lin Yiqing, Su Cheng exchanged goodnights with Bai Qingyi as well. Just as he was about to shut off his phone and engage in another round of intimacy with Wei Zishi, a message from Song Shanshan popped up. Hello, how's your new McLaren Senna? Are you getting used to it? As Su Cheng read the message, he was instantly reminded of the awkward scene where Song Shanshan stood beside the McLaren, unsure of what to do. He replied, I haven't gotten it yet. The dealership said it would be at least 3 days before I could pick it up. Oh, I see. I've never bought a car before, so I thought you could drive it right off the lot. On the other end, upon receiving Su Cheng's response, Song Shanshan couldn't help but smile. She was well aware that Su Cheng had yet to drive the McLaren Senna. She merely sought to initiate a conversation. This was a line she had crafted after perusing Su Cheng's WeChat profile for over half an hour. After a pause, noticing Su Cheng's silence, she typed again. I noticed on your profile that you're from Longcheng. Is that true? Yes, it is. Why do you ask? Su Cheng felt a premonition. Such questions often indicated shared origins. I'm also from Longcheng. What a coincidence. Indeed, Song Shanshan's words confirmed Su Cheng's suspicion. Chapter 95. Song Shanshan's greed arises. Su Cheng expressed his astonishment. Is that true? Don't tell me you also attended Longcheng No. 1 High School. Indeed. Are you also an alumnus? Of course. Song Shanshan was equally taken aback, but upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Longcheng No. 1 High School, being the finest institution in Longcheng, would undoubtedly admit Su Cheng, even if his academic performance was lacking, thanks to his financial means. Ah, so you're a senior. Greetings, senior. Assuming Su Cheng was her elder, Song Shanshan greeted him playfully. However, Su Cheng's expression turned peculiar. Both he and Song Shanshan were 21 years old, indicating they were likely from the same graduating class. Yet, why did he have no recollection of her? He dismissed the thought, realizing that with nearly 4,000 students from freshman to senior year, even if he had encountered them all, it would be improbable to remember each one. Moreover, he had been too engulfed in his own sorrow to take notice of the beauty around him. What class were you in? He inquired. I was in class 602. What about you, senior? Upon sending her message, Song Shanshan grew excited. The experience of encountering a fellow alumnus, while perhaps not as exhilarating as meeting an old friend, was still a delightful occurrence. Class 602. Indeed, Su Cheng's mind wandered back to his high school days and the enchanting teacher who guided him, Shui Wanrong. Longcheng No. 1 High School typically had over 20 classes per year, with around 50 students in each class. Su Cheng's year comprised exactly 25 classes, ranging from Class 601 to Class 625, with Class 601 being the elite class filled with the top achievers. Classes 602 to 605 followed, indicating Song Shanshan's commendable academic standing. Su Cheng was in Class 610, a mere parallel class. It had been ages since he last saw teacher Shui. Perhaps he had fulfilled his promise from those years past? He wondered if she still remembered their agreement. Lost in thought, Su Cheng's phone chimed. Song Shanshan had sent another message. Where have you gone, senior? Why are you ignoring me? Accompanied by a crying baby emoji. Regaining his focus, Su Cheng did not rush to reply. Instead, he playfully patted the rear of the lovely girl beside him, chuckling, "It's time for you to get back to your duties, my dear Cece." Whimper, whimper. Wei Zishi trembled slightly, her eyes shimmering with allure. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Aren't you worried this bed might?" "Not at all. If need be, we can simply change rooms. There are plenty of bedrooms in this villa." "Very well then," Wei Zishi replied, ready to accompany him. She extricated herself from Su Cheng's embrace and tied her hair up. Su Cheng exhaled deeply, multitasking as he began typing a response to Song Shanshan. "I just noticed a mosquito trying to bite me, which distracted me for a moment." "Ah, is everything all right, senior?" Song Shanshan's tone was filled with concern. "Everything's fine. Let us not dwell on that. I'm in class 610, so I can't really be considered your senior." He redirected the conversation. "Ah." Song Shanshan was taken aback. As she had assumed, Su Cheng was older than her. "What do you mean, ah? This is easily verifiable. I'm just teasing you." Su Cheng could vividly imagine her expression at that moment. "I thought you were at least 27, accompanied by a silly emoji. Is that so? Do I really appear that aged?" Song Shanshan, startled by his comment, hurried to clarify, No. It's just that your aura is so commanding that I didn't dare to guess younger. I've never encountered someone of my age with such a powerful presence. Flattery will get you everywhere. I forgive you." She sighed in relief before asking, "Are you free tomorrow?" "The manager at the McLaren dealership gave me a commission after learning you purchased a car, so I deal I could treat you to dinner." Su Cheng's interest was piqued, wondering if Song Shanshan genuinely wished to treat him or merely sought an opportunity for intimacy. Regardless of her intentions, both scenarios were favorable for him. "All right, let us plan for dinner tomorrow. I'm busy at other times," he typed back, recognizing that dinner offered the best atmosphere for cultivating rapport. After a moment's hesitation, Song Shanshan agreed, and they finalized the details before exchanging goodnights and ending their conversation. Su Cheng gently caressed Wei Zishi's hair, a smile gracing his lips. A while later, he reached under Wei Zishi's arm, effortlessly lifting her onto the bed. "Cece, it's getting late. We should retire for the night." I'll do as hubby says." With a mischievous smile, Su Cheng leaned over Wei Zishi. Wei Zishi's happiness won. Wei Zishi's happiness won. Wei Zishi's happiness won. On the other side, Song Shanshan, relieved that Su Cheng had agreed to their dinner date, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Initially, she had merely wished to connect with him. Driven by a simple truth, Su Cheng was incredibly handsome. His striking features and captivating aura compelled her to pursue him. However, her intentions shifted when Su Cheng casually purchased a McLaren Senna, a vehicle valued at around 10 million. Such extravagant spending and his composed demeanor profoundly shook the foundations of her worldview. 10 million. She had never seen that much money in her life. During that period, her yearning for wealth intensified, and given her recent experiences, the notion of latching onto Su Cheng became almost inevitable. Yet, she was acutely aware that a wealthy scion like him would undoubtedly have a girlfriend. The chances of someone with her qualifications ending up with him were virtually non-existent. If only he weren't so affluent and merely handsome. Song Shanshan even entertained such unrealistic thoughts. Thus, her earlier initiative to engage in conversation was merely to invite Su Cheng to dinner and explore the possibility of friendship. However, upon discovering that they were contemporaries from the same high school, her desire grew insatiable. Destined to cross paths with someone like Su Cheng, he must surely be a partner sent by the heavens. If she did not actively cherish this connection, she would surely face dire consequences. Chapter 96. The obedient succubus Wei Zishi. Was Su Cheng truly a member of Class 610? Song Shanshan hesitated for a moment before deciding to confirm this once and for all. If Su Cheng belonged to Class 610, then she would need to. Shortly thereafter, she reached out to her friend Li Yuzhu from Class 610 and verified Su Cheng's existence. Thankfully, it was true. Song Shanshan let out a sigh of relief and inquired further about Su Cheng. Li Yuzhu's responses left her both astonished and delighted. "He is exceptionally handsome. the kind of striking beauty that lingers in one's memory, especially during the school sports event. When he participated in the high jump, a throng of girls surrounded him, all of them his little admirers. You mean to say you have never seen him at school? He possesses a charm that transcends mere appearance. It is his warmth and approachability that truly captivates. Being with him brings a profound sense of security and joy. This has also contributed to his remarkable popularity, as he effortlessly connects with a diverse array of individuals. Our homeroom teacher holds him in high esteem. With Li Yuzhu's vivid descriptions, a lively image of Su Cheng gradually materialized in Song Shanshan's mind, igniting her desire to pursue him. She subsequently consulted a few more friends from class 610, and the conclusions were remarkably consistent. Tomorrow, Song Shanshan pondered quietly, beginning to devise a plan to hunt for Su Cheng's heart. And he possesses a commendable character. After some contemplation, Song Shanshan's eyes suddenly sparkled. Her plan had found its central theme. The following morning, as was customary, Wei Zishi woke Su Cheng. This never ceased to amaze him. No matter how exhausted he had left for the night before, she always rose early to fulfill her duties. Intrigued, Su Cheng embraced Wei Zishi, exchanging sweet nothings until the knock of Wen Yuding at the door interrupted their moment. Subsequently, Su Cheng gently grasped Wei Zishi's chin, tilting her face upward to meet his gaze, and chuckled, "Cece, my dear, why are you so diligent? Do you realize how you appear right now? What do I resemble? You look like a succubus from an animated series, solely intent on seducing me, a mere human male, to fulfill your own pleasures." Wei Zishi playfully raised her delicate hand, tracing circles on Su Cheng's chest, and replied softly, "The early bird catches the worm, my dear. If you wish for me to embody a succubus, I could certainly oblige. I shall take the time today to acquire a captivating succubus costume, becoming your exclusive enchantress." Su Cheng smirked in amusement. "Oh, as a succubus, what should you call me?" Wei Zishi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded in a teasing tone, "Naughty master." "Ha ha, how obedient." Su Cheng laughed heartily. "Ah Cheng, have you finished? I'm coming in." When Yuding called from outside, her curiosity piqued by the sounds of laughter emanating from the room. She suspected the two within were engaged in some playful antics behind her back. "Almost done. If you wish to enter, by all means do," Su Cheng replied. Yet, Wen Yuding hesitated, lacking the courage to intrude upon the master bedroom. After a short while, the three gathered for breakfast, huddled together on the sofa, watching television. Just as Su Cheng began to feel the heat from being squeezed between the two girls, his phone rang unexpectedly. Wei Zishi eagerly retrieved his phone. Her voice soft and inviting. "Master, your phone is ringing. It's an unfamiliar number. Should I answer?" It appeared that Wei Zishi had become quite enamored with her little succubus game. "What? You actually?" Wen Yuding was taken aback upon hearing Wei Zishi use such a term for Su Cheng. She thought to herself, could it be that Cheng and Wei Zishi are this playful? Should I not compete for his affection? With a playful glint in her eye, Wei Zishi shot a glance at Wen Yuding, seemingly encouraging her to join in. Su Cheng glanced at the screen. Indeed, it was an unfamiliar number. "Go ahead and answer." "All right." Wei Zishi connected the call and held the phone close to Su Cheng. "Hello, is this Mr. Su Cheng? And you are?" "Good day, Mr. Su. I am Su Hongwen, the secretary to Chairman Su Baisheng. You may call me Xiao Su. The reason for my call today is to inquire when you might be available. Upon learning of your investment interest in our company, Chairman Su has been eager to invite you for a meal, hoping to discuss your thoughts in person." Su Hongwen's voice was clear and polite, maintaining a humble demeanor. Su Cheng contemplated briefly, having acquired a 30% stake in the company. He could choose to refrain from participating in daily operations and simply enjoy shareholder rights, such as dividends. Therefore, it was indeed prudent to maintain some connection with the company to safeguard his interests and understand its operations. "What thoughts are we discussing?" Su Cheng's enthusiasm for the meal was rather lukewarm. The name Su Baisheng suggested a man, likely of advanced age, given his position as chairman. He found little excitement in dining with a man, anticipating that their conversation would likely not resonate. "Perhaps you would like the company to provide financial information or to be involved in significant decisions." Su Hongwen elaborated. "Regular updates on financial information will suffice. I will not involve myself in major decisions, Su Cheng replied tersely. Su Hongwan was momentarily speechless. He had anticipated a refusal, yet he never expected it to be so unequivocal. Nearby, Su Baisheng was equally taken aback. After years of commanding respect in Jinjiang City, who had ever dared to decline an invitation from him? He had never encountered such a rejection. However, recognizing that Su Cheng might possess a remarkably influential background, he understood the situation. With this thought, Su Baisheng waved his hand, signaling Su Hongwan to let it go. Su Hongwan, seeing the gesture, could only respond respectfully, "Very well, Mr. Su. We will defer to your convenience. Should your plans change, please feel free to contact me. I will reach out to acquire your contact details. Thank you." "All right." Su Cheng nodded and exchanged a glance with Wei Zishi, who then ended the call. "Chairman Su, are we simply letting this go?" Su Hongwan hesitated before speaking softly. To be frank, witnessing Su Cheng's rejection firsthand had brought Su Baisheng a sense of satisfaction, as his intentions to arrange a meeting between Su Cheng and Su Jiro had been thwarted. He secretly hoped that Su Jiro would remain single, leaving him with a glimmer of opportunity. Of course, these were merely his private musings. On the surface, he maintained an inscrutable demeanor. However, Su Baisheng offered a response filled with disappointment. "Hongwan, let's not be hasty. Perhaps I was too eager in this matter." Chapter 97 Farewell to Song Shanshan. Su Baisheng sighed. Su Cheng, after all, he is merely a third-year college student, brimming with youthful vigor. When seated at the same table with us, the older generation, it is inevitable that there will be a generation gap and a divergence in our perspectives. We cannot demand that he comprehends our thoughts, just as it is challenging for us to fully immerse ourselves in their world. Su Hongwan furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly wishing to say more, but was interrupted by Su Baisheng raising his hand. Let Jiro reach out to him. After all, two young people are bound to share more common interests and a language of their own. At this juncture, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Su Baisheng's eyes. He rose and moved to the window, gazing at the bustling urban landscape beyond, continuing, "Isn't the Tianyuan Mingyuan project in need of funding? Jiro has been fretting over this matter lately. Let her contact Su Cheng and attempt to attract some investment. Regardless of the outcome, it will create an opportunity for the two young people to interact. Who knows, perhaps during their conversation, a spark of romance might ignite." Su Hongwen, seeing that Su Baisheng had finished speaking, responded, "Understood. I shall inform the young lady immediately. By the way, let her maintain a friendly demeanor. After all, we are the ones seeking investment." Su Baisheng added, "Of course." Su Hongwen thought to himself that Su Baisheng was overly concerned. After all, Su Jiro was no fool and would not be rude to a stranger. The following day, Su Cheng spent his time watching television with Wen Yuding and Wei Zishi. As night fell, he glanced at the two young women beside him, playfully saying, "I have matters to attend to tonight. You two can either stay home watching television or go shopping." At this moment, the role of a bodyguard became evident. He need not worry about their safety while shopping. "Okay, master." The two women chimed in unison. Su Cheng nodded, driving his Pagani Huayra toward the rendezvous point with Song Shanshan, trailed by the two sisters in their Mercedes. Before long, Su Cheng arrived at the designated location, Times Square. The neon lights began to glow as twilight descended, and the glass facades of the shopping centers reflected the shifting hues of dusk. "Where are you?" Su Cheng texted. "I'm by a fountain on the outskirts of Times Square." "I'll send you my location," Song Shanshan promptly replied. Following the navigation, Su Cheng soon spotted Song Shanshan, gazing from the edge of the fountain. Today, she was dressed in a chic gray ensemble, a knitted top paired with a pencil skirt, all in varying shades of gray. Her legs were elegantly encased in nude stockings, accentuating her pear-shaped figure and creating a striking waist-to-hip ratio. The moment the Pagani sliced through the crowd, Song Shanshan was instantly captivated. The streamlined rear of the car glimmered like mother of pearl in the evening light. As the gull-wing doors lifted, she noticed the faint glimmer reflecting off the Cartier watch on Su Cheng's wrist. "Song Shanshan, why are you dawdling? Get in." Su Cheng chuckled, pleased with her reaction. Attracting the attention of a beautiful woman was far more gratifying than garnering the admiration of passersby. "This car, Song Shanshan's Affinity One." Song Shanshan gazed in astonishment at Su Cheng's vehicle. Words caught on her lips as her nails unconsciously dug into the strap of her canvas bag. She realized that Su Cheng might possess more wealth than she had initially surmised. Though unfamiliar with car brands, she could tell this was a luxury sports car. Is something the matter? No, it's nothing. Song Shanshan struggled to suppress her curiosity, fearing that her envy would betray her. If it's nothing, then let us get in. First, accompany me to the parking lot. All right. Somewhat reserved, Song Shanshan settled into the passenger's seat, and, as she inhaled, she caught a whiff of another woman's fragrance. Surely it was just her imagination. It must be the car's air freshener, she thought, instinctively leaning toward a more favorable interpretation. After parking, the two took the elevator to the 5th floor of the mall. Song Shanshan had chosen Hadaleo for their meal. Upon entering, they requested a window side table. This way, please. The attendant cheerfully guided them to their seats. As Song Shanshan settled in, she deliberately placed her canvas bag aside to conceal its frayed edges. After receiving the menu from the server, she began ordering, occasionally seeking Su Cheng's input. Shortly after placing their order, the server brought the steaming hot pot base and an array of appetizers. Seated across from each other, they engaged in casual conversation while enjoying their meal. As they reminisced about high school, a wave of nostalgia washed over Song Shanshan. She longed for the days when financial worries were absent, and her sole focus was on studying and striving for success. Was your car model gig at the auto show a part-time job? Su Cheng inquired curiously. Song Shanshan let out a wry smile, explaining, sort of, I recently gained some attention from a photo, and the event's organizer contacted me, offering 3,000 yuan for a day's work as a model. Initially, I was hesitant, but I really needed the money, and the organizer assured me the outfit would be conservative, so I agreed. She seemed concerned that Su Cheng might misunderstand, providing a detailed account of the situation. Desperately in need of money? Su Cheng's ears perked up at her words. They held an intriguing weight. After all, 99% of the world's population struggles financially, while only a minuscule one, or even less, remain unburdened by such concerns. I see. You've been quite fortunate to gain popularity from just a photo. Your experience reminds me of a certain internet celebrity named Ding who skyrocketed to fame a few years ago. Su Cheng remarked in awe. Song Shanshan chuckled and shook her head. I'm nowhere near as famous as they are. I can only be considered somewhat popular. My TikTok following is barely 60,000, which pales in comparison to their massive audiences. Su Cheng nodded, finally voicing a long-held question. You must still be in school, right? Upon hearing this, Song Shanshan's expression visibly darkened, and her chopsticks ceased their movement. After a moment of silence, she sighed, looking somewhat embarrassed as she replied, Actually, I've taken a break from school. Take a break? Su Cheng repeated in surprise. Chapter 98. Is Song Shanshan actually performing? Song Shanshan pursed her lips. Her eyes clouded with melancholy as she spoke softly. The truth is, it's due to family reasons, but I find it difficult to articulate the details. Each time I bring it up, it feels as though I'm seeking sympathy, evoking a sense of discomfort in others. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng refrained from probing further and opted to change the subject. It's all right. I understand your feelings. Everyone harbors their own unspoken burdens, and it is entirely reasonable to wish to keep one's scars concealed. Since you prefer not to discuss it, let us set aside these unhappy matters for now. Aren't you doing better now? With a surge in popularity, your earnings should surpass that of an ordinary job. Song Shanshan responded softly, yet a wave of bitterness rose within her. Su Cheng's words seemed lighthearted, but in reality, her fleeting fame had reached a plateau, and her follower count was stagnating. Why did these fans choose to follow her? Most were merely drawn to the excitement of the moment, likely to unfollow her within days. A small portion were intrigued by her identity as a delivery person, captivated by the novelty of a beautiful delivery girl diligently at work. Now that she had gained popularity and was no longer delivering, her follower count would undoubtedly plummet. Ultimately, she was left with only the allure of being a beauty. However, in a realm saturated with attractive individuals, merely being beautiful is insufficient to stand out. After a moment of silence, Song Shanshan suddenly realized that she had invited Su Cheng to dinner to cultivate a closer relationship, yet she had inadvertently burdened herself with discomfort. If Su Cheng were to discern her thoughts, he might burst into laughter. She quickly rallied her spirits, glancing up at Su Cheng, relieved to find no sign of impatience on his face. Reflecting for a moment, she soon recalled the various strategies they had discussed the previous night. Su Cheng? She began hesitantly. Current state of Song Shan Shan. Anxious, anticipatory, confused, uncomfortable. Su Cheng, having used his insight to gauge her state, responded. What is it? Do you know how to monetize a Douyin account? I've only recently gained popularity, but I'm unsure how to convert it into income. Song Shan Shan stammered. Monetization on Douyin? Su Cheng was taken aback, his mind immediately leaping to advertising collaborations, live streaming sales, and product showcases. Beyond that, his knowledge was limited. Song Shan Shan nodded, adding, Indeed, I won't hide it from you. Although my followers have surged to over 500,000 in just a few days, I'm rather inept and have spent several days pondering how to monetize this. Su Cheng replied, There should be plenty of tutorials available online for that, right? I don't know much in this area either. Thank you. You know, my rise to fame has been rather unconventional. I haven't accumulated followers step by step. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng thought of his own media company. Chu Muning had yet to reach out, indicating she had not yet found a suitable goddess who met his criteria. Furrowing his brow slightly, Su Cheng asked, So, you haven't joined a media company yet? That's right. Several media companies have contacted me, but I've seen so many influencers get taken advantage of online that I don't trust them, so I'm still on my own. Su Cheng pondered for a moment, then replied with a gentle smile, What a coincidence. You've found the right person. I happen to own a media company. If you're interested, you are more than welcome to come aboard. It was quite common to recruit influencers into a media company, but the term Song Shan Shan would receive would depend on her future conduct. If she were to be difficult, it would not concern Su Cheng. He had no intention of employing underhanded tactics to exploit her. He would simply follow the standard procedure to sign her. However, should she be reasonable, it would be all the more beneficial. Su Cheng could bypass the ambiguous phase and directly engage with Song Shan Shan, fostering mutual affection amidst excitement and passion. Su Cheng was not one to play the fool, blindly catering to her whims without reciprocation, allowing her to enjoy superior signing benefits without any effort on her part. Hadn't the tales of Jean Lian's medicine and Dongping's laughter served as ample warnings? There was no future in being a sycophant. You actually have a media company? Song Shan Shan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Chengfu Cultural Media Company, Limited. You must have heard of it? Wow, that is impressive. I know the company. I think they even sent me an invitation. As she spoke, Song Shan Shan excitedly pulled out her phone and opened Douyin. After a few taps, she navigated to Chengfu Media's Douyin page, exclaiming, Look, is this your company? Su Cheng glanced up and nodded, affirming, Indeed, that's it. If I were to join your company, would I be a burden to you? Song Shan Shan inquired, her expression revealing her intrigue. Not at all. I can simply inform the team. You've been such a help to me. I'm at a loss for how to express my gratitude, Song Shan Shan said, touched. Haha, if you wish to thank me, you might want to think carefully. After all, I'm not lacking in anything, Su Cheng replied, playfully. Song Shan Shan nodded, simultaneously enjoying her meal while appearing deep in thought. Despite her contemplative demeanor, she felt a surge of inner joy, knowing that today, as plans were unfolding as she had hoped. However, she refrained from celebrating too soon, wary of potential mishaps. Observing her demeanor, Su Cheng, intrigued, employed his insight once more. Current state of Song Shan Shan, performing, happy, anxious. Wait, is Song Shan Shan actually performing? What is she pretending to contemplate? The subsequent feelings of happiness and anxiety were easily comprehensible to Su Cheng. It was simple. She felt pleased that she wouldn't have to worry about creating an account, yet anxious about whether the term she would receive would be adequate. Clearly, Su Cheng's interpretation was flawed. After a leisurely exchange, Song Shan Shan suddenly chimed in sweetly. It's still early. How about we go to KTV for some singing later? I know a newly opened KTV nearby, and the ambience is quite nice. Su Cheng hesitated. KTV? I'm not particularly skilled at singing. Really? Do you enjoy listening to music? Images of Wei Zishi and Wen Yuting joyfully belting out tunes flashed through Su Cheng's mind, eliciting a faint smile. Fortunately, I do. Would you allow me to listen to your singing? I hear you sing quite well, Song Shanshan said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Certainly. Su Cheng nodded in agreement. Chapter 99. Where there is rice, there are skilled cooks. Having reached the end of their meal, Song Shanshan approached the front desk to settle the bill, while Su Cheng refrained from insisting on paying. There was no need for it. If Song Shanshan proved herself worthy, she would eventually receive astronomical rewards from Su Cheng at regular intervals. They then descended to the underground parking lot via the elevator. Before reaching their car, they spotted a group of women gathered around the Pagani Huayra, chattering animatedly and occasionally erupting into excited squeals. Su Cheng chuckled resignedly. This was the predicament of the affluent. It was not the first time he had encountered such a scene, particularly since acquiring the Pagani. Whenever he lingered in one place for too long, young, attractive women would inevitably congregate by his vehicle. Frankly speaking, if Su Cheng were to beckon these women, he could easily have them within his grasp in a matter of hours. This was the truth. Where there is rice, there are skilled cooks. A sense of unease washed over Song Shanshan as she discreetly glanced at Su Cheng. Noting his calm demeanor and lack of interest, she let out a sigh of relief. Su Cheng, what about those women? She inquired curiously. There's no need to concern ourselves with them. Let us just head to the car, Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. He had already employed his insight to assess the women and deemed them utterly unremarkable. Song Shanshan murmured quietly, her brow slightly furrowed as her gaze remained fixed on the group ahead. Indeed, they were strikingly attractive, each impeccably dressed in revealing attire that accentuated their alluring figures. Under such temptation, would Su Cheng truly act upon his desires today? Song Shanshan felt her plans were less secure than she had envisioned. Soon, they approached the Pagani Huayra. A woman in a fiery red dress suddenly spotted them and waved exuberantly, exclaiming, "Hey there, handsome! Is this your car?" At her words, the other women followed her gaze. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. At that moment, Mu Yubing and Mu Yuhan stepped forward from behind Su Cheng. "Please make way. Your presence here is obstructing the vehicle," Mu Yubing stated coolly. Her tone, though polite, carried an icy undertone that sent a shiver through the women. They instinctively recoiled from the Huayra, left in a state of uncertainty. Su Cheng nodded in satisfaction as he and Song Shanshan made their way directly to the Pagani. The car door opened smoothly, and they settled inside, the roar of the engine signaling their departure. Mu Yubing and Mu Yuhan followed closely in their Mercedes, leaving the group of women behind, gazing enviously after them, their eyes filled with longing. That handsome guy has such beautiful bodyguards. I wonder where this rich heir came from. He looks so dashing, one girl exclaimed, her tone rife with envy. Too bad he had a girlfriend by his side. Otherwise, I might have had a chance to experience the Pagani myself. Another lamented, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features. Oh, stop dreaming. He has a girlfriend. And just look at his aura. He is not someone we could ever aspire to, a more pragmatic girl interjected, her voice tinged with resignation. Inside the car, Su Cheng and Song Shanshan remained oblivious to the women's chatter. Song Shanshan's eyes widened in astonishment as she asked, "Su Cheng, who were those two striking sisters?" Their presence was so commanding, they scared those women away with just a few words. Su Cheng chuckled lightly. "Oh, they're my personal bodyguards." Understanding dawned on Song Shanshan, a glimmer of envy flickering in her eyes. She mused to herself, no wonder he can effortlessly buy top-tier supercars like the McLaren Senna. He travels with such beautiful and professional bodyguards. I can't believe I didn't notice them before. How careless of me. Curiosity piqued, she inquired. What do your bodyguards usually do? Are they skilled in martial arts, particularly formidable? Su Cheng smiled and replied, "Indeed, they possess exceptional skills. Their primary duty is to ensure my safety. Whenever I go out, they discreetly follow me to guarantee my security." Song Shanshan nodded thoughtfully, contemplating another question. Just how close were his beautiful bodyguards? However, she deemed it too forward to ask and decided against it. As they exited the parking lot and the Pagani Huayra accelerated, Song Shanshan clutched her chest tightly, a mix of anxiety and exhilaration flooding her senses. "Su Cheng, could you drive a bit slower? I'm feeling a little scared." Su Cheng cast a glance her way with his insight and noted that fear was not part of her emotional state. Chuckling softly, stay calm. That's just how sport cars are. As Song Shanshan gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery, she felt a thrilling rush akin to riding a roller coaster at an amusement park for the first time. After a few minutes, she suddenly furrowed her brows. Glancing around, confusion crept into her mind. Stealing a glance at Su Cheng, she could no longer contain her curiosity. Su Cheng, it seems we are not heading to the KTV I recommended. Well, since you paid for dinner, I shall take care of the KTV, Su Cheng clarified. The true reason was that he found the KTV she suggested unworthy of his attention. Ah, is this going to be too extravagant for you? Song Shanshan expressed her surprise, concerned that her plans might be disrupted. Extravagant? Su Cheng chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further to avoid appearing pretentious. Before long, Su Cheng brought Song Shanshan to a KTV establishment. The exterior boasted luxurious yet tasteful decor, neon lights flickering in the night, showcasing its sophistication and uniqueness. Compared to the venue Song Shanshan had initially suggested, this place was undoubtedly a cut above. Standing at the entrance, Song Shanshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Cheng maintained a calm demeanor beside her, and, with a meaningful glance, stepped forward into the KTV. The Mu sisters followed closely behind. Upon entering, they were led to an elegantly decorated private room. They ordered some appetizers and red wine, then began to take turns selecting songs. Chapter 100. Am I really drunk? As the rhythm of the music filled the air, Song Shanshan began to sing softly. Her voice was clear and captivating, with each note dancing in the atmosphere, stirring the hearts of those present. Once the song concluded, the lingering echoes resonated within the private room. Song Shanshan gently set down the microphone and looked at Su Cheng with hopeful anticipation. What do you think of my singing? There was a subtle hint of nervousness in her tone. Su Cheng smirked playfully, deliberately teasing her. Do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? Upon hearing this, Song Shanshan's lips curved into a slight smile, a glint of mischievousness in her eyes. Of course, I want the truth. I have no interest in falsehoods. Su Cheng swirled the red wine in his glass, the liquid shimmering enticingly under the light, and slowly replied, The truth is, not bad. At least far better than my own singing. I wouldn't dare to show off my off-key voice in your presence. A sigh of relief escaped Song Shanshan, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. I fear my performance might not be good enough and disappoint you. With that, she poured herself a glass of red wine from a bottle on the table and cheerfully declared, Su Cheng, I toast to you. Thank you for gracing me with your presence and for alleviating my worries. I'll drink to that. You can enjoy at your leisure. As the wine slid down her throat, a rosy hue quickly blossomed on her cheeks, adding a touch of charm and cuteness to her demeanor. Her gaze grew slightly dazed. Shanshan, you are being overly gracious, making me feel as if I were some esteemed figure. Su Cheng humbly shook his head, raising his own glass. Seeing this, Song Shanshan eagerly filled his glass to 2/3 full. We are quite fortunate. After all, Su Cheng's voice was deep and resonant, tinged with a sense of nostalgia. Not only did we attend the same high school, but we are also in the same grade, although we were not in the same class, and did not share those youthful and unforgettable times together. It is a wonderful gift that we can meet again after graduation. Let us not speak of favors. After finishing his words, Su Cheng unhesitatingly downed his glass of red wine. With a passive skill known as invulnerability to poison, he drank as if it were mere water, completely unfazed by the prospect of intoxication. Ah, my apologies, I may have been too polite, Song Shanshan said, gently patting her own cheek, her face displaying a mix of shyness and self-reproach. It's my fault. Allow me to make amends with another toast. Coughing slightly, she had rushed her drink too eagerly, her brows knitting together as her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, causing her to sputter and cough from the wine. Her trembling glass splashed a few droplets onto the table, a reflection of her current flustered emotions. Su Cheng, noticing her distress, set down his glass and gently patted her back, expressing concern. You don't drink often, do you? No need to rush. You might choke. After a moment, Song Shanshan finally calmed down, shyly biting her lip and revealing a somewhat bashful smile. Yes, today is my first time drinking. I didn't expect it to taste quite delightful, a bit sweet with a hint of spice. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had discovered a new world. "Ha ha, if you enjoy it, then drink as much as you like. There's plenty more." Su Cheng laughed heartily, pouring her another glass. Song Shanshan readily accepted, cradling the glass in her hands and savoring the wine's bouquet as it blossomed on her palate. It seemed she had entirely fallen in love with this sweet and spicy sensation. One glass followed another, her cheeks becoming increasingly flushed and her gaze more dreamy. Observing her state, Su Cheng couldn't help but wonder if she was intentionally trying to get herself intoxicated. "Shanshan, perhaps you should slow down. If you keep this up, you might get drunk," he finally advised. When one is drunk, it might seem trivial at the moment, but once sober, the headache can be quite severe. However, Song Shanshan merely shook her head, a defiant smile playing on her lips. "Today is such a rare occasion for joy. Your fine wine is something I cannot pass up. Besides, with you here, I have no fear of drunkenness." With that, she tilted her head back and took a hefty gulp of wine. Her boldness and carefree attitude starkly contrasted her usual demure demeanor. In no time, Song Shanshan appeared slightly tipsy, her balance wavering as she swayed, her eyes growing increasingly glazed. Fearing she might fall, Su Cheng instinctively wrapped his arms around her to steady her. In her hazy state, Song Shanshan clung to Su Cheng's arm, pulling herself closer into his embrace, resting her entire weight against him. A satisfied smile gracing her lips as if she had completely succumbed to the enchanting aroma of the wine. Su Cheng, thank you." Her voice was faint, almost a whisper, as if she were lost in a dream. Was Song Shanshan truly drunk? Su Cheng furrowed his brow. She and tea consumed enough to reach that level of inebriation. Utilizing his insight, the truth was laid bare before him. Current state of Song Shanshan: performing, anxious, excited, fearful, slightly tipsy. Was she drunk? If so, it could only be described as mildly intoxicated. Looking at Song Shanshan's youthful yet alluring face, Su Cheng couldn't help but smile lightly. He realized that she was intentionally trying to entice him. However, he chose not to shatter her little game. If she wished to indulge in this playful intoxication, he would humor her, curious to see what her intentions were and who would ultimately have the last laugh. After all, the one who would suffer could not possibly be him. Considering this, Su Cheng gently shook her seemingly feeble form, his voice laced with jest. "Shanshan, are you all right? How much have you had to drink?" "This amount is hardly substantial." Song Shanshan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if Su Cheng's voice had roused her. She slowly opened her eyes, still clouded with remnants of intoxication. I'm fine, I can still drink. Before she could finish her sentence, her body suddenly slackened, and she fell back into Su Cheng's embrace. Instinctively, he tightened his hold around her. "Hey, Shanshan, are you sure you can keep drinking?" Su Cheng leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her skin, heightening her nervousness even further.